Two twins, one destiny. Who will shine brightest?
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Belle joined the Astraea Familia instead of Hestia and became strongest Cranel movie. Before we start, please go support tenma-sama for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Belle is a male. Prologue, brother. It was a beautiful day in Riveria, the famous labyrinth city that was the only place in the world that had a dungeon. For a few months now, several interesting things have happened. Among them the beginning and fame of the already known Belle and Cranel. But with only a month and a half after having obtained her fauna had risen to level 2, far surpassing the record of the Princess of the Sword who had leveled up in a year. A month later she rose to level 3 after defeating Hyacinthos, a level 3 by herself, thanks to the fact that they were fighting in a war game that they won. She was also quite known for her beautiful appearance, which many said was comparable to that of the goddesses, snow white hair and beautiful ruby red eyes. Many compared her to a rabbit. Her party consisted of her two friends, Lilaruka and Welf Krazo, and recently a girl from the Far East named Yamato Mikoto joined. Ellen belonged to the Hestia family that now had a large mansion called the Chimney Mansion, and she was the captain of the family. Unfortunately the family only had the patron goddess, Belen, Lily, Welf, Mikoto and a Renard named Haruhime. But leaving that aside, what were the Hestia family doing right now? Well, simply, right now they were in a dining room of the Fireplace Mansion, celebrating the arrival of Haruhime, who now claimed to be part of the family, just as they celebrated having defeated the Ishtar family. Lily. Finally, leaning back in her chair, we've solved this problem, sighing in relief. Welf. Haha, let's hope we don't have to face a problem like that again in a while, sighing. Haruhime. I'm sorry you went to so much trouble just to save me, lowering her head. Lily. Don't get us wrong, Belen-sama decided to save you, and we will follow her to the death, smiling confidently, and if she decides to save you, then we will support her in her decision. Welf. What Liliku meant is. Lily. Okay. Welf. Welcome to the family, smiling. Mikoto. Finally. I've been waiting a long time to be with you again, Haruhime Dono, excited. Haruhime. There's no need to be more like Mikoto-chan, smiles gently. Hestia. Peace and quiet, drinking a little alcohol, please Belen don't do anything problematic, I want this peace to last at least a month, looking at Belen. Belen. I'm sorry, lowering her head, but I couldn't leave Haruhime there alone, with determination. Hestia. I know why can't you help someone every 3 seconds, sighing. Belen. He, scratching his neck. Welf. Well, let's forget about that for a second. How about we introduce ourselves properly? Smiling. Lily. It's true, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. Hestia. I'm eating, excited, cough cough. I am Hestia, the patron goddess of this family. If you need me I'll always be in my office or working, smiling shyly. Mikoto. You already know me, but I'll introduce myself anyway. I'm Yamato Mikoto from the Hestia family, formerly from the Take Mikasuchi family, level 2. I hope we're as good friends as Haruhime Dono was before, smiling. Welf. I'm Welf Krazo. Level 2, the family blacksmith, smiling, if you need any armor, weapons, or repairs, find me, I'll do my best work, giving him a thumbs up. Lily. Since, sighing, I am Lilaruka vice captain of the Hestia family, level 1. Belen. I am Belen, smiling, captain of the Hestia family recently level 3, smiling. Haruhime. Nice to meet you, I'm Haruhime Sanjano, level 1, I was from the Ishtar family, but thanks to you I'm now from the Hestia family, smiling. Lily. With the introductions already made, smiling, how about we eat what I asked the fertility hostess for? Welf. Yes. With a sparkle in his eyes. The little party was normal, everyone eating and laughing, and so on for a while until they started to get bored and Lily came up with a way to kill time. Lily. How about we talk about ourselves? Looking at everyone, like saying our hobbies, goals, etc., shrugging, for example, you Belen-sama, looking at her. Belen A. Blinking. Lily. Yes, do you have a goal or someone you want to achieve? Looking at her. Belen. Well, I, embarrassed, want to be a heroine, whispering. Despite the small whisper that came out of her mouth, everyone could clearly hear Belen's words and smiled. She was a very innocent and pure girl in their eyes. Welf. I've always wondered something Belen, thoughtfully, do you have any relatives? Raising an eyebrow. Belen. Familiar. Surprised, well in fact yes, smiling nostalgically, I have an older brother, smiling. Everyone in shock. Hestia. An older brother. Surprised, why didn't you ever say so? Looking at Belen. Belen. Well, I didn't remember to tell them, looking away. Lily. How could she forget to tell us something like that? Staring at her. Belen sorry, scratching the back of his neck. Welf. And what's he like? Curious, you said he's older, right? By how many years? Looking at her. Ellen. Actually we are twins, scratching his neck, but he was born before me, so he is the oldest, smiling. Haruhime. Twins, surprised. Hestia. That must mean you both are very similar, right? Smiling. Belin-sama is a man, blushing. Haruhime. Fantasizing, I think it would look cute, looking away. Ellen. In fact, staring into space, my brother is very different from me, not only in personality, but also in appearance, nostalgic. Welf. How different? Looking at her. Ellen. Well, he has white hair and grey eyes, he is almost identical to our mother, he has a thin build, but despite his appearance he is very strong, smiling confidently, his personality is a little smiling nervously, well he is not really someone friendly he, scratching the back of his neck. Lily. Impossible. Welf. Sounds very different from you, looking at her. Haruhime. He's not very friendly, why? Curious. Ellen. Well, before I had an aunt, trembling, she was terrifying, she was also quite beautiful, she had silver hair and different eyes, one of them was green and the other grey, she was extremely strong. But also lonely, she was a calm and quiet woman, but she hated noise and could be very angry if provoked, smiling nervously, my brother is the same, exactly the same, he hates noise, but he is almost always very calm, he doesn't talk much either, only what is necessary, or at least that's what he says, nostalgic, I would like to see him again, I think I will visit him someday, when they give me permission to leave the office, smiling. Hestia. Huh? Why? Can't he come to the office? Confused. Ellen. Unfortunately not, looking down. Everyone was confused by this change of atmosphere and looked worriedly at Ellen. Ellen. You see in my family they have always said that I was very lucky since I was not born with that curse, sad. Lily. Curse. Confused. Ellen. You see, my great-grandmother had a strange disease that was incurable, this weakness weakened her little by little until she exhausted her life, sighing, my grandmother also had this disease, and she passed it on to my mother and my aunt, mom's illness was very advanced, she would never reach 30, but she died even before that. She died minutes after giving birth to me, lowering her face, according to what they told me mom was an extremely kind woman who saw beauty in everything and believed that everyone deserved second chances, my aunt also had the disease, but at a lower level than mom, she might live until 40, with luck maybe until 50, but she was an adventurer and overexerted herself accelerating her illness and also her death, sighing, and finally my brother and I, shedding a tear, I was lucky. Or so Grandpa said, since I was born without any trace or indication of that disease, but that was not the case with me brother, like mom, he had it, fortunately his illness wasn't that severe. If he takes good care of himself, he might live until he's 60, smiling, so he always tries not to overexert himself or well I forced him, scratching his cheek, I didn't want him to overexert himself, so I guess you could say I watched him a lot, even though he hated it, but he never complained, he never admitted it, but he liked being with me, cat smile, I decided to come to Arario to become strong, and so I could protect my brother in the future, smiling with motivation. Hestia. I see is that the origin of your Lyra's Frez ability, surprised. Lily. I am sorry I asked about your family Belin don't know, nervous. Ellen. Don't apologize, smiling, one day I'll be very strong, and then my brother will never be in danger, smiling, and I'll also be a heroine. Makoto. It's a very noble goal, Belin don't know. I'm sure you'll achieve it. Smiling. Welf. By the way, thoughtful, what's your brother's name? Curious. Belinja, smiling, your name. Bel Cranel. End. On. Time. Out of the ordinary, very far from the labyrinth city, a humble-looking cabin could be found. In the middle of the forest, the cabin was a little close to a town that was there and where they could go to buy food and etc. But that's not what interests us, what interests us is a certain white hair with grey eyes who lived in the cabin. Bel Cranel. A 14-year-old boy who was chased by many women in the town every time they saw him thanks to his unique appearance, which in their words was like an angel. He was wearing a black gothic dress suit with white metal lines, black shoes, dark green pants, 2 semi-transparent black gloves, and a strange necklace with a green gemstone that previously belonged to his last living relative. Bel was currently in the cabin sitting on a small sofa in front of a lit fireplace. Bel was watching the fire as if it was the most interesting thing in his life. At least he was like that for several minutes before a voice brought him out of his thoughts. Bel-kun. Are you awake? Bel stopped looking at the fire to direct his gaze towards a beautiful woman with walnut-colored hair and indigo eyes. NT. I don't know how to describe her clothes so I'll put a picture. Bel only stared into her eyes for a few minutes, anyone else would have felt uncomfortable and intimidated by that look, but Astria had already gotten used to it. Astria. It's 7 in the morning, how about we have breakfast? Smiling. Bell nodded and watched for a few seconds as Astria went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast before turning his gaze to the fire again. But he couldn't keep his gaze on the fire for long as Astria called him back. Astria. Hey Bell-kun, now that I remember, your birthday is coming up, isn't it? Turning to look at him. Bell nodded as he raised an eyebrow wondering why the question. Astria. And also your sister's, looking at him. Bell didn't say anything, and Astria thought it was better not to continue talking, but to her surprise Bell spoke. Bell. She's in Arario, I don't think I'll go to that place, looking at her, even if it's for my sister, I won't go, seriously. Despite the face would be Bell attractive was quite the opposite. Astria. Moo, pouting, come on, even if it's just for a few days, okay? Smiling. Bell looked at her with tired eyes, they had talked about this topic many times, but Astria just wouldn't stop insisting. Bell. Do you want me to die? Chibi upset. Astria. Oh come on, you and I know that you won't die from that, it was an excuse you gave your sister to not go to school, besides, you have my Falna, that will delay your illness much more and give you more resistance, smiling. Ugh, stopping looking at her. Astria smiled with victory, she had won. Astria. I'll go pack my bags. Running to the room. Bell was silent for a few seconds before sighing and getting up from the couch to go to the kitchen and turn off the stove. Bell. It burned, slightly depressed. Astria. Okay, I already have both of their suitcases, smiling. Bell. Why so excited to go? Looking at her out of the corner of his eye. Astria. Well, I've been wanting to see my youngest daughter for a while, smiling sadly, and we can take this opportunity for you to see your sister, smiling at Bell. Bell. What a pain having to go to that place full of idiots, speaking with venom. Astria. Not all adventurers are arrogant or looking for fame and money, there are different people, looking at him. Bell didn't answer, he just took his suitcase and left the cabin while eating a burnt Jag American. Astria. I think he's in a bad mood because he burned me, smiling with a comical drop. Astria packed a few more things before closing her suitcase and leaving the cabin, but not before locking everything. Once she was ready, Astria looked at a carriage in front of her that was being pulled by two white horses and being driven by a woman with brown hair, brown eyes, and a farmer's appearance. Hello Astria-sama, smiling, did you finally convince him? Looking at Bell and the suitcases. Astria. Yes. Smiling. Bell. At least we could have left in a few days, not today, annoyed. Astria ignored him completely despite the murderous glare she was receiving from Bell. Astria. Comes up, looking at him. Bell got into the carriage with annoyance and it began to move in one direction. On time. Bell. What a day, tired. An Arario with a certain white-haired girl. Bell and Cranel was walking through the streets of Arario wearing his white armor with red lines along with his companions, Lily and Welf. Lily. Lily thinks today will be a good day, walking excitedly. Bellin. Yes, I think so, smiling, let's do our best to get a lot of magic stones, today we will go to the 15th floor, smiling. Lily. By the way Bellin-sama, Hestia-sama said that a special date was coming up, what did she mean by that? Curious. Bellin. Well, shy, there are a few days left until my birthday, excited. Lily. Oh. Bellin-sama will be 15, smiling, Lily is happy for you Bellin-sama. Welf. So it's your birthday, great, we'll have to prepare a big party for you, smiling. Bellin and there's no need to do something so big, nervous. Makoto. Remembering yesterday, that means your brother will also be turning 15, right? Will he visit you or will you visit him? Curious. Bellin. I don't know yet, but I think I'll go to the cabin where we lived with my grandfather and my aunt, smiling, I doubt he wants to come to pray, looking at the sky. Makoto. I see, thoughtful. Lily. We arrived. Everyone stopped their walk to look at the dungeon entrance, the place where monsters naturally spawn. Bellin. Let's go. Unsheathing his knives. The others. Hi. Astria. The trip will take at least 2 days, do you want to lie on my lap? Looking at Bell. Bell shook his head, but Astria didn't care and took his head to rest it on her lap and started playing with his soft hair. Bell growled in response, but Astria knew that Bell wouldn't do anything to her and continued to caress her head lovingly, it had been a year since they had known each other. The 13-year-old Bell was walking through the woods secretly from his sister and grandfather. He was bored. His grandfather and sister were always overprotective of him. He wasn't weak. He knew he had an incurable disease and that if he overexerted himself too much it could hurt him a lot. But he hated feeling useless. He hated that people thought he was weak. His aunt also had this disease and was sure that she was possibly the strongest woman in the world. Bell continued walking through the forest lost in his thoughts until he heard cries for help. Despite being someone quiet and distant, she had the same heart as her mother and for that reason, she could not leave someone who asked for help to his fate. Bell immediately began to run in that direction at a surprising speed for a child of his age. As soon as he reached the source of the cries for help, he met a beautiful woman with walnut-colored hair and indigo eyes, her dress torn and stained with mud, trying to escape from a group of kobolds, dungeon monsters that always went in packs. Bell didn't think for a second before taking a knife he had hidden and throwing himself at the kobolds. They were monsters from the first floor of the dungeon, even an adult without a fauna could finish them off, but he wasn't an adult. Fortunately, the kobolds were so distracted scaring the woman that they didn't even notice her presence until the head of one of them was pierced and cut in half, staining the woman and the other kobolds who were in shock with a little blood. Bell didn't waste a second and took a reverse grip on his knife and stabbed it into the chest of the Konuk on his right before pulling it out and stabbing it again repeatedly, killing him. The third kobold who saw his brothers die became shocked and glared at Bell before rushing towards him. Bell defended himself from its attacks as best he could, but the monster was stronger than him and was able to scratch him and draw some blood. Bell began to doubt if he continued like this he would lose from exhaustion and the monster would eat them. But before that could happen, the woman surprised them both by throwing a weak punch, but it distracted the kobold long enough for Bell to bring the small knife down on the back of his neck and kill him. Both were breathing heavily as they looked at each other. The woman was surprised, while Bell inspected her for any injuries, but his eyes widened when he felt a strange aura emanating from her. Bell. A goddess, muttering. Astria. Who are you? Looking at him in surprise. Bell looked at her for a few seconds in silence before answering. Bell Cranel, expressionless. Astria Bell Cranel, nice name, smiling. I am Astria, goddess of justice, looking at him. Bell. Silent. Astria. Sweating, hello. Sweating. Bell just kept looking at her and when he didn't find any wounds or anything he just put the knife away and walked back into the woods. Astria blinked in puzzlement and stood still for a second before running over to Bell and grabbing him by the shoulders. Astria. Just that. At least say something more like, are you okay? Shaking him. Astria stopped shaking him when she saw how Bell looked at her with annoyance, as if she were a plague that he couldn't get rid of. Astria. How rude, dropping him and pouting. Bell sighed a little before looking at her properly. Bell. What's a goddess doing in a place like this? Expressionless. Astria. Well, I was visiting the world, looking away. Bell. Raising an eyebrow. Astria. I got lost, lowering her head. I was staying at an inn in a town near here and decided to explore the forest because I felt someone familiar, it would be, and I was attacked by monsters, embarrassed. Bell processed the information for a second before nodding. Bell. Go back to the village and don't go back to the forest, there are more monsters than you imagine, expressionless, I'm leaving, walking. Astria. Wait, you said the forest is dangerous, a child shouldn't be here either, worried. Bell. I'm not alone, that old man is strong despite being in your situation, looking at her out of the corner of his eye, and not weak, leaving. And if this was the first meeting between the goddess of justice Astria and Bell Cranel, they had several more meetings in the future, sometimes they met by fate and other times by the insistence of the goddess Astria of not leaving Bell alone in the forest, although Bellin nor his grandfather ever knew of this, and days after his grandfather died and Bellin decided to go to Riveria. Bell let the goddess Astria live in the cabin when he saw that he was running out of money and would not have to pay for another day at the inn. And that's how they met. Astria gradually got used to Bell's way of being and was even able to understand his silences in a certain way. And Bell, well, he managed to tolerate Astria, he would be lying if he said he didn't already consider her a kind of friend. Bell snorted before losing himself in his thoughts and sleeping lying on Astria's lap, who only looked at him with a smile. And a reunion. Astria. Look, smiling. Astria pointed her finger in front of the wagon, and Bell looked out of the corner of his eyes at some large walls, as well as a very large tower that seemed to reach the sky. That was the Tower of Babel, and the one that prevents the monsters from leaving the dungeon in abundance. Bell. It's very big, frowning. Astria. Is that bad? Smiling. Bell. Yes, too many people, too many adventurers, that's bad, squinting. Astria. Don't worry, smiling, you can defend yourself, can't you? Looking at him. Bell snorted before lying back down on Astria's lap, who continued playing with his hair. Astria. Isn't it uncomfortable to wear that suit all the time? Looking at him. Bell. It's more comfortable than you think, looking at her, plus the clothes are very important, they belong to my aunt, I just modified them a little, closing his eyes. Astria. You look like a noble with it, smiling. Bell. Yes, and you would be like my wife, with eyes closed. Astria. Blushing. Bell. Silent. Astria. Ara. Are you going to sleep? Still nervous. Bell. I need to rest, relaxing. Astria. I understand, have a sweet dream, smiling. Bell didn't respond, he was already asleep, being in a hot place always made him dizzy, and the carriage had been in the sunlight for 2 days. Bellin hum. Parahim. Is something wrong Bellin-sama? Curious. Bellin. No, just I feel jealous, scratching the back of her neck. Parahim. Confused. Bellin. It's nothing, it doesn't matter, smiling. Bellin simply put her thoughts aside and continued washing the dishes with Haruhime. Even though Haruhime had refused, Bellin wanted to help her. Haruhime. I don't know why but I feel like today will be a good day, smiling. Bellin. You're right, I think something good will happen today, smiling. Oh right. Today we had an expedition to the dungeon. Opening her eyes, I've already finished washing the dishes and it's still early, I think I'll make it, smiling. Haruhime. Before you leave be Bellin-sama, blushing, tea take, holding something out. Bellin. An abento. Curious. Haruhime. I'm not very good at cooking, but I did what I could, muttering the last thing. Bellin. Oh, making a difficult expression, you see Sir-san always makes lunch for me and, looking away. Haruhime. Oh, depressed. Bellin could see how Haruhime's tail stopped moving and her ears lowered a little, she was sad. Bellin. But I can. Haruhime. No need to worry, smiling forcibly, it will be another day, putting away the abento. Bellin. But I can. Haruhime. The others must be waiting for you to go to the dungeon, don't you think? Smiling kindly, you don't have to worry, you can go, smiling. Bellin. Why yes, lowering his head, goodbye, going to the exit. Haruhime just looked at her with a smile on her face as she squeezed the abento in her hands. Bellin. I think I shouldn't have been so rude, walking, sighing. Lily, I think I should comfort Haruhime when we get back, shooting some arrows from her crossbow. Welf. For now. Attacking 3 hellhounds, we should focus on getting out of the dungeon alive, don't you think? Sweating. Bakoto Welf Dono is right. Attacking several Almrich. Bellin. I am sorry, gripping his knife tightly. Bellin. Good. Showing a large bag of magic stones, we managed to get some pretty good loot today, smiling. Welf. And I think your luck helps too, smiling nervously while showing a bag with several drops of items from monsters that Bellin killed. Makoto. We should go to the guild to change the magic stones, looking at the dungeon exit, we're almost out. Bellin. That's great. Smiling. Just as they left the dungeon, Lily fixed her gaze on 2 people who were walking through the streets of Riveria. Lily squinting. Welf. What's up, Lilicuajo? Curious. Lily. Look there, surprised. Everyone turned their gaze to where Lily was looking and were shocked, especially a white-haired girl, when she saw a young-looking boy with unusual white hair and clothes that could easily be said to be those of a nobleman, accompanied by a beautiful woman who, by her aura, could be said to be a goddess. Lily. It looks like you Bellin-sama, surprised. Welf. All he needs is red eyes and he would be a 2.0 rabbit, laughing a little. Lily Bellin-sama. Turning to look at her. Everyone looked expectantly at Bellin, who still had her mouth open while trembling slightly. Bellin. Brother. Of Bell. They had been queuing to get into Ororo for several minutes, and Bell felt like he was dying in the sun. Astria smiled nervously as she fanned him with her hands in an attempt to take the heat away. Finally Astria even swore I saw Bell's eyes shine like a little boy's when one of the guards called them. Now that Astria saw her properly, she was surprised to see a beautiful woman with orange clothes and strong blue hair and eyes taking note of the people who entered the Aerario. Shakti. You guys, it's your turn, seriously. Bell didn't waste a second before standing in front of the guard holding his backpack desperately, he didn't want to stand in front of the sun for a second longer. The guard had a little an drop due to the anxiety of the bell, but before he could even speak Astria spoke. Astria. Oh. Shakti-chan. Tilts her head. Shakti opened her eyes in shock before turning her gaze towards Astria and almost falling down in shock. Shakti Astria-sama, surprised. Astria. I knew it was you, smiling, look at you, you're bigger than before, you also look very pretty, don't you? Smiling. Shakti. Decided to come back. Recovering from her shock. Astria. I don't know yet, maybe I'm just passing through to visit my only daughter, but if I'm lucky, looking sideways at Bell, I might stay here, smiling. Shakti. I see, writing down Astria's name, you can come in, I know her so you don't need to wait here, smiling. Astria. Didn't I really come alone? Taking Bell by the shoulder. Shakti looked at Bell with a raised eyebrow, he looked like a nobleman in his clothes, and if her eyes didn't deceive her, he was between 14 or 16 years old, besides he looked a lot like a certain adventurer compared to a rabbit. Shakti. Can you tell me your name? Getting a little more serious. Bell Cranel, expressionless. Now, Shakti's eyes widened at the surname. Could it be true? A kind of family name Shakti didn't know, but if she was sure of one thing. Another prodigy had arrived at the Aerario. But Shakti will soon discover that something much better than a prodigy has arrived. Astria had a big smile on her face as she watched Belle. Belle looked happy, and how could he not be, after all he was finally under a comfortable shade while drinking some juice from a stand that was there. Astria has changed a lot, smiling nostalgically. Belle looked at her for a second before asking. Belle. Now what? Raising an eyebrow. Astria thought for a minute before looking at an inn. I think we need to get an inn first, looking at him. Belle nodded and left his juice to go with Astria to the inn, but neither of them expected that just as they were about to enter the inn, a voice would surprise them. Hermano. Belle opened his eyes slightly and turned his head to look into familiar red eyes. Bellen, expressionless. Bellen stared at each other, ignoring the looks of the others who were clearly surprised. Bellen. Brother. Running towards him. Belle looked at her with a small smile waiting for Bellen to come to the. Bellen. Brother. Screaming happily. Belle had a twitch in his eye but still kept his small smile. Bellen. Brother. Smiling with small tears in his eyes. Bellen was already a few meters away from Belle, and just when she was about to wrap him in a strong hug she was hit on the head. Punch. Belle. Don't shout so much, you'll make my head hurt, silly, expressionless. Bellen moo, pouting, silly older brother, mumbling. Belle smiled and this time he started to rub Bellen's head, blushing her a little. Belle. You look bigger, you're right up my alley, looking at her. Bellen laughed a little like a little girl as she enjoyed her brother's caresses. All this before the eyes of Astria and the Hestia family. Lily. What's going on here? Pointing at Belle. Lily stopped screaming and swallowed hard when she felt Belle's murderous gaze. She literally saw Belle run a sword through her small body while keeping that cold expression, although this was only her imagination. Oh, a warning of what would happen if she screamed again. The others also swallowed hard, even though their gaze was directed towards Lily, they could feel that murderous instinct that made him tremble. And Astria was smiling nervously. Belle really hated noise, he only tolerated to a certain extent the noise of people who were acceptable to him, like her sister, and now, he could be very aggressive if provoked, especially with sweets. Belle looked demanding answers from his sister who immediately got the message. Bellen. Oh right, smiling, brothers, they are my friends and family members, smiling, she is Lilaruka Ard, pointing to the palm. Lily. You nice to meet you Belle-sama, sweating. Bellen. He is Welf Krazo, pointing at the redeed. Welf. My pleasure, huh? Sweating. Bellen. And this is Yamato Mikoto, pointing to the black-haired girl. Mikoto. It's a pleasure, Belle Dono. Bowing. Belle grimaced at the scream. Astria. Excuse me, Mikoto-chan, smiling, I recommend that you don't raise your voice too much, Belle-kun hates noise, smiling. Bellen looked at Astria for a few seconds before looking at Belle with a strange smile. Bellen. And who is she? Tilts head. Belle. It's the goddess Astria, she's lived in the cabin since you left, expressionless. That day something changed inside Bellen, something broke. Astria. Nice to meet you, bowing, I am Astria, goddess of justice, smiling. Bellen H. Hello, smiling with difficulty, I'm Bellen Belle's younger sister, looking at Astria. Astria. Oh I know, I was the one who convinced him to come to Aerario, smiled. Bellen twitched her eyebrow, but she didn't stop smiling, even though her head was in chaos inside. The woman seemed close to her brother, too close for her liking. Besides, she was beautiful and obviously kind, and she did what she couldn't. Convince Belle to come to Aerario. Bellen. I see, smiling falsely. Lily. How easy it is to read, and I'm Droplet. Belle. I'd like to stay and chat with you a little longer, rubbing another one of Belle's heads. Bellen made a silly face at her brother's caresses. Belle. But we have to get an inn so we don't know later, looking at Astria. Bellen. Wait. Calling Belle, W how about you stay with us? Belle. I don't think there's enough room for us, looking at her. Bellen. Don't worry. Smiling, I'm sure Kami-sama will allow it, besides there's more than enough space and food for both of us, smiling, what do you say, brother? Staring at him. Belle looked at Astria asking for her opinion, and she smiled in response. Belle. It's okay, looking at her. Berlin. Raising arms. Punch. Bellen. Sorry, rubbing his head. Everyone headed towards the fireplace mansion, while Bellen excitedly talked about her adventures with Belle, followed by Astria and further behind by Bellen's companions. Welf. I think I still need to process this, with a stupid face. Lily. Terrifying, trembling, Lily saw her death. I saw my death right there. Looking trembling at the others. Mikoto. He looks dangerous. I like him, smiling carefree. And falling in love with a Renard. Brush. That was the sound a paper bag made when it fell from the hands of a certain short goddess with a great plot. Who am I referring to? Well, none other than the busty lowly the goddess Hestia, who was staring right in front of her into two grey eyes so cold that she felt as if they were freezing her. For a moment, Hestia thought that death had come for her, something stupid since she was a goddess, but she couldn't help feeling that way. Hestia just gave a blank smile while she internally said goodbye to Belen and her other children. But before death claimed her life, a beautiful voice pulled her out of her thoughts. Belen. Hello, Kami-sama. Smiling. Like a ray of hope appearing at the last second, Hestia almost cried when she saw her first daughter and her favorite greet her with a big smile. But Belen stopped walking and was alarmed to see Hestia almost on the verge of tears. Belen. Kami-sama. Alarmed, what happened to her? Going to her side. Hestia didn't respond, she had already fainted. Bel. Thoughtful, what the hell happened? Frowning. Astria. Well, smiling nervously, your face can sometimes seem unfriendly, scratching her cheek. Bel ugh. Looking at her with annoyance. Astria and nothing, looking away blushing. Bel ignored Astria's blush to glance at the door of the waiting room they were in. Astria also noticed this and looked at the door with a smile. Astria. Bel-kun hates being spied on, smiling. From the other side of the door a small squeak was heard and it opened slightly revealing the entire Hestia family looking cautiously at Bel, while Belen looked cautiously at Astria. Hestia. Then it's true, looking at both of them in surprise, you are Belen-chan's brother and you came back, looking at Astria. Astria. I guess it was about time, right? Looking calmly at Hestia. Hestia. Why yes you're right, lowering her head slightly, I'm sorry about looking away. Astria's smile seemed to drop a little, but quickly recovered and began walking towards Hestia. Astria. How about we talk about Belen-chan's proposal? Smiling. Hestia A. Curious. Astria. Bel-kun and I were going to go to an inn, but Belen-chan said we could stay here at least temporarily, looking at Hestia. Hestia oh. Sure, let's go to my office, excited. Belen smiled nervously, she knew her goddess loved to say, let's go to my office ever since she got her. Belen. Oh brother. Looking at Bel. Bel. Raising an eyebrow. Belen. About 2 days ago we had a celebration for the integration of a new member and there's some cake left, do you want some? Smiling. Bel's eyes glittered slightly, but he restrained himself and simply nodded. Belen. I'll be right back. Running. The place fell silent, the others were afraid of saying something that would anger Bel so. Welf. I think I'll return to my smithy, bye, whispering. Lily. I still have to check some things in the mansion, bye, leaving quickly. Makoto. Hello. Looking at Bel. Bel. Ignoring the. Makoto. Okay, I'll go, leaving. The place fell into complete silence and Bel seemed to relax, enjoying it. Then he began to touch his throat. He had never spoken as much in recent months as he did now. Maybe he should start using his magic like before. Bel sighed as he saw out of the corner of his eye two curious beast-man ears, if he wasn't mistaken, they were probably from a Renard. Bel. Get out of there, removing his scary expression. Nothing happened for several seconds, but finally after a strong internal debate, a beautiful blonde Renard with green eyes came out from behind the door while looking shyly at Bel. Bel had a small flashback and remembered a very shy little Belen who was looking at him hidden behind the door. Without realizing it, Bel smiled slightly, a small but beautiful smile that made Renard blush. Haruhime nice to meet you, whispering. Bel looked at her for a second, she hadn't screamed, that gave him a point. Bel. I didn't see you before, your name? Raising an eyebrow. Haruhime. Why yes, I'm Haruhime Sanjano, nice to meet you, bowing. Bel Bel Cranel, a pleasure, looking at her. The place was silent again, Haruhime felt that it was an uncomfortable and beautiful silence, he was enjoying the silence. Haruhime Ito I'm sorry to bother you Bel-sama but do you hate noise? Looking at him. Bel. Sighing internally, yes. Haruhime. Then I'll keep my mouth shut, lowering her head. Bel me and my kind heart, sighing, sit down, expressionless. Haruhime. Confused. Bel. You'll get tired if you just stand there, sit down, without looking at her. Although Haruhime won't show it on her face, her tail wagged slightly in happiness. Haruhime. Are you safe? Shy. Haruhime noticed Bel's look that seemed to say it was an order, but she didn't care and went to sit next to Bel while her tail swayed from side to side. Bel inspected her for a few seconds before looking at her hands closely. Bel. And that? Raising an eyebrow. Haruhime ah. Well this, hiding her hands. Even though Haruhime had hidden her hands, Bel was still able to clearly see the small band-aid she had on both hands. He knew what they meant. His aunt was a bad cook and he had seen her several times with band-aids on her hands after practicing making something in the kitchen. It was fun to see her complain about the slight burning sensation and cursing a man named Zold who must be something extremely easy, or so her aunt said. Bell put his thoughts aside and took Haruhime's hand, blushing excessively. Bell. You cut yourself trying to cook but these Cortez are too much, you tried too hard, inspecting his hands, what did you do? Looking at her. Haruhime lowered her head slightly and using the magic of the script, she pulled out an bento from who knows where. Haruhime. I'm not very good at cooking, with her ears drooping, I think I'll throw it away, maybe Bell and Sama already has someone who makes better bentos for her, smiling sadly. Bell. Looking at the bento, I'm hungry. Bell kept looking at the bento and then Haruhime's depressed face and made a decision. Haruhime, eh? Looking at her hands. Haruhime was confused when she saw his hands without the bento, but when she heard the sound of someone eating her eyes lit up without realizing it and she looked at Bell eating his bento. It was a simple bento, with 3 onigiris, egg rolls, some seafood and some fried chicken and more rice. Bell was eating the onigiris calmly without making a single noise, ignoring Haruhime's excited look. Bell. It's delicious, whispering. It was a barely audible whisper, but Haruhime managed to hear it and Bell became nervous when Haruhime started to cry. Haruhime. Thank you, smiling through tears. Beautiful. That's what Bell thought for a second when he saw the beautiful smile Haruhime was giving him. Haruhime oh sorry, I think I got excited, laughing a little. Haruhime was trying to contain her excitement, but Bell could easily notice it when he looked at her tail that was moving happily without Haruhime noticing. Haruhime. Oh right, remembering something, I still have to take down the clothes, standing up from the sofa, it was a pleasure talking to you Bell-sama, smiling, I hope to see you another day, going to the exit. Haruhime didn't notice, but Bell watched out of the corner of his eye as the adorable Renner jumped a little without realizing it, now he looked in a much better mood. Bell. It's really delicious, looking at the bento. Brother. Bell looked at the entrance again, and this time there was Bellin with a big smile while carrying a plate with a slice of cake. Bellin. Here it is, approaching him. Bell looked at her for a second before carefully taking the cake and placing it just as carefully on the table. Bellin. You don't have to thank me. Punch. Bellin. Why is that? Looking at Bell with a pout. Bell. For disregard. Bellin. And. Pure. Talent. Bell was eating a piece of cake with a face of total pleasure, as if it were the most delicious thing in the world. All this while Hestia and Astria had just finished their conversation. Astria. Thank you for the hospitality, Hestia, smiling. Hestia. We were friends in the Tenkai and it's the least I can do, smiling. Astria. I see that you have done well, looking at the mansion, it is almost as big as the Stardust mansion, nostalgically. Hestia. Scratching her neck in embarrassment, it's already getting dark, looking out a window, do you want me to take you to your room? Smiling. Astria. If it's not a bother, walking next to Hestia. Bellin. And after that, A-san and I had an intense training session. It was tough and at first I fainted, but now I can maintain a decent battle. Smiling with a twinkle in her eyes. Bellin continued to follow her adventures in Riveria while being listened to by Bell, who seemed to ignore her while eating the cake, but Bellin knew better than anyone that Bell was listening to her. Bellin. And that's how we defeated the irregular Goliath, smiling triumphantly. Bell looking at her. Pat. Bellin blushed when Bell started to rub her head. Bell. Well done, rubbing his head. Like a little girl being spoiled for something she did right. Bellin. Haha, silly smile. If anyone saw this now, they would never believe that she was the famous little rookie who had defeated an irregular Rex monster and an irregular Minotaur all by herself. In fact, even Bell was surprised. He had never believed that Bellin would level up in a month and a half and defeat a Minotaur with training, being level 1. It was a little suspicious if he was honest. He would investigate it later. Bellin. Oh right. Smiling excitedly, how about you join the Hestia family? Smiling. Bell. First of all don't shout, expressionless. Bellin. Why yeah sorry. Bell. Second, I can't be part of the Hestia family, looking at her. Bellin. Depressed, why? Bell. I'm now part of the Astraea family, looking at her. Bellin. Oh, lowering his head, you and that goddess are very close, aren't you? Looking at him. Bell. Yeah I guess, looking at Bell, I'm sleepy, yawning. Bellin. Looking at him. Bell. The trip was long, I felt like I was dying several times in that carriage with the sun, getting up from the sofa, I need to rest, I'll go to sleep, walking towards the exit. Bellin looked at him for a second before smiling. Bellin. You haven't talked that much in years, have you? Smiling. Bell. Looking at her out of the corner of his eye, see you tomorrow, leaving. Bellin. Good night, brother. Smiling. Stop screaming. That was heard from afar, and Bellin laughed a little really, she misses these moments with her brother. Bell walked through the halls of the fireplace mansion slightly amazed, he was still impressed by the fact that his sister and her companions had defeated an entire family of just under 100 members. But just at that moment Bell realized something. Bell. Which is my room? Sighing. Bell-sama. Bell looked out of the corner of his eyes at a blonde hair and turned to look at Haruhime. Bell? What? Raising an eyebrow. Haruhime. Hey, he seems lost. Do you want me to take him to his room? Head tilted. Bell. Adorable, expressionless. Bell nodded and Haruhime started walking, followed by Bell. Haruhime. How long do you and Astraea-sama Bell-sama plan to stay? Curious. Bell. I don't know, probably a few weeks, at worst we won't be able to meet on schedule, mumbling. Bell looked curiously as Haruhime's tail moved as if she was happy, but Haruhime had a calm expression. Haruhime. I see, smiling, this is your room, looking at a door, Hestia-sama said you could sleep here, looking at Bell, good night Bell-sama, bowing slightly. Bell by Haruhime, watching her leave. Bell stared for a few seconds in the direction Haruhime had gone before frowning. Hestia-sama said they could sleep here. Good. Bell opened the door to the room and stood there frozen. While inside the room was Astria half-naked changing clothes, although she also remained static when she saw Bell. Astria blushing. Bell didn't even say anything and closed the door to leave there as if he hadn't seen an almost naked virgin goddess. Bell. Really today is not my day, sighing internally. It was already morning. Everyone was just waking up, just like a certain goddess who still remembered what happened yesterday. Astria. I should have put the safety on, blushing. Astria was lying in bed with her head buried in the pillow hiding her blush. Astria. It doesn't matter anymore, sighing, pouting, at least he could have said something, going to the door. Astria left her room calmly and went to the living room where everyone was yesterday. Astria. Now that I think about it, what about Bell? Confused. His question was quickly answered when he entered the living room and found the fireplace there, lit and watched by Bell, who occasionally threw some twigs into it so the fire wouldn't go out. He was also covered by a blanket and he was eating a piece of cake. Astria noticed a strange aura around Bell and smiled. Astria. Did you use Silentium Eden again? Smiling. Bell looked at her and nodded. Astria. I'll go make some tea for the sore throat, going to the kitchen. Bell watched Astria leave and continued eating his cake. Bellin walked happily through the halls of the mansion, yesterday she could barely sleep from the excitement of seeing her brother here. Bellin was so lost in her thoughts that she didn't notice when she arrived at the room where Astria and Bell were having tea. Bellin. Hello brother, smiling, and Astria-sama, waving her hand. Astria. Hello Bellin-chan, smiling. Bellin. It's still very early, looking out the window, I think I'll go train, smiling. Bellin looked at Bell who handed her some of the cake he had left. Bellin. Thanks, brother, smiling. Bellin took the piece that Bell gave her and ate it with a smile on her face. Bellin. I know. With a spotlight on his head, how about we train together? Looking at Bell. Bell quickly shook his head, yesterday he had told Bellin that he had overexerted himself too much, didn't he remember? Bellin. Come on, taking him by the shoulders, please, begging him. Bell made an annoyed face, really not laughing about pushing himself any further than necessary. He looked at Astria for help, but she was just smiling. Bell sighed and nodded. Bellin. Yay. I'll go to the training ground, I'll wait for you there, running. Bell looked at the place where Bellin had left and then collapsed on the couch, he had heard that Bellin was now a level 3, even if it was training, he certainly didn't want to overexert himself fighting against a level 3. Astria. It's been almost a month since we last updated your status. How about I update it before the fight? Looking at him. Bell nodded and began to take off his shirt. Astria slowly began to blush seeing Bell's well-worked body, her blush only increased when Bell lay down and she sat right on top of her on her lower back. Astria. Cough cough, blushing, I'll start now, pricking her finger with a needle. Astria began to update Bell's status while keeping her face impassive. Astria looked at the numbers, they went up and up and up even more, why didn't they stop going up? Everyone was in the backyard of the fireplace mansion, and with everyone I mean everyone, as soon as they heard that they were going to have a friendly fight they ran to the training field. Bellin. Good. Get ready, brother, unsheathing her knife. I'm not the same as I was months ago, smiling confidently. Bell. You're very confident, Bellin, I'll have to correct you, seriously. Everyone trembled, Bell's calm gaze changed to a serious one, very serious for his taste, the gaze that every warrior dreams of having. Ellen gulped but calmed down. Even if her brother had a Felna being out of hours, it was impossible to raise its stats. Even raising a single point would cost a few days of effort and hunting. If there are monsters, maybe you could raise 2 or 3 in a week, but she obtained enormous amounts of Exilia points every day, and thanks to that she was level 3, she had a clear advantage. Elle unsheathed a sword and asked Welf to snatch him, but he didn't say anything. Astria and Hestia were there as referees of the fight. Astria. Ready. Looking at both of them. Ellen high. Smiling. Elle nodded. Hestia. Start. Lowering her arm. Nobody moved. Belen was studying her brother, she was superior to him, but the instinct that had formed in these months was warning her about something. Belen just at that moment rushed towards Bel holding his knives tightly. Already only meters away from his brother, Belen began to slash Bel with his knives, who easily blocked them with his sword, but Bel was beginning to retreat due to Belen's strength and speed. She was obviously physically superior, everyone could see that, but… Lily. Her technique. Makoto. Yes, it would be. His technique and sword handling is much better than Bel and Sama's knife handling. Looking at Bel, his movements are firmer, more efficient, there are no errors in his posture, and the few openings in his posture are just baits to catch his opponent off guard. Looking at Bel with shining eyes, it's surprising. Welf Sugoi, watching the fight, but he comes from outside, right? Lily. Yes, but… Welf. His strength is far superior to that of someone coming from outside, surprised. Lily. At least he has the strength of a level 2. Ellen was cornered, her superior strength and speed had so far given her the advantage, but that advantage was rapidly being lost. Elle was studying her, learning and memorizing her movements with that cold and calculating look. Ellen felt as if those 2 grey eyes saw through her soul, as if they read her completely. They were like that for a while until Belen saw an opening in Bel's defense and concentrated his attacks towards that opening. But no matter how much she attacked him, she wasn't able to pass Bel's defense, she didn't know how, but no matter how much she attacked that opening it was useless, and she was the one who was harmed, since every time she tried to attack that opening Bel took advantage of her approach to attack her, and made hundreds of cuts. They were only small cuts since it was a friendly fight, but even so they were too many. Ellen decided to move away from Bel, and began to breathe heavily as she looked at all the cuts on her body. Belen looked at Bel in shock. She knew it too, even with a technique like that, Bel shouldn't be able to face her, unless she was a level 2. Ellen was taken out of her thoughts when Bel rushed towards her without making a single noise, and in a matter of seconds he reached her and began to attack her with quick and strong thrusts that forced Belen to retreat. Ellen was sweating, blocking each attack was difficult, and if he tried to counterattack Bel would easily cancel, deflect or counterattack his attacks. Finally Bel took advantage of an opening in Belen and kicked him in the feet, knocking him down. Ellen tried to get up, but there was already a sword at her neck. She looked up and could only see her brother pointing the sword at her, which looked cracked. Welf. I can't stand it as long as I thought, sighing seeing his creation. Elle stepped back and let Belen get up from the ground while he sheathed the sword. Astria Bel Kun wins, smiling. Hestia. How is that possible? Surprised. Astria. Do you promise to keep it a secret? Muttering. Astria's whisper was barely audible and only Hestia could hear it. Hestia. I promise, looking at Astria. Astria. Follow me, entering the fireplace mansion. Ellen. That was amazing. With a twinkle in her eyes. Lily. Too much, squinting her eyes, how is it that you have that strength? A person who comes from outside should not be capable of having such strength, looking at Bel. Everyone also looked at Bel for answers. Bel looked at them for several seconds before shrugging his shoulders. Bel. I don't know either, leaving, I'm tired, I'll go to sleep, entering the fireplace mansion. Everyone had a little bit of an eye when they saw Bel leave quietly. While everyone was distracted, Haruhime went for a blanket and an bento that she had prepared and also entered the fireplace mansion. Eleanor, why Kami-sama? Lily Tampico is Astria-sama, looking everywhere. Astria. Lyris Frez is an interesting ability, reading a status sheet. Hestia. Smiling proudly, my Belen-chan is unique and special, now tell me, would it be, does your son have an ability like that or something like that? Looking at her. Astria Bel Kun. Hestia. Raising an eyebrow. Astria. Bel Kun has talent, smiling. Hestia. Blinking, eh? Astria. You should see your face, laughing a little. Hestia. What do you mean by talent? I'm serious. Frowning. Astria. And me too, smiling. Bell does not have an ability that allows him to have accelerated growth, nor anything like that. He has talent, pure talent. When we lived in the forest, he could get 5 or 6 points of each statistic in a day, something impossible coming from outside, and he did literally nothing. The days he trained he could get up to 15 or 20 points of each statistic in a few hours. Bell-kun does not have an ability like Bell-chan. But he has his will and a natural talent that has helped him grow, smiling, giving him a leaf. Hestia. What is this? Looking at the leaf. Astria. It's Bell's status sheet, it's from just half an hour ago, looking at it. Hestia. Impossible, in shock. Status Bell Cranel. Adventurer level 2. Family Astria. Statistics. Strength 0203G, 391F. Resistance 0230G, 401E. Dexterity 0215G, 478E. Agility 0212G, 399F. Magic 0370F, 560. Total 2175. Universal power 7721. Magic. Silentium Eden Super Short Chant enchantment magic that covers the user's body with magic negating armor, chant equals ataraxia. Satana's version A super short chant that hits enemies with sound blocks. Lugio can also unleash magic power by chanting gospel. Dino's Angela super long chant magic that greatly increases all of the user's stats, magic and skills, surpassing the level barrier, chant equals blessing of the root of evil, curse of birth. My original sin that devoured half of my body. It is not difficult. There is no purification. There is no salvation. The resonance of this heavenly sound is my sin. The trumpet of the gods, the lyre of spirits. Melody of light, the seal of sin. Beloved by the miniature garden, my fate is shattered. I hate you. Compensation is here. Destroy everything with proof of my sin. Cry, Holy Bell Tower. Abilities. First inheritance equals when the bearer uses his full power in a crisis state, his skills and stats increase double. This also works if he has any magic or strengthening skills in him, but weakens the bearer when he uses his full power, causing an irreparable loss of health and mind and a 5% decrease in all his skills every turn. Skills acquired. Swordsman, B. Hestia. This is talent, real talent. Looking at Bell's status sheet in shock. Astria. Yes, that's also the reason why she hates exerting herself. Her illness prevents her from fighting or doing any physical activity for long periods of time, lowering her head. Hestia. I see, speaking in a low voice. Astria. Well, clapping, let's leave the sad things aside, changing her sad expression for a smile. How about we go eat, looking at Hestia. Hestia. I know how to subdue your spirits. Smiling, the hostess of fertility. Smiling confidently, they serve the best food in the place, and with what our children have earned in the dungeon, we can go without worrying about money, giving Astria a thumbs up. Astria. Oh. I'd like to visit that place, smiling. Hestia. Okay, get ready, we'll go tonight, laughing. Bell ugh. Victeni at the look. Haruhime. Hello Bell-sama, smiling. Bell looked at Haruhime for a few seconds before asking. Bell. What are you doing here? Curious. Haruhime. Well, she said she wanted to rest, so I thought I'd bring her a blanket, smiling kindly. Just then Bell noticed the red blanket he had on top of him. Bell. Thanks, sitting down, but I've rested enough, I'll go eat. Before Bell could stand up, something appeared in front of him. Bell. Bento. Raising an eyebrow. Haruhime. Well, I thought maybe you would like to eat something, smiling shyly. Bell. Thank you, taking the bento. Haruhime. You're welcome, smiling. Bell opened the bento and it was something similar to yesterday's, but now it looked certainly better. Haruhime had improved, the egg no longer had small black tones, now it was completely golden, the seafood was fresh, and the onigiris were well made, unlike yesterday when they fell a little. Bell grabbed an onigiri and took a bite. Bell. Delicious, muttering. Haruhime smiled a little more at Bell's words and sat next to him while her tail swung happily. Bell. You look like a wife, you know that. Looking at her. Haruhime. Smiling. Haruhime's face turned completely red at Bell's words, who was oblivious to what her words could mean. Haruhime looked at the floor timidly and remained silent, speechless. But he felt a chill run down his spine and turned his gaze towards the door. Haruhime was excited to see Bell and looking at them with a grim smile and an aura of death. Haruhime. I think she's angry, but looking at Bell, it's worth it, smiling. And. Forest elf. It was already night and everyone was walking through the streets towards one place. The hostess of fertility. The bar, well known in Arario for its good food and its beautiful waitresses who served the customers, it was a place quite frequented by adventurers, especially after a long and stressful day in the dungeon. Of all of them, the most excited seemed to be Haruhime, who was also accompanying them. She had never been to a place like this, and with friends, she regretted not being able to invite Aisha, but she understood that she was busy. She didn't want to know what she was busy with. Haruhime. You guys frequent this place a lot, right? Looking at Hestia. Hestia. That's right, today will be the first time that you, Astria and Belle come visit the place. I assure you that you will love it, smiling proudly. Let's go in. Ellen walked to the entrance of the premises where an elf with greenish blonde hair was sweeping the entrance. Ellen. Hello Ryuu-san, smiling. Ryuu stopped sweeping to greet Ellen calmly. Ryuu. Cranel-san, welcome, stopping sweeping, do you want to come in for lunch? Raising an eyebrow. Ellen. Oh yeah, I wanted to see if there's room for my whole family, scratching his neck. Ryuu looked behind Ellen at her entire family accompanying her and nodded. Although Ryuu didn't realize that a certain brown-haired goddess had hidden behind everyone and had hidden Belle with her. Astria. SHHH, looking at Belle. Belle. How dare you ugh, annoying, sighing to himself. Astria. It's her, looking at her with nostalgia. Belle didn't say anything, he knew who she was referring to, after all Astria constantly talked about her and her other deceased daughters, he had even read some of the letters that Ryuu sent to Astria every month. Belle. Now that I think about it, whispering, have you told her about me? Looking at her. Astria. Looking away, no. Belle. Okay, you'll talk to her alone, expressionless. Astria. Looking at him. Belle. I'm almost sure that if he sees his goddess arrive out of nowhere with a complete stranger who claims to be his son, he won't react very well, let's say, looking at her, good luck, he leaves. Astria. Don't abandon me. Whispering. Excuse me, are you okay? Astria flinched as a familiar voice spoke to her from behind her. It was Ryuu, who hadn't recognized her because her back was turned, but she seemed very familiar to him. Ryuu. I know you, squinting. Astria. Abort mission. Sweating. Astria was about to run away if she didn't see Belle hiding in a corner looking at her and shaking his head. If she escaped, he would catch her and scold her. Astria blushed for a moment as she imagined Belle punishing her. Ryuu. Excuse me, touching his shoulder, okay. Astria. Don't you recognize your deity anymore, Ryuu-chan? Smiling slightly. Just at that moment, Astria decided to turn around. Belle could see even from afar the surprise and shock that appeared in the elf's eyes, as her eyes began to moisten as a sign that she was about to cry. Ryuu. Astria-sama, looking at her in surprise, is it really you? Trembling. Astria. We're outside the store so don't feel shy and give me a hug, smiling. Astria extended both arms to the side smiling, while Ryuu approached her with a shaky step before hugging her, tightly hiding his head in Astria's shoulder. Ryuu didn't cry, he held back his tears, but enjoyed his goddess's hug with a smile on his face. Talking in letters and in person was something very different. But that magical moment was ruined with all the intention in the world by Belle, who could see through one of the windows that they also sold desserts, especially carrot cake, coincidence? Maybe Belle hated and loved carrot cake, he loved it because it was delicious, and he hated it because it seemed like the world was playing a joke on him. He was grateful for the fact that he inherited his mother's eyes and not his father's, if so Astria would be behind him bothering him all day about being a rabbit. Belle. There are desserts, with a sparkle in his eyes, Astria, we need to go in with the others now, staring at her. Astria sighed at Belle's lack of tact as she looked at Ryuu who had become static before robotically directing her gaze towards Belle. Ryuu. Who are you, would be? Astria saw that Ryuu was about to pull out a hidden knife and got in between them, smiling nervously. Astria. Calm down, Ryuu-chan, looking at her nervously, it's not dangerous, looking at Belle. Ryuu. I've never seen you around here, studying him with his eyes. Belle. I came to Aurario to visit for a few days, bored, can we go in now? Looking at Astria, the others are waiting for us, anxious. Astria. Calm down, the place is open every day so we can come whenever you want to order dessert, smiling at her. Belle Chibi put aside her expressionless face and nodded furtively at Astria's words, which made her laugh a little, it was fun to see Belle childish. Astria. Oh, sorry, looking at Ryuu, he still hasn't blown them up properly, right? Looking at Ryuu's confused face, Ryuu-chan, he's Belle Cranel, 14 years old, smiling. Ryuu's eyes widened at that information. Had he said Cranel? He only knew one other person with that last name, and he looked incredibly similar to the boy standing in front of him. There were differences like the eyes and the clothes, Belle's being much more elegant and strangely also very familiar, plus Belle seemed like someone calmer and more serene than Bellinor sometimes, anticipating his way of acting for a simple dessert, I doubted a little. Astria. And Belle-kun, she is Ryuu Lion, former member of the Astraea family, if I am not mistaken, this year you turn 21, smiling. Ryuu. It's rude to reveal a woman's age. Astraea-sama, looking at her. Astria. Oh sorry, smiling. Ryuu. How do they know each other? Looking at Astria doubtfully. Astria. Oh, he saved my life, saying it calmly, and as a thank you, I made him part of the family. Smiling happily. Ryuu. Huh. Inside the fertility hostess was a festive and noisy atmosphere, to Belle's annoyance, who began to feel a headache, but to his happiness, the food was delicious, especially the desserts. The carrot cake was good, according to Belle. Everyone in the Hestia family lived together and ate with smiles on their faces, letting the elf who swept the entrance and Astria speak. Ryuu was sitting between Belle and Astria, she couldn't stop looking at him and Bellen. Belle looked at her board and answered the elf's question before she even asked him. Belle. Yes, expressionless, we are brothers, twins to be more honest, eating some of the cake. Ryuu remained silent for a few moments before looking at him. Ryuu. Is it true? Did you save her? Looking at him. Belle looked at him for a second and nodded. Ryuu lowered his head, bowing to Belle. Ryuu. Thank you very much, really thank you very much, clenching his fists. Belle could tell the elf was angry with herself for putting her goddess in danger by leaving her alone for so long, and he was right, she was a silly elf. But Belle ignored her for his cake and continued enjoying it. Astria. You'll have to excuse him, he's not the most sociable person, but he's someone with a good heart, smiling, with time you'll learn to understand him, taking a little play. Ryuu. Hi, still, thank you Cranel-san, I am very grateful, looking at him. Belle, eating his cake. Ryuu. Huh. Belle. You call my sister Cranel-san too, right? It would be a little weird and confusing to call us both that. You can call me Belle, looking at her out of the corner of your eye. Ryuu. Yes thanks Belle, smiling. Belle. Ignoring her. Astria smiled as she saw her only two children living together, considering that he was Belle, this counted as living together. Astria. Okay, how about you tell me how it's going so far? Looking at Ryuu. Ryuu. Yes, Astria-sama, smiling. While Ryuu and Astria were talking, Belle continued eating his cake while he looked alertly around the place. He felt several glances directed towards them, more specifically towards his goddess and Ryuu, although he didn't notice anything wrong in those glances, they were more like surprise. Still he was on the alert for anything while he was enjoying another slice of cake that a friendly gray-haired waitress brought him. Sir. What's your name? Tilts head. Belle looked at her with doubt and annoyance at the same time but did not respond. Sir stared at him for several minutes before asking again. Sir. What's your name? Smiling. Belle continued ignoring her for his cake and Sir, in order to get her to pay attention to him, started asking her hundreds of questions repeatedly. Sir. What's her name? How old are you? Do you love cake? If you had red eyes you would look like a cute bunny, you remind me a lot of someone, do you have a family? Are you an adventurer? You don't look like one, are you some kind of noble? Those clothes are nice, do they suit you, is the cake delicious? Do you want another slice? You came with Bellen-san, aren't you her friend? Or something else? Are you strong? Do you want something else to eat? My mom will be happy if you pay a lot, maybe she will give you a small discount if you come every day, do you think I'm cute? That goddess talks very friendly with Ryuu, do you know why? You seem very close to that goddess, are you something? Are you not single? NT. Those are questions I would ask XD. 5. Sir fell silent when Belle dropped his head on the table making a little noise, just enough to get her attention and stop her from talking. Belle Cranel, suspirando. Sir gave a smile of victory, she was proud to say that she was very persistent. Sir. Nice to meet you. Smiling, I'm Sir Flova. Sir, seeing that Belle would not speak unless she asked him something, decided to repeat some of her questions, but now in a calmer tone. Sir. How old are you? Curious. Belle. The same as her, looking at Bellen. Sir 14. Hey, what family are you from? Belle. The same as her, now looking at Ryuu. Sir puffed out her cheeks. Sir. Are you adventurous? Curious. NT. Some will say that this question is stupid, considering that he already answered that he was from a family, but there are people who belong to families and are not adventurers, they just go about their daily lives contributing their money or things like that to their family, or they made a deal with the god and etc. Also Belle has clothes that look like noble, so even more reason for that question, thanks for your attention. Belle. I'm not frowning, what do you want? Looking at her annoyed. Sir. I'm just curious, smiling, plus I'm Bellen's friend and you look a lot like her, speaking of which do you have the same last name, are you siblings? Tilts head. Belle sighed inwardly and looked at Sir in annoyance. Belle. We are twins. Sir was in shock for a moment, but out of nowhere she made a strange smile according to Belle, it was a mixture of happiness and excitement. He didn't know and he was sure it was better not to find out, and before the waitress said anything else Belle spoke again. "Belle. You said before if I wanted another slice of cake, didn't you?" "I want another one," expressively. "Sorry. Blinking, "Why yes sure, getting up, I'll be right back, going to the kitchen." Belle relaxed seeing that he was free of a nuisance and then turned his gaze towards Ryuu and Astria. Thanks to Sir he had stopped paying attention to what they were talking about and when he looked at them they were embracing her well, comforting each other. Ryuu hid his face in Astria's chest but Belle was almost sure that if he saw him, he would find tears in his eyes. "Belle. What did I miss so much?" Confused. Everything went normally from then on, well for Belle it was a big annoyance. Belle excitedly introduced him to everyone, although it was fun to see that supposedly intimidating-looking dwarf woman, white with fear when she saw him, as if she remembered someone who gave her a lot of trouble before. The other girls at the bar were surprised by this. They had never seen my mom scared. In the words of Belle, Ryuu and Loon were a brown-haired human, they were the calmest and who I don't consider so annoying. But the two Nico. Belle was tempted to hit Chloe when he inadvertently grabbed her ass, literally. And Anya was very carefree, caring little about his threats, she continued calling him grey-eyed rabbit and playing with his hair. And then there was Sir. Too insistent. He pretends a lot of innocence. And an expert manipulator. He had seen her serving some customers and saw how easily Sir got money out of them by inciting them to tip more or order more food, even if they didn't finish the food or didn't touch it, they still paid for it. If she happened to stumble or make a mistake and anger a customer, she would pretend to be embarrassed and very shy, making an adorable image in the eyes of almost everyone and avoiding any complaints. The cunning girl in a nutshell. Belle Kun. Belle put his thoughts aside to look at his goddess who looked worried. "Astria. Are you okay? You look dizzy, worried." Belle looked at his hands, it was true, his vision was blurry, so much noise had made him dizzy, he was used to being in quiet and comfortable places, not a noisy bar, full of shouting people. "Belle. I'm leaving," looking at the exit. Astria. "Okay, I'll go with you," smiling. Belle. "You weren't talking to." Astria. "Ryuu, Belle Kun, his name is Ryuu, you must stop forgetting things that you consider unimportant," scolding him. Belle. Yes, looking at her board. Astria. "And we're done talking, at least for today. She said she wanted to know more about you. Does that bother you?" Belle. "Do what you want, just don't reveal anything I told you about my childhood," going to the exit, "even if I keep my mouth shut, I don't want a single person to start confusing me with a suicidal person or a psychopath," whispering. Astria. "And you don't care about my opinion?" Feigning sadness. Belle. "Meh," shrugging, "I know you well enough to know that you don't consider me that way," opening the bar door. Astria. "It's fine," leaving with him. Ryuu. "Astria-sama." Looking at her confused. Astria. "Oh," looking at her, "I'm sorry Ryuu-chan, we'll have to go now," smiling sadly. Ryuu. "I see, a little sad." Astria. "Don't worry," smiling at her, "I'll come another day and we'll continue talking, okay?" Looking at Ryuu. Ryuu. "Yes, Astria-sama," smiling slightly. Astria. "Okay, I'm leaving." Waving goodbye, "Now then, let's go, be Belle Kun." Looking around, Belle Kun. Worried. Ryuu also got excited, he was literally next to Astria just a few seconds ago, how did he disappear from her range of vision so quickly? Before Astria runs off worriedly to look for her second secret favorite son, a voice catches their attention. "Sir. Thank you very much for the tip," smiling as always. The elf and the goddess looked inside the bar and could see Belle on the other side of the door, holding a paper bag with something inside and giving Sir a tip. Ryuu was slightly surprised when Ryuu said goodbye to Belle with a quick kiss on the cheek. But Astria was extremely excited when she saw a flirtatious and indecent waitress, according to her, kiss her son. "NT. I think you think there are a lot of notes, but I don't care if you read them in case you want to know my opinions, and if not then just don't read them." Now what I was saying, Astria won't be castrosa or at least not as much as Hestia, but she will care about Belle, and obviously who doesn't love Belle, Alfia's successor. Because I adore him. Belle stared at her for a full minute as Sir began to sweat from the intense stare. Sir didn't know why, but she felt that Belle wanted to kill her right there. In the end Astria went to stop him from committing homicide right there and took him away. Luckily Belle was dizzy and acted too recklessly, but Belle still wanted to take it out on someone. How could he allow someone he had just met to kiss him on the cheek? And worse, leave it as if nothing had happened. His aunt and grandma Hera would be very disappointed, they would have tortured and murdered in the worst possible ways whoever did that, and no one would stop them. Just when Belle thought he wouldn't be able to take it out on anyone, it seemed like his luck smiled on him, as a voice was heard a little far away. "Oh you. The three turned Bell with annoyance to the owner of that voice, and it turned out to be a catman with black hair, a strange helmet that only covered his eyes and seemed to see nothing, and a silver spear. Ryuu? Alan Frommel, would be. Alan. I have no business with you, elf, looking at her with contempt, but on the other hand, looking at Bell with hatred. Bell looked at him for a second and was annoyed. How dare a stray cat look at him like that? Bell. Correct your gaze, mustache, I hate being looked at like that, seriously. Alan's eye twitched when he heard the nickname Whiskers, and he grabbed his spear that was on his back, pointing at Bell. Astria became worried and Ryuu unsheathed two knives that she had hidden in her waitress outfit. Ryuu, don't you dare vaunt Freya, seriously. Alan. TSK, if you get involved in my affairs, they will also be involved with you, elf, speaking with contempt. Ryuu was about to answer until a hand was placed in front of her, drawing everyone's attention. It was Bell, who was much more serious than usual. Bell. Nobody, absolutely nobody, will fight my battles, seriously, understood? Looking at Ryuu. Ryuu knew she was more powerful than Bell, but she couldn't help but feel intimidated by that suffocating gaze. Astria was scared, she knew there was no turning back and there would be a fight, but she should have expected it, considering how Bell's childhood was, who was mainly cared for and educated by the most arrogant, tyrannical and terrifying goddess in the world, Hera. Anyone who insulted Bell would have a terrible fate awaited them, just like many others in the past. Alam. I recognize you, Rabbit, you have guts, mockingly. Bella. Frowning. Alan. What? Don't tell me you don't like your nickname, Rabbit, seriously. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. Ryuu was surprised when Bell took one of his blades without asking him and rushed towards Alan with all his strength. Alan was confident, he knew he could defeat a simple adventurer from the outskirts, he knew it from information provided by his goddess, but he would never have expected what was about to happen. Halfway there, Bell put aside a bit of his arrogance and analyzed the situation. Due to the relationship with the elf, he was someone dangerous, probably of a higher level than her, and he knew from Astria that she was level 4, so he was dangerous without a doubt. Bell looked at all his options and only one came to mind. Going all out while Alan underestimated him. L. Gospel Satanas Virian Lugio. Alan's instincts alerted him to the danger, and the catman became a little serious when Bell was just inches away from him. For Alan, it was seeing Bell in slow motion, he wasn't known as the fastest adventurer for nothing. So he just stepped back just as Bell was about to hit him. But his eyes widened in disbelief when something invisible hit him out of nowhere in the chest, and he also felt an explosion inside him. He didn't know what had happened, but it knocked all the air out of his lungs and forced him to hold his chest in pain. That was the power of Satanas Virian that literally launched invisible blocks of sound with terrifying speed and fearsome force. The shock waves produced by the attack could easily damage middle-class adventurers and subdue high-class adventurers. Thanks to Lugio, the magic was capable of exploding magical power when it hit its enemy. Simply a terrifying magic that belonged to a terrifying woman and now also to her godson. Bell didn't know how to wait for Alan to recover, and with all the speed he had, he went towards him to continue hitting him without any mercy. Alan, who was barely recovering from that blow, was massacred by the rain of blows powered by Satanas Virian and Lugio. Astria and Ryuu looked at Bell, a level 2 adventurer beating to death a level 6 adventurer, something unreal, but that was happening before their eyes. The story would have been different if Alan had not trusted Bell and had reacted in time to Satanas Virian's attack, and now his arrogance was costing him dearly. Alan's face was already bruised and his lip split thanks to the shock waves and blasts of magic power from Bell's attacks. Alan was dazed, his vision was blurry, and he couldn't even hear well. One of his eardrums had burst. Bell, seeing that Alan was no longer defending himself, stopped hitting him with his bare fists and this time began to attack him with the knife in non-vital areas. He didn't want to kill the cat, but he did want to teach him a lesson. No one would ever see him as if he were scum. He wouldn't allow them to look at him as if he were nothing more. He wouldn't allow that to happen again. Bell's eyes shone in fury as his blows and slashes connected with the already downed Alan. His spear was on the ground, he had dropped it after he made a futile attempt to counterattack. The massacre lasted a little longer until Bell finally stopped hitting him, and Ryuu and Astria could see Alan beaten, full of bruises, one eye and cheek swollen, bathed in blood, his blood, a twisted arm and a sunken stomach. He probably had a broken rib. A blow from Satan version would stun him enough if he received it directly, but several Alan experienced the famous talent massacre. Bell looked at him for a second. Ryuu and Astria sighed in relief. The massacre was over. Bell also thought that it was enough for him to learn his lesson and started walking towards Ryuu to give him his blade. But cats are curious, and it seems that Alan was curious about death. Damn bastard. The three of them heard that soft whisper full of hate and looked at Alan, who looked at Bell with even more hate than before. Alan. Go to hell, spitting blood. Blood fell on Bell's shoes. Ryuu was about to stop Belle, but a hand held her. Ryuu? Astraea-sama. Slightly surprised. Astria shook her head and allowed Belle to do whatever he wanted. Ryuu wasn't too sure about that, and her insecurities grew as she felt a gigantic killing intent coming from Belle. Well. Belle's gaze was covered by his eyes, giving him an intimidating image. You need me to correct you mustaches. The streets of Riveria were full of hustle and bustle. That was normal, since everyone had their things to talk about, but this time the theme of everyone's hustle and bustle was exactly the same. Did you hear it? Yes, who would do something like that? Especially to Freya's family. Hey, I still don't know what happened last night. You still don't know? It's the theme of every schedule. Yesterday they found Alan Frommel von Freya in an alley almost dead. Yes, they say they found him with both legs broken, a twisted arm and shattered ribs. You forget the rest. He had hundreds of deep cuts on his body, a twisted arm, his face was full of bruises, and he was covered in his blood. Oh. And don't forget all the bruises he had all over his body. They say they were so ugly and purple that they looked like rotten meat. Really? Incredible, and who would do something like that? Nobody knows, the attacker is still anonymous. And how could it not be? Doing that would be like declaring war on the Freya family. I heard that her goddess was furious and spent the whole day in the infirmary where her son is hospitalized. They say it will take him about 2 or 3 months to fully recover, even with the best Airmid treatment. They say that if it weren't for Airmid he probably would have been paralyzed. Whoever did that. The three. Have a terrifying power. Elsewhere, a bar, better known as the fertility hostess. My mom. Calm down, Anya, it would be. Anya? I can't calm down. Breathing heavily, someone did that to my brother and he'll pay dearly for it. Excited, but for now please, bowing down, I beg you, let me go see my brother, looking at my mom with tearful eyes. Mom looked at her for a few seconds before sighing. Mommy? Go away, lazy cat, going back to work. Anya just thanked him silently and ran off to the Danmachi family infirmary. Ryuu watched this in silence, sweating nervously. She had promised her goddess not to say anything, and she would keep that promise. Hestia. This is crazy, surprised. Welf. Who would have thought that someone of such caliber would be massacred in such a way, surprised. Everyone was in the dining room listening to Hestia's words as she read the newspaper board. Lily. He must be someone dangerous if he defeated Alan Frommel and left him in such a state, it would be. Makoto. Yes, but no one knows her identity, looking at the newspaper Hestia had. Hestia. It's obvious, despite having that power, who would want to face the full wrath of the goddess Freya? She is probably furious, believe it or not, she adores her children very much, it would be. Makoto. Oh look, pointing at Hestia's newspaper, the Freya family announced a mission with a reward of 10 million valis in case someone caught the culprit and gave it to them alive. Hey, what if we accept the missive? Everyone. Nuo. Scared. Lily. Cough, if that person could defeat Alan Frommel we have no chance, it would be. Makoto. I was just saying, mumbling. Ellen. Let's be more careful from now on and try not to go out too much at night, okay? Looking at everyone with a smile. Oh hi. Astria, who was eating with everyone, remained silent. She didn't want to say anything. It was better not to. Belle was there too, he was eating a cake. Last night he asked for one to go, and Sir gave it to him, that's what he had in the paper bag. But Belle was pulled out of his world when his beloved sister spoke to him. Ellen. Brother. Elle. What's wrong? Looking at her curiously. Ellen. Be careful from now on, okay? There are a lot of dangerous people, okay Ryuu. Elle. No need to worry, Whiskers only received a punishment. Ellen. Confused. Elle. Bad guys must be punished. Hestia trembled at that comment, confusing everyone. Hestia had seen behind Belle a woman with sandy hair and eyes of great beauty say those same words. Hestia. How terrifying. For a moment I thought I saw Hera, trembling. Ellen Kami-sama, are you okay? Worried. Hestia. Why yes, it's just the cold of the morning, smiles nervously. Ellen. It's okay. Astria. What a day, sighing, I hope the others improve a little more. Author of the fic. You can't even imagine. And. Small defect. Cranel. A rather quiet person who loved silence and quiet places. But despite that, he was also someone who looked down on everyone as if they were nothing. He loved to abuse his power and status in his hometown to get things more easily, and he was someone extremely difficult to flatter thanks to the influence his grandmother had on much of his life. Yet he also had a kind heart and could sometimes be understanding and kind. He hated cowards who fled the battlefield and who didn't have the courage or weren't prepared to die fighting like warriors. He hated being weak and he hated feeling weak. He was someone who faced things head on and without fear. He would never let anyone fight his battles. If that happened, he would take his own life. And last but not least. He was very fussy about food, especially desserts. It was a bad habit he had inherited from his mother. And now he was here. L was confused when he saw that everyone was looking at him in shock. L. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Confused. L looked down at a waitress with grey hair and eyes lying on the floor holding her cheek in shock. Her cheek had a red handprint, the sign of a slap. L. Oh, that's why, playing it down. How had this happened? This morning the goddess Astria had decided to go to the hostess of fertility to visit her beloved daughter Ryuu and talk. She asked Bel to accompany her, and he would have refused if it weren't for Astria, who offered to pay for any desserts he ordered if he accompanied her. Bel couldn't refuse such a delicious offer. Cough cough, I mean, he couldn't refuse such a generous offer, and he accepted without any problems. When they arrived, the hostess Astria sat at a table next to Ryuu and, taking advantage of the fact that there weren't many people in the morning, they chatted without worries. While Bel sat at a more secluded table and was served by a friendly waitress with brown hair and eyes, Lunwar, Bel ordered a dessert as expected. He ordered a raspberry cake that was available that day, and Lunwar went for his order. But Bel snorted when Sir was the one who came and gave it to him instead of Lunwar. Sir was loud, Lunwar was more polite. At least he had the cake. Bel received the cake, showing only a little of his enthusiasm upon seeing a nice and appetizing presentation. Apparently she had made it. Bel hoped it tasted as good as it looked and took the first bite. It was disgusting, repugnant, horrifying. It was the most disgusting thing Bel had ever tasted in his life. But he didn't spit it out. He wouldn't spit out food. It was disgusting, and he wasn't a pig. Showing great bravery and courage, Bel ate the piece of cake without making a single notch of disgust. Sir smiled happily at that, but her face changed to one of confusion when Bel wiped her mouth with a napkin and left the cutlery on the plate as if she had just finished eating. Bel got up from the table and stood in front of Sir with her typical calm face. Sir, what's up? Bel saw. Slap. That was the sound everyone could hear when the beautiful waitress received a slap with controlled force so as not to break her neck but to leave a red mark on her cheek. Everyone watched as the waitress slowly fell to the floor, also in shock at what had just happened. When Sir hit the ground, no one moved. They were still in shock from the recent incident that someone had just beaten up a gentle and kind girl. Sir. Why? In shock. L. For creating this disgusting thing, cold, and even worse, giving it to me. This thing is an abomination. Were you trying to poison me? Because if you had eaten me whole, you would have succeeded. Expressionless. The words hit Sir like a hammer. He was aware that his food wasn't the best, but he never thought he'd hear such words in his life. Words of hatred and total disgust toward his cooking. It was a new experience, no doubt. Sir lowered her head in sadness at those harsh and frank words. She didn't believe her cooking was that bad. And before Sir could start sobbing, Bel took her hand and pulled her towards the kitchen, not caring if they were looking at him. Bel. It's unforgivable that you work as a waitress and do something so disgusting. I'll teach you how to cook, seriously. Sir nodded silently and allowed herself to be dragged. She hadn't realized when she had become submissive, but she simply followed Bel's orders. Although before they entered the kitchen they were stopped by all the waitresses who looked incredibly angry. Each one had knives in hand and were more than ready to go and cut Bel into pieces without hesitation. Incredibly, Mamma Mia looked quite calm about everything that was happening. Despite the murderous looks each of the waitresses was giving him, Bel remained calm in the face of the situation. No one would intimidate him. Bel hardened his gaze and confronted them. Bel, step aside, seriously. The waitresses got into battle stance and were about to jump to kill Bel if it weren't for Sir getting in the way, preventing the fight. Sir. Please let us pass, with head down. Ryuu, sir, what are you saying? Worried, the must. Sir. Trust me, okay. Smiling. My mom. Leave them, playing it down. Anya. But my mom, doubtful. My mom. Just trust her, smiling reassuringly. Despite Mamma Mia's smile, inside I was enjoying this as a glorious spectacle, finally seeing that opportunistic goddess suffer. The waitresses moved aside hesitantly, allowing Bel and Sir to enter the kitchen. And so began the tour de cough, Sir's gastronomic training. Ryuu was still wondering if her goddess's words were real. Would someone like Bel really be kind? Maybe it was what people called the evil twin. Yes, it probably is that. Ryuu was very worried about her dear friend Sir, but to her surprise, my mom had ordered that no one enter the kitchen. After much insistence she said she would go see if nothing had happened to Sir every hour. Although after he left the kitchen when he saw what they were doing first, he seemed to have a satisfied smile and changed the time to go see what was happening every 30 minutes. It had been 7.5 hours since that and Ryuu was getting more and more worried. Besides, it was already very late. Their goddess was in fact still there and seemed to feel very sorry for Sir. Ryuu asked her why and she just said. He can be a very strict teacher. For some reason he blushed saying that, but I didn't take it seriously. Just at that moment Ryuu was taken out of her thoughts when the kitchen door opened and Belle came out without her black jacket and with her sleeves rolled up wiping a little sweat. She still had her typical calm face. The waitresses automatically looked at him with an expression of disgust. Belle? Any problem? Looking at them expressionlessly. No one said anything and Belle snorted before going and sitting in a chair. Astria? How strange, I didn't hear any screams from the kitchen, muttering. Ryuu? What did he say? Astria? Huh? Nothing, shaking her head. Ryuu only got more scared by her teacher's words and waited for Sir to come out. She didn't have to wait long as Sir quickly came out of the kitchen, stained with mixtures, all disheveled, but she had a determined look and a plate with a piece of cake in her hands that looked even better than before, but the question is how will it taste? Sir approached Belle with a firm step while Belle waited patiently with an impassive face. Everyone swallowed hard, it was like a teacher grading the final test. And so it was for Sir. She left the cake on Belle's table and gave him a spoon. Sir took a step back and waited for Belle to taste it and give her opinion. NT. I don't know why out of nowhere I thought I saw Belle with the suit and the ego face from Ratatouille XD. Belle took the spoon and cut a piece of the cake and ate it. Sir sweated and waited patiently for Belle to finish the first bite. Belle finished and looked at Sir for several seconds with a blank face. Sir, what is your opinion, sweating? Belle. 7, expressionless. They all looked at this indignantly, a 7. That's all she was going to give it. It was obvious how much effort Sir had put into making that cake and she only gave it a 7. One of the waitresses was about to go to Belle indignantly to complain, but Sir knelt down and began to cry cataracts in a comical way while thanking her. Sir. Finally. A 7. Finally something bigger than a 4 or a 5, crying with happiness. Belle quickly finished the cake, ignoring Sir's celebration, and walked over to Astria. Belle. I'm tired, let's go now, calm. Astria. Did it really improve that much? Looking at him. Belle. I wasn't lying when I said that if I had eaten the whole cake I would have been poisoned, it was a big improvement, looking at her. Astria. Well, at least you didn't fight with the girls, looking at all the waitresses. Mrs. also looked at them and they were next to Sir congratulating her and cleaning some of the stains she had. And Sir had a huge smile as she offered them the cake she had just created. Astria. Okay, let's go, smiling at Belle. Oh, wait, I'll go pay. Belle. Let's go, expressionless. Astria. Confused. Belle. We spent a lot of ingredients, let's go before the dwarf notices and charges us, Chib. Astria. Scared. Astria took Belle by the hand and ran off at high speed without looking back. Belle Chibi just let himself be dragged along and slept a little, he had gotten tired. And. Extra. Freya. Ready. Smiling. In the mansion of the Freya family house, I forgot what it was called. Freya was with her senior executives gathered in a dining room while giving them a charming smile. For some reason everyone looked nervous and afraid, even Otter was sweating trying to keep his face stoic. Freya. Now, clapping, who wants to be the first to try my food? Smiling happily. Otter trembled, he didn't know why or what had happened, but his goddess had decided to cook something and give it to them to try. The last time something like that happened was a terrifying experience. Alan ended up in the Dian family hospital for a month, recovering from a terrible stomachache. Even the tube had to be at rest for a few days. They had kindly told their goddess a lie for her sake and her health, that her cooking was so good that no one should try it, and in that way they had managed to stop her from cooking for a while. And now here they were again in front of a chocolate cake that looked delicious. Freya. Enjoy it, smiling. Otter hesitated, everyone hesitated, but seeing the charming and happy face of their goddess, they accepted their destiny as warriors and tried the first bite. Delicious. That was the thought that the executives of the Freya family had when they tasted that exquisite dessert. Alan shed a tear. The Gulliver brothers seemed to have received the kiss of life. The two elves had seemed to gain enlightenment. You're welcome. Otter smiled slightly. Everyone continued eating the cake while for the first time in years they spoke calmly without fighting, being watched by Freya who seemed to radiate happiness. Today it had been a strange day. Now yes, and the dungeon. NT. Many asked for it, so I'll update the brother one again. What am I doing here? That's what Cranel thought as he picked up the clothes that were on the clothesline next to Haruhime, who looked happy. They stayed like that for a while longer until they finished taking down the clothes, and Belle sighed in relief as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Haruhime. Thanks for the help, Belle-sama, smiling. Belle. Expressionless, I expect one of those bento as a reward. Haruhime. Hi. Happy. Bell wondered if this was taking advantage of Haruhime or the other way around in the end. He only thought that the result was a win-win. He helped with the laundry and she gave him a delicious bento every day. Was that a bad thing? Judging by Astria's jealous face, maybe it was. Haruhime. Ready, smiling, now we just have to give it to whoever it belongs to and they will put it away in their closet, smiling. Bell. And that basket. Pointing to one a little further away from the rest. Haruhime. Oh, those are my clothes, scratching her cheek. Bell nodding. Haruhime. Bell and Sama talked a little about your illness, you don't need to try too hard, I can carry the clothes for you, smiling. Bell was not going to deny the offer and nodded his head accepting Haruhime's words. Haruhime carried all the clothes including her own and started walking towards the fireplace mansion. Bell could see out of the corner of his eye a small piece of clothing fall out of Haruhime's laundry basket. Normally I wouldn't take it seriously and let Haruhime leave without even telling her. But her bentos, the way she treated him so kindly and cared for him, made him reconsider a little. Bell sighed and went to pick up the small piece of clothing as he walked behind Haruhime. Bell. Haruhime, looking at her. Haruhime. Stopping, what does Bell-sama need? Curious. Bell. You drop this, showing the piece of clothing. The garment was rolled up into a ball so no one knew what it was. At least until Bell grabbed her from the side and she unfolded herself, revealing a pair of white panties. Haruhime blushed intensely when she saw her underwear in Bell's hands. Bell was confused when he saw Haruhime's blushing face and looked at what she had in her hands. Her face went blank as she stared at the panties in her hands. Bell shivered as he felt like his grandmother was standing behind him, giving him a dirty look, while his grandfather appeared next to him and gave him a toothy smile and a thumbs up. Haruhime BB Bell-sama, embarrassed, could you give me that, extending her hand. Bell didn't say anything and just handed it to her. Just when Haruhime was about to grab it, they were surprised when a window of the fireplace mansion was opened out of nowhere and out came Bell who looked happy, at least until she saw them. Bell. Are you helping Haruhime-san with her clothes, bro? Curious. In that instant, at a terrifying speed, Bell and Haruhime moved their hands away and hid them behind their backs. Bell still had Haruhime's white panties. Bellin. Huh. What's up? Confused. Bellin was extremely confused to see her brother sweating and trying to keep his face stoic and Haruhime extremely embarrassed with a big blush on her face. Bellin. Why were you about to shake hands? Closes his eyes. Bell looked away and Haruhime seemed even more nervous than before. Haruhime. And I don't know what Bellin-sama means, embarrassed. Bellin. From now on, I declare as captain of the family that boys and girls are not allowed to hold hands. Pointing at them. Haruhime. Bell also had a drop of sweat upon hearing the rule that Bellin just said. He put that thought aside as he looked out of the corner of his eye as Haruhime's tail slowly approached him. Bell tried to reach out his hand with the panties to give it to Haruhime, but Bellin spoke up. Bellin. The tail either. Frowning. Haruhime got a little excited and moved her tail away from Bell with her gaze downcast. Bell sighed internally and carefully put away Haruhime's panties without Bellin noticing, then he would give them to her. Before they could say anything else, the three of them managed to hear Astria's voice in the distance. I'm back. I brought some desserts. Ljoo. Bell and Haruhime. Perplejas. Both women turned their heads to where Bell should be, but found only a little dust. Bell was walking through the streets of Riveria very calmly, he looked more relaxed than usual, and of course, after trying a delicious flan that Astria had bought on the way here, of course in return, he had to give Astria some petting on the head, but it didn't matter. Bell continued walking enjoying the almost silence that there was in Riveria. Today was a calm day, there were no children correcting like fools around, nor people shouting, the stalls and restaurants were quiet and served people calmly. It was one of those rare days where you could stay quiet like everyone else and reflect on your life while enjoying the silence before the commotion and shouts of people upset or in a hurry for anything returned. For someone like Bell this was a beautiful day, and to make it better, the sweet smell of vanilla and cinnamon reached his nose. Bell walked to the place where that exquisite smell came from and found a beautiful elf woman with hazel hair and eyes working at a small milkshake stand. Bell watched as the elf prepared a vanilla milkshake and put cinnamon powder on top. She put a straw in it and gave it to a little girl who happily took it and left with her two friends who also had a milkshake. Despite the exquisite flan he ate a few minutes ago, Bell's stomach growled again in search of something to eat. Then tea. I'm writing this while looking out my window at a woman who sold some milkshakes to three kids who were playing around their XD. I got an F. Bell checked his valise bag and his calm expression changed to one of terror. You're worth about 3 miserable people. Bell looked tremblingly at the sign where the prices were announced and they cost 350 valis. Bell's heart nearly stopped. With a determined look and already strong-willed Bell headed towards Babel, more specifically to the dungeon. He had seen Bellin go there for several hours with his party and return with a bag full of valise like his companions. His pride prevented him from going and asking for a loan from his sister or any of his friends, so without any type of weapons or protection, the white hare went in the direction of the dungeon. The people who saw him walking towards the dungeon entrance were making bets on how long he would last alive. They did not believe he was powerful because of his weak appearance. Two Ganesha family guards guarding the dungeon entrance looked at Bell in confusion. They didn't see that he was carrying any weapon or protection, but they let him in. They all knew the risks of entering the dungeon and wouldn't allow a suicidal person to die, according to his words. No one knew that this was also being observed by a golden-haired and a jade-haired elf. Riveria. Every day it seems like people appreciate their lives less, sighing. Riveria, who had only glanced at Bell, didn't notice something that his companion did. Baze wouldn't have paid much attention to it either, but when that white hair entered her vision range, she couldn't help but remember a certain white-haired girl she knew and stared at her. Only by looking at him closely can I see a terrifying resemblance to a certain silver-haired woman who wore a grey and green gothic dress, the same as the suit the white-haired man was wearing. Not only that, her gaze, a calm and bored look, her walk was firm, she did not hesitate in any of her steps, and her posture, despite not carrying a weapon, was that of someone who had trained for years using the sword, or at least someone who knew how to handle it very well. He is strong, walking. Rivera watched curiously as Aze followed the white-haired boy to the dungeon and sighed. They were supposed to be going to Babel to sharpen Aze's weapon and refine his staff. In the end, she resigned herself and went with Aze. It seemed that she only wanted to follow the white-haired boy. If that was the case, then at most they would go to the 8th floor and maybe save the boy from dying at the hands of a monster. Bell walked calmly through the first floor of the dungeon. A few meters away from him were hiding a high elf with jade hair and a golden-haired swordswoman. Bell had detected them. Like his sister, he had always been incredibly perceptive to glances, although not as much as her, who could distinguish who, how many and from where were watching her. Bell just knew he was being watched, so he stayed alert for any movement. But Bell had to put those worries aside when he saw how the dungeon walls cracked and from there came out 5 kobolds, monsters with humanoid bodies and dog heads. Next to them came out 2 goblins with 2 weapons, although more than weapons, it was just a pathetic attempt at a stone hammer. One of the goblins observed him and immediately went to attack him, but not before giving a war cry, although it seemed more like a shriek, but that doesn't matter. Bell snorted as he saw a dwarf creature with a horrible face approaching him at a pathetic speed. Finally, when the goblin was in front of him and tried to attack him, Bell stepped aside, letting the goblin pass by. The goblin blinked and before he knew it, a hand that wasn't his was holding his weapon. The goblin glared at Bell, who had his hand gripping his stone hammer. The goblin tried to pull the hammer, but it was useless. It didn't move Bell an inch. When he got tired of trying to pull it, he dropped the hammer and punched Bell in the face. Plush. In one swift movement, Bell blew up the goblin's head using the stone hammer he had taken from him. The goblin's body fell to the ground before disappearing into ashes, leaving a stone on the ground. The other monsters were already heading towards Bell to attack him, angry at the death of one of their own. Slash, slash, slash. The monsters quickly fell to the ground dead, with their chests sunken in, their heads missing, half their bodies cut off, etc. The blood of the monsters splashed and stained the dungeon walls, painting them a reddish hue. As if the dungeon itself knew that Bell was a threat, more and more monsters began to appear. In the distance, Aze and Riveria watched the events in surprise. They were a little surprised by how Bell killed the large hordes of monsters with ease, but what surprised them most was seeing the exaggerated amount of monsters that the dungeon was generating, as if she was panicking about the person she was entering, killing her children as if they were simple garbage, and by the look of disgust that Bell was giving the monsters, she was probably looking at them that way. After a while, Bell's worn hammer broke when it hit another goblin's hammer, who seemed to smile at Victoria and swung a hammer at her face. Bell. I'll take your gun, expressionless. The goblin watched stupidly as Bell stopped his attack with a finger and calmly took his hammer before punching him hard in the face. XD. Bell twirled the hammer between his fingers and snorted. He preferred a sword or a knife, but he never carried a weapon, the one he used against his sister in combat, he literally snatched from the hands of the blacksmith whose name he didn't even remember, and then left it who knows where. Bell sighed and looked at the monster's board. He just needed some valise, and he would buy his smoothie, so he would finish this quickly. Bell. Gospel Satan Virian. Impossible. Those were the words Riveria whispered in shock when Bell hammered a goblin in the chest, and an invisible force pushed him several etrips back, crashing him into his companions. The power of the attack was so much that it literally pierced them. A single attack easily pierced 20 goblins, and the wall behind them was severely damaged. Bell. Let's finish this quickly, I'm starting to get tired, staring at the monsters. Goblin grrrrrrr, translator better than Google. Mommy D. Tree. Both Ace and Riveria couldn't help but go wide upon seeing such a massacre. Blood was flying, bodies were exploding, monsters were dying mercilessly, all in a few minutes. Bell hadn't realized, but he was already on the 5th floor. Despite the blood that was dripping everywhere, not a single drop fell on Bell, and despite his fierce movements, they did not lose their elegance and technique. Each of Bell's movements was made to destroy his enemy, while maintaining a fine and elegant posture, just like that of a certain silver-haired woman who fought fiercely, and somehow always seemed to not have a single scratch or a stain of dirt on her. Riveria. It's exactly like her, trembling. Memories came to Riveria's mind, not at all pretty memories, about a silver-haired girl with a calm face, who, with that same magic, mercilessly beat her and Gareth in the past. Riveria still remembered that day. Alfia had broken her old staff as if it were a twig and gave her the hardest punch she had ever received in the chest. If it hadn't been for the quick medical treatment they gave her, she would have died from having both lungs perforated, her intestines shattered and her ribs shattered, as if they had been ground down. Gareth also suffered a severe beating, and that was despite the fact that the two of them had faced Alfia, who was completely alone. Ace was also deep in thought. Just like Riveria, the image of Alfia came to her mind, whom she had once faced. Ace remembered it perfectly. She challenged Alfia with the purpose of making herself strong and see what the difference in level was. Ace, I'm sorry for your stupidity at that time. Alfia had snatched her sword desperately and gave her lessons right there on the battlefield on how to use a sword. She had told her that she was a terrible swordswoman and that her way of swinging the sword was disastrous, that she was not made to be a swordswoman and that she did not deserve a weapon like the one she had. That day her pride had been hit hard. Basically, a person who clearly had a much better sword handling than hers told her that she was garbage using what she believed was her best talent. Ace had nightmares about her father looking at her disappointed and telling her to put down the sword, that she was not made to use it. Those had been difficult nights for Ace, thanks to that woman they called Talent Monster. They were so caught up in their thoughts that they didn't notice when Bell had already finished off the monsters and quietly left after having collected all the magic stones. Riveria, looking around, isn't there. Ace also seemed to notice this and frantically searched for the white-haired man with his hand on the hilt of his sword. Riveria. This needs to be reported immediately. Ace. Report what? Looking at Riveria. Riveria. That silence returned, or at least his possibly descendant is here, would be. Alfia, unknown surname, unknown origin. It is only known that she had a twin sister who was the only person she loved and protected. Alfia was a powerful woman, she hated noise, she was someone calm, but if you provoked her she could be excessively aggressive. She was one of Hera's favorite daughters, her sister being the one who had the highest position. Like many of Hera's daughters, she was someone who dressed elegantly and finely. Hera had educated them to be ladies in the full sense of the word, but ladies who were capable of defending themselves without the need for a man. Like their goddess, they used things of the highest quality like her 10 million Valis dress, and not to mention the white dress that her sister used. That dress was worth 6 times more than the Hestia knife that Belen carried. Alfia, someone feared worldwide, even the proud elves who lived in the forests, the small Palam who lived hidden in the world, the angry dwarves who lived in the caves, and the aggressive Amazons who lived in Tulskaya, knew who she was, and even if they had not seen her, they felt fear towards that woman who had killed the Leviathan with a single blow. Everyone thought she was a serious and mature woman who didn't like to hang out with people inferior to her. They thought of her as a queen who didn't need a kingdom to be feared. People had a very high esteem for Alfia, and their image of her was very high. And well, here was the one they thought was their son, a white-haired man with grey eyes wearing the same clothes as Alfia and of the same quality, sitting on a stone step drinking a vanilla milkshake with a chibi face. Sip, taking a sip of the milkshake, hot and tense, smiling. In a distant place, a certain dangerous girl felt a blow to her pride and fell to the floor, knocking over the carrot cake she had been preparing. Sir M. Master, trembling. Ryuu. Sir. Worried, are you okay, running towards her. Sir. Master, I'm sorry, I'm a failure, blank stare. Ryuu. Sir. Astria. Where have you been, Bell? Curious. Bell. Here, extending a bag. Astra. Huh. What is about to fall. When Astria received the bag from Bell she almost fell to the floor because of how heavy it was. Buendamla opened her eyes, they opened in shock when she saw all the money there was. Astria. And this? Surprised. Bell. I stole it, expressionless. Astria. Bell. Just kidding, chibi. Astria sighing, really, where did you get it from? Looking at it. Bell. I went to the dungeon, calm. Astria. Huh. But if I'm not mistaken, the dungeon is a noisy place full of monsters, 2 of the things you hate the most, looking at him. Bell. They sold milkshakes. Astria. Oh. I see, laughing a little, huh? But I don't see you have any weapons, looking at Belle. Belle. Astria. Ah, sighing, didn't you take that weapon from the blacksmith? Looking at him. Belle. Disappeared, looking away. Astria. Are you sure? Raising an eyebrow. Elsewhere. Welf was on the roof of the chimney mansion cleaning the roof, at Hestia's request. Bellin wanted to help him, but Hestia said that ladies couldn't do a job like that. Bellin was going to say something, until Hestia said that someone as sophisticated as Belle probably wouldn't like women who are dirty and who do a job unworthy of a lady. Astria's confirmation didn't help much. In the end Welf had to go clean the entire roof alone, because Haruhime had also heard Astria and Hestia's words and pretended she had to clean the clothes. Welf. It'll take me hours here, huh? What's that? Raising an eyebrow. Welf looked at a shiny object on the roof in the distance and approached it with curiosity. Welf. My sword. Indignant, why are you here? Dramatic. The sword was in terrible condition according to Welf, its hilt was dirty and ugly, the blade of the sword was rusty and had no edge. Back with Belle. Belle? Yes. Astria. Okay, sighing, next time take at least a dagger, looking at him. Belle. I won't go back, it's a pain, finishing his milkshake, it's over. Astria. You have to go again, with her hands on her waist. Belle. I see no reason to go back to the dungeon again, crossing his arms. Astria. Belle, how much work do you do in the cabin? Belle. How about 6 hours? Astria. And how much do you earn? Belle. 50,000 valis, if the day is good 70,000. Astria. Exactly. Smiling, and how much did you just earn with a trip to the first floor of the dungeon? Belle. More than triple, sighing. Astria. It's better to go and do something you're really good at and earn a lot than to stay working in the sun for hours. And then you'll have more money for your sweets. As soon as the word sweets reached Belle's ears, he began to consider his options. It was true, it was much easier to kill monsters than to wait for those stupid crops to harvest faster, and he would have more money for his desserts and other sweets. Astria smiled at Belle, nodding. It was good to see him doing something productive, plus this way Belle would come home more tired than usual and she could use him as her pillow when she slept, her hexy and comfortable pillow. Belle raised an eyebrow as he saw a little blood coming from Astria's nose, his face was a little flushed. Belle. Astria, waving it a little. Astria. Huh. What's going on? Back to normal. Belle. Perverted. Astria. Emergency food. Leave your little star, mother buckers, I know I spelled it wrong. End. Meeting. A swordswoman. Ellen Cranel. The girl with very bad luck in general, even with a skill that supposedly gave her luck, it seemed to only work with bets and drop items. Although today seemed different, it seemed like the world was giving her the luck she hadn't had a while back, right? Well, she hadn't been hit even once in this fight. Clink. The sound of two weapons clashing was heard loudly on the wall of Riveria, where since very early in the morning there were two girls with great talent training together. The black knife collided forcefully against a silver sword, yet it was unable to force the golden Ellen's sword back. On the contrary, the black knife of a certain albino began to be pushed back when a force far superior to hers pushed her weapon. Ellen unsheathed a second red knife, Ushuakameru. And with that knife I try to cut Ace's chest. The attack failed, Ace quickly moved away and at the same speed counterattacked. Several thrusts were launched against Bellin, who was able to block and dodge each and every one of the thrusts. It was certainly a strange day, Bellin could notice the doubt and confusion on Ace's face, as if she were lost or thinking very deeply about something. After a while of blocking and dodging some attacks, Bellin decided to ask. Bellin. Ace-san is very distracted today, is something wrong? Curious. Ace, who was lost in her thoughts, reacted and looked at Bellin with doubt. Ace hi, poor. Expressionless. Bellin. You're very distracted today and you didn't even hit me once. You weren't like that yesterday. What happened? Worried. It was true, until now she hadn't realized how distracted she was. She looked at the sun and it was at least 10 o'clock, they had been training since 5 o'clock, 5 hours had passed without her noticing. Bellin. If you want, we can leave the training for another day, looking at Ace worriedly. Ace shook her head and let out a small sigh. Ace. Today I met someone, looking down. Bellin. Someone did something to her, Ace-san, worried. Ace. No, but a few years ago, yes, looking at the sky, she was a woman, a very strong woman, she was a woman with the power to make the king otter tremble with just a look, looking at Bellin. Bellin. Really? Surprisingly. He must have been someone very strong, surprised. Ace. It was that woman defeated me in less than 10 seconds years ago and was able to beat Riveria and Gareth together in 5 minutes without even breaking a sweat. She died a while ago, but a few days ago I found someone who looks a lot like her, like a long-lost son of that woman. I followed him to the dungeon and killed all the monsters from floor 1 to floor 5, as if it were nothing. They aren't really strong monsters, but I don't know, it was like the dungeon itself was terrified of him. It sent hordes and hordes of monsters to kill him. If he was on floor 4, a ton of monsters would spawn on that floor, ignoring any other adventure. But no matter how many monsters spawned, he killed each and every one, making a massacre, and not a drop of blood fell on him. Closing his eyes, I wonder where that person is right now. Loss, loss, loss. That's what they both heard, the sound of shoes echoing on the wall. It came from the other side of the wall. Both women turned their gaze to find the person responsible for those looks and had different relationships. Ellen smiled, she smiled happily as she saw the person approaching. On the other hand, Ace trembled, she couldn't help but tremble at what was before her eyes. There walking towards her was a woman with a calm face and silver hair walking towards her. It reminded her of several years ago, when after massacring Riveria and Gareth walked towards her with Riveria's staff broken and her own sword in hand. The beautiful woman with heterochromia walking slowly towards her, not bothering to quicken her pace. There was no need, she was finished. The wind moved her dress a little and her beautiful silver hair making it dance. Ellen was surprised when Ace suddenly drew his sword and rushed to attack Alfia. Silence. Alfia stopped just a few meters from Ace and looked at her without breaking her calm expression. That only alarmed Ace more, who out of inertia did something that she believed she would never do. Ace awakened the storm Ariel. A strong torrent of wind was unleashed and the swordswoman's sword was covered in wind as well as her body. Ataraxia silent Eden. At a terrifying speed, the supposed Alfia drew a sword. It looked low class. Very low class compared to Desperate, the A's sword. But. Clink. The sound of two weapons colliding was heard again there in the middle of the place. Alfia kept her face calm while A's looked shocked. Her wind magic was like a whirlwind around her that protected her and prevented some attacks from getting too close to her. At the same time, if someone got too close to her, her wind was capable of hitting or attacking them. And right now that seemed completely useless. The gusts of wind that Ariel released to hit Alfia were destroyed when they collided with her invisible armor Silentium Eden, a magic that covered the user with an invisible layer of mana that blocked magic and in a way enclosed the sound like a seal. No matter how much the power of his wind increased, he was not able to pass through Silentium Eden. Slash. Ae sweated as for a thousandth of a second she moved away from Alfia, avoiding a cut that would cut her throat in the blink of an eye. Ace breathed heavily from the pressure, looked at his chest and was surprised. His armor had a vertical cut on the chest, made by the poor quality sword that his opponent had. Ace once again rushed at Alfia, unleashing a barrage of attacks and thrusts with her sword, but nothing worked. With an indifference worthy of the most haughty queen, she stopped and deflected all of her attacks with mastery and skill, without needing to use unnecessary force, completely the opposite of her, who attacked with ferocity and all her strength. Ace's attacks continued, becoming stronger and fiercer, but no matter how much her strength increased, Alfia continued blocking them with complete indifference. In fact, her look of difference changed to one of disgust towards her. She didn't know why, but she could clearly see the feeling of disgust that Alfia had towards her. After a few attacks, Ace finally unleashed his strongest attack. Ace. Lil Gust. Ace's gaze was one of complete seriousness, a seriousness that turned into disbelief when Alfia, with a swift movement, clashed swords with her, intertwining both swords and with a quick movement, disarmed her, throwing her sword towards the sky. Ace crossed her arms when her instincts warned her of an attack, but she wasn't fast enough and a kick to the chin lifted her a few meters in the air. Ace fell to the ground face down and because of the bright sun he couldn't see well for a few seconds. When his sight recovered and he managed to get up there he was in front of her with an imposing posture holding his sword desperate, he was ignoring her to the annoyance of Ace. He stared at his sword, as if he was admiring it. When Ace was about to go and snatch her weapon, some words stopped her, words she heard years ago from the same silver-haired woman. Alfia. You disgust me. Ace knelt down. Her breathing became heavier as did the atmosphere. The look of indignation and disgust that Alfia gave her also caused a great pressure inside her. Alfia. What's a sword as beautiful as this doing in the hands of someone like you? It disgusts me to think that you've defiled this sword with your disgusting technique, indifferent. Those words, those damn words. Ace clenched her fist as anger flooded her eyes. They were the same words she had said to him years ago when he tried to confront her. Alfia. Whoever taught you was either a bad teacher or you're a terrible student. Your teacher would be ashamed of you and your crappy technique. You'd better not use a real sword again until they've improved that garbage technique. Indifferent. Ace frowned and prepared for another attack, with anger overflowing from her eyes. Ace was about to rush towards Alfia if not for someone shouting. "Belen basta." Ace stopped suddenly when she heard Belen scream and swallowed hard when she felt something sharp in her throat. It was his sword. It was millimeters from her neck. If she had launched an attack, it would have been over for her. Ace blinked twice, and her vision became a little blurry before returning to normal. She slowly moved away from the sword and looked seriously at Alfia. What a surprise Ace got when she didn't see the supposed Alfia in front of her. Instead she saw a white-haired boy with grey eyes with the same clothes as Alfia, but in a masculine and both swords in hand. Any information to add? Yes, he was completely unharmed. His pride was broken. He was torn into 1,000 pieces by the person who believed he was that woman's son. He was a second class, definitely at least level 4 with unparalleled sword mastery, obviously far superior to his own. Ace frowned. Even if she wasn't Alfia, she didn't know what she was doing here or for whom. Maybe she came to hurt Belen or her. Ace prepared to fight. Even if she didn't have her sword, maybe she could recover it during the fight. When Ace was about to say something to the white-haired man, Belen got there first. "Belen? Brother? Going to hug him?" Bel's gaze changed completely to a calm one, and he sheathed his sword. Well, he stuck Ace's sword into the ground to reciprocate Belen's hug. He could be someone serious and who hated scandal and displays of affection, but he could make an exception for his sister. Both brothers hugged each other, completely forgetting about the golden-haired girl who was there a few stone meters away from them, processing what she was seeing. Ace be Belen. Belen couldn't help but be surprised and confused when she heard Ace stutter for the first time since she met her. "Belen. What's up, Ace-san?" Curious. "Ace? Do you know him?" Looking at her. "Belen. Of course, he's my older brother," smiling. Silence reigned in the place before such a revelation. Both brothers watched Ace in different ways, Bel with indifference and Belen with concern. Finally Ace fainted. And? Preparing. To go to the dungeon. At the Twilight Mansion, in a specific room where the executives held meetings, the top executives of the Loki family were gathered. Gareth, Riveria and Finn, along with their goddess Loki, were all talking about a very important topic that Ace had told them about as soon as they arrived at the Twilight Mansion. Everyone was silent processing the information that Ace gave them. Riveria. "So? Loki? I say we stop Ace from getting close to Belen and that dwarf's family again," annoyed. Riveria. "We can't do that. Belen is Ace's only friend outside of the Loki family and their relationship is good. I don't want Ace to get even a little depressed about losing her friend, seriously. Loki? And what other option do we have, huh? You heard what Ace said, that guy easily defeated her in less than a minute and to make matters worse, he kept her weapon. Desperate. Finn. In numbers we still win, even if he is the son of that woman he does not have the same power as her, so maybe the three of us together and the other executives like Ace, Tiona, Tyan plus technically Belen is the captain of the family, so if we make a war game and defeat her we can win, no matter how the fight is, if we defeat her, we will automatically win, seriously. Loki. Shit, reading a paper. Aerith. What's wrong Loki? Looking at her. Loki. I asked the guild for some information about someone besides Belen with the last name Cranel and well. Bel Cranel. White hair, grey eyes, high-level swordsman, level 2, current captain of the Astraea family. Riveria. Huh? Astraea family? Wasn't she supposed to be from the Hestia family? Besides, I thought Astria had returned to heaven. Loki. I thought so too, but from what I see, it's not like that and he's also the captain. Finn. That's what worries you the most. Sweating. Aerith. You're forgetting something important, looking at Riveria and Loki. Loki? What? Looking at both of them. Finn. It's level 2. Riveria. Loki. Aerith. Level 2. Wasn't he supposed to defeat Ace? Surprised. Finn. Yeah, a level 2 defeated a newly promoted level 6, well that makes sense. Alfia was able to defeat her captain the level 9 Empress. Aerith. He defeated a level 6 being level 2, his potential is as terrifying as that woman's, seriously. Riveria. Ah, problems and more problems, sighing, can't you fix this? Looking at Loki. Loki? Hey. Why are you looking at me like that? It's not like I could do anything, crossing his arms. Finn. Can't you talk to Astria? Looking at Loki seriously. Loki. I can try, but I can't guarantee anything. Finn. Loki, the future of the family could depend on it, serious. Loki. Gulp, swallowing hard. Riveria. Who would have thought that woman would have twins? Finn. It is not yet confirmed that Belen and that Bel are children of silence. Riveria. PFF please, the boy was the spitting image of the opposite hex and was as terrifying as Alfia. Ace told us that Bellin told her some things about Bell, some like that he hates noise in general, that he's a calm person, as long as you don't provoke him, not to mention that he used Silentium Eden to disable Ace's magic aerial, would be. Finn. Aerith. And what about the girl? Riveria Bellin. Aerith. She is the complete opposite of Alfia, from her personality to her appearance, looking at both of them. Finn. Well, maybe they have one thing in common. Aerith. Which one? Riveria. She leveled up in a month and a half, and when Ace trained with her, she said that Bellin improved at an abnormal rate, as if she were absorbing experience, skill and technique like a sponge, just like Alfia. Aerith. Not even Alfia leveled up that fast, she was the previous record holder for leveling up, until Ace surpassed her record after much effort as a level 1, proud. Loki. It's true, our Ace Tan surpassed that conceited silver-haired girl, proud smile. Riveria. I'm sorry to break your pride, but that's not true, looking away. Loki A. Perplexed, how's it fake? Riveria. If I'm not mistaken, when Alfia was level 1, many people said that she didn't go into the dungeon much. In fact, it was extremely rare to see her there. Some members of her family revealed that she spent her time taking care of a relative of hers who had a rare incurable disease. Loki. The same disease as her, a little surprised. Riveria. But a little more advanced. One day there was an attack on the Hera family when they did not have as much power by the Ares family, who at that time also had many members like now. All were very weak, but the numbers easily surpassed the Hera family, and in a careless moment they say that somehow one of the members managed to evade Alfia by sacrificing one of his companions and managed to make a life or death cut to a girl named Materia. She survived. But that made her illness even more advanced, and she had to use a wheelchair for life so as not to overexert herself when walking. After that, Alfia divided her time being with Materia and going to the dungeon to become strong enough to not allow something like that to happen again, and in 3.5 months she rose to level 2. Technically Alfia was the record holder for leveling up in 3.5 months before Bellin surpassed her. Loki. Damn, so it runs in the family, clicking his tongue, and that guy. Bell, did he tell you anything about Bell telling him how he leveled up or something? Riveria. No, it seems Bellin doesn't know anything about how he leveled up either, we only know that Bell comes from outside and that he leveled up in 4 months. Loki. How the buck do you know what? I'm not going to rack my brains trying to figure out how to do it. Let's just say it's family, collapsing in his chair, so I'll have to talk to Astria, huh? Shit. All the top executives of the Loki family and their goddess were talking seriously about how to fix what they believed was the biggest conflict in history with the offspring of that woman. Both brothers were in the mansion, fireplace eating a carrot cake. Bellin. I haven't tried one in a while, enjoying the cake. Bellin's taste for desserts may not have been as great as that of her brother Bell and her mother, but she certainly loved them more than a normal person. Bell. Now you can say you're a rabbit, looking at her out of the corner of your eye. Bellin. Hey. You're a rabbit too. Outing. Bell. You look more like one than me and I have grey eyes, looking away. Bellin. There are rabbits with grey eyes. Imagining a white rabbit with grey eyes. Bell. The red-eyed ones are more common, crossing arms. Bellin. Crossing his arms. While Bell and Bellin were seriously arguing about who looked more like a rabbit, they were observed by the other members of the family a few meters away from them, resting peacefully after returning from the dungeon. Everyone shared a mental image when they saw the two brothers fight. It was like watching two white rabbits fighting over a carrot, one with red eyes and the other with grey eyes. Makoto. They look lively, smiling. Astria. Of course, they both have a lot of respect for each other. Bellin is the only one capable of fighting Bell and not having him threaten her to death, and I'm drop. Hestia. Let's leave that for now. It would be, you said you were planning to go to the 18th floor alone, right? Looking at them. Lily. Hi, we heard that a family had finished off a Goliath and we thought it would be a good opportunity to explore the 18th floor without help from any family. Besides, we are better prepared and Bell-sama is in our party at Bellin-sama's request, so it makes things a little easier. Looking at Hestia. Hestia. I'm not sure they should look that far, last time it didn't go very well, doubtful. Lily. As I said, Hestia-sama, this time we are better prepared, determined. Hestia. It's okay, doubtful. Minus 18th floor. Interesting. Astria. Oh, Bell-kun, smiling. Bellin. It's an amazing place, you love the 18th floor, smiling. Lily. Have you finished your rabbit fight? Funny. Bellin. Ah. Glancing at her. Lily. No, nothing. Welf. Excuse me, Bell, but don't you think you need armor? Whenever we go to the dungeon with you, you never wear one. Looking at him, confused. Bell. Welf, neither you nor Lily nor Makoto wear armor, expressionless. Welf. True, but wouldn't you like one? Giving him a thumbs up. L. No, expressionless. Welf. Minimum one weapon, supplicant. L was also going to refuse, but a denial from his sister prevented it. Ellen. On the intermediate floors you're going to need at least one sword, brother, looking at him. L stared at Bellin for a couple of seconds before nodding. L. Fine, looking at Welf. Welf. Perfect. Smiling, I'll go to the forge right now to make it, you can come see if you want, going. L was silent before putting a spoon with a small piece of cake in his mouth. L. I definitely won't go, going. Bellin. Of course. Grabbing him by the arm, Welf creates everything we need with passion, so at least you have to go and see how he makes your weapon for once. Believe me, it won't take long. Pushing him towards the blacksmiths. L. How boring, sighing. Bellin. Go and see the creation of your weapon. Leaving him at the entrance to the Welf truce. Ellen left there although Bell could perceive that he was looking at him from somewhere. L. Once, just once, sighing. Elle entered Welf's fret without knocking and watched as the Redeed was taking out some metal ingots and turning on the fret. Welf. Oh. Surprised, if you're here, huh? I didn't think you'd come, but I'm glad. Smiling. Now tell me, what do you want your sword to be like? Bellin said that's the type of weapon you use. Looking at him. Bell thought about it for a bit, what kind of weapon did he want? L. Well, a sword, chibi. Welf. I think you don't understand me, and I'm Droplet, I mean how you want it to be, and what style it has, do you want a heavy sword, a light sword, a short sword, a rapier, with irregular edges, etc., looking at him. L. Looking at Welf's French. Now that he was looking at the Welf rig he could see several weapons there, many of them looked of good quality for a blacksmith who had barely reached level 2, until he saw one on the wall. L. Where did you get that one? Looking at a sword hanging on the wall. Welf. Looking at Bell, oh that one, I didn't create it, in fact I found it, its quality is amazing. It's one of the best weapons I've ever seen in my life, but it's cracked in the center, looking at the sword sadly, it's a good sword, but no matter how much I've tried to fix it it's useless, I can't find a material hard and flexible enough to fix it, looking at him. L. Obviously. Welf. L. The champion's sword, a creation considered divine, a weapon that was wielded by the strongest man to ever walk this planet, Albert Waldstein, was forged by the 10 best blacksmiths of that time, they all worked together to create it, to make a sword worthy of Albert Waldstein. Surprised, where the hell did you say you got it? Looking at Welf. Welf. I won it in a bet. L. The one who bet her was an idiot. Welf. Yes, well, although it's not much use to me since I don't know how to repair it, scratching the back of his neck. L. You need pure orichalcum imbued with mana and mithril, and then with a careful procedure you mix both metals and make them liquid, finally you pour the liquid into the cracks of the sword and let the magic happen, admiring the sword. Welf. How do you know all that? Surprised. L. L didn't say anything, not because he didn't want to, but because it was annoying for him to remember those times where his grandfather told him and Bellin stories of heroes in great detail. Bellin's favorite was Albert Waldstein's sword oratoria, and therefore the one they listened to the most. Buck, he had told them that story so much that he knew perfectly well the appearance of the champion's sword, and that's why he was able to recognize it, he also learned how to repair it. His grandfather knew the method in one way or another, although according to him it was only possible to fix it, creating another one from scratch was basically impossible. L. I'll tell you the procedures to restore it, I'm not a blacksmith so you'll do it, looking at him. Welf. Is it difficult? Looking at him. L. Too much, chibi. Welf. I see, sighing, I have no choice, right? Looking at him. L. shook his head making Welf sigh. Welf. Well, I have some pure orichalcum and mithril that my ex-goddess gave me, but I don't know what that pure orichalcum imbued with mana is, looking at Bell. L. I'll take care of that. 2 days had passed since then, everyone in general was worried about Welf's health, who hadn't left there in those 2 days. With much annoyance Bell went out to bring food for the two, before the sound of metal clashing and fire was heard again, it was seen that Welf was trying hard. Everyone reacted when they saw the door of the frig open, revealing a poor dehydrated Welf with his hands bandaged after so much hammering. Behind him came Bell with his typical calm face, but with a sword at his waist, the only thing they could see of the sheathed sword was its black vine-shaped hilt. NT. If anyone has a picture of Albert's sword I would appreciate it. L looked at the sword at his waist and nodded in satisfaction, he wouldn't use a crappy sword on the middle floors, he wasn't a low-class person, just as his dear grandmother had taught him, he had to use the best and only the best, unless he didn't have a weapon he was allowed to use the crappy weapons of the monsters, but it wasn't necessary, he had just gotten one of the best weapons he could have gotten. L. Ready, heal him and let him rest, he was in the hospital for a long time, going on. Haruhime. Where are you going, Belle-sama? Following behind him. Belle. Go to sleep, expressionless. Haruhime. I see, do you want me to prepare a comfortable bed for you to sleep in? Smiling. Belle nodded and followed Haruhime to her room. Already there Haruhime prepared her bed comfortably and Belle simply lay down on the bed, not without first thanking Haruhime for her work with a few pats on the head. Haruhime. Well, I think it's time for me to go, turning her back to Belle. Bye Belle-sama. Stopping out of nowhere. Haruhime was shocked when she felt two soft arms, but stronger than hers, wrap around her tail. Haruhime. BB Belle-sama. Blushing. It was useless, Belle had already fallen asleep using a fluffy and comfortable tail to sleep, right now Belle was more in heaven than Morpheus himself. Finally Haruhime gave up and without any other option, she lay down next to Belle. Haruhime. It would be bad to wake him up seeing how tired he is, I'll let him rest, looking away blushing. And that was the excuse Haruhime used to be able to sleep next to Belle. And the Wyvern. NT White Cap. Calabozo. A place where monsters of all types and sizes spawned, some are most based on normal animals, no one knew how many floors the dungeon has in total, but the more floors you advance, the more powerful and dangerous the monsters became, until now it was only known that there were 80 floors, but no one had passed the 69th floor, except for the Zeus and Hera family. Although the information of these floors died along with their families when they fought against the Black Dragon and Zeus and Hera were banished from Arerio. Right now on the middle floors were the last two descendants of both prestigious families, two white-haired twins, children of the weakest members of their family, a man named Cranel and a woman named Materia, Belle and Cranel. They were on the 16th floor with the younger sisters party fighting some Ligerfang and Hellhound. Welf, Lily and Mikoto were together fighting side by side against the monsters. Near them were Belle and making a massacre with the monsters attacking right and left with their weapons. Bellen. Where did you get those swords? Surprised. Oh yes, Belle had a sword on each side of his waist and Bellen could recognize both swords. Bellen. That's champion's sword, surprised and desperate, confused. Belle had the champion's sword in his right hand while the A's weapon in his left and he had to admit, both weapons were wonderful, the edge was terrifying, so much so that several times he could easily cut his enemy's weapons in two as well as them, and both had the Durandal effect, so he didn't have to worry too much about them getting hurt, it would take much stronger monsters to make a measly scratch on both weapons. Firm steps, quick and fierce attacks, but without making unnecessary movements, there was not much strength in Belle's attacks, because it was not necessary for him. If you looked at it from another perspective it was as if Belle was dancing calmly, he didn't block his enemy's attacks, he evaded or deflected them before attacking without interrupting his eternal calm. Bellen was something different. Quick attacks and with all the strength she had in her arms and legs, her attacks unlike Belle, did not have specific points to attack, she only attacked in one place when she had the opportunity making sure to leave the maximum amount of damage in her slashes, she blocked the attacks of the monsters with ease and counter-attacked with quick attacks. When a monster passed the other's defense, both protected the other, it was an excellent demonstration of teamwork, back-to-back defending the other and attacking the monsters without fear of being hurt, they fully trusted each other. Welf, Lily and Mikoto couldn't help but watch in surprise, not even a monster could pass the small area that Belle and Bellen had made, if it came close they were quickly killed by one of the two, there are three of them, and they couldn't even cover their backs well, and Belle and Bellen were doing better than them, and there were two of them. Without a doubt a blow to the pride of the three, perhaps it was karma for having laughed at Belle and Bellen on the 14th floor when they came across two Almrage, curiously one of them was playing with two small swords and the other with two pairs of knives. Finally, after a beating that Welf, Lily and Mikoto received and a massacre that Belle and Bellen made, they went to the 17th floor. Bellen sweated a little, and Belle looked at her curiously. He had heard from Hestia that Bellen had leveled up after defeating an irregular minotaur who knew how to use a heavy sword at level 1, and also that a month and a half before she had almost died at the hands of a minotaur who had somehow reached the 5th floor. Belle looked at the minotaur and had to admit, it was the very image of a warrior, tall, muscular, furious look, a large and heavy weapon, and an imposing posture, in short, a magnificent monster. Belle had to admit that he would have liked to be able to face that monster being level 1. Leaving that aside, Belle watched closely as Bellen went towards the minotaurs and quickly killed the 5 without much effort. Bellen. Let's continue. Looking at everyone. After going through the entire 16th floor killing minotaurs and other monsters, they reached the 17th floor where they found the Wailing Wall rebuilding and did not see the Goliath. Lily. It seems that the information was true, seeing how the Goliath did not appear. Everyone advanced without much trouble, taking advantage of the fact that the Goliath was dead. Already on the 18th floor they visited Riveria, the city on the 18th floor. Bellen. Ah, we're here, and it's worse than I remembered, smiling. Belle. What is this dump? Indignant. Welf. We all thought that when we first saw her, sighing. Lily. Bel-sama, getting their attention, monsters are not born on this floor, but monsters can come from other floors, so there are times when they destroy the city, and in order not to waste too many expensive materials they don't bother to make a better camp, shrugging. Bel. I understand a dump like that, expressionless. Makoto. And the prices are exaggeratedly expensive. Ellen. Well, Lily, Welf, and I will go buy some supplies. With Lily, we can reduce the cost of some things a little. What will you do? Looking at Makoto and Bel. Makoto. I'll go get a whetstone so Welf can sharpen my weapon, my katana isn't that sharp anymore, looking at them. Ellen. Brother. Looking at him. Ellen. I understand, then please accompany Makoto, help her get an acceptable price for the sharpening piece, smiling. El just nodded and accompanied Makoto to a small store where they sold some of the most common objects. His eyes widened slightly when he saw the prices, but he ignored it. He looked at the price of the sharpening stone, and it cost almost 20,000 valis. On the surface it was worth a maximum of 1,000, they were ridiculous prices. Makoto took a whetstone and told the seller she was going to buy it. Seller. Oh. Fine, it would only be 20,000 valis, smiling innocently. Makoto. I'll give you 15,000, looking at him. Seller. 19,500, crossing his arms. Makoto. 16,500, would be. Seller. 18,000 is my maximum offer, mocking. Makoto tch, taking out her valise bag. Before Makoto could give the money to the vendor, her hand was stopped by Bel. Makoto. Bel dono. Looking at him. Bel took out 5,000 valis and left them on the table before grabbing a whetstone and walking off as if nothing had happened, pulling Makoto by the collar. Salesman. Hey. Angrily, that's worth more than 5,000 valis. Following him angrily. Bel stopped walking out of nowhere, confusing Makoto who thought they were going to escape. Bel turned to look at the seller who was already close to him, quite angry. Seller. You better pay me the 18,000 valis, brat, angry. Bel. Staring at him. Nobody said anything, Bel just looked at the seller with a blank stare. The seller started to sweat as he looked into Bel's eyes. He wanted to look away from those empty and lifeless eyes, but he couldn't, doing so was like accepting defeat. But as the seconds passed the seller started to sweat more and get lost in Bel's grey eyes. For the seller it was like staring into a bottomless pit. Slash. The vendor watched in shock as Bel stood before him with his sword slicing his neck from side to side while still looking into his eyes. The salesman blinked in shock and looked at his neck in fear. He had literally seen himself decapitated by the person in front of him. The seller looked back at Bel and sweated, still looking at him with those lifeless eyes, only now he also had the palm of his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, ready to unsheath it. Seller tch, Lendode. Makoto was expectantly looking at what was happening behind Bel, therefore she did not look at his eyes. Bel turned towards Makoto, but he already had his typical calm eyes. Bel. Let's go, walking. Makoto shrugged and followed Bel calmly. Welf. Ready, it's already sharpened, giving the weapon to Makoto. Makoto. Thank you Welf dono, bowing. Welf. If that's all, I'm leaving. Lily said to come back quickly, keeping her things. Makoto. Goodbye Welf dono, bowing again. Bel watched Welf leave and started walking towards the entrance of the 18th floor. Makoto. Beautiful gift. Curious. Bel. I no longer have to be here, I will return to the surface and change the magic stones, going to the 17th floor. Makoto. I'll go with you, remember that you can't make an unnecessary effort, looking at him. Bel. I'm not weak, looking at the entrance of the 18th floor. Makoto didn't say anything else, she just followed Bel, and both entered the 17th floor with total confidence. Of course, neither of them expected the floor to start shaking, and the already restored wailing wall to start cracking, revealing a huge figure of a brown tone, and with long black hair. Makoto. Goliath, surprised, so fast. I thought it would take at least an hour or two to appear. Bel calmly looked at the big monster and unsheathed his two weapons. Bel. I'm not leaving here until I kill him, you can leave if you want like a coward, looking at her out of the corner of your eye. Makoto. I'm not a coward, Bel dono, unsheathing her katana, and I like challenges, looking at Goliath. Bel. I noticed it. Bel was completely alone a little far from the city Riveria in the forest, she was resting peacefully enjoying the forest that was on the 18th floor. Lily and Welf had returned to the surface half an hour ago, she had told them that she wanted to stay here for a while, and they accepted. They would not have accepted if it were not for the fact that the Goliath had been defeated again by two anonymous adventurers. Ellen sat on the grass enjoying the tranquility until she heard some screams. Quickly find that monster. Ellen hid behind a tree and silently watched some angry-looking adventurers as they searched for something or someone. Ellen decided it was better to leave and started walking to the other side of the forest. When he was a little far from there, he heard something among some bushes. Crack. Ellen was alerted when he heard the sound of a twig breaking behind that bush, and with his knives drawn he went to investigate. When he passed through that bush he immediately became alert when he saw something with blue fur and a shiny red stone. Ellen. Vouivre, Sororendita, humanoid dragon monster with a feminine figure that is born on the 19th to 24th floor according to Ina. It must have come to the 18th floor while they were hunting her. They are very rare and strong monsters, as rare as unicorns, but something is not right. Ellen quickly noticed what was wrong. The Vouivre did not have a dragon's tail, they were supposed to be quite large and had a pair of gigantic wings, and the lower half of its body was that of a dragon, often confused with that of a snake, but this Vouivre was different, small, had no wings, and the most surprising thing was the lack of a tail. Instead it had two pairs of completely normal legs, except for the blue color and some scales that it had in various parts of its body. It looked like a human. Also its eyes were not red like those of all the monsters, they were a beautiful pair of amber eyes with a slanted pupil. When Belen approached the supposed monster, he was greatly surprised. Little Vouivre panicked when she saw you and tried to drag you on her back until she crashed into a large tree that prevented her escape and increased her terror. Belen felt strange. It felt bad. Seeing the terror in little Vouivre's eyes gave him a bad taste in his mouth. She was a monster, but she looked more like a little girl who had no idea where she was or what was happening. Belen slowly approached the Vouivre with the intention of not scaring her, but it was in vain. The little girl tried to back away, but the tree stopped her. She closed her eyes with small tears running from her eyes while she was covered in fetal position, thinking that Belen was going to attack her. When he felt a hand on his head he trembled a little. Belen had a lump in her throat when she saw this. She felt bad, she felt terrible, a feeling of guilt was being born in her. For a moment Belen remembered all the monsters she had killed, and their fierce faces were changed by those same expressions of fear and terror. Belen had a lot of things on her mind right now, but she began to gently rub the Vouivre's head, who was still trembling. The Vouivre didn't know what to think. A few seconds ago she was being attacked, and she didn't even know why. Now she was feeling a soft hand gently rubbing her head. Honestly, the Vouivre liked the treatment Belen was giving her, totally the opposite of the adventurers who were hunting her. Little Vouivre smiled a little, wiping the tears from her face as she looked at Belen. Belen put aside her thoughts and gave a reassuring smile to the Vouivre who looked at her with a shine in her eyes, as if she were a god. The light that managed to pass through the leaves of the trees hit Belen directly in the back, making her see how a true deity. Belen stopped rubbing the Vouivre's head, saddening her. She was then confused when she saw that Belen extended her hand to her. However, the little girl took Belen's hand, who helped her up and gave her a beautiful smile. Belen. You're not a monster, looking at her. Vouivre mon monstru. Looking at Belen. Belen couldn't help but open her eyes in disbelief upon hearing the Vouivre's voice, not only her voice, but also that she could speak. If she told someone about this, they would tell her she was crazy. Hey. I think I heard something over here. Wiene's eyes filled with terror again when she heard those voices. She remembered them, they were the people who tried to attack her. Belen realized this and covered the Vouivre with a salamander cloak that she was wearing. Seconds later, those adventurers appeared from the bushes, looking noticeably annoyed. Hey you. You've seen a Vouivre around here, and you better not lie, we saw her first, and she's our prey, annoyed. Belen. I haven't seen any Vouivre here, it would be. Sure, brat, you better not while, looking at her. Belen. I'm pretty sure I could tell if a large Vouivre with long wings and a shining gem would pass by here, but no, I'll tell you again, I haven't seen anything, would it be? The adventurer clicked his tongue and left. He was a level 2, and knew that if he fought the white-haired girl he would lose because she was a lower level. Belen, seeing that the adventurer had left, sighed with relief. He had put the cloak on the little girl in time, as well as the hood. Belen looked at the Vouivre who looked at the cape she was wearing with curiosity. Belen. Let's go to the surface, carrying her on his back. The Vouivre felt comfortable being carried by Belen and nodded happily at his words, not knowing the meaning of these words. Belen. Now home, going to the 17th floor. Belen breathed a sigh of relief when she finally arrived at the fireplace mansion. It was a great luck that the guards at the gates of Riveria at that time had gone to eat something and left. Belen gave a big smile as she entered her home, and then she was shocked. Now what she didn't know how her family would react to this. Maybe they wouldn't react the same as her, they might even try to attack the Vouivre as soon as they saw her. She took a deep breath and looked with determination at the door of the living room where everyone was. She trusted her family, at least she hoped they wouldn't attack her as soon as they saw the Vouivre. Belen opened the door with a smile on her face, taking the little girl by the hand who was next to her and greeting everyone. Belen. Where? Belen went white as she looked at Belle, who was standing in front of her, no not her, in front of Wiene, with the champion's sword in hand about to split Wiene in half. Belen opened her eyes in shock, the sword was inches away from the Vouivre and she couldn't block or deflect the attack in time, it was inevitable, Belle was going to kill the Vouivre. Slash. Belle. Unfortunate, irritated. Belen blinked in comprehension and looked at how Belle's sword was stuck in the wooden door just a few inches from the Vouivre, who still didn't understand what was happening. Belle removed the sword from the door, and the Vouivre reacted by hiding behind Belle in fear. Belen. Hey. What's wrong with you? Angry. Belle ignored Belen and stood still as he stared into space. Belen. Are you listening to me? Belle shhh. Looking at her. Belen remained silent at Belle's irritated gaze, who sharpened his senses as much as he could. B-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S. Belle. There. Swinging his sword. Belen was confused when he saw his brother attacking the air hysterically, maybe he had gone crazy. Astria. He's not crazy, smiling. Belen was exalted when Astria appeared out of nowhere, revealing his thoughts. Belen. What are you doing? Looking at Astria. Astria. He was sleeping, smiling, and a fly woke him up. He didn't take it too seriously at first, but when the fly woke him up for the third time he drew his weapon and tried to cut the fly in half, laughing nervously. Belen took a good look at Belle and realized that he was following a small black thing, a fly indeed. Slash 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 slash. Belle attacked left and right with his sword, trying to end the life of the damned fly. But no matter how many cuts he made, not a single one hit him. Finally, in a bad move, Belle swung his sword very low, hitting a wooden table, but the table was the least important thing, the important thing was the plate with a piece of cake on it. Belle opened his eyes and watched dramatically as the piece of cake fell to the floor. Splash. Belle. B-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S. Belle Gospel. Astria oh no, Lendis. Belen. Hey, what's going on? Watching Astria leave. Belle. Satana's version. Belle. So, seriously, what is that? Looking at the Vouivre. Now they were in another room because the previous one was destroyed by Belle's attack and now the whole family was also gathered, looking expectantly at Belle. To say that everyone was surprised was an understatement since they were in the presence of a monster and it had not gone crazy, although as a precaution Hestia and Astria were in the back being protected by the others. Belen. And I don't know, lowering her head, I was on the 18th floor, I found her, and some adventurers wanted to kill her. Lily and. Confused. Belen. That's wrong. Frowning. Welf. It's what we've been doing for months, looking at Belen. At that comment Belen remained silent and lowered her head. Belen. She's different, looking away, look at her. She's just a little girl, looking at the Vouivre. The Vouivre was hiding behind Belen while looking at Belle with some fear, not only because a moment ago he seemed like he wanted to attack her, but also because he had his sword unsheathed right now and was more than ready to slit her throat in case she did something to Belen. Belen. Brother, put that away. Frowning. Belle. It's just a precaution. Wiene caution. Looking at him. Everyone opened their eyes in shock, he had just spoken, the monster had just spoken. The least surprised was Belle, oh well, he was surprised, but he still looked at the Vouivre seriously. Belle. A monster that can talk. That's new. Astria. I've never heard of anything like that, it's surprising, surprised. Belen. She still can't speak, but she's learning to say words she hears from us, and she hasn't attacked me. Look at her carefully. She's a monster, but she's harmless, taking off Wiene's hood. Everyone looked at the Vouivre who, true to Belen's words, looked harmless and even somewhat adorable. Belen. Two want to protect her, looking at everyone determinedly. Lily. Belen-sama, that's a bad idea, it would be. Welf. You don't like the Vouivre Liliku-ajo. Looking at her. Lily. That's the least of it, but what do you think will happen if someone finds out about this? We could be in serious trouble for having a level 2 monster on the surface without a tamer certificate, and who knows what would happen if they find out that it can talk. We would have serious problems with the guild and other families, it would be, we could have a war between families worse than the one we had against the Apollo family, looking at Belen. Belen lowered her head a little upon hearing Lily's words, it was true, having the Vouivre here would be very dangerous, but if she took her back to the dungeon, she would be quickly killed for her gem on her forehead, that is worth hundreds of valis, and she couldn't kill the Vouivre either, she didn't have the courage to take her life, knowing that she had feelings, much less after seeing the look of terror she had when they tried to kill her. Belen. Sweating. Everyone looked at Belen, who seemed to be making an extremely important decision. Belen. I'm going to protect her. Determined, I don't care if she fought against all of Riveria. I'll protect her. It would be. The place was completely silent after those words, despite the seriousness of the atmosphere. Hestia and Astria could not help but smile. Welf sighed as he shrugged his shoulders. And Lily shook her head as she started complaining about irresponsible captains who do whatever they want or problematic bankers who only bring bad luck, etc. Makoto gave Bellin a smile, apparently supporting his decision upon seeing such conviviality in his eyes. Bell was the only one who still didn't say anything, staring at Bellin, and vice versa. Red and Grey stared at each other for a couple of seconds. Bellin started to sweat when he didn't see a response from his brother, but Bell was thinking, or rather remembering. Bell, you and your sister have a very pure heart, just like my sister's. Her mother would be a mess, so I'm sure that one day one of you two will be great heroes. Heroes who bring light and hope back to the world. Remember this, Bell. It's a difficult decision, and it will seem completely out of place, but a hero will give everything to save the world and protect his family, even if it means putting his family and the world at risk at the same time. A hero is a selfish person. The person who follows his own dreams, fulfilling those of others without receiving anything in return, a person capable of firmly and determinedly making a decision that would easily drive anyone crazy. If a person has all that, be it man or woman, is a hero. Remember that. Alfia, it's time to go. I was just saying goodbye, Zald. You're Bell, huh? Even if you're the son of that perverted man, I'm glad I met you, Bell Cranel. Fight with determination and follow your goals. And remember to eat a lot. It will give you more strength, believe me. Stop your food nonsense already, Zald, and let's go. Okay. You better take good care of him, Zeus, Hera. I promise my girl, Bell will be a good man and not like this perverted old man and his father. Hey. Bell. So a hero, huh? I also aspire to be that, but no, I'm not a hero. I would let the world die in order to save my family, but you, looking at Bellin, you are the person that Alfia Oka-sen spoke of, a heroine. If you had to choose between the world and your family, you would save both. You would do the impossible possible in order to save both, but you are still naive and innocent, so I'm going to test you. Depending on your answer, I will decide whether or not I will help you on your path as a heroine. Seriously, Bellin. Bellin, hi brother. Looking at him. Bell. Tell me, how much would you be willing to give to save the Vuover? Seriously. Bellin. Everything. Determined. Bell. Everything. So you're abandoning your family to save the Vuover? Raising an eyebrow. Bellin. Huh. In shock. Bell. You said you'd face all of Riveria if necessary to save her, is that true? And what about us, your family? Would you sacrifice us just to save her? Looking at her, would you leave your family to save a monster you just met? Staring at her. Bellin. Me, sweating. Bell. Raising an eyebrow, do you know what will happen if we are classified as traitors? We will all die. Serious. Bellin. Lowering his head. It was true, if they were considered traitors they would be beheaded in front of all of Riveria for that supposed betrayal, even if they had nothing to do with it. She was from the Hestia family, and so were they. For those who would kill them for the simple fact that they are related to her. Bell. Besides, what Lily says is true, it would be us against all of Riveria. They would have no mercy on us and would kill us. No matter how many achievements you have had, they will kill you, just like that Vuover if they find out about this. Bellin said nothing. She was lost in her thoughts without knowing what to think. She didn't want to abandon her family or put them in danger, but she couldn't abandon the Vuover, not after seeing those eyes full of terror. Bell kept looking at Bellin attentively, not just him, everyone, although the others except Haruhime and Astria looked with bad eyes at Bell, who had asked Bellin that kind of questions, but before they went to give their support to Bellin she answered. Bellin. I wouldn't abandon them. Bell. So you would leave the Vuover? Bellin. No. Frowning, I know I've asked a lot of you, but I'm asking you to support me again. I know this will put you in danger, but I don't want to abandon you or her, so please, bowing, I'm asking you to help me. Determined. That sparkle in her eyes, that determination, the will to make that decision and say it to her face. Yes, Bell knew, she had finally found what her aunt was looking for, the ultimate hero, and she would help him grow. Lily. We support you, Bellin-sama. Determined. Welf. Yes. We always get into trouble anyway. One more can't hurt, smiling. Makoto. I told her that I would always support her to pay for the sin I committed that day when we abandoned them. I will support her, Bellin Dono, smiling. Haruhime. I also support her, Bellin-sama, determined. Hestia. You never stop getting us into trouble, huh? Well, that's unique to you. I support you, smiling at her. Bellin. Thank you everyone, smiling. Astria turned her gaze towards Bell who was staring at Bellin, trying to find a trace of doubt in her. Bellin noticed her brother's gaze and stared at him with a serious face. She had made her decision, daughter to protect the Vuover. Bell. I'm against this, intimidating. Bellin broke into a cold sweat, just like everyone else, upon hearing Bell's threatening tone of voice. L. But you are stubborn as a mule, and you have the noble heart of mom. Even if she locked you up in the most secure prison in the world, you would escape just to help the viewer, crossing her arms. You are stupid and naive, but you have something that many others do not. Your conviction is strong. Without a doubt, in the not too distant future, you will be what you always wanted, smiling slightly. Ellen. Brother, smiling. L. Listen, silly bunny, you better be careful from now on and be responsible. I would give you a longer reprimand like the ones your advisor gives, but my throat already hurts, so I hope you understand, or I'll have to educate you by beating you, seriously. Ellen H. High, lowering his head, sometimes forgot that he was raised by his grandmother, sweating. L nodded satisfied and went to sit on a sofa that was nearby, while Astria massaged his sore throat. L. Really, I should talk more with my sword than with my mouth, annoyed. Astria. You can't attack the first person who talks to you just because you don't want to talk, and I'm Droplet. L. Grandma didn't say that, looking away. Astria. Hera is Hera, looking at him, and you're Bel Cranel, so forget about threats, smiling. L didn't say anything, he just watched as everyone talked to Belen and tried to get close to the viewer who looked at everyone shyly. L. You are about to face great threats, seriously. Astria. And you'll be there to help her, right? Smiling. L. L remained silent and closed his eyes, trying to recover the sleep that the damned fly had taken away from him. But. B-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S. Bell opened his eyes in disbelief and looked at the fly flying around him. Bell felt like it was making fun of him. Bell. Daughter of. Remember, you are not allowed to curse at being inferior to you. You were educated by a lady of the highest class, and I have given you only the best. Do not lower yourself. Bell. I don't curse just for you, Grandma, sighing. B-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S. But remember, don't let anyone trample on you, and if something bothers you, don't stay silent, take action, and if you have to kill, do it, don't allow disrespect towards you, that would be like insulting me too. L. Understood, getting up from the couch. Astria A. Confused. L took a deep breath and slowly took the hilt of his sword in his hand. B-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S. Slash. Astria watched in amusement as Bell began to swing his sword again, trying to cut what he believed was disrespecting him. Bell. Damn fly sense. As if dodging Bell's attacks would be enough, there was the fly still flying close to Bell, bothering him a little as he tried to cut it. And so the night ended. But the talking monster. And an enemy that Bell could not defeat. The fly XD. End. Fixing. Problems. In the bar, the hostess of fertility could be seen, a beautiful golden-haired girl with a vacant look and dark circles, accompanied by a high elf who looked tired. In front of them was Belen with Astria, both smiling nervously. Riveria had requested a meeting at the bar with Astria somehow. Bell was going to go, but something important came up and he asked Belen to go. They were both quite surprised to see the sword princess in such a deplorable state. Astria and Riveria talked for a bit, and Astria was surprised when Riveria bowed an apology, apparently apologizing for the fight Bell and Ace had when Bell came to see her training. Riveria hoped that with that apology and some money they wouldn't have problems with the Hestia family and the Astraea family. Several bad things had happened since that fight happened. First, the news that they had found an abandoned secret Evil's base in the destroyed Pleasure District that previously belonged to the goddess Ishtar. They still knew nothing about that base. Because at the same time as them, the guild and the Ganesha family also found the base and closed the place when they learned that it was empty, but there were signs that it had been abandoned less than a week ago, which was bad. Also the fact that Ace lost his sword, which was worth a fortune. And if that wasn't bad enough, there was also the fact that Ace was having nightmares again, only now it wasn't thanks to her swimming exercise or a silver-haired woman, it was thanks to a white-haired boy who took her sword away and told her she wasn't worthy. Thanks to that, Ace started having nightmares again, with her father telling her that she wasn't worthy of being his daughter and that she was a disappointment. Ace hadn't slept well in days because of that. Oh right. And last but not least, yesterday Loki got so drunk that he spent 1/4 of the Loki family's savings on alcohol and had a terrible hangover, strong enough to have an excuse that he couldn't go and talk to Astria, and instead, it was her accompanied by the poor Ace, who now had a simple wooden sword at her waist, saying that she wasn't worthy of using a real sword until the white-haired man said otherwise. The day was certainly not Riveria's day. Belen D, excuse me Riveria-sama, nervous. Riveria. What's up Belen? Looking at her. Belen. My brother told me to say a few words to Ace, but I don't know if it's good, doubtful. Astria. No need Belen-chan, Bell gave me a letter, taking out an envelope. Here, Riveria, it's a letter for Ace, you can read it if you want, handing it to her. Riveria looked at the letter doubtfully but decided to open it and read it. Raise Waldstein, Loki family. I'll be straightforward, Miss Waldstein. I won't return your sword to you on my own. You'll have to come to the fireplace manor and have a sword duel with me. No magic or anything else, just swords. If I think you're worthy of possessing Desperate, I'll return it to you. Until then, this sword now belongs to me. I advise you to train and improve your technique because believe me, you're a disgrace as a swordsman. Your master must be turning in his grave knowing that you possess this sword without even being worthy of it. From Cranel, Astraea Family. Riveria sweated as she read the letter. She knew firsthand that Aza's technique was disastrous for fighting people. After all, her technique was purely for fighting monsters. Az developed her technique to fight monsters and only monsters, but it was obvious that Bel wouldn't care about that. Until Az improved her technique for fighting people, she wouldn't return his weapon. Riveria sighed and gave the letter to Az, who read it with a blank look while trembling a little, nervous to read something written by the boy who beat her in a sword duel. Belen. It really left her traumatized, and I'm Droplet. Elsewhere there was an annoyed and disgusted white-haired man walking through a sewer. Bel. How did someone like me end up on this mission? Annoyed. A few hours ago he had received Riveria's request to speak with Astria. He was going to go to protect his goddess, but a situation arose. Out of nowhere, a brown-haired half-elf with glasses appeared at the mansion, apparently the advisor of the Belen Guild. She had arrived with several members of the Ganesha family. They had discovered something, and the god Uranos for some strange reason wanted the Hestia family to go investigate the place with the Ganesha family immediately. They also gave Hestia a letter where they requested her presence so that she could go see the god Uranos in person to talk about an important matter. Hestia was extremely nervous. Belen was going to go with Makoto, Welf and Lily to the mandatory guild mission, but none of the three were there. Welf had gone to see Hephaestus. Apparently he wanted to talk about something important with her. Lily was busy searching the streets of Arerio for someone to buy some soma wine that her ex-god had given her a long time ago, and Makoto had gone out with Haruhime to where the Take Mikazuchi family was to hang out. There was only Belen and Bel. The guild knowing this decided that only Belen would go with the Ganesha family, and so they were going to do until a woman with navy blue hair named Shakti mentioned that she was going to explore a secret evil space. Bel reacted immediately and with his look, it was the most Belen had ever seen in his life. Bel told everyone that Belen would not go on a mission that had to do with Evilis. Shakti spoke to Bel and told him that this was something extremely important. Even when Bel threatened her with a sword to her neck, she did not back down. In the end, Bel said that he would go. Shakti tried to deny it, but knowing that he was Belen's older brother made her think a little. Upon learning that she was level 2, she tried to refuse, but then Bel mocked her a little, telling her that while they were talking, Belen had already left with the goddess Astria for a meeting with Nine Hell. Shakti was upset but had no choice but to grumble and accept. And now here they were. In a disgusting sewer. Along with several members of the Ganesha family investigating a topic on Evilis. Bel. Why did they request the presence of the Hestia family in this case, seriously? Shakti? That is something confy. Shakti fell silent as she felt a great pressure on her. She looked at Bel, and Bel was giving her a murderous look. Bel. I'm not here for nonsense. I won't ask again. Shakti Varma. Why did the guild request the presence of the Hestia family in a case involving Evilis? Frowning. Shakti. You're not even part of the Hestia family, you're just here because there was no one else. Annoyed. Bel. Listen to me carefully, stupid blue-haired girl, looking at her angrily. If somehow my sister, Belen Cranel, ends up affected in any way by getting us involved with Evilis, make sure your family pays with blood. Murderous look. Shakti and Bel stared at each other fiercely. The other members of the Ganesha family watched this in a cold sweat. As a precaution they had their hands on the hilt of their weapons in case Bel attacked. Bel. My sister is the only thing I have from my family, and I will not allow her to be affected by this, grabbing the hilt of his sword, no matter if it means making enemies of all of Arerio, looking at her seriously. My sister is the only thing I have from my family. Shakti for a moment remembered her sister who had died because of Evilis. To the surprise of the Ganesha family members, Shakti dropped her defensive stance and looked at Bel with a difficult face. Shakti. Down here there is a secret Evilis base. It is abandoned, but we do not know if there are dangerous things inside, and there are also extremely confidential things there. The guild believes that Belen Cranel is someone trustworthy, who will not reveal anything she finds here, not even for money, so she was requested for this mission. It is known that her family members have great loyalty and friendship with her, so they also think that she will not reveal anything. Sighing, is that enough for you? Looking at him. Bel watched her for several seconds before losing his intense gaze and releasing the hilt of his silver sword. Bel. Fine, looking at her quietly. Shakti. So you will cooperate with us? Bel. Yes, by the way, bend down, looking at her. Shakti. Shakti felt her instincts warn her of danger, and she quickly ducked, narrowly avoiding a knife that would have hit her in the neck. Bell. There are many traps, be careful where you ask, continuing walking. Shakti. You could have told me before, annoyed. Bell. You're a level 6 adventurer, if you can't dodge, you're a disgrace as a first class, continuing to cheer. Shakti said nothing to that and just kept walking. They continued walking a little further, noticing that the traps were beginning to decrease. Shakti. There are fewer and fewer traps, looking at the floor and the ceiling. Patient, a random character I made up. Does that mean we're drifting apart? Looking at Shakti. Shakti. No, quite the opposite. Bell continued walking and looked at the place, he had heard a similar description in the past. Bell. If I'm not mistaken, muttering. Everyone watched curiously as Bell approached a wall and began to touch some bricks. Shakti. What are you doing? Complicated, it's up ahead there's a false door made of bricks that. Bell. It's fake, touching some bricks. Everyone. Huh. Bell. That room you found is fake, it was made as a decoy, so you wouldn't find the real one, looking at a brick of a slightly different shade, this place seemed familiar to me, Alfia Oka-sen sometimes spoke about the Evil's bases when she came to visit, she gave an exact description of the place, and I remember this, so this must be the. Shakti. It's impossible, we inspected the whole place, and there was important information about Evil's. They wouldn't leave that information there if it was just a decoy. Plink. Bell moved away from the wall which began to move backwards and slide, revealing a secret room. Shakti opening her mouth, how did you know that? Bell. When the Ishtar family fell, the Hestia family found important information about their alliance with Evil's and Tulskaya. In that information there was a drawing of several bricks, and one of them was completely colored. I cut the brick in the image, and that's it, looking at the place, but I don't know if there was a switch, trying to see in the dark. Shakti. And why was that information not given to the guild? Bell. Well, considering that the captain of the family ended up in a bad state like all the members at that time, it was more important to cure them, and that information ended up being forgotten in the family library. Shakti. And how did you discover it? Bell. The library is the quietest place and I spent a long time there playing something, I think it's a switch, turning it on. Just as Bell had said, a light came on, it wasn't a very bright one, in fact it barely illuminated a little, but it was enough for everyone to see a laboratory. There were hundreds of things there. Stuffed monsters, magic stones from all the monsters on the 30th to the 60th floor, test jars, and notes on experiments. There was one leaf in particular that caught Bell's attention. Bell. Fetal jewel modification. Bell began to flip through the few pages there were, apparently Evil's had managed to work monsters with spirits. To make them much more powerful and try to tame them. But this was different, now they had tried to modify them, as if they were trying to give them unique abilities and make them much more powerful. On the sheets there were notes of some experiments on fetal jewelry and their results. First edition prototype. Beta type magical power enhancement equals FAILED power increase enhancement equals SUCCESSFUL reaction enhancement equals SUCCESSFUL sense enhancement equals FAILED preview complementation equals SUCCESSFUL identity complementation equals FAILED reasoning enhancement equals SUCCESSFUL. Omega type second edition. Power boost senses boost equals fail. Increased power increased reasoning equals successful. Preview add-on improved reaction increase equals successful. Improved reaction increase power increase equals successful. Alpha type penultimate edition. Increased power increased reasoning equals failed. Increase in reaction increase in power equals failed. Preview complementation improved reaction increase equals successful. Kami type final edition. Preview complementation improved reaction increase increased reasoning equals successful. L. Not only did they manage to infect a spirit but also improve it, sweating, an improved spirit joined with a monster, its power could be terrifying, looking at the documents. L left the documents on the table and began to walk around the place looking at more things until suddenly he managed to distinguish a strange bookcase. L walked over to the bookcase and slid it slightly to the right, revealing another secret passage. L. I'm getting tired of this, snorting. Bell glanced at the others and noticed that they were busy researching and reading the documents and notes that were lying around. Bell also shoulders with disinterest or stepped through the secret passage. There was very little light and the hallway was very long. Bell walked for a few minutes until he managed to see a soft light. When he reached the end of the path he found a small white room with a weak light in the center of the ceiling that gave directly to a strange jewel of various colors that seemed to have something inside. Bell could feel the mana that thing released. Bell approached the jewel and looked at it with curiosity. Bell. If the description matches that of the fetus jewel, but according to the notes this shouldn't be its color. Grabbing the fetus jewel, it doesn't weigh much, staring at the fetus jewel. L brought the fetus jewel very close to his face, more specifically to his right eye to observe it more clearly, and that was a big mistake. Briar. L opened his eyes in surprise when he heard a very high-pitched scream, and that thing out of nowhere began to deform. As he was about to move away, the deformed fetus jewel launched itself at his face, and the slimy mace quickly entered his eye. Ella. Falling on his back. L tried to remove the fetus jewel from his right eye, but it was useless, it was as if it had become embedded in him. Slowly the deformed fetus jewel was getting deeper and deeper inside him, it looked like a viscous mass of various colors that has life and can move trying to take control of him. NT. Imagine a multicolored venom without a host. L did his best to remove the fetus jewel, but it was useless, each time the nucleus came closer to his eye, and if it was introduced everything would be over for him. L tried to find something on the floor to remove the fetus jewel, and was a little surprised to feel the handle of his sword in his hand. At that moment the nucleus was already about to enter his eye. Slash. But Bell was quick, and with the most powerful cut he had ever made in his life, he cut the part where the core was, letting it fall to the floor. L didn't waste a second and destroyed the fetus jewel with a strong kick. L looked sideways as a blue-haired woman approached in the distance along with some other adventurers. Shakti Bell. Worried. L could only look at Shakti with his good eye before closing it and fainting. In a nursing room, a certain white-haired man could be seen on a stretcher with his right eye covered by a bandage, sleeping peacefully. L began to stir a little as his eyes slowly opened. I've never hated light as much as I do now, fully opening his eye. L sat on the stretcher looking at his naked torso, he wasn't muscular, but he was defined, she could see his well-worked torso that was normally hidden by his suit. L looked around the place and assumed it was a hospital. I hear the sound of a door opening and turn to see the entrance, finding a silver-haired woman with purple eyes and an expressionless face. The girl barely saw him and seemed a little annoyed and walked quickly towards him. You can't get up. Lie down immediately, angry. L looked at the silver-haired girl who was already next to him, still looking at her with a frown. You didn't listen. L. Don't shout, looking at her out of the corner of his eye. Sorry, does your head hurt? Looking at him a little worried. L looked at the silver-haired girl trying to distinguish her from somewhere, but she didn't seem familiar to him. L. Just a little, but also, I hate noise, lying down again. The girl calmed down a little when she saw that Bell lay down on the stretcher calmly without complaining. Okay, I'll keep my voice as low as possible, looking at him calmly, first of all, tell me, do you know who you are? Looking at him. L. I'm Bell Cranel of the Astraea Family, looking at her. Do you know your younger sister's name? Bell and Cranel. Well, it seems you don't have amnesia, that's good. L. What happened? Looking at her. Ermid. First I'll introduce myself, I'm Ermid Tiesener, bowing a little, you're in the Diansech family hospital, the Ganesha family brought you here this morning, you had a terrible wound on your right eye, and it seemed like it had been infected by something, I managed to heal your wound without damaging your brain, I don't know what happened to you, but some strange being got inside your eye and almost came into contact with the brain. Fortunately you cut the core of that thing and stopped the infection process, and I did my best so that that thing wouldn't damage anything, unfortunately I don't know what happened to your right eye, whether it was damaged or not, you'll have to find out when we remove the bandage you have on, looking at it. L remembered the events of what happened, and Suspias hoped he hadn't lost his right eye, he didn't want to wear an eye patch, it would be outrageous for him to wear it, his grandmother would never approve of him wearing an eye patch, nor of him being a pirate. Ermid. There's also one more topic I want to talk about, looking at him with difficulty. L looked at her curiously. Ermid. Well, I'm sure you already know he has an illness, right? Looking at him. Upon receiving the nod from Bell, Ermid continued. Ermid. That thing shortened your time a little, but it's strange, somehow it's killing the damaged cells in your body that have the disease and recreating new cells, it's like it's shortening your time and at the same time extending it, and I also wanted to talk to you about something else that I noticed while researching your disease, looking at him. L. Speak. Ermid. You not only have a hereditary disease, it is also a curse, looking at him, your blood is cursed, it is a strange and very complex curse, not even using my best healing magic could make it disappear, it has been in your genes for a long time, and it seems that with each new host it becomes weaker, as if it lost its effect, but it is still very complex, and I cannot remove it. If you have a son or daughter it is possible that one of them does not inherit the disease and the curse or they inherit it, but it is even weaker than yours, for now take it, giving him a bottle. L. What is this? Opening the jar. Ermid. That will help you keep your illness at bay for now. L opened the jar and saw several wooden branches, but they didn't look normal. I see, recognizing the branches, has anyone else come to see me? Looking at Hermod. Hermod. At the request of the Ganesha family, no one knows you're here, looking at him. I see, can I take off the bandage? Looking at her. Hermod. Yes, but I recommend you open your right eye slowly and check if you know, with a difficult look. Bell nodded and with the help of Hermod they removed the bandages. His face was completely normal, Hermod had healed him spectacularly, but he still had to open his right eye. Slowly he opened it and could see. It was surprising and at the same time not. He saw extremely strangely, he saw double, not only that, it was a little blurry, but nothing serious, thousands of ideas about what happened to his eye began to come to his head. I look at Hermod and she tilted her head curiously, and then she tilted her head curiously. Bell blinked in puzzlement. Had he seen correctly? He looked at Hermod tilting her head, and then Hermod tilted her head again. It was like seeing double, but one of the doubles was further forward than the other, or the other was further back. Bell had no idea, but he was brought out of his thoughts when Hermod spoke. Hermod? Curious. Bell looked at her confused and Hermod took out a mirror. Bell could see several things, one that he already needed a haircut, his hair was almost as long as Bellen's, and two that his right eye was green and seemed to glow slightly. He was a little scared thinking that now he really looked like a copy of his terrifying aunt. Hermod. Your eye shines a little and takes on a greenish hue, but tell me, can you see? Looking at him. Bell. Yes, it's strange, my vision is delayed, but I can see her advanced, thoughtful. Hermod. I'll run some more tests on you and you'll be free to go. Make sure you get plenty of rest and don't overexert your eye. Looking at it seriously. Bell nodded and calmly got up from the stretcher. Hermod. Blushing. Bell looking at her confused. Hermod. Be truthful, please cover yourself, looking away. Bell looked at his body and he didn't even have just a bare torso, he was completely naked in fact. Bell sighed and took the blanket from the stretcher before asking Hermod to leave and get dressed. Poor Hermod will never forget such a beast. And. Scary day. Bell had already returned to the fireplace mansion after his near death. When he returned to the fireplace mansion, Bell and Astria were extremely worried. They asked him what had happened and Bell simply told them. Bellen almost fainted when she heard Bell talk about his near death as if it was nothing, and Astria was extremely worried and started checking on him to make sure he was okay. After a few questions from both of them, Bellen finally asked about her eye. Bellen. And can you see? Worried. Bell had a patch. Bell couldn't help but sigh when he felt the thick fabric of the patch over his eye. Hermod almost forced him to wear it. She told him he could keep it even when his eye was fully recovered, but until then he wasn't allowed to take it off. And I take it away. Bell opened his eye slightly, letting it adjust to the light before opening it fully and revealing his now green eye. Bellen couldn't help but open her eyes in shock when she saw the image of her aunt Alfia reflected in Bell. It was like seeing her aunt, but with slightly shorter hair and men's clothing. Astria also thought that she looked a lot like Alfia, in fact, it gave her an idea that she would later put to the test. Bell frowned as he noticed he was still seeing strange things. He tried to concentrate on his vision, but grew tired and put the eye patch back on. I like Ghislaine's patch. Bell. It's a pain, annoying. In a pharmacy a certain silver-haired woman felt a disturbance in her strength. Hermod. Removed the patch. Returning to Bell, he got up from the couch and started walking towards his room. Bell. Now that I think about it, what about the viewer? Curious. Bellen. Have a good rest, smiling. Astria. Sleeps a lot weird smile. Bell just kept walking towards his room and opened the door to find a scene adorable. There lay Haruhime next to the viewer who was resting peacefully next to Haruhime. It was a beautiful scene. But not for Bell. Bell. Where am I going to sleep? Looking at viewer and Haruhime, I would throw them on the floor, but Bell would get angry, muttering. Haruhime waking up, Bell-sama, sleepy. Bell looked at Haruhime who began to wake up slowly. Haruhime. Bell-sama. Surprised, and it's patched up. Ticking her head. Bell. Something's happened and why are they in my bed? Crossing his arms. Haruhime Virami, nervous. Bell. Forget it, it doesn't matter anymore, looking at viewer, it seems that you and viewer get along well, looking at her. Haruhime Wiene, moving her ears. L.A. Haruhime. Her name is Wiene, smiling. Bell? Who? Curious. Haruhime Bell and Sama wanted to name it Welyasine, but we decided to shorten it to Wiene, looking at Bell. Bell. Welyasine, I guess the idea for the story came from Melyasine, looking at her. Haruhime. Do you know about hero tales? With a twinkle in her eyes. Bell. Not as much as Bellen but quite a bit boring, lean a little against the wall, looking at Haruhime. Haruhime was confused by Bell's request, but did as he asked, she didn't expect Bell to lie down next to her and sleep peacefully without any discomfort. Now Haruhime had Belle on her right and Wiene on her left, both using her as a pillow. Belle had to admit it was a comfortable place even with little space. Haruhime began to wake up slowly when she heard a slight but constant noise. When he opened his eyes he discovered two things, one was that Belle was lying on a Far Eastern futon and was still sleeping, and two was Astria in the room going through Belle's closet, taking out some clothes looking for something to add. Her cheeks were flushed. Haruhime. Astria-sama. Curiosa. Astria. Oh. Haruhime, smiling, was looking for something in Belle's clothes, continuing to search. Haruhime. What thing? Curious. Astria. I think I found it, taking out a rather large box. Haruhime looked curiously at the black box, and when Astria opened it she couldn't help but be a little surprised. There was a beautiful Gothic-style dress with grey and green details, it was like Belle's suit but feminine, and it looked the same quality as Belle's. That simple dress must have cost more than all the things of the Hestia family together without counting the Hestia blade. For a moment Haruhime was scared thinking that Belle was batting for the other side for wearing a dress like that. Haruhime. Astria-sama, maybe Belle-sama, trembling. Astria. No, it's not his, looking at the beautiful dress, it belongs to a relative of Belle's. He keeps it and takes good care of it as a reminder of the woman who raised him, looking at the dress. Haruhime breathed a sigh of relief, almost scared to death. Astria. But it's about to become more than a memory, smiling. Haruhime. Huh. Astria. Tell me, wouldn't you like to see Belle wearing a dress? Smiling darkly. Haruhime. Sudando. Ellen walked quietly through the mansion fireplace with a basket of fruit that she was going to give to Belle, but when she went to her room, she got a little confused when she saw that outside Belle's room were Haruhime, Astria and Wiene. Wiene was hiding behind Haruhime. Ellen approached and as soon as Wiene saw her she threw herself at her. Wiene Bellen. Reading to Bernard. Ellen opened his arms with kindness, receiving the warm embrace of the vouiver. Ellen. What are you doing? Curious. Haruhime Astria. Waiting, looking carefully at the door. Ellen A. What are you waiting for? Everyone fell silent as they heard the sound of the knob turning and Belle's door opening. Ellen T. Aunt. Scared. Belle looked at Bellen confused, maybe she was sleepy and had mistaken her for her aunt. Belle assumed that was it and decided to take advantage of it to play a joke on Bellen. Bellen, making his voice as soft as he could, I've heard that you've been causing a lot of trouble lately, placing a hand on his shoulder, is that true? Sharpening his gaze. Ellen began to sweat profusely as she felt her aunt's strong grip on her shoulder. Had her aunt, defying life and death, returned from the dead just to scold her? If so, then she had underestimated her aunt. She was even more powerful than she thought. Ellen Tia, trembling, I swear it wasn't like you think, it's just that I have bad luck. Trying to reason with a beast. Bella? Are you contradicting me? Ellen and no, Aunt Alfia, trembling. Belle. Aunt, what did I tell you to call me that brat, suggesting Belle's head, I'm not old. Ellen and I never said that, sweating. Belle. Looks like I'll have to re-educate you, death stare. Ellen. I'm sorry, 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 shaking harder. Astria Aura, you look good. Belfi, smiling. Belhum. Confused. Haruhime. Belle-sama, blushing, that style suits her, looking away. Belle went inside again and looked at himself in the mirror. He stood completely still when he saw his aunt there. Belle. Alfia Okasan. Scared, no wait, looking around. Belle's eyes widened and he looked at his body and the clothes he was wearing. Yes, it made sense why Bellen had confused him. One green eye and one grey eye, slightly long silver white hair, delicate features, calm face, a grey and green gothic dress that reached her feet, hiding two pairs of black heels that once belonged to her aunt, in addition to the arm warmers she was wearing and the black semi-transparent gloves she had on her hands. Belle stood there motionless, not knowing how to react to this situation. Oh Belle. Belle turned his head and looked at a blurry figure of his grandmother. Belle. Gee Grandma, it's not what you think. Grandma, I don't know what to tell you, but it suits you, giving her a thumbs up, too bad you're not a woman, you would make a very beautiful and dangerous maiden, fading away. Grandpa. Appears epically, no Belle. That wasn't the way Belle. No, fading away. Belle let out a deep sigh and looked at himself in the mirror again, he definitely wanted to return to his small, remote town. Lily, Welf and Makoto were in the hallways of the fireplace mansion talking quietly as they went to the dining room. Lily opened the dining room door and looked at everyone calmly, but her gaze stopped when she noticed that there was a beautiful and unknown woman in the place. Lily. Hey. Who is she? Suspicious. Welf and Makoto also came in and saw the woman, surprising me a little. Makoto. A new member? Curious. Bellin began to sweat upon feeling Belle's murderous gaze. He had obviously tried to take off his dress, but Astria had played a joke on him and had made it a little tight, in addition to hiding and tying the adjustment thread very well so that Belle couldn't take it off, and if he tried it was almost certain that he would break it. Belle didn't want that to happen, so he swallowed his pride and simply remained silent and annoyed, ignoring everyone there. In fact, he was so upset that he had activated his Silentium Eden for an hour and hadn't said a word. Hello. Bellin Kami-sama, smiling. Eshifuaya, I'm finally back, stretching. Uranos is very boring. I stood there for hours listening to what he said, tired, and by the way I have news about Wiene yes. Bellin. Yes. Confused. Hestia. Silence. Scared, what's that woman doing here? It's more like is it even possible for her to be here? Wasn't she dead? It's impossible. Unless she somehow came back to life, but that's impossible, trembling. Hestia had not been present in the Dark Age. But he knew perfectly well about her and had even seen some photos of some members of Evilis, among them a red-haired man with dull grey eyes, wearing a large black armor nicknamed Gluttony, and an extremely beautiful silver-haired woman with heterochromia nicknamed Silence, although they were better known by humans as Predator and Talent Monster, nicknames that honestly fit them like a glove. Hestia almost fainted when she saw one of those two supposed living legends sitting at her table eating quietly with an annoyed look on her face. Bellin. Kami-sama. It's not Silence, sweating, it's my brother Bell, scratching his neck. Everyone. In shock. After a brief explanation, Hestia understood and calmed down a little, although she was still a little scared to be next to Belle, who was the spitting image of her aunt. And the others felt ashamed, for they had mistaken Belle for a girl, and a beautiful girl at that. Hestia. And Astria. Confused. Bellin. In Belle and Astria's room, the aforementioned could be seen in bed tied with a fairly strong rope. She had some pigtails on her head as well. Despite that and the humiliating position she was in, her cheeks were flushed while she was breathing heavily. She would never admit it, but she had done this more for the punishment than to see Belle wearing a dress, even though Belle didn't know in the end, this was part of the plan of a true masochistic diss. Back with the others. Haruhime. Hestia-sama, if it's not too much trouble, what did you and the god Uranos talk about? Curious. Hestia. Oh that's right, remembering something important, she told me about the Xenos. All. Xenos. Confused. Hestia. Monsters like Wiene, looking at the viewer. Wiene. Tilting his head. There was a lot of noise in the streets of Riveria. And all for one simple reason, for one particular person. When he walked by he attracted all kinds of glances, but he ignored them, the sound of his firm footsteps could be heard clearly despite the constant murmuring. Everyone looked closely at the supposed woman with white hair and heterochromia. People who didn't know who she looked like only admired her beauty and envied her, and those who recognized her appearance shit themselves in fear when they remembered the Dark Ages, especially a certain silver-haired woman who caused a lot of havoc and defeated first-class Enturads, as if it were an Olympic sport. There were women who looked at her with envy, especially the goddesses, and some others who looked at her with admiration, because she looked like a queen, a dignified and refined queen. The men couldn't avoid the blushes and the lustful glances. More than one tried to approach the beauty with heterochromia, but there were two things that prevented it. One was the murderous look she gave you when you got closer than a meter from her, and two were the two swords she had at her waist. One of them many recognized. It was the sword of the Sword Princess Desperate, and the aura she released around her indicated that she was a powerful adventurer, at least a second class. One more thing to add. Yes, she was accompanied by Belle and Cranel, captain of the Astraea Familia. Belle sighed inwardly as he saw that he was attracting a lot of attention. It was definitely a good idea to leave Astria hanging and tied to the ceiling as punishment, although it seemed like she was enjoying it, but that didn't matter. Belle stumbled a bit when he took a wrong step with his heel, but managed to quickly get back up without any problems. Looking around he sweated a little seeing that there were people ready to go and help him in case he had tripped and fallen. It was terrifying to see how many people were looking at him, as if he were a woman, worse still as a queen. It confused him more the fact that he felt like his grandmother was somewhere in the world watching this with pride. Belle sighed and looked with a vein in his head as some men and women squealed like lovers upon hearing his sigh. NT Komi-san type XD. NT2. It's been a long time since I made Rag Bell. In my first Danmachi stories I did it a lot, admitted Rag Bell looks good you. Bell put his thoughts aside and looked at Bellin. Bell. What did you say we were going for? Looking at her. Bellin pussed to the area wall. A's read your letter and has been practicing very hard all day today and says he wants to face you, looking at him. Bell. But I wrote that letter just today, confused. Bellin. Yes, I know, sighing, that's right, A-san. Bell. She trains very hard, that's good, but her patience is very short, she expects considerable results at the end of the day, thoughtful, it doesn't matter, anyway, I just have to bring her down again, expressive look. Bellin. I don't know if that's good for A's, drop of sweat. After a short walk they finally reached the wall where A's and Bellin were training. Both brothers could see in the distance a certain golden-haired woman accompanied by a high elf. Riveria and A's reacted when they heard the sound of footsteps in the place and turned to see the person responsible. Riveria almost fainted and the stone almost broke when she saw someone very familiar. Riveria. Impossible, sweating. A's. Trembling. Oh yes, there was the devil himself, the only being in the world who had humiliated both of them with terrifying ease. The woman who had beaten them mercilessly and broken their pride as adventurers in record time. A's remembered her fight with the red-haired tamer, she was powerful, but she could notice the clear difference in power between her and Alfia. Alfia was even more powerful, faster, stronger, with more experience and skill. She did not have the power of a level 7, she had that of a level 9, and not to mention when she activated her magic Xenos Angelus, at that moment she really was a damn unstoppable monster. Riveria put herself in a defensive pose looking at Alfia with all her senses alert, she didn't want to admit it, but she was trembling a little, fortunately her long robe hid that. A's couldn't hold back and was trembling freely, she still had a wooden sword, she still didn't feel worthy of using a normal sword, much less desperate. Finally the supposed Alfia stopped in front of them just 5 meters away and left desperate and his other sword with Bellin. A's found the hilt of the other sword he carried a little familiar, but he didn't give it importance. Bell took a wooden sword that was there and stood in front of A's, getting into a fighting stance. Bellin became the referee of the fight. Bellin. Ready. Raising his arm. Bell nodded calmly, as if he were an automatic robot. Bellin. Start. Lowering his arm. Slash. A's opened her eyes in shock when a wooden sword approached her face ready to hit her hard, fortunately she was able to duck in time and dodge what could have knocked her out. A's sweated when she saw the supposed Alfia who looked at her with a serene and calm face, as if she were not a rival for her. Bell calmly approached A's who had all her senses alert, she knew she couldn't rely on her magic, it was a sword duel, not a magic duel. A's frowned and lunged at Bell ready to stab him, but Bell easily deflected her to the right, letting A's pass by. A's opened her eyes in surprise, and then her eyes narrowed in pain when she felt a blow to her back. Bell had hit her in the back with his sword. So he immediately got back up, but had to immediately dodge several Hukuban thrusts directed at his head and chest. Bell. He's increased his reaction speed a bit, but that's all he needs. He still lacks experience and skill, seriously. Bell stepped back a little, dodging a vertical slash from A's, and kneed him in the stomach. Bell. Now I understand why Alfia Oka-san didn't kick her knee, it's a little difficult with the dress, frowning. Bell held the wooden sword tightly and hit A's in the knee. A's growling. A's couldn't even say anything when Bell hit her on the chin with the handle of the sword. Bell looked surprised as A's suddenly slashed him in the head, but the cut went through him. Bell blinked and noticed that A's was barely recovering from the blow to the chin. At that moment A's looked at him seriously, and just as he had seen a few seconds ago, he launched himself at him to cut him on the head. Bell arched his back, stepping back and letting the attack pass before striking A's in the ribs with his sword. A's spat out a little saliva, but immediately recovered to continue attacking. Bell had to admit that the endurance of a level 6 was impressive, even enviable. Bell stared at A's, studying her. Attacks on her arms wouldn't do much good because of her armor. Attacks on her chest wouldn't either. Attacks on her stomach could be very effective. The same goes for the head, but he should hit her face or the back of her neck. Otherwise, the metal headband that A's uses would protect her from the blow. Bell nodded to himself, he already knew where to attack. A's was a little surprised when Bell now took the initiative and launched himself at her. Bell launched a strong thrust towards A's stomach, who tries to deflect the attack just like Bell. But it was of no use and he received a strong punch in the stomach. A's gripped her sword tightly and swung it at Bell. Bell jumped back but still received a strong blow to the arm. Bell. Damn, looking at his arm, her attacks are clumsier than mine, but definitely much stronger, one hit from her is equivalent to 10 of mine, frowning, I think I should ask Astria to update my status, weeks have passed since the last time, I can't allow myself to be so weak, serious. Bell gripped his sword tightly and pretended he was about to throw a horizontal slash with both hands. A's thought she saw an opening, and without thinking she launched herself to hit Bell in the stomach, just like he hit her before. Bell. You dare to use my own attacks against me? Sharpening his gaze. Bell suddenly changed his charged attack stance to a quick attack stance, surprising A's. Slash. A's opened her eyes in pain as Bell gave her a hard cut on her neck before she even launched her attack. Ace tried to compose himself, but when he felt a blow to his neck and his vision went dark he knew he had lost. Ellen and Riveria watched the fight from start to finish, and to say they were surprised was an understatement. Riveria was still sweating nervously, while Ace and Belle were fighting. She had talked a little with Bellen. She wanted to know if for some strange and unlikely reason Alfia had revived, and she found out that Belle's goddess had played a little joke on him by dressing him up as a woman. She didn't bat for that side, but she had to admit that Belle looked spectacular and terrifying. Although he was more scared when Bellen said, "My brother looks a lot like Alfia Oka-san." Alfia Oka-san, yes, they were definitely both children of that woman. Riveria trembled a little thinking about how both siblings could be in the future. They might be even more powerful than that woman. They both reacted when Belle approached them both and took their swords. Belle. His reaction has improved a little, but he still has clumsy and stupid movements. He still has a lot to improve. Tell him we'll face each other again at the end of the week, not before leaving. Bellen. A goodbye Riveria-sama, bowing a little, giving her a portion of healing. I hope it helps a little, scratching his cheek. Bellen went after his brother leaving Riveria there who could only sigh. Riveria. How scary, going to help Ace. Bellen. You shouldn't have been so harsh on Ace-san, looking at Belle. Belle. His technique is terrible, and his attacks are clumsy, being so bad of course I have to be tough, walking calmly. Bellen HMP. Slurped you were right, these milkshakes taste delicious, smiling. Belle. I know, taking a sip of his milkshake. Maestro. Belle and Belle eh? Both brothers turned to look at a grey-haired girl and a green-haired elf who were looking at Belle in shock. Ryuu. Why you're dead, in shock. Bellen. I think I should tell you some things, scratching his head. After a few brief explanations, both waitresses understood the reason for the dress. Ryuu didn't know that Astria could be such a joker. Ultimately, she should spend more time with her goddess. Sir. Don't you want to go to the bar? Smiling. Belle was about to decline until he heard Sir mention a delicious new dessert. And so they ended up going to the fertility hostess, although sadly Belle forgot that he is still dressed as a woman. And I'm sorry I forgot that when they arrived at the bar and there was a big commotion about their appearance, some scared adventurers and other perverts. Although it was fun to see the big dwarf in a blue suit fall to the floor again, while memories of Vietnam passed through her head. In the past she had had a small duel with Alfia when she was the captain of the Freya family, and to say that she received a beating is an understatement, although Alfia had told her that she had a respect for having been at that time the person who had lasted the longest in a fight against her. She even managed to land a hit. Of course in return she received 30 more, but it was worth it. Mamma mia. That woman is still causing trouble even though she's dead, looking at Belle. Bella. Curioso. Mamma mia. Looking on the bright side, staring at Belle, you are a very cute boy, you attract the attention of many male and female customers alike. If you were to wear a waitress outfit there would definitely be many customers. Belle. No, expressionless. Mamma mia. My offer will always be open, shoulders. Belle sighed and simply ordered his dessert. He didn't want to stay there too long, he felt something bad was going to happen. There you are. Belle deflated and looked listlessly at the hostess's door at a silver-haired purple demoness who looked noticeably annoyed. Ermid. I knew you took off your patch. Looking at him. Ermid was so angry that she had completely forgotten how Belle was dressed. Ermid quickly approached Belle with an eye patch in hand, ready to put it on him. She really never expected that several adventurers would stop her and prevent her from passing towards Belle. Ermid. Hey. Angry. Adventurer. I'm sorry but we won't allow you to put that thing on Hime-sama, it would be. Adventurer. Yes. That would ruin her beauty. Ermid ha. But he's a man. Adventurers. No excuses. Releasing Ermid from the premises. Belle. It seems to have its advantages, quietly eating his dessert. That day at the Belle bar he was treated like a queen, and for those moments he understood how his grandmother Hera felt almost every day. And. Sita. In the dungeon, more specifically on the 18th floor, Belle and Bellen were inspecting the place where Bellen had found Wiene, but they didn't find anything that would give them a clue. Bellen. There's nothing, sighing. Belle obviously it wouldn't be that easy, scratching the patch. Bellen Ermid-sen said you couldn't take it off, smiling. Belle. I'd rather wear Alfia Oka-sen's dress than this thing, annoyed. Bellen Gigi, don't tell that to Astria-sama or you'll wear a dress until you no longer need the eye patch, laughing a little. Belle ignored his sister and looked around seriously. Bellen took the handle of his knife and stood alert. Something was watching them from the shadows. Both looked in a particular direction and managed to see a hooded person walking calmly there. They both decided to put away their weapons and continue walking, ignoring the hooded man who passed by them. Although before they took more than 5 steps the hooded man stopped and turned towards them. They smell like a companion. Both were a little surprised by the words the hooded woman said and turned to look at her. Did they kill her? No, I don't smell blood. Fel said you guys were trustworthy. Bell and D, excuse me, do we know her? Curious. You don't know me, but maybe you will soon. You don't see each other as bad people. I didn't feel anything bad when I passed by both of you, maybe there's still hope. The hooded woman raised her head slightly, revealing a pair of dull blue eyes with a slit, eyes like Wiene's. Bellin opened her eyes in surprise, and Bell narrowed his gaze. Bell no. Hooded Bellin eh? Surprised. Bellin looked at her brother to reproach him, but was a little surprised to see his right eye discovered and shining intensely. He was also looking in a specific direction. Seconds later the hooded woman managed to hear several voices coming from that direction and looked at Bell slightly surprised. Hooded. Interesting. Bellin was going to say something to the woman, but before trying she spread a pair of wings. Bellin opened her mouth in surprise, while Bell took one of the feathers that the hooded woman had dropped when she flew away. Bell. I think it's a harpy feather, inspecting it. Bellin reacted when they heard several voices approaching. Bell. We'd better go, putting the patch back on. Bellin hi. How the hell didn't they find anything? I'm sorry, Dix, but it seems the Vivire has disappeared. Dix impossible, growling. Although there was an adventure at the time the Vivire disappeared. Dix. An adventure. Little skirt. Dix. Oh. I see you heard that, right. Turning his head. Dix turned to see a hunched man in a simple suit sitting on some stairs. Good heavens, I look like a family slave, and I'm supposed to be the god. Dix. You can't lie to the gods. Check if Bell and Cranel had anything to do with the dragon girl, looking at his god. Is that okay? Bekelos. Bekelos. You're so troublesome, walking, okay, I'm going to help you Dix, walking. Dix I'm counting on you. In the fireplace mansion, the Hestia family was resting after gathering information for a whole day about talking monsters. Welf. How tired, sighing. Lily. You don't even need to say it, blowing her hand. Hestia. I tried to look for information while they were gone, but I didn't find anything either, spying. Ellen. We only have the information about the 18th floor and the letter that the god Urano sent to go to the 20th floor, reading the letter. Astria. Do you think it's a good idea? Curious. Ellen. We'll have to go and find out. Out of nowhere Haruhime appeared in the room breathing heavily. Haruhime. Does anyone know where Wiene and Bell-sama are? Worried. Ellen huh. They're not. Worried. Lily. Calm down, they are in the yard, calm. Astria. Yes, Bell went to the patio to rest, he seemed in a good mood for some reason, so he lay down in the patio. Wiene looked at him, and since he had the salamander cape, Wiene mistook him for Bellin, so she went to sleep with him. Bell was already asleep, so he didn't even notice her, and Wiene thought he slept with Bellin, smiling, I feel jealous, suggesting her cheek. Haruhime and Bellin approached the window, and indeed there in the courtyard was Bell, lying on the grass sleeping peacefully with Wiene next to him. Seeing them from afar, they looked like Wiene and Bellin. Bellin. Well, it's good to see that they're getting along better, smiling. Haruhime also smiled at that, she loved Wiene, she was adorable, shy, innocent and cheerful, and she listened attentively to the stories and tales she told her before sleeping. Once, Bell had kindly told her that she would be a good mother. That was undoubtedly a glorious day for Haruhime. Bellin. It seems like he's waking up, looking out the window. This time everyone approached the window curiously, they wanted to know what Bell would do now that he was awake. To her disbelief, he did nothing. He stood as still as a statue, not even turning to look at Wiene. They didn't know why that was, but Bell was restless. Bell. Someone hasn't stopped watching me since I fell asleep, alert, they are two people, one has no bad intentions, but the other look makes me uneasy. Bell looked sideways at one of the mansion's roofs and found a strange white owl, although the strange thing was its right eye that looked like a jewel. The bird began to fly and left as if nothing had happened. Bell. That was the normal look, turning to Babel, and this is the one that makes me uncomfortable. I feel like someone is undressing me with their gaze, looking at Babel, I better go back home. Bell looked to his left and stared blankly at a little dragon girl sleeping peacefully next to him. Bell would have been a little bothered by that violation at his distance if it weren't for the fact that the intense gaze worried him more. Bell carried Wiene in his arms as if he were a father and walked back to the mansion, fireplace, as far away as possible from the gaze that came from Babel. Now that Bell thought about it a little, he was surprised. A few days ago, he could feel when people were looking at him, but only that. That strange ability he had wasn't as advanced as his sisters, who seemed to have refined that ability in her time in Arario. And now he could detect the emotions behind that look, where it came from, and how many people. Bell placed his hand on the patch, he felt more tired than usual, but at the same time better than ever. He felt that if he released a Satan Warrior, it would do almost as much damage as a 40% power hit from his aunt, and that was saying a lot. Bell sighed, he didn't know if what had happened to him had been good or bad luck, but without a doubt from now on, he would have a lifelong grudge against the demi-spirits. The day he saw a fetus jewel he would destroy it with the strongest version of Satan he had ever created. Brother. Bell came out of his thoughts when he saw Astria, Haruhime and Bellin walking towards him. Bellin. What happened? You grabbed Wiene and left the yard very quickly. Is something wrong? Worried. Bell. Two people were watching us, looking at Bellin, a beau from Babel, looking at Astria. Astria opened her eyes in surprise upon hearing Bell's words. There were only two people who lived in Babel, and she highly doubted that the second would observe a person on a whim, so it could only be Astria. Freya, frowning. Everyone put their thoughts aside upon hearing some complaints and looked at Wiene, who was still in Bell's arms, slowly waking up from what seemed like a pleasant dream. Wiene. I'm sleepy, mumbling. Bell looked blankly at Wiene before extending it to Bellin. Bellin. Oh. It seems like Kami-sama is calling me, leaving. Haruhime. Wait, Bellin-sama. Following her. Bell. Looking at Astria. Astria. I will help you only if you wear the vest. Bell had already left before Astria finished speaking. Astria. I tried, leaving. Bell looked at Wiene and remained silent for several minutes. What was he doing? He had never taken care of a child before. They were usually noisy and annoying, and that's why he didn't like being around children. Bell sighed and looked around. She was already in her room. Bell looked at her bed, and it was easy for her to leave Wiene there. Bell nodded, satisfied with himself, and walked towards the door to leave. He really started to get irritated when he felt the Vivier holding the sleeve of his suit and not letting go. Wiene. Don't leave me, strongly suggesting Bell's sleeve. Bell let out a deep sigh. She had heard from Bellin that Wiene sometimes had nightmares, usually when she was asleep and alone. She dreamed of killing humans. She had strange dreams where she was alone and could see adventurers attacking her and protecting herself from her. On more than one occasion, she had seen herself die and had seen the adventurers die. Bell thought about resurrection. It was likely that Wiene had visions of her past life while she was asleep, visions of when she was a normal monster that attacked everything that moved. Now that she had the mind of a little girl, seeing that in her dreams must certainly be terrifying. Bell sat on the bed next to Wiene and began to rub her head, maybe that would help her calm down. To her relief it worked. Wiene seemed to leave her terrified expression to a much calmer one. The bad thing is that she hugged Bell, as if she were a stuffed animal. Bell. Snorting, I definitely won't have children, mumbling. Bell sighed as he sat on a stretcher. A beautiful silver-haired woman stood in front of him inspecting his right eye. Hermod. You can see clearly now, right? Looking at him. Bell nodded, he had finally learned to control his eye properly and his vision was no longer blurry. Hermod. That's good. From what you told me, it still stings if you keep your right eye open for too long. I recommend using the patch most of the time. Only take it off if necessary. Looking at Bell. Understand. Pulling at her cheek. Bell. Yes, let me go, annoyed. Hermod. Okay, and how has your illness been? Looking at him. Bell. The branches of the elven forest tree have helped me stay well, but every day I feel more tired, looking at Hermod. Hermod. It's because of your eye. Your eye is fighting to cure your illness. It's impossible for it to achieve it, but it doesn't want to give in either, so while your illness deteriorates, that eye takes your energy to cure you at the same pace. At this rate you could die of exhaustion. Fortunately I'm not a doctor for nothing. Placing her hand on Bell's chest, breathe deeply. Bell breathed deeply as he felt the tiredness leave his body. He looked slightly surprised at Hermod, who inspected him. Hermod. Well, that should help you. Come back every 3 days and I'll replenish your energy. Looking at him. Bell looked at Hermod carefully. There was no doubt that she was an exceptional doctor. Bell. Thank you, putting on the patch. Hermod. Before you go, I need you to come back in a bit, looking at him. Bell. Stop. Tilting his head. Hermod. How adorable, I need to see how you handle things with that eye, so we'll go out for a walk without your eye patch to see how you handle it. Just in case, bring some branches from the elven tree, looking at him. Bell. Understood, I'm leaving Hermod-san, leaving. Hermod. Come back soon, looking at some notes on how to help Bell with his illness. Bell. Here, taking off his patch, take care of it for me. We know, taking the patch. A few days had passed since Bell helped Wiene sleep. Bellin told this to Wiene, who at first didn't believe it, but with the confirmation of the others, she had no choice but to be a little surprised. She wanted to thank Bell for that, but she didn't know how to approach Bell. With a little help from Astria, Bellin and Haruhime, she managed to have a short conversation with him. Little by little, Wiene got used to Bell's attitude, and it became easier for her to approach him and talk to him. Now she was as fond of Bell as she was of Bellin. Bell also came to like her. Wiene was a little inactive, but she didn't do anything he hated, and whenever she wanted to do something that made excessive noise or required her to get too close to him, he would ask her permission. If you saw them, they would look like a father and his daughter. Wiene. Wow, looking at the patch, can I put it on? Looking at Belle. Belle. Go ahead, make sure you take care of him only, looking at her. Wiene excitedly put on the patch and looked at herself in the mirror. She definitely looked good. Ellen. I'm glad to see you two getting along, smiling. Belle taking his jacket. Ellen. Where are you going? Didn't you just get back from your checkup? Curious. Belle. Yes, but they'll make me another one, looking at her. Astria. Can we go with you? Smiling. Belle. No, expressionless. Astria. Moo, pouting, I'll go even if you don't want to, crossing her arms, unless it's a date I'll go with you, smiling confidently. Haruhime, who was nearby, looked at Astria. Haruhime. I shouldn't say that kind of thing, Astria-sama, looking at her. Ellen. I'll go too. Smiling. Belle. No, tired. Astray. You won't stop us. The only way we won't go is if you have a date, and judging by your attitude with women, I doubt you have one, crossing arms. Haruhime. I would like to go too, shy. Belle. How problematic, sighing, wait, they said that if it was a date they wouldn't bother us, right? Thoughtful. Belle stared into space for several seconds. What was worse? Pretending to have a date or having 3 problematic women following him around. A shy Renard, a very unlucky bunny, and a masochistic and perverted goddess. On the other hand, there was Ermid. She was a calm, beautiful, quiet woman dedicated to her job. Yep, the answer was obvious. Belle started walking towards her room being followed by the others. Upon entering her room, she searched through her clothes drawers and took out a perfume. Everyone almost went white when they saw the perfume that looked of the highest quality. Belle recognized it. Her grandmother had given Belle and her an extremely expensive perfume as a 12th gift 2 years ago. It had a very good aroma and was long-lasting. That perfume was also worth a lot. Although their grandmother had told them. Only for important occasions. Ellen. Why are you wearing the perfume your grandmother gave you? Looking at him. L. Looking at them, I'm going on a date, thinking about the perfume. 5. That was the sound heard when the body of a poor Renard fell to the floor, unconscious. If you paid attention, you might have heard the crash her heart made. Ellen and Astria were still standing but Astria looked more like a lifeless body that was miraculously standing, her eyes reflected nothing, and she had an empty smile. Ellen wasn't any better, she hadn't changed at all, she was exactly the same as before, except for her pale skin tone and the fact that she was completely motionless. Wiene. Bellen. Worried, what happened to them? Looking at Belle. Belle. I just told them something they thought was impossible, keeping the perfume. Were. Sniff, smell good. Belle. Thank you, take care of them in my absence, leaving. We're high. Belle walked through the streets of Riveria calmly, as always his elegant clothes drew attention, and now the smell that emanated thanks to the perfume, Belle did not regret using it if he was honest. Excuse me, young man. Belle turned his head looking at a black-haired human woman at a flower stand. He's very dressed up, maybe on a date. Belle couldn't even say anything when the imperious woman interrupted him. Don't you want to buy flowers for the lady? Smiling. Belle was about to deny, but was interrupted, although this time by his own imagination. What are you doing? Belle. Grandma. Surprised. Buy flowers. It's a date, you can't be inconsiderate. A lady has to be given flowers. Belle. But it's not a date, sweating. You're going for a walk with a pretty girl, if that's not a date I don't know what is. Belle. But you said I shouldn't go on a date without first getting to know a woman well. Yes, but you already told that girl you were going and you can't cancel. I didn't raise you that way. Now buy flowers, compliment the girl, and enjoy the date. And remember, no kinky things. Belle high defeated, give me a bouquet of flowers, sighing. The most expensive. Belle. The most expensive one you have, please, taking out a bag of valises. Woman. Immediately, smiling, stonks. In the fireplace mansion, Haruhime, Astria and Bellen have just begun to wake up from their nightmare. Bellen. What happened? Waking up. Astria. I think I had a bad dream, waking up. Haruhime. I had a terrible nightmare where Belle-sama had a date, spying. Astria Bellen same, sighing in relief. Bellen. But it was just a bad dream. Wiene. But Belle is on a date, appearing out of nowhere. Bellen Wiene, surprised, wait how do you know that, sweating. Wiene. Belle told me she went on a date with Iamind Ermid Tiesener, trying to say the name. Wiene tilted her head curiously as she watched the 3 of them lose color, she even heard something break. Astria Wiene-chan, smiling do you know where Belle went? Wiene. She said she would go to Diane Sech's pharmacy, looking at them. What are you waiting for, silly girl, appearing out of nowhere? Go and get your man back. Extending her fist. Ellen. But grandpa, he's my brother, blushing. So? Your grandmother was my older sister and I had a ton of children. Ellen. Blushing. Nothing. Now go, spread your wings, Bellin. Many heroes and heroines practice incest, smiling, and remember, doggy style is best for beginners. Ellen. Yes, wait, what? Goodbye, Bellin. Ha 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 ha. Epically disappearing. Bellin. Welcome. Taking her by the shoulders, remember, don't leave the house, okay? Looking at her determinedly. Hi, confused. Haruhime. Go with Lily-sama or Hestia-sama and don't leave her side, okay? Smiling. Ellen. We'll go take care of some business. We'll be right back. Running. Astria. Take care, Wiene, smiling. Haruhime. Don't go out and remember not to take off that cape, you can't walk around naked, saying goodbye to Wiene, see you later, leaving. Wiene. Staring into space, what do I do? Protect the house, it comes and you too, hitting it. Theo. Wiene turned to look at the window and saw a bird that was there in the yard. Wiene. Hey. No one can enter this house. Taking the sword. Wiene went out into the yard and started chasing the bird. Wiene. Come back. Swinging the sword. Bird. Pio mother bucker, flying. Elsewhere, Ace began to radiate a great aura of hatred, he felt that his sword was being defiled by the grip of a monster. You are a terrible swordswoman, your master must be turning in his grave. Belle's aura changed to a depressed one upon remembering those words. She had also defiled desperate with her horrific technique. In front of the Dian-Sech pharmacy, there was a silver-haired woman with purple eyes and a white-haired man with fake heterochromia, about to go for a walk, or rather, a date. Hermid had casual clothes, a dark brown dress that reached a little below her knees, long dark red boots, a white long-sleeved shirt with a red ribbon on the neck, Belle could distinguish a soft smell of vanilla on it. Belle was wearing his usual clothes, only now Hermid could distinguish an attractive smell coming from Belle in addition to the flowers. Hermid. I didn't expect this detail coming from you, but thank you, taking the flowers, they smell good and look quite beautiful, looking at the flowers. Well. The compliment. Belle. Why you look good in those clothes, Hermid-san, a little nervous. Come on, tell him more. Belle. I've never done this, and I'm Droplet. Tell him more or I swear by Kronos that I. Belle. Those clothes highlight your beauty, Hermid, grabbing her by the chin. Hermid. Blushing. What are you doing, silly? Let her go. You don't have her permission to touch her. Did that old pervert pass his perversion on to you? Belle. Sorry, that was very daring of me, letting go of her. Hermid. And it doesn't matter, looking away, shall we? Looking at him. Offer him your arm. Belle extended his arm a little, and Hermid looked at him for a moment without knowing what to do. In the end, Hermid, with an expressionless face and slightly blushed cheeks, hugged Belle's arm and began to walk beside him, as if they were a couple. The people who saw them didn't know whether to be surprised or not, in this time that Belle had been in Aurario he had already gained a certain reputation, generally they knew him for being someone extremely calm, and a few words, Hermid was a similar case, she only spoke what was necessary, and you would never see her with any other expression than a calmer expressionless one, although it seemed that now was the exception, since the blush on her cheeks was barely visible, but it was noticeable. People who saw them thought they were a couple. Quickly the rumors began to form. Rumors like he was dating. Belle was new to Aurario, and because of that he didn't have a nickname given by the gods, but people had given him one, and many people started to use it, it was the nickname that people gave him, obviously no one would say it to his face, they didn't want to die, despite being someone calm, everyone knew what would happen if they angered Belle, he didn't hold back for anything. For everyone who saw Belle and Hermid walking, it seemed a little strange to see them together. Many thought that Belle was someone who generally hated people and seemed to want to harm them. Hermid was the complete opposite. She was kind despite her expressionless face, and if someone wanted to learn first aid, Hermid always made time in her schedule to teach. Of course, after what happened a few days ago, the image that people had of Belle improved a little. Maybe that made Hermid and Belle come out, or so people thought. You might be wondering what Belle did, right? Well, that was 2 days ago near the Aurario shopping area. Belle was walking through the streets of Aurario calmly. He had been visiting some dessert and sweet stalls and shops in Aurario, so he was in a good mood today. Something unusual, no doubt. While Belle was walking, he started to hear a loud bang in the place and got a little annoyed by it, but he was in a good mood today, so he decided to endure it and go through all the noise to see if he found something interesting there. He really didn't expect to find a building that looked like a burning church. Belle came a little closer to see the building, and his ears managed to hear some words. Ah, that damn bitch deserves that. We told her that if she gave us her body we would give her protection, but the damn thing refused. So she and all those stupid kids can go to hell. Slash. Ah. One of the three men fell to the floor in pain and tears in his eyes as he looked at his right arm, more exactly where his right hand should be, although the only thing there was a stream of blood falling to the floor. The man looked up and was terrified to see a grey eye that looked like a bottomless void and a bright green eye that looked at him with deep hatred and repulsion, as if the eye had a life of its own. One of the men standing next to the now one-armed man was a big fat half-bear beastman with a greatsword and another human with crimson red hair and two short swords. The bear man growled in annoyance and drew his longsword ready to split the bell in two. Gospel. The bear man was thrown several meters backwards with his stomach sunken and blood coming out of his mouth. Bell had broken several of his ribs. The red-haired human stood with his mouth open, he quickly tried to unsheath his two short swords, but his head was grabbed tightly and he was brutally slammed against the floor. The Redeed tried to get up with the little strength he had, but the white-haired man in front of him lifted his foot and stepped on his head with force, breaking his nose and burying his head in the ground. Bell looked at the man whose hand he cut off and noticed how he was crawling on the floor trying to leave the place. There were many people there, but no one said anything. They didn't want to mess with Bell or stop him. Please, I beg you, I'll do anything but don't kill me. Crying. Bell raised his silver sword ready to split the man's face, but stopped when he heard a scream. Please help us. Everyone, including Bell, turned to look at the building and saw a young-looking woman dressed in an orphanage caretaker outfit. People began to murmur. Isn't that Maria? My God, poor woman. She's the orphanage caretaker. What's she doing there? Idiot. That's Maria's new orphanage. Quickly find adventurers to help get everyone out. Bell looked at the man at his feet and calmly lowered his sword. Bell. I forgive your life. Man. Thank you very much. Bell. In return, you will feel the pain of being in hell. Cold look. Bell took the man by the face and walked towards the burning orphanage. Man. Wait, what are you doing? Scared. Bell was already in front of the orphanage looking at the burning wooden door holding the one-armed man with a blank stare. He had a kind heart, as strange as it sounded it was true, when he was a child he was almost identical to Bellin, he was a little more aware, and thanks to that he discovered that his grandfather and grandmother were gods. Bellin on the other hand never noticed that, but when Hera and Zeus began to raise them a little more individually, Bell changed, because Bell was raised mostly by Hera and his aunt, and both had taken away his excessive kindness by force. They had trained and raised Bell with an iron fist, they had taken away his kindness, but not his goodness. If he saw someone innocent in danger he would immediately go to save them, as long as it did not greatly harm his family, and thanks to the fact that they had taken away his kindness, he was capable of taking unethical actions without any problem. If he had to kill he would do it, and that's it, if he had to punish he would have no problem doing it. Like right now. The man looked terrified as Bell raised his arm a little, lifting him as well. Man. Please end. Crash. The man couldn't finish speaking when Bell hit his head against the burning door, destroying it. Without much trouble, Bell entered the burning house and began to run around the place looking for signs of someone alive. Fortunately, and to his relief, he heard several children crying next to a door. The crying was bad, but at least it confirmed that they were alive. Bell. Move away from the door. Raising his arm. Man. Please, devil. Bell ignored the man's pleas and slammed his head against the door again, destroying it completely. Bell entered the room and saw several boys and girls there looking at him scared, maybe it was because of the half-dead man in his hand. Bell looked at his human mace and threw it to the ground indifferently. I couldn't destroy the wall and get the children out through a hole, the place was falling apart, if I did the whole place would fall down. Bell. Are you all? Seriously? At his strong and serious tone of voice, the children stepped back in fear. One of them with brown hair and eyes, who looked the bravest of all, stood in front of him with his legs trembling, but in the end, he confronted him. Child. And you won't do anything to them, trembling. Bell looked at the boy and sighed, he really hated pretending to be nice, but sometimes one had to do things one hated. The children were a little surprised when Bell knelt down and changed his gaze to a kind one. Bell. I'm not here to hurt you, I'm here to help. I want to get you out of here, but I need to know where the others are so I can go after them and rescue them, looking at the boy. Child. How do I know it's true? Bell. You can't know, but if you don't decide quickly, everyone will die from burning or from a collapse, looking at him. Would you let the others die? Looking at him. The boy stepped back with tears in his eyes. Bell had to admit that he was brave for his age. Even he would have cried in a situation like that at his age, and not to mention Bellin. Child. There are stairs that lead to the second floor. Everyone else is in the last room on the second floor, looking at Bell. Please save them. Looking down. Bell. Before that, I have to get you out, carrying him. Boy. Huh. Surprised. Belle observed all the children, there weren't many, 3 boys and 2 girls, elves, beastmen and humans, there weren't many, but for just one person it was too much, even so Belle carried everyone as he could and began to run towards the exit, completely forgetting about the one-armed man he left there. All the civilians watched in surprise as Belle came out of the house with the children in his arms while coughing a little. Belle left all the children on the ground and went back into the house while he took out a tree branch and ate it. Belle. Shit, the smoke is affecting me more than I thought, coughing. He said, 2nd floor, at the end of the hallway, looking at some stairs. Belle ran towards the stairs and went up to the 2nd floor and managed to see a woman at the end of the hallway trying to break down the door without any success. Belle. Step aside, expressionless. Maria. Huh. Surprised. Maria looked surprised at Belle who stood in front of the door. Seeing that the door was already quite broken, Belle decided that it would be easier to cut it down. Maria looked surprised at Belle who after breaking the door entered the room observing a beastman girl with blonde hair and red eyes, a Renard, and she had no idea of her gender, but she was an elf with blue eyes and blonde hair, behind them there were more boys and girls. Maria Ryuu, Fina, running to hug them. Belle. There's no time for hugs, miss, looking at Maria. Maria looked at Belle and couldn't help but be surprised to see him wandering around with all the children. Belle. Do you think you can carry them both? Looking at her. Maria. Hi. Determined. Belle nodded and started running, followed by Maria. Belle quickly reached the door and managed to leave the children on the floor with the others. Belle turned his head and managed to see how the hunt began to collapse. Belle Ermid is going to be very angry today, removing the patch for the 2nd time. Belle. This will hurt a little, Maria-san. Belle looked at some debris that was about to fall on Maria and threw a punch at the debris. Maria looked surprised as all the debris exploded and went everywhere except towards her. Belle threw a 2nd punch, but this time with double the mana, and it happened behind Maria hitting the floor. Maria flew away and Belle had to be thankful that she was coming in his direction and that neither she nor the children had been harmed, he only regretted doing it when he saw that everyone was going towards him. JJJJJ. Everyone fell on top of Belle. Maria. Are you okay? Worried. Belle gave him a thumbs up as a little ghost came out of his mouth. And that's how Belle rescued a caretaker from an orphanage along with a bunch of children, which changed his image a bit. Ermid knew that, she had heard people in her clinic talking about it a few days ago, and that day Belle came to her later to have him healed. To say that she was worried and upset was an understatement. She had given Belle a 1-hour reprimand while she healed him. That reminded Belle of the half-elf from the guild who was taking care of Bellin. Ermid was Belle's Aina to his misfortune. Ask. Belle ouch, frowning. Ermid. You're thinking rude things about me, aren't you? Pinching him. Belle soult. Don't be rude. Apologize. Belle. I'm sorry, looking away, this is humiliating. Ermid looked slightly surprised at Belle, she really didn't expect him to apologize, that was new but nice. Nearby in an alley were 3 women hiding with faces of disbelief. Bellin. He apologized, incredulous. Astria impossible. Haruhime. Belle-sama, depressed are the ears down. Back with Ermid and Belle. Ermid. At your 9. Belle. 4 people. 2 beastmen, 1 human, and 1 elf. Ermid. The left post. Belle. It's a Jag American stole red and yellow sign. Ermid. Well, the kid's at 4. Belle. An elf, a wolf beastman, and 2 human children, boring. Ermid correct. You can stop covering your left eye, looking at Belle. Belle took his hand off his left eye and sighed, his eye was starting to get irritated. Ermid. Your eye is getting tired, isn't it? Looking at him. Belle. Yes, but it's bearable. Ermid pensativa. Look at his eyes Belle. Belle looked into Ermid's eyes and noticed how every so often her eyes went towards one of the food stalls there were. When he looked at what Ermid was looking at, he realized that she was looking at the crepe stalls. Buy some for both of you to eat. Belle. Shouldn't I ask her first if she wants to? Looking at a chibi Hera. Hera. I haven't raised you well, apparently, since when do you question me? Belle. I'm sorry grandma, looking at Hera chibi. Hera. Tell him you want to eat crepes and that you'll buy him one. Belle Ermid, turning to look at her. Ermid manned. Looking at him. Belle. I'm going to buy a crepe. Do you want one? Looking at her. Ermid. If it's not too much trouble, yes, with a twinkle in her eyes. They both went to the crepe stand and Belle asked the vendor for 2 crepes. Belle had to admit that they looked delicious and just like Ermid, she looked at the crepes with a sparkle in her eyes. Editor. Here, 2 crepes for the lovely couple, giving the crepes to both of them. Ermid blushed at the seller's words and looked away in embarrassment and Belle seemed to be paying more attention to the crepe than anything else. Without denying that they don't have a relationship, Hermid and Belle went to some stone benches that were there and began to eat their crepes with satisfaction. NT. My stomach growled lol. Finally, they both finished eating their crepes and sighed with satisfaction, it had been delicious. Hermid. Thanks for the crepe, I really like them to be honest, looking at Belle. Belle. It doesn't matter, huh? Looking at Hermid's face. Hermid. Tilting her head. Belle carefully cupped Hermid's chin and with his thumb took a little cream that Hermid had left near her lips. Hermid blushed at Belle's action, her blush only increased when Belle ate the cream with complete peace of mind. Hera. Why did you do that? Belle. Food is not wasted except for desserts, looking menacingly at Hera. Hera. You were saved just this once, squinting. Hermid's embarrassment only grew as she heard the murmurs of people who seemed to confirm that if they were a couple, there would definitely be a lot of questions waiting for her when she returned to the pharmacy from the other members of her family and her god. Belle also noticed all those looks and began to sweat a little when he felt 3 murderous looks full of jealousy coming from an alley. Alley in which Astria, Haruhime and Bellin were. Belle. We'd better go. There are a lot of people, getting up. Hermid. Yes, you're right, standing up next to him. Belle and Hermid started walking away from there to get away from the whispers and the looks, without knowing that they left 3 girls in a dead end in their eyes. How did we get to this situation? That's what Belle thought, who was sitting on a wooden bench watching a beautiful silver-haired girl and a brown-haired girl fight like cats over who knows what. Tina. Belle saw, why are that woman and Maria Oka-san fighting? Worried. Belle. I don't know Fina, I don't know. Tina was a beastman girl, more specifically a Renard, she had blonde hair and red eyes, she was very shy, just like a certain Renard that Belle knew. Belle sighed tiredly and looked at 2 women fighting nearby, Hermid and Maria. After escaping the crowd of gossips, they happened to pass near Maria's new orphanage. After the previous one was destroyed, Belle got them another place to live, not only that, but he also gave them half of what he earned daily at the ranch. Maria was very grateful to Belle, especially because Belle always stayed for a while to ask the children how they were. She also talked to her a lot. For Maria, it was comforting to have someone who listened carefully to what she said. Belle also liked Maria. She was a calm, kind, not noisy woman, and she cared deeply for the children in her care. For Maria it was a pleasant surprise to see Belle passing by. And her pleasant surprise turned into shock when she saw a beautiful silver-haired girl hugging her right arm while looking at her in shock. For Hermid it was also a surprise to see a brown-haired woman appear out of nowhere smiling and hug Belle with affection, both were in shock to see the other. They started talking calmly about their relationship with Belle, little by little their conversation started to become more like a discussion. Belle decided to make the wise decision to slowly walk away from there, letting them both talk. If he had stayed, he would have been speechless upon hearing that they were fighting over him. Hermid. I already told you. I'm the one who has the best chance of being his partner. He comes to my office every day and we talk about ourselves. Maria. He saved my life and he also comes to visit me and the children. Hermid. He and I had a date. Looking triumphantly at Maria. Maria. Huh. Well, me, nervous. Hermid smiled slightly when she saw Maria speechless, she had won the argument. Out of nowhere both women were in shock, why had they fought to be Belle's partner? Hermid blushed slightly. She didn't know why she had started fighting for such a reason. Did she love Belle? Whenever she was with him, she felt something strange. As a doctor, she thought it was some kind of illness or something, and just now she realized that they weren't the symptoms of an illness, they were the symptoms of falling in love. Maria was just like Hermid, she imagined herself with Belle taking care of the children at the orphanage, while Belle hugged her from behind and gently caressed her swollen stomach, a sign of pregnancy. 5. Maria fell to the floor fainted with a strong blush on her face, she had had a pleasant fantasy in her words. Hermid looked at her blushing face and frowned, she knew why Maya had blushed, and she became jealous. Belle and Fina quickly approached Maria to help her, but were stopped by Hermid's hand. Belle Hermid. Hermid and don't worry, smiling falsely, she just fainted, I'll help her by lifting Maria. Hermid put Maria's arm around her neck and went to the orphanage with an aura of jealousy. Belle. What happened? And I'm Droplet. Fina. Girl stuff Belle-san, girl stuff, sighing. Belle and Fina walked toward the orphanage, hoping that Hermid hadn't scared any children with her aura of jealousy. And Xenos. Points at the image above that's my face when they don't leave their little star. In the dungeon you could see the entire Hestia family and Belle along with Wiene covered with a black cloak so that no one would see that she was a monster. It wasn't much of a problem to get past the Ganesha family guards since it was their god who was there and he let them pass as if nothing had happened. And now they were on the 20th floor of the dungeon inspecting the place and looking for the supposed entrance that was on that floor to go to the Xenos lair. Right now they were fighting against some hordes of firebird, rather large bird monsters that breathed fire from their beaks. Ryuu. One of the firebirds growled angrily and charged at Wiene upon seeing her unprotected, but was quickly cut in half by Mikoto and Welf. Bell sharpened his gaze and jumped high, dodging a firebird that was going to attack him. When the firebird passed under Bell, it was cut in half by the silver sword that Bell was carrying. The firebird fell to the ground dead and quickly disappeared, leaving only its magic stone. Bell observed the others and frowned when he saw Bellin extremely distracted. He knew what was happening. Since Wiene told him about her nightmares, she began to suspect the same thing as him, monsters reincarnate. But besides that, Bellin thought a lot about how monsters had feelings, but many of them couldn't fight their instincts, and that's why they attacked humans non-stop. Bell also thought about it for a bit, but he didn't care and continued killing monsters with ease. He had already killed humans. A monster that might be capable of feeling wasn't much of a problem for him. Unfortunately, his sister didn't think the same. Bell approached his brother and gave him a sape. Bellin. Hey. Annoyed. Bell. Stop distracting yourself, or they'll kill you, seriously. Bellin looked away angrily, although her anger changed to fear when she felt her brother's aura of death. Bell. Don't take your eyes off me, you impertinent brat, holding her head tightly. Bellin. I'm sorry. Bell. Those are normal monsters, attack them without holding back, serious. Bellin. But they could have feelings like the Z. Bell. So? Do you think they'll stop attacking you? Either it's you or it's them. You can't do anything to stop them from continuing to attack, so kill them. That way, you'll end their suffering faster. Leaving. Bellin sighed and looked at her hand, which was shaking a little. Since Wiene's revelation, she wasn't sure she could continue killing monsters without feeling anything. She never thought that monsters were capable of feeling, and that's why she never had any problems killing them, until now. Welf. Hey. This is the cave the guild told us to go to. Pointing to a cave. Bellin. Everyone go there. It would be. Everyone obeyed Bellin's order and ran towards the cave to protect themselves from the firebirds. Although one of them launched himself towards Bellin to attack her. Bellin drew his knife and attacked the firebird, but when he was about to kill it, Wiene's face crying came to his mind. Bellin bit his lip and carried out the attack without killing the firebird. Or. Bellin turned her head and watched in fear as the firebird was about to pierce Wiene in half. Slash. In one swift motion, Bell cut the firebird in half while removing Wiene from the bird's path. The bird flew past them and disintegrated in the air, dropping its magic stone. Everyone sighed with relief and looked at Bellin with concern. Bellin was trembling looking at her hands, because of her Wiene almost died. If she had killed the firebird, this would not have happened. Bellin held her head trying to stop the tears from coming out of her eyes. Really, she didn't know if she could continue doing this. Just before her will broke, she felt a warm hand on her head and a strong hug. When she opened her eyes, she looked surprised as Wiene was hugging her, and Bell had his hand on her head. Bell. You really are a silly bunny, sighing. Don't make that face, Bell, you'll make my illness worse if you're sick, looking at her. Bellin opened her eyes upon hearing that phrase again. Bell often told her that phrase when they were children and she cried a lot. Bell always told her that so that she would stop crying, because she didn't want her brother's illness to get worse. Even if she later discovered that it was a lie, she continued using that phrase, and it always worked. How now? Bellin wiped away the small tears she had and hugged Wiene and Bell. Bellin. Sorry Wiene, it was almost my fault almost. Wiene. It doesn't matter, smiling, I know you didn't want this to happen, and Bell always protects me, so I know I'm okay. Looking at her, don't cry, I don't like seeing Bellin cry, hugging Bellin. Bell rolled his eyes and patted Bellin on the head. Bell. Stop doubting, be a hypocrite Bellin, looking at her. Bellin. A hypocrite. Bell. Don't be afraid to take lives to protect others, rubbing her head, you want to be a heroine, right? Heroes have to protect those who ask for it. Those monsters unfortunately can't ask for help or be helped, so the least you can do is help those who can beg for help. Looking at her, the path of heroes is not easy. You have to make difficult decisions that other people don't, but that doesn't mean you have to carry everything alone. Your family is here to help you. And if what you need is just a talk or a hug, everyone will be here to help you, looking at her. Bellin. Brother, looking at him with admiration. Not only Bellin, in general all the members of the Hestia family who heard the words of the white-haired man looked at him with admiration. In their eyes it was like seeing a god blessing them with his sacred wisdom. Bell. Stop looking at me like that, it's annoying, looking at everyone. Wiene. I hear something, moving her ears a little. Everyone looked at Wiene, who closed her eyes and concentrated on listening. Wiene's like a song, opening her eyes, calls me, walking. Haruhime Wiene. Following her. Wiene stood in front of a rather large rock, the size of a tall person. Wiene. It is heard behind the stone, touching the shiny stone. Lily looked at Welf, who nodded and unsheathed his greatsword to split the rock in half. Crash. Everyone looked closely at the cave. Lily. An undiscovered area, slightly surprised, I don't know if it's a good idea to go in there. Belen. We'll have to find out, determined. Belle's words had strongly motivated Belen, she was already much better, obviously she still had her doubts, because they couldn't be removed from one minute to the next, but now she wouldn't let them harm her loved ones, she wouldn't let them harm Wiene. Belle nodded satisfied seeing the determination in Belen's eyes, he was definitely a good teacher. Belen. Let's go in, it would be. Everyone nodded and prepared to fight if necessary. Belle momentarily removed his eye patch. Fortunately, Airmid would no longer scold him, as long as he only took it off for a few moments. He was still a little scared by how she seemed to read his thoughts. Upon entering the cave they noticed that they had entered an extremely large place, there were some very poorly made rock pillars, but they served their purpose after all. Everyone looked at the place carefully and it seemed empty. Belen. Mikoto, can you detect monsters with your ability? Looking at her. Mikoto. Didn't detect any, looking at Belen. Belen was going to say something, but out of nowhere she and Belle became alert while looking around. Belen. They are watching us. Belle. Everywhere, drawing the sword of champions. Everyone else became alert when they heard footsteps, turning their gaze they saw a red lizardman with armor and swords. Lizardman. Gryer. Jumping towards them. Belle easily blocked the lizardman's attack, though he opened his eyes slightly as he felt the abnormal force behind the monster's attack, it wasn't like a normal lizardman, not even an irregular one had such power. Belle smiled slightly as the lizardman began a rapid series of consecutive attacks. He could tell. He had created and polished the lizardman's technique himself with hard work. It was really interesting. The lizardman was confused to see Belle's slight smile, but quickly roared again, and this time a bunch of monsters of all kinds appeared, all wearing clothes and armor as well as weapons, bright lights turned on, and the monsters rushed against the other members of the Hestia Familia. The war shadow with full plate armor and a torn blue scarf began to fight against Welf and Lily, the monster had the power of a level 2 and was capable of keeping both at bay. Mikoto was fighting a Gippogriff, a half-hawk half-horse monster. The monster also had the power of a level 2 and seemed to be able to keep Mikoto at bay. Belen was protecting Wiene and Haruhime facing a goblin and a harpy with red wings, that wouldn't be much of a problem for her, the problem is that the goblin somehow had the power of a level 4 and the harpy that of a level 2, the good thing is that their teamwork was terrible, exaggeratedly terrible. Belle was having trouble with the lizardman, his sword technique was good and his strength was absurd, Belle determined that he had the power of a level 5 and decided not to hold back so much. Belle. Gospel Satan Virion. The lizardman monster spat saliva upon receiving a powerful attack to the stomach but quickly recovered and began to launch strong attacks towards Belle who deflected them and counterattacked. The lizardman, seeing that he was in trouble and that he was taking more hits, roared as if asking for reinforcements. Reinforcements came in the form of a gargoyle and an arachne, a dragon monster made of stone and a spider monster with the upper body in the form of a woman. The gargoyle was not using any weapons, the arachne was using armor and a helmet that covered the human part of her body. Belle looked at his wrist and noticed a thick sticky spider web that prevented him from moving his sword. He quickly ducked, letting the gargoyle's claws pass over him and cut the spider webs. Belle charged at the lizardman again only now he had a different plan, when he saw the arachne launch herself to stop him, he stopped out of nowhere and sang. Belle. Lugio. Belle lunged at the arachne, which was confused as it saw nothing. When it felt a strong blow to its abdomen that cracked its armor and knocked the wind out of it, it knew it had been an invisible blow. Her armor exploded into pieces out of nowhere, revealing the body of the arachne. It was the body of a beautiful woman, pale skin almost white, hair just as long, just a little, and red eyes. Belle looked at the arachne and prepared to decapitate it, but had to slide to the right to dodge the gargoyle's quick attack, and then block the lizardman's attack with his sword, and then deflect his sword and kick him in the chest that sent the monster flying. Belle let out a deep sigh, he was starting to get tired, the gargoyle and the lizardman had the power of a level 5 and the arachne that of a level 4 and their teamwork was extremely good, it was only thanks to his eye that he could dodge the attacks, if it weren't for that he wouldn't be in such good condition. Belle snorted and looked at the three of them with annoyance, in a quick movement he unsheathed Desperate that was still sheathed at his waist and attacked the three monsters. Slash crash, crash slash crash slash. Belle and the lizardman began to clash swords at high speed, Belle leaned slightly, letting one of the arachne's spider legs pass, before kicking it with his left foot and using it as a support point to jump and dodge the gargoyle's claws. With quick movements Belle began to cut several spider threads that the arachne had left as a trap for him, then an idea occurred to him. The arachne launched itself at Belle, ready to dig its sharp claws into him. It didn't expect Belle to grab the web it had left to stop its attack and entangle its legs. Fortunately, it only entangled its legs because it didn't entangle its hands. Since Bell used his hands to grab the web, he also got stuck in it. Before the Irachn could attack Bell, he received a strong kick to the face from him. Bell had used his right eye to see what the Irachn would do before it did. I don't know what you call that ability, so I'll call it precognition for now. If anyone has more suggestions, I'll read them. Bell stood still for a few moments while covering his right eye. It was still a little difficult for him to concentrate on slightly seeing the future and at the same time concentrate on the present. His precognition was not that powerful. He could only see 1 second into the future. If he sent mana to his right eye, he could see for longer in the future. Of course, depending on the amount of mana, he could see more seconds in the future. If he sent large amounts, he could see up to 10 whole seconds into the future, but that did consume almost all of his mana, and it was better not to do it at the moment. Bell looked at his hands before staring as the gargoyle launched itself at him with its claws ready to smash his face in. The gargoyle thought it had Bell when it saw his hands tangled in the web, but it didn't think that when it got close to Bell ready to slash his face, Bell would raise his hands as much as he could as he knelt down. Slash. The gargoyle looked in disbelief at his claws where he had broken spider threads. While Bell looked at his already freed hands, inspecting that they had no wounds. Not seeing a single wound, Bell grabbed his swords and quickly crossed them in an X to defend himself from the lizardman's attack, who was now using a sword and a combat scimitar. Bell frowned as he saw his arms tremble. It was definitely not a good idea to block an attack directly being 3 levels lower than his opponent's. Bell looked sideways at the others and frowned. They weren't having that much luck either. If things continued like this, they would lose. Bell. If there is no other option, sharpening his gaze. The lizardman trembled. He had a terrible feeling and quickly moved away from Bell. The gargoyle and the Irachn were already recovering from Bell's attack and looked at him angrily. Bell. Blessing of the root of evil birth curse, looking at them. Bell got into a fighting stance. The lizardman noticed a change. Bell's stance changed from one of counterattack to one of direct attack. Bell. My original sin that devoured half of my body. It's not difficult. There is no purification. There is no salvation. The resonance of this heavenly sound is my sin. The lizardman, seeing Bell sing a spell, launched himself to attack him along with the gargoyle. They had fought against wizards before and had seen that if they lost concentration, their magic was cancelled and there was a small explosion. The lizardman tried to slash Bell with his scimitar, but Bell ducked and kicked his scimitar with his left foot. Bell. Trumpet of the gods, lyre of spirits. Melody of light, seal of sin. Beloved by the miniature garden, my fate is shattered. No one could help but look at Bell in surprise. No one knew he could do concurrent singing, not even Bellin. Bell was not an attacker nor a magician, he was a magic swordsman. He had trained his concurrent singing day and night, knowing that his aunt was one of the best magic swordsmen that existed. He improved his concurrent singing as best as he could despite hating doing physical activities that were very tiring for him. He hated the fact of being weak more. It was thanks to that thought of becoming strong and overcoming his weakness that he had obtained his magic Xenos Angelus, magic that he was about to use. Bell. I hate you. Compensation is here. Destroy everything with proof of my sin. The gargoyle and the Irachn immediately launched themselves at Bell, ready to prevent him from fanning his magic. They didn't know what his magic would do, but they had a bad feeling. As they headed towards Bell, the lizardman looked at his other companions and then pointed at Wiene and Haruhime, who were watching Bellin fight. Bell. Cry, holy bell tower Xenos Angelus. Crash. The Irachn that had launched itself to attack Bell opened its eyes in shock when it felt a hand grab its neck with a force greater than its own. Irachn ah. Spitting saliva. Bell gave a cold look to the Irachn who looked at him in disbelief. A few moments ago she was stronger than Bell, and now Bell had the power of a level 5. If his technique and reflexes were already terrifying for a level 2 now, with the power of a level 5 they were monstrous. Bell watched calmly as the gargoyle approached him. Upon seeing that he had his companion, the monster swiped at him with his right hand to try to free his companion. He didn't expect that with terrifying ease Bell would pass him by. Still holding the Irachn by the neck, Bell pointed his silver sword towards the Irachn's stomach, ready to pierce its magic stone. Wiene. Haruhime. Bell turned his head and watched as the lizardman launched himself to attack Haruhime and Wiene. Haruhime, seeing the lizardman's attack, hugged Wiene. She wasn't a fighter, so all she could do was protect Wiene with her body. Just before the lizardman cut Haruhime in half there was a katana and a greatsword stopping his attack. It was Welf and Makoto who had stopped fighting their respective monsters to defend Wiene and Haruhime, although both felt their arms tremble when they felt the lizardman's first-class strength. The lizardman stared at both of them before growling in pain as he felt something pierce his back. Turning my gaze I see a small palom shooting several arrows at her back with a wrist crossbow. Clank, clank. The lizardman turned his head and looked surprised at Bellin who had her fist wrapped in a white light. Belen's fist connected with his face, and everyone looked surprised as the blow sent the lizardman flying towards one of the stone pillars, destroying it completely. Belen. I won't let them harm Wiene. It would be. Bel looked at Belen and smiled, pleased at the strong determination in his gaze. Bel sharpened his gaze and looked at the Irachn, which had puffed out cheeks. Bel opened his eyes in surprise, and with a quick movement, he threw the Irachn as far away as he could. The Irachn, even after being thrown, threw a poisonous acid from its mouth that fell right in front of Bel's feet, who watched as the floor melted slightly. Bel frowned and tightened his grip on his sword. Just as they were both about to attack each other, they all began to hear laughter. Ha. Everyone turned their gaze and could see that the lizardman was beginning to get up after Belen's powerful attack while laughing. Lizardman. That was a good hit, looking at Belen. Everyone noticed that the lizardman's eyes were no longer red, they were now orange eyes with a slit. I think it's called a slit pupil, but I don't care. Lizardman. Haha, sorry about that, smiling embarrassed, but we wanted to see if they were trustworthy, so we gave them that test, looking at them. Belen. Trustworthy? Looking at them. I told you they were trustworthy, Lid. You weren't wrong when you said they were different, Ray. Everyone looked as a woman appeared with white bird legs and arms with blue tips. Belen. It's you, surprised. NT. I was wrong before when I said she was a harpy, the one with red wings is a harpy, Ray is a siren, thanks for your attention. Bel looked around and noticed how the Irachn and the gargoyle were moving away from him, but they were still alert. Bel snorted and started walking towards Belen and the others. Belen. Brother. Looking at him, what is that? Bel looked at himself, he had a wide aura over his body, indicating that he had activated his most powerful magic. Bel. A magic I have, putting on his eye patch. Bel's wide aura disappeared and revealed Bel to be extremely tired. Bel carriage. Perich Ibe. No cursing, appearing out of nowhere. Bel. Internal screams. Bel took out a jar with some elven tree branches and ate one. Bel. Better, snorting, how are you, Belen? Looking at her. Belen. I'm fine, sore but fine, smiling. Lid. I'm sorry about that, approaching Belen, my name is Lid, I'm the leader, looking at them. Belen. Hello, turning to look at him, I am Belen Cranel, they are my family, looking at the others. Lid. Belen, huh? Can I call you Belichi? Smiling. Belen A. Of course, smiling nervously. Lid. Good. Extending his hand, welcome to our den. Belen looked at Lid's hand and sweated a little when she saw her sharp claws, she turned to see her family who looked at her sweating cold. Belen gulped and looked at Lid. Belen. Nice to meet you, Lid-san, shaking his hand. Sound say. Lid and several other Xenos began to celebrate when they saw Belen shake hands, for them that meant there was hope. Bel approached Lid and stared at him. Lid A. What not? Everyone looked on in surprise as Bel quickly pointed his sword at Lid's neck, ready to run him through. Belen. Brother. Excited. All the Xenos took up their weapons but were stopped by Lid, who raised his hand. Bel. Don't take this the wrong way, Lid-san, but never do one of those stupid tests again, sharpening his gaze, if one of them was injured, pointing at Haruhime and Wiene, your head would roll on the ground right now, putting away his sword. Despite Bel's clear threat, Lid smiled, as Bel was threatening him for almost injuring the viewer, of course also the Renard, but that didn't make Wiene any less. Lid. Of course, I apologize, it's just that we wanted to check that they would defend one of our own, looking at Bel sadly. Bel looked at Lid and extended his hand. Bel Cranel, looking at him. Lid looked at him happily and shook Bel's hand. Lid. Nice to meet you, Belchi, smiling. Bel. Don't tell me that. Lid. Understood, Belchi, still smiling. Bel. Sighing tiredly. The Xenos, seeing that things had calmed down quickly, began to approach, looking happily at everyone. Monster whose name was never revealed. Could you shake my hand too? Looking at Belen. And mine. The lot of Xenos started approaching Belen trying to shake his hand, Belen did it nervously. You're his family. Lily, Mikoto, Haruhime and Welf looked at the mermaid who had a calm smile on her face. Ray. And you must be one of us, looking at a blue hair behind Haruhime. Haruhime smiled and looked at Wiene, who was hiding behind her shyly. Wiene. Hello, looking at her. Ray. What's your name? Looking at her. Wiene. My name is Wiene, looking at Ray. Ray. Wiene, that's a nice name, smiling. Wiene looked at Ray and smiled, she was glad to be able to talk to more of her kind, so to speak. Bel stood on the sidelines watching as the situation unfolded, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a group of Xenos standing apart from the others, there were also the gargoyle and the Irachn staring at him. Bel simply ignored the look and sat down on a stone tiredly, he really hated overexerting himself. Hi. Bel looked at an Almira with a blue jacket and a pocket watch around his neck who looked at him adorably. Bel. What do you see me, looking at him? The Almira did not seem intimidated by his aura of death and rushed to burn him. Caillou. Caillou. Bell stood up and began to pull the Almira, trying to get it off his leg. Bell. Get off it. I've been compared to a rabbit enough. I don't need any more teasing. Trying to get it off him. Elmridge Kai. Holding tightly to his leg. Ray. Oh. Looking at the scene, seems like Arles likes you, smiling, maybe she likes you because of your appearance. Bell. Not a word, Siren, sharpening his gaze, not a word about my appearance, terrifying aura. Lily. Quick. Get little Bellin away from Bell before he gets aggressive. As if it were the most important mission of the 12th century, Mikoto and Lily began to pull Arles, trying to prevent Bell from making Almira state. Lid. I see that your brother is not very comfortable with us, sadly. Bellin. Huh. Oh, no, it's not that. He's generally like that with everyone. He's one of the few people who doesn't care at all that you're monsters. Just don't make him angry. Lid. What happens if he gets angry? Bellin. The last time he got mildly angry he left Saya traumatized Cook, and when he got severely angry, well, the person disappeared the next day without a trace, trembling. He's almost as terrifying as Grandma, remembering a beautiful sandy-haired woman laughing in a deranged and psychopathic way. Lid. I see, looking at Bell, he was really strong and had more skill and experience than many adventurers I've faced. What level is he? 4, 5. Bellin A. Well, it's level 2. Lid. Opening his eyes in surprise. Bellin. Yes, well, my brother is amazing, smiling. Lid. And that magic. Bellin magic. Lid. The one he used to increase his strength drastically when he surrounded himself with a wide aura and his green eyes shone intensely. He looked terrifying, looking at Bellin. Bellin. I've never seen that magic before either, thoughtfully, it sounds familiar, but I don't remember it. Lid. Oh, now that I remember. Worried. Bellin. What's wrong? Looking at him. Lid. They, looking away. Lid and Bellin looked at the Xenos who were separated from the others, more specifically the gargoyle and the Arachne. The gargoyle seemed fine, except for his pride being destroyed by being dodged as if he were a simple goblin. But the Arachne was further away from the others, holding her neck in slight pain. Bell's grip on her neck rivaled that of a level 6 at the beginning of the path, not to mention that she forced her throat to spit out poisonous acid to damage Bell, which did not help in the least. Lid Hair Annie, approaching, are you okay? Brandy looked away in annoyance at being seen in such a deplorable state, even worse, by a human. Brandy. Stay away, growling. Lid and Bellin stepped back when they saw Rain very upset. Lid. Excuse her, some of us don't accept humans very well, like her and Grows. Looking at the gargoyle, they saw many of their own being massacred, and they don't take humans very well. Lowering her head, it was their idea to test them. I also told them not to get involved in the fight, but they didn't listen. Bellin. My brother has to apologize, running towards Bell. Sound huh? Bellin ran towards Bell, who was several meters away from the Almira, after finally getting rid of her. Bellin. Brother. Looking at him. Bell. Looking at her, what's wrong? Raising an eyebrow. Bellin. Go apologize, taking his hand. L.A. Confused. Bellin began to pull Bell, who could not resist because he was tired and in a deplorable state. When they arrived with Rain, they looked slightly surprised as Wiene and Rain talked calmly. Wiene. Does it hurt a lot? Rubbing her neck. Rain HMP. Not at all, looking away. Wiene. Don't be mad at Bell, he's just very protective of his family, looking at Rain. Rain. Humans are untrustworthy, growling, don't trust them, looking at Wiene. Wiene. A human tried to hunt me. Rain. Sees it. Wiene. And a human saved my life, looking at her, a human gave me my name, gave me a home, food and a family, smiling, not all of them are bad, looking at Rain. Rain TCH I warned you, looking away, Bellin H hello, nervous. Rain looked at Bellin and ignored her. Bellin. I know you don't like humans, but I still want you to hear an apology for that, pointing to his neck, apologize, looking at Bell. Bell looked at Bellin and looked away. Bellin. Come on. Shaking him. Bell tried to ignore Bellin, but after a few more shakes, he started to get dizzy and gave in. Bell. Okay, tired, let me go now, moving away from Bell. Rain. I won't listen to the words of a human, trying to walk away. Before Rain walked away, Wiene hugged one of her paws and gave her a pleading look. Wiene. Just listen to him. Rain looked at Wiene and clicked her tongue. Rain. Fine. Annoyed, but I'll just listen to him, I won't forgive him, crossing her arms. Bell stood in front of Rain with a cold look and vice versa. Bell. I apologize, looking sideways at Bell. Bellin gave Bell a thumbs up in approval. Bell. Sighing, because of your neck, I got upset, tired. Rain looked away ignoring Bell, but seeing Wiene's pleading eyes, she sighed and stared at Bell. Rain. I accept your apology human, annoyed. Belrain. Satisfied. Looking at Belrain. Bell and Wiene. Good. Smiling. Wiene Bell. Running towards him. Bell. Now that, sighing tiredly. Wiene. Don't you have one of those shiny bottles to help Rain with her neck pain? Looking at him pleadingly. Bell. Yes, looking at her. Wiene. P, could you give it to me please, pleading. Bell stared at Wiene and sighed, he really wanted to go home. Rain watched as Bell approached her along with Wiene, who looked happy. Wiene. Show us your neck. Smiling. Rain, ha. Incredulous. Bell. Just do what he says, looking at Rain tired. Bell took out a bottle with a bright green liquid and uncapped it. Rain. What is that? Frowning. Wiene. A potion. Smiling. Rain looked suspiciously at Bell, but raised her neck a little, revealing a purple hand mark. Bell poured the liquid on him, and the purple mark quickly disappeared. Bell 10, giving the potion to Rain, take the rest, it will help your sore throat, crossing his arms. Rain drank the liquid and after a while the burning in her throat stopped. Wiene. It doesn't hurt anymore, right? Smiling. Rain. No, not anymore, looking away, I won't say thank you. Bell. I didn't expect you to do it, leaving. Bellin. I didn't know you had healing potions with you, brother, looking at Bell. Bell. They're only for emergencies or so, Armid said, looking away. Bellin. Huh. Did Armid-san give it to you? Surprised. Bell. Yes, he said he'll use them in emergencies, he gave them to me for free, looking at Bellin. He gave me 3 potions and an elixir of the best quality, looking at Bellin. Bellin, you on elixir? And shock. Bell. Yes, why? Bellin H. Hermano, holding him by the shoulders, do you know how much an elixir costs? Sweating. Bell, no, Chibi. Bellin. An elixir is like a potion, but much more powerful, and with more than one effect. An elixir heals your wounds, restores your mind, eliminates your fatigue, and is capable of removing low-level curses. The lowest price for an elixir is 300,000 valis, and the best quality ones can be worth more than 5 million valis, sweating. Bell. Better quality? Isn't an elixir already supposed to be of good quality? Confused. Bellin. You have to drink a normal elixir completely for it to have the best effect. With a high-quality elixir, you only have to take a small sip and it immediately gives you all the effects I told you about. You can take up to 20 sips, sweating. And you say he gave it to you for free? Trembling. Bell. Well, the price was a few pats on the head, thoughtful. Bellin. Huh. Bell. Yeah, it was weird, but I just had to do that, looking at her. Bellin. I see, you're very close to Armid-san, aren't you? Smiling falsely. Bell. I guess so, shrugging. Bell was confused as he watched Bellin pout and walk away angrily. Barich Ibi. Young girls, sighing, that's how they all are. Bell. You are a woman. Barich Ibi, ha? I'm a lady, not a stubborn horny young girl, crossing her arms. Bell sighed and went back to sit watching everything that was happening, it would definitely be a long day. And. The special. Halloween. I must have uploaded this on November 1st. Many years ago. I told you. Bell will be wearing a beautiful vampire costume of the highest quality. But heavens, he's just a kid, let him wear a pumpkin suit or something normal, and what about Bellin? She can wear a nice witch costume. Favoritism is not noticeable, Hera? Hera. Bellin is a good girl, but unfortunately she has those horrible eyes and is a little distracted. Zeus, ha. Hera. Bell is a copy of his mother, not only his eyes and hair, he is gentle and kind and also perceptive, only his gender differentiates him from materia. It's true. Hera Zeus Alfia. Both gods looked at a silver-haired woman who had large dark circles under her eyes, a sign of several sleepless nights. Hera. And Bell. Looking at Alfia. Alfia. He's awake in his crib, Bellin's screams didn't let him sleep, looking at Hera tired. Hera. It seems like I'll leave the difficult part to you, laughing a little. Zeus. Is it okay to leave him alone? Hera. Of course, despite his age, Bell is a smart and calm child. Bellin always tries to escape from his crib, but Bell always sits there playing with his rabbit stuffed animal, laughing affectionately. He's so cute. Alfia. Although I always agree with Hera, I think Zeus is right, looking at Hera. Zeus. Really? Smiling triumphantly, what? Confused. Alfia. About the costume, it's Halloween and it's a day to celebrate quietly, plus I don't think Bell wants to stand out so much, so the pumpkin costume is the best option. Hera. You've gone crazy, since when are we low-income people? Zeus. I'm surprised you didn't say poor people. Alfia. Think about it, Hera. Belle always stands out a lot just like Belen. Wearing extremely beautiful and high-quality suits will only make him stand out more. Imagine all those dirty and disgusting harpies wanting to get close to my sister's son, frowning. Hera thought about it for a bit and it was true, hundreds of women would approach Belle because of how handsome he looked, she couldn't allow that. Hera. It's true, sighing well, but I'll make the pumpkin costume for Belen and Belle, crossing arms. Zeus Alfia. Acceptable. Hera went to her room with annoyance to make Belen and Belle's costume. Alfia. I'll go get some sleep. Zeus. Is bye. Zeus couldn't even finish speaking when he was grabbed by the collar of his shirt by Alfia. Alfia. Don't even think about doing any of your perversions, Zeus, frowning, and make sure you take good care of the children. If I find out they have even a scratch, I swear I'll castrate you myself with a pair of pliers, looking at him terrifyingly. Zeus hi, Alfia-sama, trembling. Alfia snorted and went to her room to sleep. Yesterday she hadn't been able to sleep at all since she had to go and cradle Belen because he started to cry. She also had to cradle Belle because Belen's screams woke him up. Fortunately, Belle was much quicker to sleep. Zeus. Do you want to read a hero story? Looking at Belle in a crib. El Chiquito da. Zeus. In the end, the hero has a very good harem, smiling. Chiquito Belle dotted translator here we go again. Belle and Belen were in a beautiful crib covered with a blanket while they slept peacefully. Both had soft wide onyxes that looked resistant and of good quality, a gift from Hera obviously. While they slept they were watched by Zeus who watched for 8 rooms. Zeus was sleeping peacefully in a chair murmuring about hexy women who always hit him. Zeus. There, mamacita, what a delicious steak, sleeping. In another room was a certain silver-haired woman lying on a bed like a tree, she almost seemed lifeless, she was resting peacefully after several sleepless nights because of one of her sister's sons, the most imperative of the two. Elsewhere, there was a certain psychopathic hysterical goddess finishing making herself 2 pumpkin costumes for little children. Hera admired the pumpkin costumes, she was proud of her work, but the beautiful and irritable woman sighed before speaking with annoyance. Hera. What do you want? Annoyed. Oh come on, is this how you greet me after so long? Hera. Stop joking. Hermes, growling, speaks. Hermes. Well, what can I tell you? I just came to say hello and watch how little Belle and Belen are growing, smiling friendly. Hera. Ha. And why don't you go talk to Zeus then, he's watching over them, crossing his arms. Hermes. Yes, well he's sleeping. Crash. Hera. That damn old man. Furious, I'm going to get this, annoyed. Hermes broke into a cold sweat as he saw Hera smash a metal sewing table with a punch. Women were terrifying. Hermes. Well, I'll leave this for you, leaving a paper bag with bread, I'm almost sure both children will like it, smiling. Hera. You're stupid, aren't you? How the hell are they going to eat when they're barely teething, with a vein in their forehead? Hermes. I have no idea, I only brought the bread of the dead, smiling. Hera. Bread of what? Incredulous. Hermes. I know what you're thinking and no, it's not bread made from the corpse of a person, it's bread with a somewhat strange shape covered in sugar, it's something sweet and it's delicious, it's given as offerings to the dead, smiling, I learned that when I met the god Mictlantecuhtli, remembering a scrawny man with black hair and eyes wearing a crown of feathers, I was afraid to see his eyes, not for nothing is he a god of death, trembling. Hera. I don't like the Aztec gods, they are very barbaric. Hermes. It's a matter of learning their traditions, leaving a basket with bread of the dead, anyway, I already did what I came to do, wish the children a happy Halloween from me, leaving. Hera. Yes, ignoring him, I'm not crazy to do that, leaving the room. Hera checked that the idiot with the feather hat as she had called him had really left, seeing no trace of him she nodded and went to the living room, finding a sleeping Zeus and Belen which. Hera Belen. Scared. Hera ran towards a shelf full of books about heroes, but that wasn't the important thing was the little white-haired girl with red eyes crawling on top of the shelf, somehow inexplicably she had climbed to the top of the shelf to grab a blue book that was at the top. Naturally gravity did its work when Belen tried to pick up an object that was too heavy for his small body and not let go. Hera almost died of fright when she saw the little Belen fall from the shelf with the book in her arms. Unfortunately for Hera, she had rushed so hastily to prevent Belen from being harmed that she was not careful about what was at her feet. Hera couldn't be more shocked when she felt her feet stumble on something and her body fall to the floor, Belen was still far from her. Hera's eyes filled with terror as she saw Belen almost on the ground, but. Poof. Hera stood still as she saw Belen fall into a pile of stuffed animals that almost completely cushioned the fall and prevented a very nasty blow. Hera would have collapsed on the floor in relief if she weren't already on the floor. When Hera turned to see Belen, I couldn't help but look in surprise at a little boy with grey eyes next to Belen with a stuffed animal in his hand standing. Belle stared at him before sitting next to Bellin and lying down on the stuffed animals tiredly. Moving so many stuffed animals from one place to another wasn't easy, you know. Zeus. What happened? Fully awake. Obviously, after Hera shouted the name of the little Bellin, Zeus woke up and only found the scene of Hera lying on the floor with two white-haired men in front of her, one with a blue book in her hands and another who looked extremely tired. Zeus. What happened? Exalted, why does Bell look like he's about to die of exhaustion, and you, looking at Hera, what a nice ass, giving her a thumbs up. Hera. This isn't the time for your nonsense. Getting up angrily. Zeus stepped back in fear at the sight of Hera trembling with anger. Zeus. Let's talk, darling, sweating. Hera. Let's talk. Let's talk. I told you you'd take care of them, you cheap god. Grabbing him by the collar, and all you did was sleep. You must have been dreaming about women, right? Right. Shaking him. Zeus GGLGLGLGLFLFLFL, foaming at the mouth. What happened? Hera glanced at Alfia standing in the doorway, breathing heavily with concern. Hera. The idiot here fell asleep thinking about women, and Bellin almost fell off the shelf, looking at Alfia. Alfia. Zeus. GGLGLGLGLFLFLFL. Zeus was being hanged by two women furious with him, the poor god of the harem could only wait for his punishment to end. All this while being watched by two little white-haired boys. It was already night, and in the courtyard of a cabin you could see two gods, an old man with a beard and a woman with sandy hair and eyes carrying a white-haired woman in a pumpkin costume. Bellin was happy, she moved her arms from one side to the other while smiling happily. Zeus had a vampire outfit and Hera well. Hera. And where is Alfia? Looking at Zeus. Zeus. He's already leaving, looking at the door of the cabin. Just as Zeus had said, a beautiful silver-haired woman with heterochromia came out of the cabin, wearing a witch's costume, although it was only her normal outfit with a witch's hat and a necklace with a pumpkin. The woman had a beautiful smile on her face, and the reason for this was the little one who was in her arms. NT. Credits to the respective author who also makes quality NSFW images. Zeus. Good, everyone's ready, let's go. Smiling. Bellin bah. Raising his fist like Zeus. Bell looked upset, he had been woken up from his sleep, and to make matters worse they were going to a noisy place, that's why Alfia was pampering him so he wouldn't cry, although that rarely happened. Alfia. Don't worry Bell, smiling beautifully, it will only be for a moment, it's so you can spend some time with people, you and Bellin, your mother wouldn't have liked you to grow up isolated from the world, looking nostalgically at Bell. Bell stopped crying and looked at his aunt carefully before giving her a beautiful smile. Alfia. You smile just like her, smiling. And that's how the night ends, with a beautiful family enjoying Halloween trick-or-treating and a pumpkin Bell who has protected his sister since she was a baby. Epic, right? Haha. And the kidnapping. In the village of the Xenos. The entire Hestia family was talking calmly with the Xenos. Their existence was a big surprise to everyone, but they were glad to see that they were friendly, and their wish was to see the surface. Bellin obviously promised that he would help them, and that together one day the Xenos and humans would live together. His words made almost everyone celebrate, and they quickly began to celebrate their friendship by giving them something to drink and some fruits from the dungeon. Lydia. Come on, eat them, smiling friendly, they are completely edible, although their flavors are very strong, looking at them. Bell stared at a reddish fruit longer than an apple and took a good bite. Bell. He's very sweet, expressionless. Lid. You're lucky, there are some that are very sour, and… Ugh, how disgusting. They both looked at Bellin who had his tongue sticking out while comically spitting out a fruit just like Bell's. Bellin. How sour, disgusted. Lid. And she had bad luck, smiling. Bell. Curious considering his development ability, snort. Bell turned his gaze looking for a certain viewer. Surrounded by several Xenos was a certain blue Xeno smiling happily as she spoke to more of her own. Wiene. And then Makoto made an apple pie, and it was delicious. Smiling with joy. Fear. I see you had a lot of fun on the surface, smiling. Wiene. Yes. And Bellin always take care of me, although Bell doesn't seem very friendly, he is very overprotective, smiling. Once he taught me some movements with his sword and let me train with a wooden one, excited. While Wiene was talking about Bellin as if they were gods, Bell was threatening a skeleton man elsewhere. Bells. What do you want? Looking at him incredulously. Bell. A magic item, two to be exact, looking at him calmly. Bells. I know but the characteristics you ask for are okay, I'll do it, but put down your sword, raising his hands. Bell lowered the champion's sword from Fell's head and sheathed it calmly. They both remained silent after that. Bell. Bells. Bell. What are you waiting for? Annoyed. Brake. Bell. I asked you for it today, Boney, annoyed, and you better finish it before they leave, looking at the Xenos. Pels. It's okay, sweating nervously. Pels quickly went to get some materials, leaving Bell alone, who continued to observe everything that was happening. Several minutes had passed since the Xenos and the Hestia family had been living together, and unfortunately it was time to say goodbye. Lid. It was a pleasure meeting you, Belichi, shaking her hand. Ellen. Likewise, Lid-san, smiling. Wiene. I'm going to miss you well, let's go home. Walking next to Bell. Bell I, standing next to Wiene. Lid Bellin. Hey, wait. Looking at them. Bell sighed and took Wiene by the shoulder. Wiene? What's wrong? Tilts her head. Bell. We can't put you in danger, Wiene, rubbing her head. You know that, don't you? Bellin and the others would be sad if something happened to you. Looking at her. Me too. Wiene. I know, that's why you protect me, isn't it? Looking at him. Bell. Correct, but we can't keep you hidden forever, sooner or later someone will find you and bad things will happen. Looking at Lid, you have to go with them for now. Wiene. Blinking, WY. Looking sadly at Bell. Bell. Your place is with them, terrible things will happen to you up there and we don't want that to happen. Wiene. But I want to be with you, with my family, you said that you were my family, lowering her head. Bell. And since your family's priority is your health, that's why you'll go with them. They've been hidden for a long time, so they can take care of you, looking at her. Wiene. No. Shaking her head, too want to go with you, sniff, starting to cry. I want to play with Hestia-sama. I want to continue reading hero stories with Bellin and Haruhime, sniff. I want to continue eating Makoto's delicious food. I want for you to keep training me, looking at him sadly. Bell. Hey, let's promise something, looking into her eyes. Wiene. What? Looking at him tearfully. Bell. I'll get you out of this place, looking at her, I'll come and we'll return home, to your house, we'll hear stories of heroes again, I'll take you to try a delicious cake, and I'll continue training you, I'll make the world accept you. Wiene. Really? Looking at him hopefully. Bell. Yes, I will, just promise me something, that you will go with them and not put yourself in danger, looking at the other Xenos, can you do that? Looking at her. Wiene. Yes, I can do it. Determined. Bell. Well, smiling slightly, I'm glad, standing up. NT. I think I forgot to say it, but Bell was kneeling all that time. Bell got up from the floor, cleaning his clothes, and was a little surprised when Wiene hugged him tightly to say goodbye. Wiene. Even if it's come see me, okay. Looking at him. Bell. I promise, rubbing his head, by the way. Ellen appeared to take Wiene since she also wanted to say goodbye. Bell. Take care of the necklace, letting Bell hug Wiene. Boo? Huh? Confused. Wiene looked at her neck and saw with surprise a small necklace with a blue stone that seemed to shine slightly. Wiene looked at Bell for a second and smiled, then started talking to Bellin, who was more sentimental and even cried a little. The Xenos along with Wiene left, leaving the Hestia family alone, which was accompanied by Fels. Bellin. Let's go back home, lowering his head. Everyone nodded sadly. Wiene had become a true member of the family and had earned the affection of everyone, including the white-haired man who waited for the family to leave. Fels was also about to leave when out of nowhere Bell grabbed him by the arm. Bell. The collar better work or I'll tear you to pieces and your bones will serve as dog toys, sharpening his gaze. Fels hi, Bell-sama, trembling. Fels was afraid of Bell, for Fels he was like death in person, no, something even worse than death, he was not afraid of dying, he was literally immortal, even if they broke him into pieces he would still be alive and could regenerate his bones, but that did not save him from the pain, no matter how minimal it was, being made of bones the attacks do not make him feel much pain. What truly affected him were the sound attacks that made his bones tremble completely, and it was much more painful than it seemed, and to his terror, the white-haired man in front of him had a magic capable of using sound as an attack. Bell. And you're lucky I'm in a good mood because that necklace looked pretty makeshift. How outrageous that someone like me would wear such a low-class necklace, crossing his arms. Fels. I'm sorry. Bell. Give me the second necklace now, extending his hand. Fels. Here it is, giving him a necklace. The necklace was exactly the same as Wiene's with the difference that the crystal was white. Bell. Looks like trash. Fels. Sorry, lowering his head. Bell. You better make some much better ones for the next time I see Wiene, leaving. Fels hi, going behind Bell. The Xenos were on their way to another hidden village, they went in separate groups, in the first group were some of the strongest and the weakest, Ray the Irraction, Fu the Funwar, it's like a minotaur, but instead of a bull it's a goat, Fear the Harpy, Odd the War Shadow among a few others besides Wiene. Brain. Don't stop, would be, we must get to the next lair quickly before the other monsters notice us and attack us, would be. All hi. As they walked, Wiene looked sadly at the necklace with the blue stone, it was currently her only memory of her family. Rain. It's the best, walking next to her, humans are ignorant, they fear what they don't know, and if they are not able to control it, they prefer to exterminate it, clenching his fists. NT. I loved that phrase. Wiene. They are not like that, they are my family, looking at Rain, they will never abandon me. Rain. You choose what to believe, I just gave you my opinion, walking further forward. Wiene remained silent, observing the necklace while she nostalgically remembered the beautiful moments she had spent with her family. Wiene. I miss you already. Wiene stood still for a second before opening her eyes in surprise. Wiene. Screams. Everyone looking at her. Wiene. I hear screams, covering her ears, she is suffering, hunching over. Rain. How clear do you hear it? It would be. Wiene. Asks us for help us, looking at her. Rain. They're one of us, frowning, we should go after them, would be. Fear. We can't, we need the second group to arrive with Grows and Lid, looking at her. Rain. I won't stay still knowing that they are killing one of our own, annoyed, let's go, we have to save them, looking at Wiene, where? Wiene. Let's move forward, looking at her. Fear. If the white-haired man finds out that we put her in danger, shaking his head, it will be a massacre, following behind them. The Hestia family was already returning to the surface, they were already on the 15th floor until Bell suddenly stopped. Ellen. What's going on? Looking at him. Bell. I'm going back, going to the 16th floor. Ellen. Huh. Why? Confused. Bell. A feeling, not a good one. Ellen looked at the others and told them they could go back, she would go with her brother. Ellen. Wait, I'm coming after you. Following him. Bell shrugged and let Ellen follow him. After a few minutes when they were on the 18th floor, Bell looked at the necklace which looked red. Bell. Quicken your pace. Running. Ellen. Huh. They both started running at high speed towards their last location, where they said goodbye to Wiene. Bell. Let's move on, looking at some monster footprints, they went that way, pointing ahead. Ellen. Walking. Running. Brain. Collapsing on the floor. Brain looked up with difficulty and groaned as he saw several people there attacking his own. She mentally scolded herself for her stupidity, she hadn't thought it could be a trap, and she had put everyone in danger, now because of her Fu had died, and the others were injured or being captured, the first to be captured was Wiene. Brain tried to leave a barely perceptible spider thread to leave a message to Grey and the others, and luckily for her, just as she finished doing it, a guy with a red spear cut the thread, believing he had prevented her from leaving the message. Brain noticed his presence and glared at him, in front of her was a guy with glasses with translucent smoky quartz lenses, that's what the wiki said v. Dix. Well, it turned out much better than I expected, looking at the Irachn, I already have what I wanted, take care of the rest, looking at his henchman. Before Dix left 3 of his henchmen spoke. Hey Dix, do you think we can have fun with the Irachn? Looking at Rain's chest. Yes, before we kill her, smiling depravedly. Dix Looking at them, how disgusting, do what you want, leaving. Dix retreated with the others leaving only the 3 adventurers along with Rain. One of them quickly grabbed her by the arms and held her tightly, leaving his companions to take care of the rest. The other 2 approached her trying to remove the pink shirt she was wearing, but before doing so Rain puffed out her cheeks and spat a strange purple acid towards the faces of the 3. You wretch. Holding her face. The other 3 also stepped back holding their faces in pain, meanwhile Rain took a deep breath before raising her hand, ready to bury it in her chest to commit suicide, she would not allow them to defile her body. Unfortunately, it took her too long to react, and before she could stick her hand into her magic stone, one of the adventurers who was already a little better took her arm and slammed her against the floor. Don't even believe it, damn it, I was going to kill you quickly once I'm done with you, but I'll make sure to torture you properly after using your body. Tearing her clothes. Rain. Get out of the way. Trying to get away. Rain's legs began to move, creating a web to stop the man, but the other 2 grabbed her and pinned her to the floor, leaving her completely unprotected. Rain. Let me go, trembling. Haha, they are not rude anymore, don't worry, be obedient, and maybe I'll let you live. Rain shed a tear as she looked at the man's hand about to tear her torn shirt that barely covered what was necessary. Gospel. Everyone. Looking away. Satana version. The man could only look for a second as a fist headed towards his face before a great pain flooded him and he finally fell unconscious. The other 2 men and Rain watched in surprise as the adventurer was thrown backwards, his face distorted and blood pouring from his nose. Turning their gaze towards the attacker, they broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing a pair of eyes with heterochromia staring at them coldly. Bell. Grandma's orders no matter if you hate her, if she's a bad person, or your worst enemy, never allow a woman to be abused in your presence, walking towards the second adventure, today you will die. Damn, who believed you? Before he could even speak he received a right hook to the chin, lifting him a few inches in the air. Bell quickly delivered a strong blow to his stomach, knocking him back to the ground. The man spat saliva and tried to get up, but before he could do so he spat out blood as he felt his throat being crushed. He looked up in fear and saw Bell standing in front of him with his foot on his neck. Bell. I hate screaming. Bell pressed his neck and the man became desperate as he tried to free himself, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get his foot off Bell. Right. The man began to cough blood due to the strong pressure on his neck, he probably already had broken vocal cords. Bell stopped looking at him and looked back before raising his hand and easily stopping a blow from the last man. You're going to pee. Bell closes his mouth, sharpening his gaze. Slash. The man opened his eyes in shock and looked at his trembling stomach. Bell had stabbed him in the abdomen. Bell let the man kneel shakily as he removed the knife and blood filled his hands. Man. Please let me live, I'll give you whatever you want, money, women, Xenos please, looking desperately at Bell. Bell. Very well, keeping his knife, your life belongs to you. Men. Thank you very much. Bell. But dark look, your eyes will be mine, unsheathing his sword. Man. Huh. Slash. Man. Ah. The man threw himself to the ground clutching his eyes in pain as he screamed, streams and streams of blood coming out of his now sightless eyes that had been cut out by the white-haired man in front of him. Bell growled annoyed by the man's shouts, but he was someone of his word, so he would let him live for now. Instead he decided to ignore him and went to Rain, who looked at him with surprise and without knowing it with a sparkle in her eyes. Rain. What are you doing here? Looking at him. Bell. I had a bad feeling, taking out an elixir, drink it. Bell uncorked the elixir and gave it to him carefully while looking away. Once he took the elixir, Bell put it away and got up. Bell. We'd better go back, looking at some magic stones lying on the ground. Rain also looked at the magic stones and lowered her head blaming herself. The elixir healed his wounds and the spider legs that had been cut off before. Bell looked at Rain for a few seconds before taking off his coat jacket, I don't know what it is exactly, and covering her. Rain. Huh. What are you doing? Looking at him. Bell. Covering yourself, you exposed too much with your torn shirt, walking. Rain. Did you look? Blushing. Bell ignored her not wanting to answer that. Rain. Answer. Embarrassed. Before he could say anything else Bellin appeared, breathing heavily. Bellin. They escaped, looking helplessly at Bell, they have Wiene. Bell. Dark look. Bellin. Damn. Hitting a wall. Bell. Calm down, there's no point in complaining, let's go back to the surface, serious. Bellin. But where were you? Bell. As long as the stone of this necklace does not stop shining, showing the white necklace, that's why she's still alive, looking at Bellin, now let's go back, for now it's best, we already know who is the one who captures the Xenos, walking. Rain looked at Bellin in silence. Rain. I'm sorry, going behind Bell. Bellin sighed, the sound of sobs reached her ears, and she noticed that they were coming from inside the cave where Bell and Rain had come out. Bellin was going to inspect, but a hand on her shoulder stopped her. Bell. Don't go in there. Bellin. Huh. Why? Confused. Bell. You won't like seeing what's there, believe me, now we're going back, pulling Bell. The three of them left the place leaving an unconscious man with broken ribs, one dead with his neck shattered, and another sobbing while holding his eyes. The walls of the place began to break, revealing some monsters who looked at the bodies of the adventurers as if it were a meal served on a silver platter. No. In the same place as before, in the cave where an ambush, a massacre, a kidnapping, a failed grape, and a triple homicide occurred, several Xenos were now present, the second group made up of almost all the other Xenos. Bros. Looking at a spider web with an encrypted message, they captured them, looking at Lid, those damn humans, they captured them. Growling. Lefiya goblin. Not only did they capture them, looking at some magic stones and other destroyed ones, awed, foo. Lid. We have to calm down, let's find them and rescue them, trying to calm Gross. Bros. No, I'm sick of this farce, don't you see? We are monsters, no matter how much knowledge we have, in the eyes of humans we are still monsters, heartless beings who are only evil in the world, growling, and if that's what they want us to be, that's what I will be, sharpening his gaze, for our fallen comrades, for Fu, awed, Rain, looking at the other Xenos. Lid. What are you planning, Gross? Worried. Bros. Those who want to avenge our fallen comrades, follow me to the 18th floor. The time has come to recover what is ours, flying away. Some Xenos looked at Lid and apologized as they followed Gross. Let Lid. Looking at him. Lid looked behind him seeing that there were just under half of the Xenos on his side. Lid. Come on, I don't want them to die because of a mistake too, walking. Bell and Rain were already on floor 2, it was a surprise that they didn't meet any adventurers, but thanks to that they were able to leave without problems. Unfortunately the problems began now. Hey, stop. Bell stopped and looked at the owner of that voice. Ganesha family, steps back. An intimidating looking man in golden armor approached them, pointing his spear at Rain. Man. What are they doing with an Irachn? Seriously, and why hasn't it attacked? Rain growled and was about to throw herself at the man before Bell stood in front of them both and spoke. Bell. It's a private matter, sharpening his gaze. Man, pointing the spear at him. Bell. Gripping the hilt of his sword. Before a fight could break out, Bellin's pleas for help were heard and a voice sounded from down the hall. What's going on here? Man. Captain. Shakti. I will ask again, what is happening here, would it be? Man. The two of them, pointing to Bellin and Bell, were trying to get a monster out of the dungeon and for some reason the monster doesn't attack, seriously. Shakti looked at Rain before looking at Bell. They both looked at each other in silence for several seconds before Shakti spoke again. Shakti. It took you a while to get the assignment tyrant, looking at Bell. Bell. It wasn't easy to tame a monster, dropping his sword. Bellin. Hey. What's up, bro? Whispering to Bell. Bell. Just go with the flow that goes for you too, no matter how humiliating it is, go with the flow, looking at Rain. Thanks to her enhanced monster senses, Rain heard Bell's words and nodded in annoyance. Man. What do you mean, Captain? Looking at Shakti. Shakti. Ganesha-sama asked the Hestia family to get an Irachn for a secret mission, as we are busy with the matter you know we don't have time for that, so I ask for help from someone trustworthy, looking at Bell, is that right tyrant, looking at him. Bell. Yes. Shakti. But I thought they would be more responsible, they don't even have a cage, go get one in chains, looking at the man, and a sheet, we don't want people to get upset, knowing that we took out a monster without warning, it would be. Man. Hi, leaving. As soon as the man left, Shakti sighed. Shakti. I didn't think you'd ever ask me for help, looking at Bell, and who was that strange man in the black robe? He looks suspicious. Bell. He's someone who's with the god Uranos, you just need to know that, crossing his arms. Shakti. This is too much hoop, why do they want to take out a monster? Bell. Do you trust me? Raising an eyebrow. Shakti A. Of course, of course looking at him. Bell. Really? What an idiot, I'd betray you without hesitation for a piece of cake, Chibi. Shakti. Hey. Frowning. Bell. Do you know about Xenos? Shakti. Yes, Ganesha-sama told me a while ago, crossing his arms, it's a demo, isn't it? Looking at Rain. Rain. I won't put myself in a cage, sharpening her gaze. Bell. I don't remember asking you, looking at her out of the corner of my eye, are you going to get involved the good way, or am I going to get involved the bad way, walking towards Shakti. Bellin. Forgive him, sometimes it's like that, but he does it for your own good, so he'll be assailed. Bellin fell silent as he turned his gaze and saw Rain blushing as she looked away, just like a certain walnut-haired goddess. Rain. Stupid white-haired guy, I'm just going to get involved because I want to live. Bellin, she looks like Astraea-sama but more tsundere, and I'm Droplet. Ignoring the masochistic tsundere Xeno, let's get back to Bell. Shakti. I want to know what you think about Xenos, so in a few days I'll call you at our headquarters to talk, understood? Raising an eyebrow. Bell looked at her with annoyance, as if just walking there was tiring enough. Shakti sighing, I'll buy some desserts, shaking her head. Bell. I'll be there, crossing his arms. Captain. I'm coming with the cage. Everyone turned to look to the right and saw two men walking with a small cart and a cage on top. Bell. Okay, taking the chains. Rain. Before she could speak, Bell covered her mouth with tape that he magically removed and calmly chained her before putting her in the cage, closing it and covering her with a sheet. Shakti. Everything is ready, let's go back, walking in front of the chariot. Bell hi. Shakti. I hope you know what you're doing, and JK let no one find out about this, looking at Bell. Bell nodded as behind him the two members of the Ganesha Familia, along with Welf and Makoto lifted the cage and placed it in the Hestia Familia courtyard. Man. Ready, Captain. Man 2. Are you sure this is a good idea? Looking at Shakti. Shakti. Ganesha is looking for more tamers besides us, and Bell Cranel has been given training as a tamer, this will be like a final exam, we trust you Bell, giving him a piece of paper. Bell looked at the sheet with curiosity. Tamer CERTIFICATE. Name. Bell Cranel. Level. 2. Tamer level. Apprentice A, Novice E. Family. Astria. Famed monsters. Goblin, War Shadow, Almrich, Minotaur. Elhum. Shakti. See you later, leaving. Ellen. What's that, brother? Looking at the certificate, where did you get that? Surprised. The other family members who had returned to ask what happened also looked at the certificate and opened their eyes in surprise. Ellen. Did Shakti give it to us to make the lie more convincing? Curious. L. No, I took a little tamer course a few weeks ago, looking at her. Ellen. Huh. Surprised, why? And how, it seems, the Ganesha family asks for a lot of money to teach people outside their family how to tame, looking at Belle in surprise. L. Shakti wanted to reward me for my eye, looking at her calmly. I was going to refuse until I found out that each section was worth more than 1 million valis, and Shakti offered me a full course. I couldn't refuse an offer like that, and I took it, looking at her. It was more fun than I thought, with a sparkle in her eyes. Astria. That's why you went in the afternoons. I thought you went to the dungeon, looking at him in surprise, but if you didn't go to the dungeon, where did you get money from? Confused. L. Two adventurers can be seen leaving the dungeon with a large bag of magic stones. Look at this big bag, we'll win a lot today for sure. Idiot, don't say that out loud. Didn't you hear the rumors? Eh? What rumors? Rumors of a thief stealing bags of magic stones or valis from adventurers who have just left the guild or the dungeon. PFF, we are 2 level 2, what could happen to us, eh? Looking ahead, who are you? Punch. Friend. Please wait, I'll give you the bag, but don't. Punch. The thief took both bags and ran into the alleys. But he was not beautiful. Slash. The thief narrowly dodged a sword that was going to cut off his hands and looked in disbelief at a white man with an eye patch, looking at him indifferently. Thief. No, not you again. Hysterical. L lunged at him to cut him in the face. The thief narrowly avoided the attack but dropped the bag of magic stones. Thief. Damn, I'll be back. Exploring a smoke bomb. L. Looking at the smoke, how tiring to chase him, taking the bag of magic stones. Stealing isn't bad if you steal from the thief, quietly leaving. L. Over there, looking away, and Rain. Seriously. Hestia. She's inside, trembling. Ellen. He was a little scared to look at her, smiling nervously. L. I have to ask you some things, going towards the fireplace mansion. Welf. What happened? Looking at Bellen. Ellen. Problems, Osper nods sadly, I need your help guys, looking at them. Lily. You will always have Lily's support, Bellen-sama, determined. Welf. Your personal blacksmith is ready to make armor all month long, smiling at him. Makoto. I'll always be there if you need help, Bellandono, smiling. Hestia. I may not be able to help you as much as they did but I'll do my best. Giving her a thumbs up. Haruhime. Me too. Nervous. Ellen. Thanks guys, smiling. Meanwhile. Boars, Riveria chief. What is that, looking at a hole in a tree? From the hole several eyes began to shine, eyes of monsters that should not be together, much less on this floor. Boars. Notify the guild of this immediately. But. Boars. I said it right away. Annoyed. The adventurer left scared leaving Boars alone who watched this. Boars knew it, something very bad was about to happen. And. Geese. Goes away, problems come. Brett principal. Denma. Looks at them coldly with disgust, leave your little star, I won't repeat it, leave your little star, wait a month for another chapter. V. End threat. In Riveria everything was a disaster. Some monsters with armor and weapons had attacked the village, scaring away and injuring several adventurers who were there. Everyone evacuated the place without being able to do anything, maybe they outnumbered the monsters, but these were much stronger, for some it was embarrassing to be defeated by a goblin that seemed to have the power of a level 4. On the surface. The guild was working at a 3x4 after the news that stronger than normal monsters with weapons attacked Riveria. There were hundreds of angry adventurers and citizens demanding explanations from the guild who were equally confused. We want explanations. And? How did monsters keep adventurers away from Riveria? What is the union going to do, huh? Ina P, please calm down, nervous, the Ganesha family is already going to take care of the problem, trying to calm them down. And why only the Ganesha family? Ina. Due to private matters of the Gree. Misha Ina, whispering. Ina. What's going on? Looking at her. Misha. This letter from the god Uranos arrived, showing a letter. Ina read the letter and was shocked when she read it. One-san. Ina looked up and met a pair of red eyes that she already knew. Ina Bellen-chan, surprised, how opportune that you arrived, giving her the letter, we need you to go to the 18th floor with the Ganesha family, we also request the help of your brother Cranel. Bellen. I understand, we'll go right away. Leaving. In Riveria, the Ganesha family was already there, pushing back the monsters. Shakti. Keep going. Remember, just do the backtracking, it would be. An Amazon with fluffy orange hair spoke to Shakti. Why do we just push them back? Wouldn't it be better and easier to just eliminate them? Shakti. No, they were direct orders from Muranos and Ganesha-sama, it would be. But. A single glance from Shakti was enough for the Amazon to fall silent and not say another word. Shakti-san. Shakti turning around. Ellen was there heading towards her, she was wearing a support cloak that prevented others from knowing it was her. Shakti. Belen, I see you've arrived, and your brother. Raising an eyebrow. Here I am. Shakti watched with slight surprise as Bel appeared out of nowhere with a black mask in his hand, a Hades helmet. Bel had found it in Hestia's office along with several other things. Apparently Hestia always keeps a memory of Belen's most important adventures, such as the magic stone of the goblin that Belen killed for the first time, the silverback fangs, the magic stone of the crimson minotaur, some black Goliath skin, the helmet of Hades that Mortar used to fight Belen, etc. etc. For Bel it was a little strange and even terrifying that Hestia kept memories of Belen's greatest adventures and achievements, but he had to be thankful that she had Hades' helmet, he found it very useful. Obviously Hestia glared at him and started arguing with him when he grabbed something from her precious Belen trophy case, but nothing that a threatening look from Bel wouldn't be enough to silence the Castro goddess. Bel. I think I'll keep you, looking at the Hades helmet. Shakti. Listen, by orders of Ganesha-sama I need you to communicate and calm the monsters, it would be. Bel. Any important information? Shakti. Yes, it seems that everyone heard a kind of call near the northern limits, perhaps it is a call from their own, some Xenos went to that place, go investigate, it would be. Belen. Hi. Shakti. Take care, Bel, looking at him worriedly. Bel nodded, ignoring Belen's dark gaze. Once Shakti left Belen asked her. Belen, you're very close to a lot of girls, aren't you? Looking at him. Bel. I don't think so, looking straight ahead. Belen. Shakti-san seemed to care a lot about you, have you spent time together? Staring at him. Bel. A little, she was worried and felt responsible for what happened to me, touching her patch. Belen. Oh, faking happiness, when she saw you she looked embarrassed, what happened the last time you saw each other, smiling fakely. Bel. I saw her naked, calm down. Belen. Oh, I see what. Excited. Bel. We're here, seriously. Belen had to hold back her jealousy and look straight ahead at a very large glass window on the 18th floor. Belen. Where are they? Looking around. Bel approached the large stone and placed his hand on it. Belen. Brother. Curious. Bel. Shine. Belen. Huh. Belen approached and saw how a part of it glowed slightly red, no one knew why until Bel looked at it and opened her eyes in surprise when Belen's bag began to glow. Bel. Your bag, looking at it. Belen. My bag. Looking at the bag, it's the bag Ryuu-san gave me just now, looking for something in it. Belen took out a wide orb with golden details, looking at the part that shone they realized that it was an eye with a strange D symbol. Bel. Stretch it out towards the wall, serious. Belen listened, and both were surprised when the stone disappeared as if it were an illusion and left a gigantic door in sight. Bel. Pure orichalcum. Belen kept his hand extended, so the orb kept looking at the door which suddenly opened. Bel. It's opened, let's go in, going. Belen. Hi. Getting in. Inside the room there was a huge fight between adventurers and Xenos. The adventurers were beginning to gain ground unfortunately for the Xenos. Despite being physically stronger, they were using their teammates to threaten them. Companions who were locked in cages as if they were simple animals. Among the caged ones was a certain Vouivre who watched the fight helplessly. Wiene. Please help us, holding her ears. Finally, what for many would be the call of death for Wiene was a sound of hope. Satana version. The large, heavy, half-bear man was sent flying with terrifying ease by an attack no one could see. The leader of the group, Dix, who was carrying a spear, crossed his arms in an X when his veteran instinct screamed at him that something was approaching. And they were not wrong. Dix opened his eyes as a white blur shot out of the entrance and in less than 3 seconds was in front of him hitting him. It didn't take a Satan version for Dix to be thrown backwards with his arms numb in X. Dix clicked his tongue, and when he looked up for a moment he trembled at seeing 2 eyes as cold as ice staring at him, as if he were nothing more than simple and disgusting garbage. The white-haired man walked slowly towards him, unsheathing a sword. Dix couldn't hear anything but his slow but firm steps echoing in his ears. With an elegance worthy of a king, I speak. Bel. Your name. Dix holding his spear tightly. Bel. Tell me your name, trash, squinting. As if a huge pressure hit him, Dix bent his knees a little, feeling that if he were to lose focus for even a second, he would fall to his knees. Dix. Dix Partridge, gritting his teeth. For Dix nothing could be more humiliating than this, little did he know that soon his anger would turn to terror. Bell. Dix I see, I introduce myself Dix, pointing his sword at him, I am Bel Cranel, and I will be your executioner, sharpening his gaze. Dix raised his spear, narrowly blocking a thrust that would have passed through his throat from side to side. Dix couldn't even blink as he had to block a furious barrage of angry attacks. Dix had signed his death warrant when he decided to attack one of Bel's precious people, little Wiene. While Bel was making Dix retreat, a certain red-eyed girl had arrived attacking left and right, some of the tamers who were there. The curly-haired Amazon was quickly knocked out when a powerful blow connected with her stomach and then her face, sending her flying. The Amazon was greeted by a diving attack from a certain grumpy gargoyle, who, as much as she hated to admit it, was pleased to see both white-haired men. Bellin went with Lid, who was surrounded by 5 level 3 adventurers and 1 level 4 adventurer. The level 4 adventurer dodged Bellin with some difficulty and began attacking her along with some others. The group split into 2 to attack the lizardmen, and Bellin, being a smaller number Lid, was able to deal with them more quickly and managed to knock them out. Bellin endured all the attacks from the tamers as best she could, unfortunately the level 4 was also attacking her. Just when the strongest was about to give him a big cut on the arm, something invisible hit him in the face, making him take a few steps back. Bellin looked at that with surprise and then turned to see her brother, who was still fighting fiercely. She knew it had been him, although she didn't know how he had done it if he was fighting in such a way against Dix. Unfortunately, no one noticed the disappearance of certain prisoners until a large door leading to another room opened. Bell could see out of the corner of his eye how some adventurers took Wiene and some other Xenos that Bell didn't care about. Dix. Do N''T get distracted? Bell related too late and received a cut on her cheek that immediately made her bleed. Bell frowned, like every high-class person he is, he took out a red handkerchief and wiped the blood, not wanting it to dirty his clothes. Unfortunately, no matter how much he cleaned the blood it kept coming out. Bell. A cursed weapon, looking at Dix, I see. Dix. That's right, smiling, I just have to attack you and let you die from bleeding, pointing the spear at him. Bell. Cursed weapons, I always want one, I'll keep your stupid spear, understood. Sheathing his sword. Dix. What the hell are you saying? Before he could finish he had to dodge a blow from Bell, who quickly began to attack him without weapons. Dix became annoyed thinking that Bell was underestimating him. He started attacking him with the spear, but Bell blocked the attacks by blocking the spear from the staff, avoiding touching the blade of the spear. Dix tried to give him a quick stab, but to his surprise Bell was already on his side, as if he already knew what he was about to do. Before he could return his spear, Bell grabbed it with both hands, preventing Dix from fully retrieving it. Both began to fight for dominance, with Dix having the advantage in terms of strength. Bell gritted his teeth as he saw Dix beginning to surpass him. He knew that in terms of strength he couldn't win. Dix was at least 2 levels higher than him, maybe 3, which left him at a disadvantage. Fortunately for Bell, he had faced worse and survived, like the barrage of attacks from his aunt Alfia. Even though she held back quite a bit that time, it didn't mean that her attacks would have been easy to block. Compared to his aunt, even if she held back she was 10 times worse than Dix. Bell sharpened his gaze, knowing that if he tried to attack Dix while they were struggling, it was likely that Dix would gain ground and favor the fight for him, or even manage to hit him, so his only option was to try to somehow increase his strength, much more than Dix's, perhaps be as strong as the golden-haired woman. Dix wasn't like A's, he was smart, he had experience, he had fought against several human and monster opponents, and had polished his skills in a great way for years, unlike the stupid white-haired girl who just moved the sword from side to side, as if it were a toy. A's may have had great strength, even greater than Dix's, but she didn't have his ability. Bell was brought out of his thoughts when he heard a scream. Ah! Bell stood still for a moment, perfectly recognizing the owner of the voice. Dix tried to kick Bell in the shin, but Bell quickly stepped back and began to struggle even harder than before, surprising Dix a little, who had to put all his strength into himself to avoid being thrown by Bell. The screams kept coming, screams of pain and stabbing along with the sound of dripping, probably drops of blood. Bell began to shake with his gaze lowered. Dix smiled, thinking that she was doing it out of fear. He soon knew that her tremors were not so much out of fear, but out of fury. With a terrifying strength that Bell had never shown before, he snatched the gun from Dix and gave him the hardest punch he had ever thrown in his life. The blow easily lifted Dix into the air, but before he could fly off, Bell punched him again in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. While Dix was spitting blood, he could clearly see Bell's eyes. It was no longer that unpredictable and cold look from before, or not, it was the most furious and psychotic look he had ever seen. He no longer saw him as garbage, he saw him as his victim. His prey. Dix. Ah! Opening his eyes. Ix spat out blood as a foot landed mercilessly on his stomach, sinking it completely and shattering his ribs. Ix knew that his intestine had most likely burst. Ix tried to cross his arms to defend himself, but it was useless, the rain of blows did not stop, and each one shattered his bones, as if they were insignificant twigs. Even some adventurers and Xenos stopped fighting seeing the terrible torture that Bel was doing. Ix's companions wanted to go help him. Because they couldn't. A single look was enough, a single look full of hate and fury from those heterocrotic eyes was enough to leave them motionless with fear. They stood still, only listening to the sound of blows and blood and the barely perceptible moans of pain that Ix gave every time a blow connected with his already destroyed chest. Ix couldn't even move anymore, all he could do was watch his inevitable end at the hands of a furious white-haired man. Finally Bel stopped, just one hit away from leaving him dead, and so it would be. Bel slowly raised his fist while breathing heavily. That was the last image Dix used to see before closing his eyes waiting for his end. Ahhh. Gr. Bel stopped abruptly with his fist just inches from Dix's face. Bel Wiene, breathing heavily, Wiene. Running. Bel reached the orichalcum door and gave it a terrible punch that resonated throughout the room. A few minutes ago. A group of tamers took some of the kidnapped Xenos and led them to the security room, closing the orichalcum doors. What do we do? Follow Dix's orders, taking out a knife. The subject approached Wiene looking at the red stone on her forehead. In order to extract the Lamia's tear without killing the viewer, it is first necessary to weaken it by throwing the knife. Wiene hhh. Opening her eyes. Wiene clutched her shoulder in pain as a knife pierced her shoulder from side to side, staining the wall with blood. Man. Give me your small knife, looking at a beast man. The woman gave the man what he asked for and approached Wiene who began to tremble. Man. Do you know what would happen to your family if people outside found out they were with a disgusting monster? Bringing the knife to his cheek. Wiene began to shake harder when the knife touched her cheek. Man. They would be traitors and would be punished by being locked up in a disgusting cell to rot, cutting his cheek. Wiene screamed in pain as the man began to make small but long cuts all over her body, staring at the stone on her forehead. Man. But you know what would be an even worse punishment for them? That the same monster they protected would attack them. Wiene opened her eyes in shock and spat out blood as the knife buried itself completely in her stomach which started bleeding profusely. Man. That's it, touching the Lamia tear now, do us a favor and at least kill one or two of your friends, smiling innocently. The man roughly pulled the stone from Wiene's side, causing her to scream terribly in pain. Ah. Gr. The man walked away as did his companions when he saw Wiene throw herself to the ground while her body began to transform into that of a normal viewer. Just before the man ordered a retreat they heard a terrible crash that disconcerted them. The confused man turned to look at the door and went white, just like his companions, when he saw what was supposed to be the hardest material in the world with a terrible dent in the shape of a fist. Piam. More and more knocks began to hit the door, sinking it more and more. With the fourth knock, a small opening opened in the door and the knocking stopped. Everyone looked at each other nervously and the tamer walked towards the door with slight fear, whoever it was must have a terrifying power to dent an orichalcum door with pure blows. The tamer brought his face close to the small opening, trying to see what was happening, but all he saw was black. Crash. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise as a hand reached through the opening and grabbed the man's head. The man had to scream, but before he could do so his head was found and smashed in a terrible way. Splash. Everyone watched in terror as the man's head literally exploded into blood and brains. The beast man woman who gave him the knife saw something in the sky headed towards her and caught it with her hand. Seeing what his face was, he was filled with terror and let him go. It was the eye of the man whose head had been exploded. Finally the double door was opened by a powerful kick given by a certain furious white-haired man. The Withe monster, or as the tamers called it, approached slowly while breathing heavily, allowing a small cloud of steam to emerge from its mouth. But before Bel could cause a real blood feast, a scream brought him out of his berserk state. Bel's breathing began to calm down until he finally came back to his senses and could see a large monster rise from the ground with several cuts and scratches on his body. His skin was blue, from the waist down he had a snake tail and had two large pairs of wings behind his back, his eyes began to glow red and his face became wilder. Bel Wiene, kneeling. Bel's gaze clouded and that was the last thing he remembered before everything went black. In an infirmary already frequented by Bel, the white-haired man was lying on a stretcher while at his sides were three people, the one who brought him here Fels, the one who cured him Hermod and his goddess Astria. Astria? What happened? It would be. Fels. You already know the whole story, except that in the end, after Bel fainted, an adventurer managed to give Dick some elixirs and mermaid blood, healing him considerably. Dix used an alteration curse against monsters in Wiene and opened a passage that took her to the surface. Bellin is chasing her right now, trying to put a red stone back on her forehead. She sent me to bring him here, looking at Astria. Ermid remained silent, taking Belle's hand. She had said it was to check if he was okay and notice any irregularities in his health, but it was only an excuse to be able to hold his hand. Although she did notice some irregularities. Ermid. The confrontation accelerated her illness a little. Fortunately, it wasn't serious enough. With a little rehabilitation she'll be able to recover until she's back to her old self, looking at Astria. Astria. Thoughtfully, you said that when he faced Dix, per Dix suffered a great alteration, right? Looking at Fels. Fels. Yes, no one knows what happened, but his strength increased drastically. He was even able to dent an Orich alchem wall with just one punch, looking at her. Both women opened their eyes in surprise. It was well known that Orich alchem was the hardest material on the planet. It was generally used to make weapons with a Durandal effect. Ermid looked at Belle's hands with concern. They felt weak and bruised. Now she understood why. On the other hand, Astria was thoughtful. Astria. It's the third time. Fels. Excuse me. Confused. Ermid also looked at Astria with confusion. Astria. Some time ago, before arriving at Aurario, Bell entered a state similar to that on 2 occasions. Since then he has started meditating to have more self-control and avoid entering his berserk state for the third time, and until now it has worked very well for him until this happened, sighing. Ermid. Excuse me if this is something private, Astraea-sama, but could you tell us more? Looking at her. Astria thought about it for a bit and accepted. Astria. A while ago, before reaching Aurario, when Bell was level 1 at the end of the road, we went to a small town to sell vegetables and fruits from the garden we had. Due to a suspect, he tried to steal the jade necklace that Bell posed. Bell obviously stopped him easily, but he didn't realize that he had an accomplice who managed to steal the necklace while he was distracted. When he realized this, he started to look for him angrily. His anger increased even more when he found the subject dead in a meadow. A green dragon killed him, took the necklace and took it to his guard. Fels and Ermid heard this with surprise. They knew it was a green dragon, a dragon monster that lived near a big tree where there was a treasure chest that he guarded. He liked shiny things and took them for his collection. Apparently they had great luck, and whenever they took a shiny object it was of great value. Astria. The dragon had killed the thief and took Bell's necklace. Bell was enraged by this. That necklace was the same one his aunts had given it to him. It is something very precious to Bell, and he faced the dragon. Those monsters are at least level 2, but this one had great strength, a level 3. Bell was losing until the dragon accidentally ate the necklace, shaking slightly. Fels and Ermid listened attentively to the story. Astria. Bell became so enraged that he launched himself at the dragon as if it were a beast and began to attack it with contempt. After a while he managed to kill the dragon, cut its stomach and removed the necklace from its guts, sweating. Ermid and Fels also hesitated upon hearing that. Bell seemed more bloodthirsty than they imagined. Astria. That happened another time when they insulted her mother. The guy ended up very badly, taking a needle. Astria lifted Bell with extreme care and placed him face down, lifting his black shirt, revealing his skirt. Astria. If my assumption is correct, it is likely that she has obtained a new ability, starting to update her status. Ermid and Fels moved away a little, knowing that it was bad to see a person's fauna without their consent, even if they didn't know how to read it. Well, except Fels, he could. Astria. Oh god. Status Bell Cranel. Adventurer level 3. Family Astria. Statistics. Strength 0000I. Resistance 0000I. Dexterity 0000I. Agility 0000I. Magic 0000I. Total 0000. Universal power 13,291. NT. I see that many do not understand how this works, so I will explain it. If you are not interested, feel free to skip this. Each physical ability has Excelia points. When you add up the points of all the physical abilities, strength, agility, magic, dexterity, resistance, they result in the total power. If you are level 2 or above, the universal power is the total power of your previous levels added together, that is. If when you were level 1 you went up to level 2 with 3000 total power points, and now being level 2, you have another 3000, your universal power is 6000. If you did not understand, you are stupid or you fell for little one. Magic. Silentium Eden super short chant enchantment magic that covers the user's body with magic negating armor, chant equals ataraxia. Satana's version A super short chant that hits enemies with sound blocks. Lugio can also unleash magic power by chanting gospel. Dino's Angela super long chant magic that greatly increases all of the user's stats, magic and skills, surpassing the level barrier, chant equals blessing of the root of evil, curse of birth. My original sin that devoured half of my body. It is not difficult. There is no purification. There is no salvation. The resonance of this heavenly sound is my sin. The trumpet of the gods, the lyre of spirits. Melody of light, the seal of sin. Beloved by the miniature garden, my fate is shattered. I hate you. Compensation is here. Destroy everything with proof of my sin. Cry, holy bell tower. Abilities. Cursed inheritance equals when the bearer uses his full power in a crisis state, his skills and stats increase double. This also works if he has any magic or strengthening skills in him, but weakens the bearer when he uses his full power, causing an irreparable loss of health and mind and a 5% decrease in all his skills every turn. Primitive instinct equals when the bearer is in a state of extreme rage, he enters a berserk state where all of his Excelia points and his universal points go towards the statistic of strength, completely leaving aside the other physical statistics. It also eliminates the ability to reason while in that state, only allowing the bearer to fight bare knuckle like his primitive ancestors. Acquired skills. Swordsman, A. Magician, I. So I leveled up. Everyone was surprised when Bell suddenly got up from the bed with heaviness. He felt like his whole body was heavy. Bell. It's about time, squinting, coughing loudly. Ermid Bell. Worried. Bell, calming down, I haven't tried so hard in years, leaning against the wall. Astria. Lie down Bell, you need to rest, worried. Bell stood still for a few seconds before giving Fels a sharp look, causing him to shudder. Bell. What happened to Wiene and Bellin? Looking at him. Fels were. Bell. Not much had passed since Bell was taken out of Knossos and cured. In fact, Bellin was still chasing Wiene through the streets. Finally, when Bellin believed they were far enough away from any adventurers who might try to kill Wiene, a large golden spear pierced his right shoulder. Bellin. Wiene. In shock. Bellin turned her gaze and was stunned to see all the Loki family executives on a roof staring coldly at the viewer. Finn. A monster escaped. How strange, looking at the viewer. Finn looked at the hole where they had greeted, revealing a secret door. Finn narrowed his eyes but shook off his thoughts when he heard the gasps of surprise and disbelief. Turning his gaze, he also couldn't help but open his eyes in surprise when he saw Bellin in front of the viewer, with his arms outstretched, as if he were blocking their way. While everyone watched Bellin in surprise, she was deep in thought. Bellin. What do I do? Alarmed. Wait. Maybe I can say it's my prey so people don't think badly of. Would you be willing to give up everything for them? Bellin. Brother. Would you give up your recognition, your fame, your status, just to help them? Bellin. Yo. Bellin looked determinedly at the entire Loki family and spoke with great seriousness. Bellin. Don't let them hurt Wiene. Bellin unsheathed her 2 knives ready to fight, surprising everyone. It wasn't long before people quickly started booing her and shouting hundreds of insults at her, like saying she was stupid or a monster lover. But none of that affected Bellin. She continued to look defiantly at the Loki family. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was attacking her, Wiene removed the spear from her shoulder and shot out towards an alley, destroying some walls. Bellin immediately went to chase her, making sure that no one would harm Wiene. Finn. Chase them, we don't have time for a rookie's craziness, seriously. Before Finn gave the order to kill Wiene, a roar was heard. And from the same hole where Bellin and Wiene came out, several more monsters came out, like a gargoyle, a siren and a lizardman. Bros. They've had enough lol. Jumping towards them. Bri. Are you okay? Whispering to Lid. Lid. Don't worry, it's just the side effects of the alteration curse he suffered, drawing his weapons. Firebolt. Some adventurers were thrown out when a strong stream of fire crashed into them, preventing them from hitting the viewer. It was Bellin who did everything possible to prevent them from harming Wiene. Nothing mattered to him anymore, not his status, nor the criticism, nor the fame, nothing. The only thing that mattered to him was being able to help his friend, his family, Wiene. In the distance is the scene watched by 2 gods who had been friends before. Hermes. I see that your children control the family more than you do, Akelos, looking at him. Akelos. What can I say? Smiling, although I must admit, this is so funny, looking amusedly at Bellin. Hermes. Bellin, looking at her. Bellin kept chasing Wiene, but she seemed to be going faster and faster. It seemed that Wiene was hysterically following something or someone. Bellin didn't know that in Wiene's mind. She was seeing false images of Bellin guiding her towards her very probable grave. Bellin knew it too, and tried to prevent that from happening. Bellin. Wiene stop. Desperate. After a while they finally arrived at a coliseum where Bellin could see hundreds of magicians preparing their powerful spells to attack Wiene. Elsewhere. Riveria and Gareth were running in the same direction where Bellin and Lefouver had gone. Finn had stayed to help Ace, Bet, Tiona and Tyan after a large black minotaur appeared and to everyone's surprise beat several of them mercilessly. It was surprising that he had a high-quality magic sword and used it effectively. Riveria. We must find the Vouver before more destruction happens, or worse, they find more monsters with them, would be. Aerith. Serious, Riveria, don't you have a bad feeling? Looking at her out of the corner of your eye. Riveria was silent for a few seconds before answering. Riveria. Yes, I wonder if this is how Finn feels when. 5. Riveria couldn't finish speaking when her veteran instincts alerted her to an attack and she covered herself with her cane. She was greatly surprised when she was pushed several meters back and fell heavily on the floor when a powerful invisible attack hit her. Riveria. This magic, opening her eyes. Aerith was also in shock looking at the direction where Riveria had shot off. It was at that moment that Gareth's back trembled. He remembered that attack, worse yet it happened in that same way. 7 years ago they were heading towards the southern area of Aurario to meet up with Finn after helping stop a certain pink-haired girl named Valletta. When suddenly a great attack that they couldn't see took them by surprise and sent Riveria flying towards a wall, destroying it completely. What Gareth saw after that left him with nightmares for a while. He would never forget those eyes, as cold as ice, eyes so empty and lifeless that they seemed to be able to see his soul. Loss. Gareth felt a chill run down his spine when he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around slowly and holy shit. Right in front of him was a white magic circle the size of a hand pointing directly at his face. Satan Virion. 5. Gareth was thrown a few meters as was Riveria, with blood coming out of his possibly broken nose. An attack like that to the face would probably leave him disoriented for several minutes. Riveria, who was lying a few meters from Gareth, quickly got up in pain, feeling the burning in her stomach. It was exactly the same pain that silver-haired girl caused her. Loss. Riveria looked up with difficulty knowing whose footsteps were. There in front of her was a white-haired man with heterochromia and long white hair, wearing a black gothic dress with green and grey details. She didn't need to know why she was here, Belle quickly answered. Elle. I'm really upset, you know, first the Xenos thing, then Wiene's kidnapping, walking towards her, then my stupidly expensive suit got ripped to pieces completely, and I had to wear Alfia Okasen's dress, sharpening his gaze, but there was something good about all of this, you know, gloomy. I got stronger, extending his hand in front of Riveria, gospel. Riveria opened her eyes when she saw a magic circle appear in front of Belle's hand. The last time she saw him use his magic there was no magic circle. That meant one thing, Belle had leveled up, and worse yet he obtained the development skill magic that increased the strength and power of magic, granting a unique magic circle to its user. Looking closely at the magic circle she froze. Something that not many people knew is that each magic circle is unique. Depending on the person their symbols and color were different. There were people with a similar or identical color, but the symbols and patterns were completely unique. That is why she froze when she saw a magic circle with a pattern exactly like that of a certain silver-haired girl. The memory of a silver-haired woman with a cold gaze came to Riveria's mind. The woman extended her hand towards her face, and a silver magic circle appeared in front of her hand. Riveria's reality and memory connected, and at the same time the silver-haired woman and the one who was most likely her son, according to Riveria, whispered at the same time. Satan version. Crash. Wiene. End. The beginning of the problems. On Daedalus Street, Finn Damon stood silently looking at the battlefield where a single enemy had escaped from them. The Black Minotaur, much bigger and more muscular than a normal one, not to mention its armament and that it carried a magic weapon. The Minotaur had easily dealt with Tyan and Bet. Tyan, in a fit of rage, confronted him with powerful punches, but the Minotaur received them and smiled as if mocking her. In the end he sent Ace, who was the best attacker against monsters. She cut off the Minotaur's arm, but still didn't defeat him. On the contrary, the Minotaur gave her a powerful cut on her left shoulder, breaking her shoulder pad. The monster's strength was such that when they clashed weapons Ace's arm trembled for a while before recovering. Finn decided it was time to get serious about things and also jumped into the battlefield. The monster surprised them a lot, so they prepared for anything except an escape. Some smoke bombs that they wore on their skin prevented them from seeing the monsters, and once the smoke dissipated there was no one left. They had all vanished. Finn was upset. This was a blow to his pride and that of his family. He could already hear the criticism of the people and adventurers for not having finished off the monsters. Ace. Finn, walking towards him. Finn. What's going on there? Raising an eyebrow. Ace. Where are Riveria and Gareth? Looking at him. Finn. I sent them to go for the Vuover. Serious, if I am not mistaken, their respective groups must be with them. Thoughtful. Crash pum. Elle narrowed his eyes and intercepted the attack of a blonde elf who was attacking him ferociously. Belucia, don't go alone. Belucia. I have it under control, confident. Elle frowned. The elf's comment bothered him. She had said it as if he were a rabid dog out of control. Gospel. Belucia narrowed her eyes and decided to invoke her magic, thinking that her magic would be more powerful than the albino's, taking out her magic vacuum that was shaped like a wand and began to sing her magic. Alice. Freeze, Winter Shackles, Big Winter. Several eye spikes came out in the direction of the albino, who looked at this indifferently. Satan Virion. Alicia opened her eyes in shock as she saw the eye spikes completely destroyed by an attack she couldn't see. Alicia ducked down. Alicia opened her eyes and did as requested. Unfortunately for her, she wasn't fast enough and received a big blow to the face. Elle jumped back, narrowly avoiding an attack from above by Gareth, who had already recovered from the previous blow. Elle growled as he saw that he was surrounded. His chances of winning against Riveria and Gareth were low. He had managed to hit them because he caught them off guard, but now with 3 other level 4 adventurers, it was almost impossible for him to win. Elle's right eye gleamed slightly, and with a quick movement he cut an arrow in half. Brawl? What? Surprised. Elle looked at the corner of a building and squinted. Brawl, who had already gone back into hiding, couldn't help but feel Belle's gaze, which seemed to penetrate his soul. Elle sighed and quickly raised his sword to block a cut made by a catman. Elle. Those 3 are level 4, and the dwarf and the high elf are level 6, I will lose, serious, but first I will take one of you, sharpening his gaze. Aki opened her eyes when suddenly Belle positioned himself in front of her, about to start her head with his sword. Crash. Fortunately, Gareth was there and blocked the cut with one of his axes. Windheim. Gareth took Aki and walked away, leaving Belle to see Riveria finishing a spell. Belle watched a large torrent of red fire go straight towards the Ataraxia. Phew. Everyone silently watched the smokescreen that had been created by Riveria's attack. Windheim was Riveria's 3rd tier attack magic, unlike Ray Levantine, which was a large area annihilation magic. The 3rd tier was more moderate and released a single torrent of flames straight towards its target. It didn't cover a large area, but since it concentrated all its power into a single attack, the attack was more powerful than Ray Levantine. They all knew that, that's why they opened their eyes in disbelief when they saw Belle emerge from the smoke with several 2nd-degree burns and a few 3rd-degree burns. Even Otto the king would lose at least one limb when receiving that attack head-on. Elle looked at his slightly burned hands and clicked his tongue. Thanks to his level increase and the development skill magic, his protection magic Silentium Eden was stronger and had resisted the attack. If not for that, he probably would have lost his arm and right leg. Elle frowned. He had to use his magic Xenos Angelus again, but he knew that if he used it, he would end up in a critical state and his time would be drastically reduced. There was not much problem with using that magic, but in the state he was in, it was a terrible idea. Still, Belle began to sing. Elle. Blessing of the Root of Evil. Under Belle, a huge magic circle was created that demonstrated how powerful that magic was. Riveria immediately recognized the chant and was alarmed. Riveria. They won't let her finish her song. Alarmed. Without saying anything, everyone did as requested and went to attack Belle, but before that could happen, several smoke bombs began to fall from the sky. Aerith. Smoke bombs. Looking around, smoke rose to the skin. It's a magic item, looking for Belle. HHH. Brawl, who was hiding on the roof of a building, was alarmed when he heard R's scream. He looked out the balcony but couldn't see anything because of the smoke. Finally, after a few seconds, the smoke cleared and Belle wasn't there. Aerith. Damn, growling. Riveria. Quick, let's go back to Finn and the others, we don't know if they also have problems. Everyone nodded and went in the direction where Finn was. Brawl got off the building and caught up with them after running as fast as his legs could go. Brawl. Guys, Reality agitatedly. Alicia. Brawl, go with Gareth San's group and commanded, it would be. Riveria. Tell them to look for the monsters, it would be. Brawl. Why yes, but nervous, where is Aki? Looking around. Everyone fell silent and turned to look at each other. Aki was nowhere to be seen. Brawl. Guys. All. Fels. What are you doing? Scared. In the alleys of Aurario, Fels looked worriedly at an invisible figure carrying a catman. Suddenly Belle appeared with a black helmet in his hand, a Hades helmet. He used it to escape faster without being seen. Belle. Needing to free ourselves from some of the guilt, deadpan. Fels was about to speak, but first looked in surprise at the Akelos family symbol on Belle's shoulder. Fels. That. Elle. I stole it from one of the Akelos family members. We'll blame him. Going down here. You still have them, right? Looking at him. Fels. Hi, as you ordered. Fels approached a pile of crates next to Belle, and they both looked at several bodies of fainted adventurers. Elle. Put this on, giving him the badge with the Akelos symbol. Fels put the badge on his shoulder and looked at Belle confused. Fels. What are we going to do now? Looking at him. Beautiful. Act. Aki slowly opened her eyes and looked around confused. She was in an alley. It only took her a few seconds to notice that she was being carried by a hooded man. Aki managed to see a strange symbol on his shoulder, the symbol of a family. He looked around and saw 6 other people with the same symbol fainted on the ground. Aki tried to escape from the grip, but he didn't expect the hooded man to put anti-state shackles on him. Aki. What is this? Scared. Aki tried to get away, but it was useless, all his strength had vanished. Aki. Anti-state shackles, how is that possible? Only the guild has this, scared. That did 3-3 KS go, before he takes, placing his hand on a wall. The wall opened revealing a secret passageway. Aki. No. Shaking. Aki did her best to free herself, but nothing worked, she tried to hit Fels, but having her state cancelled it did absolutely nothing to her. How stupid. Before the hooded man entered the passageway, an explosion in front of him pushed him to the floor. Aki fell to the floor face down and got up with difficulty, she looked up and found Belle who looked at her expressionlessly. Aki. Here. The hooded fairy stood up and tried to take Aki, but his sword prevented him. Belle tried to cut off the hooded man's head, but he just disappeared as the secret passage closed. Belle hummed, looking at the passageway. Belle looked at Aki who was lying right in front of him, and with a quick movement he cut the shackles with his sword. Belle walked away calmly, leaving Aki there, who simply stood looking at the place where Belle had left. Aki got up with difficulty and began to walk out of the alley to look for help, the anti-status shackles left her weakened, she did not notice that the fainted bodies of the adventurers disappeared from the alley. Belle. Ready, let's go, serious. Bells. I felt like a villain, removing his shoulder plate. Belle. Now I'm going back home, everything's there, right? Looking at him. Bells hi, nodding, but don't you think what happened here was? Bella. Looking at him. Bells. Nothing, sir, being silent. Belle. Feel lucky, Bones, the only reason you revived Wiene is because you're not being slaughtered by Satana's Virion, sharpening his gaze. Bells trembled, he knew how cruel Belle could be, despite having only known him for less than a week, and after learning of Wiene's death, his fury and resentment seemed to increase, especially towards the Loki family. Belle. Let's go back, for now the Xenos are safely hidden in the rubble sewers, serious. Bells hi, extending his hand. Bells touched a wall and immediately a secret passage opened. There was a lot of hustle and bustle in Aurario, the main topic was Belle and Cranel's conspiracy with monsters, rumors had spread very quickly, and there were people saying that Belen had trained them to follow his orders, or that she was a strange and sick girl with a taste for monsters. Belen was in the mansion, fireplace in her room, looking out the window at the streets of Aurario. She knew that people would most likely start to hate her from now on, but she didn't regret it, she didn't regret anything. And okay true the whole Hestia family was there along with Astria in the living room, thinking about what to do. Welf. We can't act as if nothing had happened, sighing. Lily. If we go out on the street we will be criticized by everyone, I don't even want to imagine if Belen-sama goes out, thoughtful. Hestia. It would be best to stay home until things calm down, if we need supplies you and Makoto will go buy them, looking at Lily. Lily nodded calmly and playfully looked with concern at two Haruhime and Astria, who were standing in front of the window looking outside the house. Both looking for the same person, a person who walked through the door as if on a casual day. Belle. I'll go to sleep, entering the place. Everyone fell silent and slowly turned to look at Belle who leaned back on the couch tiredly. Belle. What a day, tired. Belle. Belle-sama. Belle watched wearily as a yellow blur and a brown one rushed towards him. Belle. Get off me, tired. Astria and Haruhime were on top of Belle, hugging him with concern. Hestia. It's good to see you're here, where were you? Raising an eyebrow. Belle. I made sure they didn't interfere with Belen and Wiene, where are they? Serious. Hestia. Wiene is with the Xenos, we don't know where, but we know she's with them, and Belen is in her room, looking worriedly at the door. Belle nodded and shook off Astria and Haruhime to go talk to Belen. Everyone remained silent, still thinking about what to do from now on and how to deal with it. Belen kept looking at the streets, the people working and repairing what Wiene and she had destroyed in their pursuit. Belen sighed, she was so deep in her thoughts that she didn't notice when the door opened, revealing a white-haired ragdoll XD. Belle looked at Belen and walked up to her. Belen came out of her thoughts when a black dress came into her eyes, she would have believed it was her aunt if she hadn't still remembered Astria's joke on Belle. Belen was going to tell Belle that she was happy to have her back, but before doing so, two arms hugged her. Belen opened her eyes when she saw Belle sitting on her bed with her while he hugged her, in a way it reminded her of Mama Alfia's hugs when something bad happened. Belen's eyes became moist, and she finally cried into Belle's arms, who simply stayed silent, rubbing her head. They both knew it, from now on difficult times would begin, from now on they would fight for the Xenos, for Wiene. And they plan. Uranos. Are you saying that's a map of Knossos? Raising an eyebrow. Hermes. Of course, showing a book, here is the information that Akelos had, I managed to get it from him before today, smiling. Uranos. They banished Akelos. Hermes. That will calm things down a bit, but without him here, Belen is now the center of people's anger and annoyance, looking at Uranos. Uranos. What do you want? Seriously. Hermes. You already know I'll help in exchange for a small fee, smiling. At the fireplace mansion, Lily and Makoto had just returned from shopping. They were greeted by Hestia, who immediately asked. Hestia. How bad is it? Sighing. Makoto. I only feel their looks criticizing us, looking at her. Lily. And some other unimportant comments, but they are few, and the seller sold us everything in silence, even so it is difficult. It would be best if Belen-sama definitely does not go out for a while until everything calms down, looking at her. Hestia. Thoughtful. Astria. If you want, I can do the shopping, smiling. Hestia. It's not necessary. If people think we used you to hide our faces, it will be worse, sighing. Anyway, any information on the whereabouts of the Xenos? Looking at Lily. Lily. Not a single one, we only know that they are in Daedalus. Haruhime. Daedalus is being watched by the Loki family, with her ears down. Welf. It's strange, they would have found them easily considering how many monsters there are. If they haven't found them yet, it's because they are separated. How intelligent, always fiery. Everyone turned around and looked in surprise at a god with a feather hat. Hestia. Hermes. A shock. Hermes. Am I welcome? Smiling. Ellen was in her room looking at the window in silence. She was between worried and bored, worried about the Xenos and bored for not being able to do anything but train. Suddenly the door of his room was kicked and Bel entered carrying under his right arm a certain god with a feathered hat. Hermes. With that dress you look too much like your aunt. I almost had a heart attack when I saw you, smiling. Ellen. God Hermes. Surprised. Hermes. Hello Belen. Do you have a moment? Smiling. After a brief explanation from Hermes where he explained that he worked for Uranos and supported the Xenos and that they needed his help to return to the dungeon, Belen got up from her bed determined. Belen. I'll go help them. Determined, the two of us will go. Bel. Us. Raising an eyebrow, did you forget about Ermid? Belen. Oh. It was true, in the morning Ermid had arrived in Terminator mode, kicking the door, grabbed Bel by the collar of his shirt and started shaking him while reproaching him for his stupidity. Bel was tired, so he couldn't even tell Ermid to stop. In the end, Ermid healed him as best she could and told him to rest. Seeing that Bel looked much better, she allowed him to get out of bed and walk around. Of course, she told him. No training, no fighting, no effort. In some way, that was music to Bel's ears, who stayed in bed resting peacefully. Although his rest was interrupted when he was searched for Belen, who seemed to only talk normally with him, she seemed slightly depressed when talking to the others. Returning to the present. Belen. Be but nervous. Bel. Take your subjects, shrugging his shoulders. Belen. My what? Raising an eyebrow, you mean my friends. Bel. Huh. Yeah, that's right, nodding. Belen. Okay, but what about you? Looking at him. Bel. I'll be here, I need to rest. Belen nodded and looked at Hermes. Hermes. Fine, but first I have to go. Uranos will call you when it's time, smiling. Belen. Hi. Smiling. Hermes. And tell me, how does it feel to be the most hated adventurer in all of Riveria? Smiling. Belen remained silent and Bel raised his fist to hit Hermes. Hermes. Wait. It was just an objective comment. You guys already know what they think of you, looking at Belen. Belen. Yes, I know, but I don't regret it, it would be. Hermes was silent for a second before smiling. Hermes. Okay, I'll go. See you later. Leaving. Bel looked at Belen and stroked her head before leaving silently. But before Belen left, he recorded something important. Belen. Brother. Taking out a box, your new suit has arrived, smiling. Bel returned immediately and took the box before going to change. They caused a lot of problems, you know. Bel was now at the Ganesha family headquarters proudly wearing his new gothic outfit. He felt happy, he was no longer wearing a dress and he was in a better mood, a mood that would soon disappear. He was in the office of the captain of the Ganesha family. In front was the aforementioned Shakti looking seriously at Bel. Bel. I want an office, whispering. Shakti. Excuse me. Raising an eyebrow. Bel. I'm tired and need to rest, he speaks quickly, crossing his arms. Shakti sighed and decided not to complain. Shakti. Your brother's recent act is causing many problems, such as the cost of repairing the destruction in the city, or the angry people asking the guild and us to punish them. This cannot last for long, would be. Bel. I'll solve it, looking at her. Shakti. Huh. And how do you plan to do it? Raising an eyebrow. Bel. My way. Shakti. What the hell is wrong with you? Alarmed. Shakti looked hysterically at Belchibi, who was sitting in front of her desk while drinking a coffee with milk and sugar. Two adventurers from his family had dragged him from the street. Something important to note was that his clothes were stained with cake. Shakti was surprised and confused, so she quickly went to ask. I really don't know what the answer is. Apparently after their short meeting, Bel had gone out to the street to look for a stand that sold sweets or any dessert that caught his attention. Finally he found one of a woman who was selling cakes. He went to buy one after beating up a man who insulted his sister. The woman received him uncomfortably, knowing that he was Belin's brother, but she said nothing and gave him what he wanted. Just as the woman was about to give him the cake, some people walked by and said something about the man Bel hit. They described the man and how bad he was. The woman seemed to know who it was and threw the cake at Bel, dirtying his shiny new suit, which explained why his suit was dirty. Bel stood in shock as the woman yelled at him. Apparently the one who had hit her was her husband, who was in the hospital with broken ribs and a twisted arm. After a while Bel reacted and drew his sword, alarming everyone and. Shakti. Did you cut off his hands? Taking him by the shoulders. Bel. Yes, Chibi. Wiene Hera. Very well done my dear grandson, shows who's boss at the time, smiling proudly. Shakti. You can't do that. Screaming at him, not only did you cut off the woman's hands, they say you also humiliated her by forcing her to beg for forgiveness with her head on the ground. Do you know how serious this is? I can put you in jail. Shaking him. Bel got tired of being shaken and stopped Shakti in annoyance. Bel. Listening pervert, letting go. Shakti. He perverted. Blushing. Bel. I will not allow my sister to be harmed or insulted, crossing his arms. That was to show that I'm not lying when I say I'll take drastic measures, seriously. Shakti. You still can't do that, sighing. Bel. I could if you sign this, taking out a piece of paper. Shakti looked curiously at the paper and took it. Shakti. An order to be an officer. Opening her eyes, if I accept this and let you do whatever you want, it would be corruption. Looking at him. Bel. That was the idea, Chibi. Shakti. I can't accept that. It would be. Bel sighed and made a decision. Drastic times called for drastic measures. Shakti was surprised when Bel pushed her onto her chair without warning. When she was about to reproach him, she stopped and looked in surprise as Bel brought his face very close to hers. Bel. I need permission. What do you want for it? Do you want to go back to the mixed baths at the Tower of Babel? Whispering in his ear. Shakti blushed deeply and covered her face with both hands, remembering her previous date with Bel. Shakti sighed tiredly in her office. It had been a few days since Bel's accident with his eye. She felt guilty for what happened and thought about how to compensate him. First she thought about a free training to teach how to tame monsters, but she discarded it. What Bel knew was not much about doing physical activities. He was more of a relaxed person who loved silence. Shakti opened her eyes and smiled. She already knew what to do. Recently they opened a thermal baths in the Tower of Babel so that people could go and relax, although more than people only adventurers from recognized families could go since the place was somewhat expensive. It was a replica of the free thermal baths for gods and goddesses that were in Babel. The bathroom opened a week ago so it was new and it was likely that Bel hadn't left. Perfect. Shakti thought of paying Bel a free ticket. That would definitely be good. Shakti-chan. Shakti put her thoughts aside and watched the door of her office open, revealing her god. Ganesha. I am Ganesha. There's more paperwork, leaving a pile of papers on the floor. Goodbye. Leaving. Shakti sighed and the image of the hot springs came to her mind. Shakti. Now that I think about it, it's a very tempting activity, thoughtful. After a while Shakti decided to go too. It would be good to relax a bit from her constant duties as captain. Shakti looked nervously at Bel, who looked at her tiredly. Bel. What do you want? Sighing. Shakti. Well, I thought I'd apologize for your eye, and I thought an apology wouldn't be enough so I bought this, showing a white ticket. It's to go to some hot springs at the Tower of Babel. It's quiet and relaxing. Looking at it. Bel looked at her for a second, thoughtful, silent and relaxing. It seemed like a good idea. Today he had had a terrible day, to start with the birds this morning that kept pecking at his window, preventing him from sleeping. Then Bel wanted to make breakfast and asked Mikoto for help, who always cooked. Mikoto helped him and they made a lot of noise in the kitchen. Then he went to his checkup with Ermid and spent several minutes, almost an hour, with frequent questions about his eye. Not to mention that his favorite milkshake stand was closed. Bel. Okay, nodding. Shakti sighed with relief. Bel seemed easier to deal with than she thought. Shakti. Are the bathrooms closed? Shakti looked at a woman who nervously scratched her cheek. Today they were remodeling the men's and women's restrooms because there was an error with the main design and they wanted to repair it as soon as possible. Bel seemed to get irritated and Shakti noticed this. Shakti. No other options. Nervous. Woman. Well, if you want, there are mixed bathrooms, smiling, those were already remodeled yesterday so there are no problems. Shakti? Mixed. Shakti blushed slightly and shook her head, she doubted that Belle would We'll take that option, decided. Shakti Shakti's blush increased as Belle looked determinedly at the door of the mixed baths. He had no ulterior motives. He simply wanted to enter. He had come for that and he wouldn't leave without entering the hot springs. Woman. Sure, come with me, smiling. Shakti. How did we get to this situation? Blushing. Shakti blushed and looked at her left side where Belle was resting peacefully with her eyes closed while enjoying the hot water. They were both sitting at the edge of the sauna enjoying the place. Luckily for Shakti there was no one else there, so no one could see the serious and imperturbable captain of the Ganesha family embarrassed and blushing. Shakti sighed, she had her arms crossed to prevent her breasts from floating or being seen, she had done it so that Belle could not see anything, but it seemed that Belle was not interested in her body in the least, since he simply closed his eyes and began to rest. She removed her arms, leaving a bit of her breasts visible. The place fell silent and Shakti also began to rest. After a pleasant and silent time in the sauna, Shakti commented that they should wash before leaving. She saw nothing wrong with this until she remembered that it was a mixed bath. Belle was relaxed enough to completely forget about his towler Shakti and simply stepped out of the water naked to go wash his hair, unaware that Shakti could see everything perfectly. Shakti stood there silently as a trickle of blood slowly trickled from her nose. Shakti shook her head and scolded herself. Shakti. You're not a pervert, you're not a pervert, you're not a pervert, shaking her head. Shakti sighed and stood up, covering her body with a towel, sat on a stool in front of a mirror and began to carefully wash her hair. Finally, after a few minutes, they finished and decided to leave the place, but not before Belle covered his waist with a towel. Belle. How indecent, reproaching himself. Shakti. You look much better than this morning, I hope you like the place, looking at it. Belle. It was fun, calm, you know, I'm still surprised that for a high-class adventurer you don't notice the danger, looking at her. Shakti. What are you talking about? Shakti was surprised when her foot stepped on a soap dish and she slipped backwards as her towel slowly came off. Belle looked at Shakti and decided to help her before she fell. He had spent a good time in the hot springs, so that was his way of thanking her. Belle held Shakti in his arms as if she were a princess and looked at her calmly. Shakti looked at Belle still surprised before looking at her state. Shakti. My towel. Embarrassed. Belle realized that Shakti was not wearing anything and looked at her body. Belle. Oh, he fell, looking at the towel on the floor. Shakti remained silent as she saw Belle look at her completely naked body calmly. Belle. What's going on? Confused. Shakti covered her face with both hands hiding her massive blush. Shakti. I won't be able to get married, embarrassed. Belle. After an awkward moment for Shakti, they both left the place to go to their homes. As they walked through the streets of Riveria, Belle seemed to become slightly irritated and looked at Shakti. Belle. Can you stop staring at my crotch? Tired. Shakti what? Smile. Belle. Since the hot springs when I forgot to put on my towel, you've been staring at me there, it's annoying you know, looking at her. Shakti was ashamed to see that she had been discovered, even worse from the beginning. Shakti and no, it's not what you think, trying to deny it. Belle was silent before answering. Belle. Perverted, leaving. Shakti stood there silently watching Belle's back enter the mansion fireplace. Shakti continued to stare at the entrance before falling to her knees with a blank stare. Shakti. I am not a pervert without life. That day was a tough day for Shakti. Since then Belle and Shakti had more short stays and Belle discovered that Shakti always gave in to his requests for some strange reason, like his request for free training as a tamer, all he had to do was act a little daring. Belle. That permission is very important, so. Shakti began to breathe heavily when Belle cornered her against his chair while staring into her eyes. Belle. Would you give it to me? Approaching her. 5. Belle walked out of Shakti's office calmly looking at a sealed superior officer's permit in his hand, not even bothering to see a blushing Shakti lying on her chair while breathing heavily. After a few seconds Shakti seemed to regain her composure and couldn't help but cover her face with both hands to hide her blush. Shakti. Why? If anyone else had done that, he'd already be locked up with several guards watching him, blushing. Shakti didn't know why she was somewhat submissive with Belle, simply because if he cornered her like that she couldn't refuse his requests. Some men and even women had tried before to take advantage of that, but no one succeeded, no one, less than Belle. Shakti. How troublesome, sighing. Hey Shakti-chan. Ganesha appeared in the office as always with his typical friendly tone. Ganesha. I came to ask about the expedition details. Smiling, huh? What's wrong? Looking at Shakti, blushing. Shakti. It's nothing, sighing, it's just my things, sitting well. Ganesha. Okay, you know something. Looking at her. Shakti. What? Raising an eyebrow. Ganesha. I am Ganesha. Ha 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 ha. Ganesha started laughing like crazy while showing off his muscles with JoJo's poses. Shakti. I'm not here for your jokes, childish god. Ganesha is leaving. Jumping out the window. Shakti. God, you idiot. Holding her head. That was a normal day for the Ganesha family. Bell was walking through the streets of Riveria looking with satisfaction as everyone seemed to fear him. For a few hours now, news has been spreading about the punishment he gave that woman, although in his opinion it was very generous. His grandmother would have made her work like a boar and then cut off her feet and hands and left her in an abandoned alley to suffer. Yes, in the end it was generous, maybe he was softening. As he walked he began to hear several murmurs and quickly found the source. Ellen did that because I have a big debt, so if you want to blame someone, blame me. Bell looked at Hestia and Belen, who were taking a walk to relieve some tension. Of course the murmurs and criticisms of the people were not long in coming. Since there were no more comments, Hestia smiled and pulled Belen by the hand to leave, being followed by Bell who watched closely what was happening. After a few minutes, Ace came out of an alley and looked at Belen in silence. Belen also looked at her before lowering her gaze in silence. Ace frowned slightly but said nothing and continued walking. After moving away a little from Belen she was stopped by a strong grip on her arm. She could have gotten away, but decided to see who it was. Ace was quite surprised when she saw a white man with heterochromia looking at her coldly with disapproval. In a way she felt scolded. Bell. A sword, looking at his waist. Since when have I given you permission to carry a real weapon? Sharpening his gaze. Ace was exalted but regained her composure and frowned at Bell. Ace. I have to fight alongside my family, it would be. Bell. Excuses, I know an elf who uses a wooden sword as a weapon and she faced an irregular Goliath without it breaking. Looking at her, and you carrying a sword without even knowing how to use it, pathetic. Ace felt her pride break. It didn't help that mini Ace seemed to turn against her and began to agree with Bell. Bell snorted before leaving, but not before snatching the sword that Ace was carrying. Ace reached out to try and grab her sword, but an image of her father looking at her disapprovingly made her stop. Bell left Ace there, who could only whisper. Ace. Goib, you lent me that sword. Ace sighed and left silently. Ace. I'm not ready, looking down. Mini Ace. It's true, you're not ready for a sword. Ace depressed. And the hostess of fertility was a certain green-haired elf sighing for the 7th time in a day, while listening to the conversations of some adventurers who spoke ill of Belen. Sir was next to her with a dark look. Ryuu was worried that she would not let go of the knife she had in hand. They had already kicked out 6 people at Sir's request, people who had insulted Belen. My mom was starting to get tired of losing clients, and Ryuu knew that. Ryuu. Take a break, I'll work for you, pushing her to her room. Before going to Sir's room the whole bar fell silent. Sir and Ryuu wondered why and quickly discovered it. Bell. Looking at the place in silence. Bell looked for someone in the crowd and finally his gaze met Ryuu's. Bell. I need to talk to you about a request from Hermes, it's to help Belen and Astria, looking at her. Ryuu nodded and left Sir with Anya and Lunwer to take care of her. Ryuu guided Bell to a table where they could chat comfortably. Ryuu. What's going on? Looking at him. Bell. Have you heard the rumors? Looking at her. Ryuu. Yes, I need an explanation, it would be. Bell sighed and looked tiredly at the ceiling. He wanted a vacation. Bell proceeded to explain to Ryuu what happened, or rather he explained it halfway. Ryuu. Talking monsters, would that be, why does he want to save them? Whether they talk or not, they're monsters, frowning. Bell. Oh, what do you think is the difference between a monster and us? Raising an eyebrow. Ryuu. They kill, would be. Bell. And we don't. Ryuu. Bell. A monster killed your family, but it was a plan made by a man, not a monster, looking at her. Also, if you help us, I will give you information about Evilus, seriously. Ryuu sharpened his gaze and spoke. Ryuu. How do you know about my family, what do you know about Evilus, would be. Bell. Astria told me about your family, and Hermes asked me to tell you about Evilus, so do you accept? Raising an eyebrow. Ryuu. Okay. Bell. And you'll be working with an Amazon named Aisha, standing up. Ryuu. Huh. Bell. Give me a dessert, looking at a dwarf behind the bar. Mommy. Right away, going to the kitchen. Mom came back a little while later with a plate of lemon cake which she left on the counter right where Bell was. Bell. Thank you, taking a spoon. Bell began to eat quietly while being watched by Ryuu. Ryuu sighed and sat next to him. Ryuu. How has Astraea been? Looking at him. Bell. I think she'd like you to visit her, eating. Ryuu. I don't think that's a good idea. Bell. He looked at her for a second before speaking. Belle. You know, I also lost important people to me, remembering Alfia, Zeus and Hera. I know they wouldn't have liked to see me and Ruin are sad for their departure. It's inevitable to be like that, but it's possible to overcome it, and I'm sure that even knowing your actions, even with your hand stained with blood, your family would forgive you. Astria will forgive you and will receive you with outstretched arms. Getting up, there are many people who love you and who wouldn't want to see you bad, all of them for example, looking at the waitresses. Ryuu also looked at all of them who looked back at him and smiled at him. Belle. You also worry Belen and Astria, they don't mind your past, so don't feel guilty for being with people as pure as them. Belle rubbed Ryuu's head as if she were a little girl he was teaching a lesson to. Belle. With all that said. Belle's adrenal look quickly changed to an annoyed one. Belle. You better come visit Astria after making me talk so much, leaving. Ryuu stood there silently before smiling slightly. Ryuu. Yes, I'll go soon, smiling calmly. Belle was in the fireplace mansion lying on a sofa, next to him was Ermid inspecting his condition. Ermid. You still need to rest, but you'll be fine, feel free to do it, and when you don't overexert yourself again. Belle nodded calmly, but I don't know, I expected Ermid to hug him out of nowhere. Ermid. Be more careful, I don't want something bad to happen to you, sad. Belle sighed inwardly, he felt like he was too kind today. Ermid hugged Belle out of concern, she was aware of her feelings towards Belle, she really didn't care if he loved her or not, she wanted to take care of him, so I don't know, I hope Belle reciprocated the hug, when she did, she opened her eyes in surprise. Belle. I'll be fine, I can't die, I shouldn't die, I still need to scold my sister for all the stupid things she does and will do in the future, calmly, and I still have to go to your annoying appointments, right? Looking at her. Ermid. Yes, you still have many visits to my offices, smiling slightly. They both stayed like that for a while until Belle got tired and stopped hugging her. Ermid saw this and decided to let him go too, she didn't want to make him uncomfortable too much. Ermid. I see your eye is better, you don't need the patch anymore, do you? Looking at him. Belle. It doesn't burn anymore, looking at her. Ermid. Then why do you say that using? Raising an eyebrow. Belle. It's weird to see a second in the future with one eye and normal time with the other all the time. Ermid. I understand, nodding, okay, I have to go, remember to come soon to my family's infirmary. Belle, looking at him. Belle nodded and watched Ermid leave. Belle leaned back in the armchair before closing his eyes and sleeping, it had been a very annoying and tiring day for him. He also had to gather his strength, he knew he would need it very soon. And. Helping. The Xenos. Brawl. We have to look for him. Excited. Alicia. How did it happen? Upset, was it in the cloud of smoke? Did Tyrant take her? Breathing raggedly. Gathered on the roof of a building were the adventurers who had faced Belle before, those who had suffered the humiliation of a single level 3, escaping from 2 level 6s and 3 level 4s, in addition to capturing one of them. While Raul and Alicia were arguing, Riveria and Gareth looked at the sky in silence. Gareth. This is urgent. Riveria. We must act quickly, the more time passes the stronger he becomes, would be, we do not know if he was the one who captured Aki, but everything points to that, let's go with Finn before another inconvenience happens. Gareth nodded before touching his nose. Gareth. I always believed that if Alfia were 2 or 3 levels lower than us, her attacks wouldn't hurt us, now I know that even as a level 3, her magic hurts quite a bit. Riveria. But he is not very strong, he has skill and talent, but he had to resort to the element of surprise to harm us, if we fight against him without being taken by surprise we have victory assured. Gareth. Are you sure? Riveria. In any case we must leave, we have already lost a lot of time, approaching Alicia and Raul. Alicia. I'm telling you, we should check the sewers, it's more likely that they went through there. Raul. No, through the alleys, it's the fastest way to escape, I'm sure they'll be there, excited. Riveria. We'll go with Finn, would be. Alicia. Raul. But. Riveria. It's not a question, it would be. Raul tried to say something, but a slightly depressed look from Gareth stopped him. Raul. It's okay, lowering his head. Riveria nodded and with their spirits down, everyone immediately went to the location where Finn was waiting for them. It was a pleasant surprise to arrive at Finn's location and find Aki being treated by some of her family's doctors. Raul. Here. Running towards her. One of those who were treating her stopped him before he got too close. She's asleep, don't make too much noise, she needs to recharge her batteries, seriously. Raul. I'm sorry. The doctor nodded and let him in, but not before telling him to let Aki rest. Alicia quickly approached him too, and they both stayed by Aki's side in silence, thanking him for being okay. Gareth and Riveria sighed in relief and looked at Finn who looked very serious. Finn. Before I tell you what happened, I need you to tell me what happened to you, seriously. Aerith Riveria High. Aerith and Riveria quickly began to explain to Finn what happened in their short fight and Belle's escape, as well as Aki's kidnapping. Finn. I understand, thoughtful, so level 3, that's not a good sign. Aerith. How did she get here? Looking at here. Finn. Huh. Oh, before he fainted, he told us a little about what he remembers, looking at them. Aki. I remember that while we were in the cloud of smoke I saw a strange emblem. It was an emblem with several animals in it and a fog around it. After that someone knocked me out. When I woke up I was being carried by the one who attacked me. I couldn't see who it was. He had a hood that covered his entire body. But there were more people next to him with the same symbol. Although they were all knocked out, I tried to free myself. Finn. What stopped you? Aki. They had anti-state wives. Finn continued. Aki. The hooded guy got nervous and said he had to get out of there quickly before he found him. Finn. Who? Aki. I didn't know either until it arrived. It was Tyrant. Finn. Bel Cranel. Squinting, was allied with them. Aki. No, he rescued me. He was the one who knocked out the other 5 and scared away the last one. He freed me from the chains and left without saying anything. Finn. I understand, go rest here. The anti-status chains alter your state for a few minutes after they are removed. Who? Hey Captain. Aerith. I see, so someone took advantage of the distraction they created for Bel Cranel to escape and captured Aki. Riveria. Maybe he did it so they would frame Bel Cranel, thoughtfully. Finn. I feel like things didn't work out that way, looking at his thumb. Riveria. Do you think it could have been Bel's plan? Looking at him. Finn. I'm not sure, but even if he were, here she was the only one who could say if he was guilty or not, and from how she talked about Bel, I doubt she'd accuse him of being a traitor. It's more likely that she'd even try to thank him and try to return the favor in the future. Riveria. What news is that? Raising an eyebrow. Aerith. Not very good apparently, looking at Finn's doubtful face. Finn. It doesn't matter, either way, Riveria, I need you to go with the doctors and help heal the injured people. Riveria nodded and immediately went to help. Aerith. What happened here? Aerith looked at the place. The houses were completely destroyed and in ruins. Finn. The Black Minotaur was more trouble than I expected. In the end he escaped with the help of someone else, looking at the rooftops. Apatin. Finn turning around. The Lion Man approached running while carrying someone on his shoulders. Finn. What's going on, Lied? Raising an eyebrow. Lied. We found this god on the rooftops near here. His name is Akelos. The man comes down. Akelos. Hey, smiling calmly. Finn. Send him to the Ganesha family, have him imprisoned and then given a serious trial. Lied. Hi. Lendis. Finn. Akelos, I don't remember that name, thoughtful. Aerith. Do you think it's related to Evilus? Finn. Go help Gareth. Aerith said nothing more and went with the others to collect debris. Finn stood there silently watching the beautiful blue sky. Finn. I have a bad feeling. 2 days had passed since that, and there was no trace of the Xenos. Finn had no idea how they had hidden so well with them searching even under the stones. The only option was Knossos, but they already had the 4 entrances watched in case someone came or went. Finn was desperate. He slowly realized the comments of the people, comments about his incompetence and not having defeated a Black Minotaur, letting a Vouver escape, not hunting the loose monsters, and having let a level 3 adventurer escape so easily. Finn knew they had to do something soon to regain their honor and prestige. The good thing is that his family found one of the gods responsible for the escape of the monsters, and he was exiled from Erario. That improved things a little, but only a little. Right now he was walking through the streets thoughtfully, ignoring the murmurs of the people. He could clearly hear the murmurs about his terrible performance protecting Erario, but he ignored it, at least until a murmur caught his attention. Did you find out? You mean Tyrant? Yes, I heard that he cut off the hands of a woman who threw a cake at him. I cut his hands just for that. I also heard that she sent her husband to the hospital with several broken ribs. How outrageous, what the hell is the Ganesha family and the Loki family doing? Aren't they supposed to protect us? First his incompetence and Daedalus, and now it seems that nobody cares that a man walks the streets attacking whoever he wants. It's not like we could tell him anything. You already heard what happened to the last adventurer who faced him. Oh, you mean that adventurer from the Hermes family? Leon. Yes, he was a level 4, they say he lost mobility from his waist down permanently because of a tyrant attack. Poor man looked devastated. Hey. In the distance another person approached them, apparently a friend. Something terrible happened. What? They say the Ganesha family gave Bel Cranel a superior officer's permit. Everyone was shocked by that, including Finn who was eavesdropping. They say that it was Shakti Varma herself who gave it to him and signed it. That means he's allowed to do whatever he wants. That's corruption. I know, I tried to complain to the Ganesha family, but they just kicked me out of their headquarters. Finn, who was there listening, remained silent. Finn. You have the support of the Ganesha family. Really? It seems I underestimated you, Cranel. What other cards do you have hidden up your sleeve? Thoughtful. It was already nighttime, a perfect time to camouflage yourself in the darkness, and a perfect time to escape. In Daedalus, the entire Loki family was inspecting the place, standing guard and protecting the perimeter. In Daedalus there were some tall buildings that looked like watchtowers where some members of the Loki family were forming a plan or giving orders. In one of those towers the 3 top executives were forming a plan. Finn. Keep an eye on the most hidden areas. We have the support of some smaller families who are keeping an eye on the surroundings. Let's take advantage of that and let them keep an eye on the most exposed areas. Aerith. There's more surveillance than usual today. Is there any reason or news? Looking at Finn. Finn. A feeling, looking at his thumb. Aerith nodded and then turned his gaze towards an expressionless golden-haired girl who was looking at a sword in her hands. It was the sword that Bel had snatched from her, and the sword that he had given her. Aerith. What's wrong? Looking at Riveria. Riveria. Yesterday he went to face Cranel in the fireplace mansion. Apparently Bel said he had improved enough to use a sword, but he still hasn't returned desperate. Finn. I understand, closing his eyes, is it true? Riveria. Yes, her technique has improved, she no longer breaks swords as quickly as before, but they still crack. Finn. Well, at least there's something good about this. Apiton. Finn opened his eyes and turned his head to see Raul approaching him. Raul. They saw Bel and Cranel walking through the alleys. There are some adventurers from our family and others following her. Finn. Okay, keep an eye on her. If she's here at night it's not just for a night walk, it's very likely that he's here too. Serious, Raul. I want you to go to the second tower and take command. Serious. Raul. AB but me, nervous. Finn. You can do it, maybe I'll go see them to give them new orders, until then go there, seriously. Raul. Immediately, leaving. Finn. Today is the day. Through the streets of Riveria, Belen was walking seriously, looking sideways at the adventurers who followed her. She quickened her pace as she took a handkerchief out of her pocket. Hey you. Belen ignored the screams of the adventurers and suddenly ran to an open area. The adventurers were surprised, but it didn't take long for them to run in the same direction as her. In the distance, jumping quickly across the rooftops, Ace was heading towards Belen's location, but out of nowhere, he had to stop and dodge an attack that was going towards his head. Turning his gaze, he found an elf carrying a wooden sword and a green flower-shaped hood, along with a green mask. Ryuu. You won't get past this point, it would be. Ace narrowed her eyes, remembering some words. I know an elf with a wooden sword who faced an irregular Goliath without her sword cracking. Ace. It's you, would be. Ryuu raised an eyebrow in confusion, but decided to ignore it and held her sword ready to attack. Ace leaned slightly, extending one leg back, and with a quick burst, she leaped in front of Ryuu, about to impale her. Ryuu opened his eyes and quickly used his sword to deflect the attack to the left, but Ace still managed to make a small cut on his arm. Ace quickly began with a flurry of attacks. Ryuu thought he could block them, but to his surprise every time he was about to block one, it deflected his block and continued attacking her. Ace frowned as she felt her hands go numb. She was still getting used to her new attack style. After receiving what the Hestia family calls Bel's divine sermon, Ace decided to create a technique using the principles of her father's technique. Bel. You use mere strength in your attacks. You have not one bit of elegance or compassion towards your sword, that's why it breaks so easily. You need to combine your strength with your technique and have an even balance. You can't attack using only strength or pure technique, you need a balance of both. Ace nodded and quickly attacked Ryuu in the unprotected area she saw, throwing quick cuts and stabs. She didn't have an exact pattern, since that would make her predictable, so she decided to attack the first unprotected place she saw and made sure to cause as much damage as possible. If she saw that her attack was about to be blocked, she would attack back, deflecting her attacker's weapon and then attacking as quickly and deeply as possible in the exposed place. Despite that, Ryuu was not far behind. He knew about the 2-level difference between them, but he didn't care. In his head, he was quickly forming a plan to counterattack. Bel. You'll probably run into the rookie. I want you to buy Belen some time so you can face her. She's improved her technique, but she's still leaving her feet and chest unprotected. Take advantage of that. Ryuu suddenly attacked Ace's feet, forcing her to block the attack. But before their swords collided, Ryuu's sword changed direction and gave him a strong stab in the stomach. Ace spat out a bit of saliva, but quickly launched herself to attack Ryuu, starting a fierce battle again. Belen. Thanks for the help, Naza-san, smiling. Naza. I'm intrigued as to how you found one of these, looking at a flower that was giving off a strange smell. Ellen scratched his head nervously before speaking. Ellen. Thank Might-sama for me, I have to go. Leaving. Ellen left there invisible thanks to a cloak that Fels had made for her and the others. Elsewhere, on top of a building were 4 people, Hestia, Astria, Haruhime and Bel. Hestia. Very well, Welf, Mikoto, go to the alley on your left and open a hidden wall at the end. The Xenos are there. Hestia spoke to a blue stone with a strange symbol. From the stone the voices of Welf and Mikoto were heard. Understood Hestia-sama. Astria. Well, with Belen's distraction we got many adventurers away from the path, now we have to go to the location of the entrance of Knossos to the dungeon, there are 6, but the Loki family has 4 sentries, although we don't know which ones, looking at a map. Everyone could clearly hear several monster roars throughout Daedalus. Hestia. That is their calling, they are gathering, now we have very little time to take the Xenos to the entrance of Knossos, it would be. We shouldn't leave everything to chance, taking out a red stone, you heard, didn't you Lily? I have it under control, Bel-sama. In one of the watchtowers there were some adventurers reading a map, among them Raul was there looking carefully at the surroundings. Raul. There's a lot of chaos over there, but we were ordered to take care of things here. What do I do? Thoughtfully. Raul. Raul. Captain. Surprised. Finn. Monsters appeared in the camp, go immediately to defend them, Sirius and Raul, tell me who protects the gates of Knossos. Sirius. Raul. This the 4 gates we discovered, northwest, northeast, southwest and southeast, you sent Riveria and Gareth to defend them, looking at him. Finn. Okay, gather your team and go to the center, seriously, I'll go southeast, leaving. Finn could hear Raul saying. Yes captain. Once out of sight of everyone, Finn smiled. -12, a clock strikes. Quickly the fake Finn disappeared and revealed Lily who smiled with amusement. Lily. He's as naive as Belen-sama, walking. Well done support. Wonderful, Miss Lily. On the roof of a building, Hestia stared at the entrances on the map of Knossos. If they were watching those 4 doors, it meant that. Hestia. Fels, the western entrance is empty, looking at a blue stone. In a Fels cave I see a blue stone. Fels. Understood Goddess Hestia, looking at the Xenos, it's time to move, looking at them. Fels-san. Fels looked at a small viewer who looked worried. Fels. Wiene, what's going on? Wiene. What will happen to Belen? Worried. Fels. She'll be fine, believe me, she's distracting the others so we can escape, now let's go. All high. In the center tower there were several adventurers watching from the tower, a girl with a small ponytail looked at some monsters. Elfie. Captain, a group of monsters appeared to the west, looking at you. Then. What? And Raul's group. Hapitan. Everyone turned to look and found Raul who looked at them in surprise. Raul. What are you doing here? Surprised. Finn. I should ask that, looking at him. Aki. Raul. The captain sent you to the west to keep watch, looking at him. Raul. The captain told us to come downtown. Finn. A magic artifact, thinking, where are they going? Looking at Elfie. Elfie turned around and looked at the group of monsters. Elfie. They move in a straight line towards the east, looking at the city. Finn. East. Raising an eyebrow, we found 4 doors in the basement. If they appeared to the north, they should go northeast or southeast. Are there more doors we don't know about? Thoughtful. Ah. Several Xenos screamed when Gareth fell from nowhere, hitting the ground with his great axe, making the floor shake. Unfortunately, thanks to the great tremor, a small viewer fell into a sewer without anyone noticing. Gareth. Damn, Riveria is going to complain again, looking at the mess she caused, looking at her foot. Gareth looked at his foot where ice had trapped him. Release. Welf, who was still invisible thanks to the Scappa, showed a blue short sword, a magic sword. Welf. I'll buy them some time, seriously. Fels. Thank you, leaving with the others. Gareth frowned slightly as he put pressure on his foot. Crack. Welf looked at the ice cracking and immediately threw a slash. Just as the ice broke, another layer of ice wrapped around Gareth's leg. Gareth raised his axe to break the ice, but before he could do so his 2 arms and his axe were covered in ice which stopped him. Gareth. What? Surprised, there are 2. Gareth gritted his teeth and strained, causing the ice on his feet and arms to crack. Gareth. I have to chase the monsters. Move aside. Breaking the ice. Mikoto. I'm going to use it Welf Dono. Unsheathing a green dagger. Mikoto slashed and Gareth covered himself with his axe, avoiding a strong wind attack that dragged him a few inches. Elsewhere. Hestia. Very well Mikoto, Welf. Smiling, Fels is taking the others to Knossos. Astria oh no. Hestia. What's going on? Haruhime. Hestia-sama, pointing at a red feather on the map. Wiene, frowning, separated from the group, Haruhime, looking at her. Haruhime didn't need an order to jump from the building to another roof and run towards Wiene's location. Took a green stone and spoke. Bellin, can you hear me? Seriously. Hey brother, what's going on? Wiene separated from the group, Haruhime goes to look for her, but needs help, go where I will tell you. Do. In the streets of Daedalus, Wiene was running desperately looking for the others. Wiene. Where are they? Scared. Oh. Wiene freaked out and turned her gaze to see a chestless Amazon with a large double sword, Thanos-like. Fiona. Oh. There's one of you here, well I guess it's time to do my job, swinging her gun. Wiene stepped back in fear and quickly started running to escape. Fiona. Hey, wait. Going to get her. Looking at Daedalus. Astria. Will you use it? Looking at it. Took a blue potion from his pocket and removed the patch he had on his right eye, showing his green eye. Show me the truths of the hidden world, eye of prediction, vision of the prophet, break the laws imposed by nothingness, and show me what is hidden in my unforeseen future 10th view. Bel's right eye shone brightly, and he could see something that Hestia and Astria could not. Bel stood silently staring into space with his right eye shining brightly until the strange glow disappeared. Bel fell to his knees holding his right eye, and Astria went to help him. Astria. Are you okay? Worried. Astria helped Bel take the potion, and Bel quickly felt better. Bel calmly stood up, cleaning his suit, and quickly took Champion's sword and desperate. Bel. Keep informing the others of what's happening and help Haruhime and Bellin find Wiene, they'll probably run into a mangy dog, taking Hades' helmet. Astria. What will you do? Worried. Bel. Buy time and prevent busybodies from interfering in his fight. Before they could say anything more beautiful, he had already jumped across the rooftops. Bel was at the top of the main sentry post of the Loki family, everyone had gone to chase the Xenos, and there was no one there, except for one person. The captain and Riveria-sama are hiding, the captain thinks that the Minotaur will appear soon. Bel. I see Finn's intuition is fearsome, it's better than that of the gods, thoughtful. You promised that no one would get hurt. Bel. The Minotaur will not attack anyone but Bellin, although I can't say anything about the destructive ones. Bareth-san will be meeting with the captain and Riveria-sama soon, what will you do? Bel. I'll stop them, seriously. That's impossible. Bel. Turning around. Bel looked at a catman who looked at him as if he had just gone crazy. Aki. You saved me, that's why I'm helping you, I don't know what their reason is for protecting those monsters, but I decided to help, and I will help as much as possible, that's why I will tell you my opinion, going against the three of them would be committing suicide, they are not only first-class adventurers, they are veterans, they have been in Arario for decades, the captain is the best strategist I know, Riveria-sama the best mage, and Gareth is the strongest adventurer. His strength is on par with Otter the king. Bel you. Aki. Raising an eyebrow. Bel. The best mage. The strongest. I met people much more powerful than those two, a woman who would make Riveria tremble with the first paragraph of her chant, and a man who would bend Gareth with a punch, the only one that worries me is Finn, serious, elves and dwarves do not get along, their teamwork is not good, but with Finn in command that changes, looking at her, there are 10 paths that I know, in 6 we lose and 4 we win, I must make sure to go by the best path, leaving. Aki remained silent, not understanding Bel's last words, as if he already knew what would happen next. Ascending the tower was Bel walking calmly. Bel. They should have rescued Wiene by now, thoughtful. Bel scratched the patch over his right eye. Bel. That spell tired me out too much, I won't be able to use my eye for a few minutes, but it will soon be back to normal, looking at the streets of Arario. His recent magic 10th view, a magic that allowed him to see into the future, using a large and insane amount of mind, showed the right eye 10 paths, the most likely to happen. Bel could see those 10 paths where 6 were lost, although unfortunately he couldn't see exactly all kinds of details on the paths, but it was still helpful. The bad thing was that it left his right eye completely useless for a few minutes before it returned to normal. Bel. What's wrong, Ryuu? Taking out a purple stone. Ryuu. Heads towards Bellin, sorry. Bel. Come back, you've helped too much, we don't want them to find out that Gale is here, serious. Understood. Bel smashed the purple stone and looked up at the sky. Bel. It's almost dawn, serious. On a dead-end bridge. Baze and Bellin were face to face. Both studying each other. Bellin. His posture is better, it's true what my brother said, he improved a lot in a short time, but if he still doesn't have his sword, it's because he hasn't surpassed my brother, it would be. Baze frowned before launching into an attack. Baze. Why do you protect that monster, sharpening his gaze. Bellin Wiene hasn't hurt anyone. Baze. He made a girl cry, his claws are to tear, his wings terrify us, his stone on her head drives her crazy, let her go Bellin, or she will hurt you, it would be. Bellin looked sideways behind her, and there was Wiene, scared of Ace. Wiene felt perfectly what Ace felt for her. Hate. Ace gritted his teeth and without holding back he launched himself into the attack. Bellin unsheathed her knife and quickly both engaged in a fierce fight, both with a completely different thought and motivation about the small Xeno who watched them fight. Wiene watched everything with fear, hoping and wishing that Bellin would win, she knew that this could decide the future of the Xenos. Bellin knew it too, so without holding back she deflected Ace's attack to the right and quickly tried to cut her chest with her black knife, but she could only leave a line on Ace's armor without piercing it. Ace frowned and raised her leg, kicking Bellin's chin. Bellin rose from the ground a few inches and without wasting a second, quickly cut him across the chest, breaking his white shirt in half. Bellin looked at her on the ground and quickly extended his hand. Bellin. Firebolt. Ace looked in surprise as a beam of fire headed towards her, but before it hit her, it deflected upwards hitting the bridge they were on top of. The bridge was destroyed, dropping some debris that raised dust and prevented Ace from seeing for a few seconds. When the dust cleared, there was no one there. Nearby Bellin was breathing heavily, carrying Wiene in her arms. She quickly reached a dead end and took Wiene down. Bellin. I need you to run to that tower without stopping, pointing to a tower, there are Bell, Astraea-sama and Kami-sama, don't stop for anything in the world do you hear me? Hugging her. Wiene nodded before Bellin took her into a house and closed the screen door. Wiene started running away from there. Separate. Bellin turned and looked at Ace who had already reached them. Bellin said nothing, just unsheathed his knives as he prepared to fight just like Ace. They both knew it, this time there would be no escape, this time they would face each other face to face. And they launched an attack. End. 2. The last heroine. In one of the many alleys in Daedalus, a white-haired girl and a golden-haired girl were sneakily attacking each other. The white-haired girl blocked and counterattacked as best she could, but it was useless, she could do nothing but rub against Ace who was slowly beginning to gain ground, not to mention that the resistance of a level 3 was not comparable to the monstrous resistance of a level 6. Bellin gritted her teeth, she didn't need to win, she just needed to buy Wiene time, even so, even if there was no need, she felt a duty to defeat her, to show how much she had advanced. Bellin held her knives tightly and quickly began to counterattack and block Ace's attacks with as much force as possible. Ace was confused by this at first, she was clearly stronger, so what was she trying to do? The answer came quickly when Bellin clashed his black knife with his sword for the 7th time, creating some cracks in his weapon. Ace opened her eyes, she already knew what Bellin was trying to do, he was trying to break her weapon, the black knife was easily of higher quality than her borrowed sword, so she clashed her knife with the sword, with the intention of breaking it. Ace stepped back with her guard up, looking at the small but noticeable cracks on her weapon. She had immersed herself in rigorous training to have what Bell called balance, and in a way she now understood why Bell considered her technique disgusting, there was no balance in her old technique, it was pure strength. She was still training since after a while her weapon cracked but she was improving, it was no longer just strength, Ace even went to the Loki family bookstore guarded by Riveria to look for information on how to train correctly with the sword. Riveria's face when she saw her enter the bookstore for the first time and on her own was splendid. Thanks to that Bell gave her his permission and authorization to use real weapons, Ace knew that she shouldn't follow his orders, since he was from a different family and he wasn't even her superior, but in a certain way it made her feel happy to have his approval, now that she knew how terrible her technique was, being recognized by a master was good for her. Ace put her thoughts aside and looked at her sword in silence, if it was going to break at least she would get the best out of it. Bellin. Don't get distracted Ace-san. Ace dodged a cut from Bellin towards her face and with a quick movement kicked her in the stomach, moving the. Bellin fell to the ground roughly but quickly got to his knees and crossed his knives to stop a downward slash from Ace. Ace wasted no time and quickly broke Bellin's defense with a knee strike. Bellin felt the blood coming from her nose and managed to see Ace's sword slowly approaching her. In a quick movement Bellin raised his knife and deflected Ace's cut, avoiding an ugly cut on his face. Ace. Awakened the storm Ariel. Bellin was hit by a whirlwind that sent her flying several meters. And as Bellin fell to the ground, a memory came to Ace's mind, a black-haired man with a large red scarf training quietly in a beautiful field of flowers. His movements were beautiful, each swing of his sword was calm and smooth, the man was connected to his sword, it was not a weapon, it was his most loyal companion, his movements that seemed harmless were actually attacks so powerful that they would make the bravest man tremble. Hey Ace, do you want to see something amazing? Smiling. The little golden-haired girl who was watching nodded excitedly. The man smiled, stopped swinging his sword and took a different pose, now his legs were further apart and his knees slightly bent. The man held his sword at the same height as his waist, and with a quick movement he swung it upwards. When the sword reached the height of his shoulder, he suddenly changed direction and swung his sword downwards, hitting the grass below him. The little golden-haired girl could see a barely perceptible white flash, and with surprise she approached. His surprise only increased when he saw a thin but deep line in the grass right where his father swung the sword. "Oh damn, Arya scolded me for the tree." The golden-haired girl looked up and saw with surprise a perfectly normal wooden tree. There was nothing strange about it, but when she got closer, she could see the thin, visible cut in it. She had split it in half, a tree 30 meters from her father, split in half with a cut so clean it was scary. That cut had been made with technique, there was no force in it, it was merely technique. Baze opened her eyes and made the same posture she saw her father do that time. Ellen was just getting up from the ground in pain when Ace already had the sword at the height of his waist. Baze. Before doing an attack like that would be impossible for me, since it requires a lot of technique, and even with my training I know that I need a lot more practice to do this, even using aerial, and even if I succeed it won't be that powerful, but I want to try, I want to do the technique that you once showed me, Dad. Determined. Chang, chang chang. Baze heard the smile of a bell ring, but she didn't care, and just as she remembered she swung her sword at shoulder height. Ellen looked up noticing the white glow emanating from his right hand, but in addition to that he saw how Ace's sword slowly lowered to the floor, leaving a white curved line in the air. Ellen couldn't even wonder what that was when Ace's sword touched the floor, and suddenly that curved line shot towards her. Ellen opened her eyes in shock as she saw the attack inches away from her. She raised her black knife which was wrapped in a white cloak. Crash. Ellen was thrown towards the wall, embedding herself in it, her black knife embedded itself in the side of her head, narrowly avoiding cutting it. Baze stood there silently breathing heavily, her eyes shining as she saw that her attack worked. She knew that the curved line wasn't Ariel's air, it was air cut so quickly that it took on a flashing hue before shooting out towards a target. He had managed to make that move, and although it was not as powerful as his father's, he had made it. Baze shook her head and looked at Ellen. She was her friend, and she loved her. It was nice spending time with her, but she wouldn't abandon her principles just for friendship. She hated monsters. She hated them more than anything in this world. She didn't care if they thought or not, she would kill them for taking away what she loved the most. Baze left Ellen on the ground to follow the whoever that had escaped. Firebolt. Baze opened her eyes and tilted her head to the left, letting a ray of fire pass by. She could feel the heat emitted by the ray when it passed by her head. Baze quickly turned around looking at Bellin who was slowly getting up from the floor with his hand extended. Baze could see blood coming out of the multiple wounds made by her. Bellin. No, you're going to pass, breathing heavily. Baze looked at Bellin in silence. Baze. Move away, I don't want to hurt you anymore, looking at her. Bellin planted both feet firmly and stared at Baze, as if daring her to move. Baze knew what it meant and brandished his sword. However, his eyes filled with disbelief when he saw his sword broken. The last attack he gave was too much of a charge for the sword, and it ended up breaking. Baze frowned before putting away the sword mage that had just been broken. Chang. Baze opened her eyes in disbelief upon hearing a much louder ringing than before. She looked at Bellin and opened her eyes upon seeing a smashed red knife lying on the ground. Bellin had blocked his attack with a red knife without using that strange glow. Bellin raised his hand and extended it. Bellin. I will protect those I care about, even if I have to hurt you, I will. Firebolt. Baze opened her eyes when she saw a ray of fire heading towards her, but this one was different, it was not the characteristic red ray, this was a ray of an almost white color in its entirety, as if it were a real ray. Baze was barely able to cover himself with his arms, receiving the powerful lightning directly. Baze was thrown and fell face down on the ground with her embers burning, her armor had avoided some of the damage, but she was still severely injured. Bellin looked at her hand in shock, then turned her gaze to Ace. She was about to go and help her, but she didn't. Bellin lowered his hand slowly and went to pick up his black knife. Bellin looked at Ace one last time before leaving, holding her left arm, the arm with which she had blocked Ace's previous attack, along with her red knife. Bellin left the place leaving there the fainted body of a golden-haired woman who had received a fatal frontal attack. Bellin was walking through the streets of Riveria tired. Thanks to an elixir that Bell had given her she had recovered from all her injuries. Although she had destroyed Ushiwakameru, she hoped that Welf would not go crazy, knowing that the weapon she forged was destroyed. Somewhere Welf felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but shed a tear. Makoto Welf dono? Welf. Rest in peace Mino Tan, looking at the sky. Makoto eh? Returning with Bellin. She walked through the streets of Daedalus trying not to meet any adventurers. Bellin. Bellin Kami-sama. Looking at a green stone. Wiene and you are already returning. Bellin A. W. Wiene went to your address, right? Sweating. Bell says no one has seen Wiene huh? Wait, Haruhime has some news oh. They say Bell-kun found her. Ellen smiled with relief, she could always count on her brother to fix her mistakes. Ellen. I see, thanks for the information, I'll be back as soon as possible, walking. Ellen went as quietly as possible, not wanting to draw attention. After a short while he accidentally came across an open area where the guild was asking civilians to move away and take cover. Aina. Please, everyone go in an orderly manner and without pushing or starting disturbances, raising her voice. Ellen. Aina-san. What's that? Everyone looked at the sky in surprise and terror. Ellen wondered why and the answer came quickly. Freya. Ah. Ellen looked in surprise as some Xenos, including Grows, flew above them all before swooping down with clear intentions. People quickly began to run desperately while the adventurers surrounded the monsters to stop them, but it was useless. Big Gra. Grows did a complete turn, hitting some adventurers with his tail before waving some comments away with his claws. Grows looked at a small purple stone in his hand and then looked everywhere looking for something similar. Dinalmu's eyes had a peculiar glow. Aina felt a chill and looked at her wrist, where she had a bracelet that the god Hermes had asked her to give to Belen. Grows. Raya. Aina in shock. Slash. Belen barely stopped the Grows attack with her black knife, she didn't know why they were attacking, but she had to stop them. Belen. What are you doing? Excited. Grows didn't answer, instead he started attacking faster and exhausted Belen, who was defending herself as best she could. Grows. This is my way of thanking you, don't hesitate brat, or that half-elf will die. Thank you. Grows swished his tail before giving Belen a hard jab in the ribs. Belen spitting saliva. Belen quickly recovered and again stood in front of the Aina with a defensive posture. Myron. La Familia Loki. Belen and Grows glanced at some rooftops where the 3 senior executives were located along with some other members of their family. Grows. TCH, it's late, but it will be Belen Cranel who kills me, it has to be you, get ready brat. Grows flapped his wings and flew into the sky for a few seconds before plummeting into a dive. Grows Atticum. Gra. Lid. We have to do something. Looking at Fels, I know this is the best thing for Belinci and his family, but let's not leave anyone behind. Fels. I trust her, looking at him. Sound A. Fels. I trust that this foolish young woman will overcome the will of the gods, seriously. Belen. Belen dropped his defensive stance and put away his knife in front of an incredulous Aina. Grows. What are you doing? Opening his eyes. Belen extended both arms so that Grows' attack would only damage her and not Aina. In a building, a certain god with a feather hat watched this with disbelief and disagreement. Hermes. Belen, your stupid Asfi, drive them crazy, seriously. Among the crowd of people watching Belen protect Aina de Grows to the bottom was a presence. Asfi suddenly appeared with a strange mask in her hand. NT. I don't know why they call it Hades' helmet if it's a mask, but oh well. Asfi. I won't ask you to forgive me for this, looking at Belen. Asfi took out 4 red needles that contained a liquid that made the monsters extremely crazy and aggressive, even on Xenos it should work. Slash. Asfi. Cough, opening eyes. The knife was stuck in Asfi's lower back, and while some drops of blood fell to the floor, out of nowhere the figure of a white-haired man appeared. El took off Hades' helmet and put it away calmly, while giving Asfi a dead look. El. Don't interfere in my sister's business. That was the last thing Asfi heard before she fainted. El. You're not on his level, but your poisons and paralyzers are better than Ermid's, Senthalip, turning around. Naza looked at Bel in silence, she didn't trust him, but there was nothing she could do, so she kept her comments to herself and just limited herself to healing Asfi, since they didn't want problems with the Hermes family. Naza was exact by the powerful roar that resonated throughout the area, and like everyone else, he looked at the sky where the figure of a huge black minotaur could be seen. The minotaur fell to the ground a few meters in front of Belen before starting to run towards her ready to charge. Belen pushed Aina away and quickly pulled out his knife to prepare. Belen, oh no. The minotaur charged Belen with fierce force, lifting her off the ground. The minotaur did not stop and boy against several buildings, passing through them and hurting Belen. Finally, after passing through several buildings, the plane stopped and Belen flew for a few seconds before falling hard on the ground. Belen coughing up a little blood. Belen raised his blurred vision before composing himself and looking in front of him at a huge minotaur that was twice his size. The monster had no left arm, and in his right hand he had a battle axe. The curious thing is that he did not have red eyes without pupils, but rather he had eyes similar to those of the Xenos. I've been dreaming the same thing for a long time. Belen opened her eyes in surprise, if she was a Xeno. I dreamed of facing a single human, we shed blood and lost flesh. Ellen recorded that battle, a battle where she had given her all to defeat an enemy more powerful than her, a battle where she defeated a Crimson Minotaur being level 1. But still my rival and I understood each other, I'm here to meet the opponent of my dreams. Ellen, seeing that the Minotaur did not attack, decided to get up slowly. Asterius. My name is Asterius, looking at her, could you tell me your name? Ellen looked at him silently before answering. Bellin Cranel, would be. Asterius Bellin I beg you, pointing his axe at him, to grant me another fight. Ellen opened her eyes slightly before tightening her grip on her white knife and taking an offensive stance. Asterius took this as a yes and quickly rushed towards her raising his great axe. Crash. Both weapons collided, releasing a large stream of air that threw some debris and created a cloud of dust. In the distance 4 monsters were hidden by an invisibility blanket along with 6 other people. Lily. What are you doing? Whispering. Welf. Are you thinking of ruining everything we're doing? Whispering. Bros, who was standing next to the 4 Xenos being scolded, spoke a little embarrassed. Bros. Not that one, it wasn't the intention. Makoto. We have to go quickly, looking around. Haruhime. Everyone is entertained with the Minotaur thing, looking at them. Hestia. Fine. We can still meet at Knossos, smiling. Astria. But and what? Worried. Hestia Wiene. Surprised, Belle said she left her in a safe place, but we don't know where she is nor Belle, worried. Lily tch, always doing what he pleases, as if he were a king, annoyed, even so, without his help this operation would not have gone well, sighing, let's go to Knossos, would be. Astria. But what about it? Worried. Hestia. We can't leave her on the surface, worried. Lily. There is no other option, wherever she is, it is very certain that Belle-sama will fix her in a safe place, then we will plan how to return her to the dungeon, for now we have to move. Bros. I agree, seriously. But the Degros set up everyone quickly set off for Knossos. In the distance on top of a building was a god looking at everything in silence before laughing. Hermes. Ha 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 ha. Okay, I admit it, I lost, how could I have imagined this? Ellen boy again his weapon against Asterius before jumping dodging a kick. Ellen slid to the left and attacked Asterius on the left flank. Asterius blocked the attack with his axe and pushed Bellin away by pushing his axe. Hermes. My plan wouldn't have caused so much enthusiasm, I couldn't have created a better show than this one. Bellin and Asterius clashed weapons ferociously, Asterius launched several cuts towards Bellin which dodged and evaded as she could, she did not want to clash weapons directly with Asterius, since she knew perfectly well that his strength was much greater than hers. Hermes. Did you know, Zeus? He who opposes the divine will shines brightest. The people watching the fight felt excitement seeing the fierce battle, they knew how powerful that monster was that it easily defeated 3 class 5 and had made the sword princess retreat. In the middle of the battlefield a butcher's sword fell from the sky a few meters behind Asterius. Ellen saw the greatsword and dodged a slash from Asterius by rolling towards the weapon. Ellen put away her knife and took the sword with both hands, looking determinedly at Asterius. Hermes. I'm the jester, watching the fight, he was neither a wise man nor a hero, what destroyed the plans of a god was brute force. He asked me what face do you have now, Freya, lowering her head. At the top of the Tower of Babel, a beautiful silver-haired goddess, considered to have the perfect figure, watched the fight excitedly from her throne. Freya. Excuse me, Hermes. I'll steal your play. Smiling slightly. Freya passionately observed Bellin's soul. Freya. Thank you, extending her arm, welcome, this will be the place of your decisive battle. Ellen blocked Asterius's attacks with difficulty, each attack made her retreat little by little. Ellen. I want to win, I must win. Ellen collided her sword with Asterius's axe and was thrown a few meters by the great force. Ellen stabilized himself and landed hard. He quickly raised his sword before bringing it down hard, colliding with Asterius's axe. A great gust of air erupted and Bellin felt his entire body go numb. Yet, he still planted his feet firmly on the ground. Asterius pushed Bellin who slowly began to give in, being pushed back. Asterius cry. Asterius put all the strength he had into his push and Bellin was quickly dragged by the. Bellin crashed into some walls, destroying them before finally reaching a much more open area. What's that? It's the Minotaur. Call Ganesha-sama and let him know. Keep the civilians away and let them fight. Both Shakti-sama. Surprised. Shakti. I will trust in the irresponsible sister under your protection, Bell, would be. Asterius gave Bellin a second blow with his weapon, sending her flying a few meters away from him. Bellin. Ugh. Falling to the floor. Bellin quickly stood up and looked tiredly at Asterius. Asterius approached her quickly trying to ram her with his horn. Bellin narrowly dodged the attack and gave Asterius a big cut on his right side. Asterius quickly recovered and attacked Belen with a kick that she blocked with her greatsword. Belen gripped the weapon tightly and gave a great flurry of attacks to Asterius, who blocked each and every one of them. Belen. His left side is more exposed due to his missing arm. I have to exploit that weakness. Opening his eyes. Belen approached Asterius and deflected a slash from his axe before kicking his knee to force him to his knees. Just as planned, Asterius knelt and grunted in pain as he felt the sword plunge into his abdomen. Belen left the sword stuck there and unsheathed his knife, quickly burying his weapon into Asterius repeatedly. Asterius put away his axe and grabbed Belen's arm before he buried the knife again. Belen managed to grab the hilt of the greatsword and pull it before Asterius threw it with force, moving it away from him. Belen fell face down on the ground and spat out a little blood. She stood up and looked at her hand, which was releasing a white glow that was gradually getting stronger. The light of the first rays of the sun came out, illuminating the stage where the winner of the second match would be decided. Belen. My dream is to be a hero, someone who would not give up or fall even when others gave up, someone who would face the greatest calamity without fear, CNMV, and win. Belen tightened his grip on his sword, which bathed in an intense white glow. Belen. That's why I'm going to win. Determined. The Minotaur leaned forward and leaned on his left arm, pointing his horns at Belen. He was going to charge at her with all his might, just as he had done in the past, his final attack. Belen and Asterius stared at each other in silence. Belen. Ah. Asterius. Crash. The greatsword collided with Asterius's horn, releasing a huge shockwave. The power behind both attacks was such that the floor around them cracked completely. Belen gritted his teeth, feeling his arms weaken. Asterius pushed his horns further and further, dragging Belen. Belen. I don't want to lose, trembling, I'm not going to lose. Belen stomped powerfully, readjusting her posture firmly. She wouldn't back down. Asterius felt the sudden increase of strength in Belen and put all his strength into his legs to break Belen's posture. Crack. Belen. Greya. Slash. Asterius opened his eyes when he saw that the sword cut his left horn. But. Crash. The sword broke into pieces. Belen opened her eyes in shock, and Asterius took advantage of that moment to ram Belen with his remaining horn and throw her through the skies. Belen looked at the sky in shock as some blood came out of his mouth. Belen, no. Asterius, Greya. Belen plummeted, and just before she hit the ground, Asterius charged, tackling her with his left arm. Belen, ah. As if she were a rag doll, Asterius threw Belen against a wall, embedding her in it. Belen couldn't even complain about the pain when Asterius rammed her, destroying the wall and breaking some of her ribs. Belen was shot out, but before hitting a wall, Asterius grabbed her foot and slammed her furiously on the ground, destroying it completely and falling several meters with force until she hit a stone floor. Belen cough, tosiendo sanger. Belen got into the fetal position, holding her stomach in pain. Everything hurt. She felt like her bones were shattered, not to mention her back. It wouldn't surprise her if it was broken after Asterius used it to go through so many walls. Tap. Belen, still on the ground, looked in shock at Asterius's hoof. She slowly looked up, meeting the monster, who looked at her in silence. Asterius. 1 win, 1 loss, our next fight will decide the winner, it will be a tiebreaker, pointing his axe at him. After saying those words, the Minotaur calmly retreated to the dungeon. He had to become stronger. Belen stood there silently before bringing her hands to her head and screaming. Belen, ah. Frustrated. Belen calmed down and remained silent for several minutes before sobbing. Belen. I wanted to win, I really wanted to win, covering his eyes. For the first time since that Minotaur that almost killed her on the 5th floor, Belen felt weak, useless, like a failure. And while the younger sister complained about a great defeat elsewhere, some civilians watched in terror and silence the dying body of the one who had the title of the Brave being held by the neck by a white-haired man. Then opened his swollen eye with difficulty, looking at what he called a real monster. There was Bel surrounded by a golden aura and a white aura. Then looked around with difficulty, finding Gareth's body a few meters away, unconscious, his armor and axe were in pieces. In the distance, showing no signs of consciousness, Riveria was embedded in a wall with his staff broken. Then had to put his thoughts aside when he felt the grip on his neck intensify and quickly noticed the lack of air. Finn. Gah. Opening his eyes. Bel snorted, and as if it were simple garbage, he threw Finn's body with terrifying force. The dying Finn crashed through and into some walls before becoming embedded in one. The strongest of the Loki family had lost. Bel. End. Talent. Monster. After that, Minotaur appeared and dragged Belen away. Finn Dane quickly ordered him to be killed. Finn. There it is, serious. Riveria. Are we going to intervene? Finn. We can't let a little girl's whims cause havoc in the city, we have to make sure that Minotaur daughter-in-law is here now, seriously. Aerith. It's just the 3 of us, looking at him. Finn. There's no time to gather the others, we must take care of him quickly before he escapes, jumping. Riveria and Gareth nodded and followed Finn towards the location of the Black Minotaur. Of course all this was seen by a white-haired man. They're not going to interfere, seriously. Put on Hades' helmet and disappeared completely. Finn, Riveria and Gareth were already some way away from the crowd and were following the trail of destruction that the monster had left. Finally a few blocks from meeting who they were looking for, Finn's thumb began to hurt and he stopped. Gareth. What's going on? Looking at him. Finn. Someone is following us, seriously. Finn opened his eyes and ducked, dodging an invisible attack. Suddenly the wall a few meters from Finn cracked and exploded without any explanation. Riveria. That magic, turning around. At the top of a building there was a white-haired man looking at them with indifference, his right eye shone brightly, giving an imposing image to anyone who saw it. The three of them became serious, knowing that their worst mistake would be to underestimate him. Bell jumped off the building and landed gracefully on the ground, quickly drawing his two swords, using the champion's sword on the right and desperate on the left. Finn looked at him seriously and took his spear firmly. Gareth and Riveria also took their weapons and stared at Bell. Everyone stood still, waiting for the moment to attack. Bell looked at his hand and closed it tightly. Astria had updated his status today, and the results were more than satisfactory. In the distance, a powerful roar resounded from the fight between a white-haired woman and a minotaur. That was the signal for the start of their fight. Bell made the first move and rushed towards Finn. Finn bent his knees preparing to intercept him, but watched in confusion as Bell put his hand on his face and disappeared out of nowhere. Finn? What? Surprised. Finn sharpened his senses, but to his surprise he heard and felt absolutely nothing. It was only thanks to his trained instincts that he managed to avoid a cut to his neck that would have decapitated him. Still crouching, Finn kicked high into the air, grazing Bell's abdomen, who jumped a few meters away from Finn before sliding to the right, dodging an attack from Gareth. Finn. I can't feel him. Impossible. Even if he has an invisibility spell or artifact, he shouldn't have one to follow him. Thoughtfully. While Finn looked around for any clue or sign of Bell, the aforementioned stood between the three of them in silence. Bell. Gospel Satan version. Once again Finn's trainer instinct helped him dodge an invisible attack that Hiba made at his head. Finn watched some wooden crates being destroyed and quickly deduced the direction the attack came from. Crash. Bell frowned as he felt his arm go slightly numb from blocking Finn's attack with his sword. But he had to move quickly to dodge an attack from Gareth, who managed to know his location thanks to Finn's attack. Bell dodged the attack and quickly moved away. Crack. Bell. Damn. Hit Hades' helmet. Bell launched himself to attack again, this time without stopping. He went straight towards Finn and launched a flurry of attacks that Finn began to dodge with difficulty. And I see a silhouette looking in front of him. Gareth's blow cracked the helmet enough that it began to stop working slightly, revealing a bit of Bell's silhouette. Bell was about to stab Finn if he hadn't moved away several meters, just like Gareth. Win from Bolvator. Bell turned his gaze and watched in surprise as a large blast of frost enveloped him and immediately began to freeze him. After a few seconds, Riveria's spell finally ended and the three observed a completely frozen area. The ice was extremely hard and blue, so Bell's figure could not be seen. Finn. That should stop him completely, seriously. Gareth. Even I would have trouble escaping an attack like that, looking at the ice. Riveria. Did we catch him? Looking at Finn. Finn. No, let's go for the Minotaur, it's more dangerous. Crash. The three watched in surprise as the ice began to break rapidly, the crack stopped increasing and it wasn't long before the ice crumbled, revealing the figure of Bell. Bell. I'll get another one later. Bell threw away Hades' broken helmet and sighed in annoyance. Bell. That was very cold, sharpens his gaze. Riveria. Impossible, even we would have trouble escaping that, surprised. Bell shook his jacket, removing small pieces of ice. Bell. It was good to have Silentium Eden activated, that cracked the ice completely, I didn't even know I could do something like that, sharpening his gaze, gospel. Finn launched himself to attack Bell, knowing that it was not a good idea to let him finish his magic, but Bell deflected his attack with his sword and stabbed the air in the direction of Riveria. Bell. Lugio. Riveria dodged the attack without much trouble, but opened her eyes in surprise when an explosion occurred and forced her to move away. Finn swung his spear and hit Bell in the stomach with the other end of the spear. Bell endured the pain and cut Finn on the right arm quickly with his other sword. He had to block an attack from Gareth that left his arm completely numb. Bell ducked, dodging a punch that Finn tried to give him, and Bell quickly threw a black ball to the ground that exploded and released a large smoke screen. Finn and Gareth stood back to avoid being attacked from behind, but a scream alarmed them. Slash, crash. Finn went to first Riveria, running. Gareth. Curse. They both ran out of the smoke and Riveria was gone. Finn? Where? Looking around. Boom. Finn and Gareth looked down an alley where smoke was rising. Finn. I take Riveria to a closed area so she couldn't use her magic, running. Gareth. That also puts you at a disadvantage, looking at him. Finn. My spear is very big, I can fight with my fists, seriously. Gareth. That would be interesting to see, entering the alley. They both examined their surroundings looking for Riveria. They quickly found her defending herself from Belle. Belle attacked Riveria with his two swords, who blocked the attacks with her but or dodged them. Belle tried to attack his left side, but Riveria deflected the attack downwards and hit Belle with her staff in the knee, forcing him to kneel. Riveria. Just because she's a magician doesn't mean she doesn't know how to fight, she would be. Riveria tried to hit him a second time with her staff on the head, but was surprised by a strong blow to the stomach that knocked the wind out of her. Belle. Just because I'm a swordsman doesn't mean I don't know how to use my magic, attacking her. Riveria blocked a Belle kick with her staff and quickly lowered her head, dodging a slash. Riveria opened her eyes slightly as she saw Belle's face inches away from her with his right eye shining brightly. Suddenly Belle grabbed her by the shoulders and pulled her roughly, placing her behind him. Riveria was going to get out of Belle's grip but opened her eyes in shock when she saw Finn in front of her with his spear pointing directly at her stomach. Belle used the room as a human shield. Finn stopped abruptly and tried to deflect her attack but still drove his spear into Riveria's shoulder, eliciting a cry of pain from her. Finn couldn't do anything when Belle pulled Riveria and threw her to the ground roughly along with his spear stuck in her. Finn was still in shock from attacking Riveria and didn't notice when a sword went for his head and another for his stomach. Crash. Gareth covered Finn's head with his left arm. Thanks to an arm guard he prevented the sword from damaging him. He quickly grabbed Finn by the shoulder and pulled him so that the second sword wouldn't damage him either. Unfortunately, Finn received a somewhat deep cut on his right side that quickly made him bleed. Gareth crossed his arms in an X, protecting himself from the rain of Belle cuts. Finn blinked and regained his composure, seeing Gareth's back, who was blocking Belle's attacks using his arm guards as a shield. Gareth. Are you okay? Looking at him. Finn. Yeah, I just got excited about hurting Riveria, getting up from the ground. Finn looked at his right side and noticed the large cut that Belle had managed to make. Finn took out a healing option and took it. His wound regenerated quickly and Finn launched himself to attack Belle. Belle stopped attacking Gareth and ducked, dodging a blow from Finn. Belle continued dodging Finn's constant attacks and Jake realized that this was leading him into a trap. It was too late when he realized the trap and Gareth imprisoned him with his two arms, preventing him from escaping. Belle. Grrrrrrrrrrrr, gritting teeth. Belle tried to get away, but it was impossible. Gareth's strength was much greater than his. Slowly he was feeling how Gareth was squeezing him more to the point of feeling his bones creak. Punch. Finn hit him hard on the cheek, disorienting him for a few seconds before several more blows to the stomach brought him back to the real world. Belle spat saliva and Finn hit him again and again in the face with ferocity. The rain of blows did not stop and neither did Gareth squeeze. Even while being brutally beaten, Belle moved his fingers with difficulty between his pocket and from there he took out another smoke bomb, although this one was purple. Belle. Let's see who is most affected by the poison. Belle closed his hand tightly, causing the bomb to explode, releasing a large curtain of purple smoke. Gareth breathed lightly and felt his senses dull. He quickly released Belle and walked away with Finn, thinking that Belle had been affected by the poisonous smoke. Inside the smoke was Belle lying on the ground with his eye slightly swollen and his lip split, not to mention his bones most likely cracked or broken. He also felt his senses dull for a few seconds before feeling relief when his wounds began to close. It wasn't poisonous smoke, it was healing smoke, a very interesting invention of Fel's that released a curtain of smoke that contained tiny particles of powdered mermaid blood. Belle woke up without his swollen eye and split lip, feeling his bones slowly reset and heal. Belle took his two swords and looked in one direction when he heard moans. Belle came out of the smoke exactly on the opposite side where Finn and Gareth were. He looked expressionlessly at Riveria, who was lying on the ground on her left side. She was healing her right shoulder while trying not to grimace in pain. Finn's spear had already been removed and now she was trying to heal herself. Riveria. Ah. Surprised. Riveria gritted her teeth as her hand was suddenly crushed and she could see a black shoe stepping on her hand. Riveria looked up at Belle and quickly grabbed her staff with her other arm and tried to hit him. Unfortunately that was his arm with the damaged shoulder and Belle easily stopped the attack. Riveria tried to get out of Belle's grip but Belle snatched her staff and punched her in the face. Gospel. Boom. Riveria spat out blood and was dragged towards a wall with her nose broken. Belle had also used Lugio. Belle took the staff from Riveria and noticed that the cloud of smoke was beginning to dissolve. Gareth and Finn looked at Riveria in surprise, who was in a very bad state, and it was understandable, thanks to the attack she received from Finn, she weakened enough so that Bel could finish her off. Bel. Interesting, extending the staff Gospel Satana's Virian Lugio. From the tip of the staff appeared a light blue magic circle, and an invisible projectile shot out at high speed towards Gareth. Gareth covered himself with his arms, and when the attack hit him, he was dragged several meters back with his arm guard slightly cracked. Finn. Riveria's staff enhances Bel's magic and gives him more power, seriously. Bel whistled lightly and pointed at Finn. Finn lunged at Bel, and before he could finish his short chant, he attacked him again with a great flurry of blows. Bel dodged and blocked as best he could, trying to conjure his magic, but Finn prevented him. While dodging Finn's attacks, he suddenly slid to the right, dodging a strong slash from Gareth that would have probably broken his back. Finn also dodged Gareth, and Bel used that distraction to give him a powerful attack from behind. Finn. Ugh. Finn shot forward when he felt a blow and a pop in his back. Bel gave the staff a few blows before jumping, suddenly dodging a blow from Gareth. Gareth's blow hit the ground, which began to shake along with the buildings around it. Bel landed a few feet away from Gareth and quickly tried to attack him. Luna Aldis. Suddenly a magic circle appeared beneath Gareth and Finn, who saw their wounds disappear. Bel turned his gaze to find Riveria, who also had that magic circle under her feet, healing her. Bel clicked his tongue and quickly extended the staff towards Riveria. Bel Gospel. Before he could cast his magic, Finn appeared again with his spear a few meters away from him and launched himself to attack him. To Finn's surprise, Bel took Riveria's staff as if forcing a spear and copied his movement. Crash. The tip of the spear collided with the tip of the staff, breaking 2 of the 6 magic crystals that the staff had to increase the power of magic. Bel didn't care about this, and using the staff he deflected Finn's spear, burying it in the ground. Finn tried to withdraw his spear, but Bel stepped on it hard, burying it even deeper into the ground and hitting him in the face. Finn had to drop his spear to avoid the attack, but he snatched Bel's staff. Bel took the spear and looked at Gareth, who rushed to attack him. Gareth thought he was going to dodge it, but he was surprised when Bel pointed the spear at him and stood firm on the ground ready to receive him. Gareth stopped as he expected not to be impaled, and fortunately he succeeded, except for his forearm, which ended up being pierced through and through after the spear also destroyed his arm guard. Bel tried to grab the spear, but Gareth yanked his arm roughly and punched Bel in the chest, pushing him several meters back. Bel stopped and spat out some blood, knowing that it was not good to receive Gareth's attacks directly. Just at that moment Riveria had finished chanting the 2nd level of defense of her magic. Riveria. Veil Breath. Finn was enveloped in a greenish aura and launched himself to attack Bel. Bel. Gospel Satana's Virian. Bel opened his eyes slightly when he saw that Finn covered himself with both arms and received the magic head-on. That wasn't the strange thing. The strange thing was that his attack barely damaged Finn. Bel covered himself with his right arm, receiving a blow from Finn. Bel grunted as he felt the pain in his arm. Bel quickly tried to kick Finn in the legs, but Finn easily dodged it and hit him in the face. Bel spat out some saliva and received another attack on the chin. Before Finn could launch a 3rd attack, he received a knee to the ribs and a blow to the stomach that knocked the wind out of him. Bel quickly moved away from Finn and breathed deeply, feeling pain in the areas where Finn had hit him. Riveria. Fading Light, Frozen Earth. Blizzard, 3 harsh winters. My name is Alfwin from Bolvater. Once again the alley was filled with frost, which quickly turned into ice. Gareth and Finn were next to Riveria, so they were not affected. Bel. Ataraxia Silent Eden. The frost covered Bel, but before it froze him it melted and Bel remained intact. Bel breathed heavily and touched his chest with his hand, more specifically he placed his hand where his heart is. Bel. I'm overexerting myself, frowning, this will hurt me even more. Bel took out of his pocket a strange glass and metal jar containing a golden liquid that seemed to shine. Curiously, the jar had a multi-tailed fox drawn on it. Bel uncapped the bottle and drank the contents. Crash. Bel threw the jar to the ground, destroying it as a golden aura appeared around it. Finn felt his thumb hurt and quickly knew why. Bel leaned slightly before shooting towards Gareth, taking him by surprise with a sudden increase in speed. Gareth took his axe and covered himself from the attack of 2 swords of Bel. Gareth. He's stronger, seriously. Bel tightened his grip on his swords and summoned magic again. Bel Gospel. Bel continued to push Gareth with one of his swords, while with the other he prepared to stab him. Bel. Satan version. Gareth covered himself from the attack with his axe and watched in surprise as it cracked slightly. Gareth. Increased the power of his magic, looking at the golden aura on Bel. Bel moved away from Gareth, dodging a spear attack from Finn, who charged at him. Bel. I still have more, gritting his teeth. Bell again cast his magic and launched an attack at Finn, but just like before, Finn's greenish aura prevented him from taking serious damage. Bell. I don't care about the consequences, I'll make sure to show you who's the strongest here Palom, sharpening his gaze. Finn looked at Bell, more specifically his right eye which kept shining brightly. Bell gripped his swords tightly and quickly began to block and deflect the high-speed attacks. Bell. It was good to update my status, that copy skill is very useful, frowning, but it's not enough, I need more power, sharpening his gaze. Bell gospel. Finn opened his eyes in surprise as he saw Bell break through his defense and deliver a powerful blow to his stomach. Bell. Lugio. Finn was thrown backwards until he crashed into a wall where he was buried. Bell. Blessing of the root of evil. Riveria. Oh no, opening her eyes. Riveria rushed towards Bell and began to attack him while she also chanted her protection magic. Bell. Birth curse. My original sin that devoured half my body. It's not difficult. There is no purification. There is no salvation. Riveria. No. Attacking him. Bell continued to dodge Riveria's attacks and thanks to his right eye, he could see that Gareth was going to attack him from behind. Bell deflected a blow from Riveria and grabbed her wrist to pull her and throw her towards Gareth, who had to stop his attack. Gareth. You know concurrent singing. And at such a high level. Surprised. Bell. The resonance of this heavenly sound is my sin. The trumpet of the gods, the lyre of spirits. Melody of light, the seal of sin. Beloved by the miniature garden, my destiny is shattered. I hate you. Compensation is here. Destroy everything with proof of my sin. Weep, holy bell tower. Riveria hadn't stopped her chanting either and extended her staff into the air. Bell. Geno's angel. Riveria. Via Shilheim. The green barrier appeared in front of the three protecting them from an attack that never came. Riveria. Confused. The three suddenly shuddered and felt a great sorrow in the air. When they looked up they saw on the other side of the barrier Bell who was kneeling and motionless while a golden and white aura covered him. Riveria K. Summers. Crash. The three opened their eyes and looked in surprise at Bell, who was in front of them hitting the barrier. The barrier cracked and it only took 2 more hits from Bell to destroy it. Finn raised his spear to go and attack, but Bell was already in front of him holding his spear tightly. Gareth quickly attacked Bell with his axe, but Bell blocked his attack with his sword. Gareth opened his eyes when he saw that his attack hadn't moved Bell one bit. Finn dropped his spear and threw a punch at Bell, although before even hitting him, Bell gave him a powerful blow to the stomach with the hilt of his sword and forced him to kneel. Bell lowered his sword, letting Gareth's attack pass by, and quickly punched him in the stomach. Bell. Lugio. Gareth. Gah. A shock. Gareth spurted blood, feeling his ribs shattered, and fell several meters away from Bell with his axe shattered. Riveria was extremely confused, she had seen that magic firsthand before Geno's Angelus, she had seen Alfia use it in the past, the magic released a large shock wave of concentrated magical power, the attack was so devastating that it could shake the entire 18th floor for several minutes, that's why she prepared a barrier, for that reason she didn't know why, instead of releasing a large shock wave of magic, Bell covered herself with a wide aura and her strength increased drastically. Riveria. I don't understand. Their chants were the same, so why are their results different? Confused. Riveria couldn't think of a response when she was suddenly shot into the sky with her stomach sinking. Riveria. Ugh. It's stronger. Opening her eyes. Riveria plummeted to the ground, but fortunately or unfortunately was met with a powerful blow to the face from Bell. The blow was so powerful that it threw her several kilometers away, her dying body destroyed several walls before she was embedded in a wall unconscious. Finn was helping Gareth, but before he could give him a potion, the potion was destroyed by a blue-handled sword. Finn stood still for a few seconds before suddenly appearing behind Bell trying to punch him. Bell dodged Finn's attack and punched him in the face, sending him far away. Finn. Magical spear, I offer my blood. Penetrate into. Before Finn could summon his magic he received an invisible attack to the stomach that knocked the wind out of him and prevented him from using his magic. Gospel. Finn received another attack to the stomach and quickly more and more attacks began to hit him. Finn spat out blood and looked over at Bell who looked at him silently with a cold stare. Bell grabbed Finn by the neck and lifted him up casually, as if he was boasting about his victory. Bell. I'll tell you just once Palom you are below me, squinting. Bell tightened his grip on Finn's neck, choking him. Finn tried to free himself, but he barely had the strength to hit Bell, and he did it very weakly. Bell looked around and saw several people, civilians from what he could see, watching the scene in terror. Bell opened his eyes slightly and felt a pang in his lungs. But the dark look, Bell threw Finn as if he were a rag doll. Finn's body fell face down on the ground, unable to move due to his wounds. Bell. Bel remained silent without moving a muscle. Finally, after a few minutes, he brought a hand to his mouth, and when he removed it, he saw his hand was covered in blood. Bel. I reached my limit, tired. The golden aura disappeared along with the white one, and Bel ended up kneeling, observing the dying sky. Bel. This will have consequences, heh. Bel collapsed on the ground after letting out a small laugh. Blood came out of his mouth and quickly formed a small pool of blood. And. Planning. The plan. Bel. It bothers me when people touch me, growling. Ermid. It bothers me that you hurt yourself, silly. In a famous infirmary, Ermid was healing a trap of Bel. Bel's had gone to pick him up after their fight and left him in the Ermid infirmary. Of course, he first informed Bel about Belin's situation. She had lost a battle, was badly injured and had many broken bones. Now she was being treated just like him, although somewhere else. Bel. I would prefer that you cure Belin. Ermid. She only has a few broken bones. Naza is capable of easily taking care of that, but you, trembling. Bel. I don't have time for drama, tell me how bad I am. Cough, cough. Bel covered his mouth with his hand as he coughed. When he looked at his hand, he squinted at the sight of some blood. Ermid. Your body was barely able to withstand such a drastic increase in strength. You have 4 broken ribs, a dislocated shoulder, several torn muscles, extreme mana exhaustion, but all that is the least of it. Your illness accelerated drastically due to the overexertion your body made to tolerate the power. The energy of the fetus jewel that was trying to cure you was used by your body to help you withstand the power you obtained with Haruhime's condensed magic and yours, along with your cursed inheritance abilities. If it weren't for the energy of the fetus jewel you would have died, but. Bel. That used up all the energy of the fetus jewel. That thing was a demi-spirit egg. If I absorbed it, why the hell don't I have the strength of that thing? Annoyed. Ermid. Remember the core. Bel. Yeah, what's with that? Ermid. The core was wrapped in a slimy mass. The slimy mass were the enhancements. It was what was introduced into your eye and gave you your eye of prediction, and before the fetus jewel got into your eye you separated it and destroyed it. If the fetus jewel had been introduced into you, it would have turned you into a monster with enhanced abilities, but it was not like that, and instead you obtained the enhancements and were able to control them. But it did not give you the strength and abilities of the demi-spirit. Examining it. Belug. Ermid continued examining him, and every second she seemed more and more worried. Ermid. Your illness accelerated too much, not only that, but also the speed with which it is killing you. At this rate, even without being an adventurer, you could only live 10 years, terrified. Bel. 10 years old, what if I were still an adventurer? Looking at her. Ermid. What? Don't tell me that. Bel. We're not done yet, Ermid, there are many problems to solve. Heal me as quickly as you can, I have matters to fix. Ermid. Understood. In a nursing room, a white-haired woman was waking up after a long sleep due to blood loss. Naza. I'm glad to see you're waking up, Belin, looking at her. Belin. What happened? Sitting down. Naza. Belin quickly remembered everything, from the Xenos to his pathetic defeat. Belin. My brother. Excited. Naza. We don't know anything about him yet, it's only been 5 hours since your fight, giving him a glass of water. Belin took the glass of water and drank it to calm down. Belin. I see, thoughtful. Talk. Berlin. Past. The infirmary door opened, revealing Hestia. Hestia. I swear. Hestia rushed to embrace Belin, but was stopped by Naza, who hit her on the head. Naza. Is still recovering, would be. Hestia. I'm sorry. Hestia stood up and looked at Belin. Hestia. The Xenos returned to the dungeon, everything went according to plan, although we don't know anything about the Black Minotaur, but we believe he also returned, smiling. Belin sighed in relief, now everyone would be safe as well as Wiene. Belin. And you don't know anything about my brother? Hopeful. The Belin's misfortune, Hestia shook her head, depressing it slightly. Belin. It's okay, he'll come back, he always comes back, getting up. Naza. I would recommend you rest, but I think you have to get out of here at least until the hatred and complaints decrease. Belin. What? Confused. Hestia sighed and looked at Belin. Hestia. Everyone knows about our conflict, and despite the fact that your fight against the Black Minotaur improved the opinions about you, there are still people who hate you. Many seek to accuse you to the guild and the Ganesha family to imprison you, although the captain of the Ganesha family has managed to prevent that from happening for now. Worried. Belin. I'm sorry. Hestia. Don't worry, we'll help you because we want to, smiling. Hestia-sama. Belin-sama. They both looked at the infirmary door and saw Haruhime, who seemed excited. Haruhime. None of the Xenos have seen Wiene, exalted. Belin. Hestia. What? Ermid. I did my best, but I'm not a miracle worker, moving away a little. Bel got up from the stretcher looking at his bandaged body, even though the bandages were recent they already had some blood stains. Bell bastard, taking his clothes. Ermid watched him dress in silence before lowering her head slightly. Ermid. I liked you better when you were a stubborn person who was too lazy to deal with idiots, mumbling. Bell. I can't be lazy, not now that I have to stop Belle from doing some of her stupid things, and I ended up dead, putting on her jacket. It's a good thing I asked for my clothes made of a more durable material. Ermid. And you. What about you? You can also die. Clenching her fists. Belle. I'll die anyway in 10 years or less, leaving. Bell left calmly. He knew that Ermid was upset and worried about him, but he didn't have time for irrelevant things. He would fix them later if he wasn't too lazy. Look. It's the. Stay away, he's a monster. Bell stood still and looked around. I heard the rumors, some adventurers and civilians saw him defeat the top executives of the Loki family. What? Shut up, idiot, or he'll hear us. Scared. Bell watched the man in silence before a slight smile appeared on his lips. Far from being cute, it was a chilling smile that made everyone's hair stand on end. Bell continued on his way, keeping that strange smile on his face. He wasn't sad, no. He was proud that his simple presence imposed fear and respect. And with the elegance of a king he left that place in silence, without deigning to look at anyone. No one deserved the attention of a king. Bellin. We must look for her, getting dressed. Hestia. You don't understand. We can't leave right now, not with part of her area wanting us behind bars, excited. Bellin finished dressing and looked at Hestia. Bellin. But we must find her. I won't let her die again. Hestia was about to speak, but the door opened revealing Naza, who looked worried. Naza. They are in danger. The entire Hestia family was gathered in the Maich family's infirmary, thoughtful and worried. Lily. Are the people of Riveria looking for us? Why? Excited. Makoto. Although Bell and Dono's fight against a black minotaur calmed most of Riveria, there are still people who resent us, some want justice, and plan to take it firsthand. It would be. Hestia. Is it safe to return, Welf-kun? Looking at him. Welf. No, Hestia-sama, lowering her head, has the mansion fireplace completely under surveillance in case we try to enter. Apparently they know we are not there, but they do not know our current location still. Nervous, and there is another matter. Lily. Forget the rest, has there been any news from Wiene or Bell-sama? Thoughtful. Welf. Well, that's what I wanted to talk about. Doubtful. I heard some rumors about Bell-sama, sweating. Lily. Since when do you call her Sama? Confused. Welf. Since he ordered me. Lily. Let's put your humiliation aside. What did you discover? Their location. Raising an eyebrow. Welf. No. Lily. So what the hell kind of information do you have? Upset. Welf. Hey, calm down, Lily, raising her hands. Bellin. Tell us what you heard. Welf, looking at him. Welf. Well, I heard from several adventurers and civilians that there was a big fight several streets away from the Bellin fight, 3 against 1. According to what I heard, the one who fought only had white hair and heterochromia, 1 gray eye and 1 green. Bellin. Bell, I fight alone against 3 opponents. Against whom? Worried. Welf. Well, they say he faced the 3 top executives of the Loki family. Everyone's eyes widened upon hearing such news. The high executives of the Loki family, some of the few level 6s in Riveria, the 3 of them being the first members of the Loki family, Findame the Brave, Riveria Ljos Alf 9 Hells, Gareth Landrock Elgrim, were not only adventurers of great power, but also with great experience, since they had been adventurers for a decade or more. Ellen. And what happened? Excited, is my brother okay? Worried. Welf. Well, the journalists of the hour work fast, taking out a newspaper. Welf handed the newspaper to Bellin, who took it and quickly began to read it. Bellin. According to testimonies from adventurers and civilians who passed by the open demonstration plaza, they say they heard a loud bang and went to see out of simple curiosity, finding a shocking scene. Tyrant level 2, probably level 3, captain of the Astraea family fighting face to face against the 3 executives of the Loki family, Braver 9 Hell Elgrim, NT. Sometimes I like to put the nicknames in Spanish and sometimes in Japanese or English. According to witnesses of this fight, they say that it was shocking for them to see an adventurer 3 levels lower than his opponents, fighting equally against the 3. If this is shocking, the following news will leave everyone stunned, because according to witnesses, they confirm having seen the tyrant defeat and massacre the 3 senior executives of the Loki family, being the winner. Despite that, he ended up extremely tired, and some adventurers took this opportunity to go and attack him, but according to the civilians, a mysterious man in black robes appeared and took him away without saying anything. He disappeared into the shadows. The condition of the top executives of the Loki family is still unknown, but something was more than clear. This battle between talent and experience was won by talent. How will the Loki family recover from such humiliation? All. The place fell silent, no one could say anything, or rather, they didn't know what to say, they didn't know how to react to such news. Ellen lowered her head and clenched her fists, disappointed in herself. Her brother, even with his illness and being 3 levels lower than his opponents, faced 3 level 6s and won. He overcame something that many would call an impossible challenge, while her opponent may have been 4 levels higher than her, but he didn't have an arm and was only an opponent, and even with that advantage she ended up losing. Everyone remained silent, imagining the scene in their heads. Curiously, they all created the same scene. Bell stood there with no emotion on his face, indifferently looking at his opponents, braver 9 Hell Elgrim. Bell. So? I don't have all day, you guys will warm me up. Everyone felt a slight shiver when they imagined that this was how the fight had started. They were almost sure that Bell had probably looked at them with indifference throughout the entire fight, as if they were scum, although the truth is that Bell does look at almost everyone like that. Astria. Let's go with Ermid. Everyone. Huh. Looking at her. Astria. It says there that he was also seriously injured, the only place he would go to heal is to the Ermid pharmacy, looking at everyone. Ellen. Are you sure? Maybe he could have gone somewhere else, thoughtfully. Astria. I'm sure Bell has a special reason for always going with Ermid. Ellen stopped moving for a second before looking at Astria with a calm smile. Ellen. Really? And what is it? Smiling. Astria. She doesn't charge you for the consultations or the medication, and I'm Droplet. Ellen. Oh, and I'm Droplet. Cough, cough splash. The little blood fell to the ground when a white-haired man coughed up blood in an alley. Bell knelt and held his chest expressionlessly, not wanting to show any signs of weakness or pain, even if he was alone. Bell pulled himself together and continued walking towards the Maich family's infirmary. Bell. I want a milkshake. Talk, talk. Naza heard the knock on the wooden door and went to see who was behind the door before opening it. She saw a white-haired man and was slightly scared when she saw a dead look in his eyes. Naza. His hair is white, maybe he's Belen's brother. Moving away from the door, it would be best to go for Belen, so she can check it out. Before going to the infirmary for Belen, the door opened abruptly, thanks to the kick of a white-haired man who hated being kept waiting. Naza got excited and tried to attack him with her prosthesis, however she opened her eyes in surprise when she saw that Bel easily stopped her attack and then knocked her to the ground by putting his foot on her chest to keep her there. Bel. Don't attack me again or I'll be sure to destroy that prosthesis, expressionless. Naza H. How? Surprised. Naza looked at her right arm, it was covered by her clothes, and her hand was being covered by a leather glove. Her prosthesis should not be visible, and even a first class would have difficulty noticing it. Bell released Naza and walked calmly towards the infirmary. Talk, talk. I'm in. Pam. The door was kicked open, revealing Bell, who stared blankly at Belen, who was standing on the other side of the door about to open it. Bell. We must go. Before finishing he was knocked down by Belen, who threw herself at him. Belen. Brother. Crying comically. Belug. After hundreds of questions from Belen and a few weak explanations from Bell, they finally spoke about the most important issue at hand. Bell. We have to get out of here, looking at Bell. Lily. Lily assumes you already know about the angry civilians and adventurers, looking at Bell. Bell nodded and looked at Belen. Bell. With half the clock behind us, it's not a good idea to stay in one place, looking at her. Astria. Huh. Why? Curious. Bell. On the way here I saw several adventurers and civilians breaking into different homes and premises just to look for you. They know we are not in the fireplace mansion, yet they also have the place well watched. Seriously. Belen. Wait, how did you get here if everyone is looking for us? Confused. Bell. They walked away, Chibi. Belen. Huh. The news that Bell had single-handedly defeated the brave 9 Hells and Elgrim had spread rapidly. Even the guild had papers posted with the news that the tyrant had single-handedly defeated the 3 top executives of the Loki family. When Bell came out into the street, no one tried to attack him. No one wanted to face the one who had defeated 3 of the best veterans of the Loki family. If 3 level 6s lost against him, some civilians and adventurers of level 3 and 4 wouldn't have a chance. They preferred to avoid him than to face him. Hestia. If they see Belen there will be a mess. Thoughtful. The best thing would be to go hide in a place where they won't look for us, but where? Bell. Twilight Mansion. Loki family seat. Right now, in the mansion's grand dining room, the entire family was gathered in silence with their heads bowed. And how could they not be? The 3 senior executives of the family were on stretchers being treated as best they could. The healers had said they were in terrible condition and unfortunately, they didn't have Ermid to heal them. After all, it was no secret that the Saint and Tyrant had a close relationship. Tyan. This is unacceptable. Angry. Let's see. That. How the hell did this happen? Annoyed. Loki. Ah, sighing, level 2 no, if it had been level 2 the result would have been different, she probably leveled up, thoughtfully, who would say that a level 3 defeated 3 level 6s, isn't anyone in that woman's family normal? Frustrated. Baze, who was sitting silently, raised her head and gave everyone a sharp look. Baze. We lost the monsters, the Vouver escaped, the Minotaur defeated Bellin, and that white-haired man defeated Finn, Riveria and Gareth, clenching his fists, what will we do? Looking at Loki. Loki. Well, there are many adventurers and civilians breaking into houses and searching for the Hestia family all the time, seeking justice, looking at them out of the corner of my eye, they are fast. Loki looked at the empty room, everyone had left, it was obvious why. Line up. Loki? Surprised. Loki looked at Tiona, who scratched the back of her neck nervously. Loki? Don't you want justice? Raising an eyebrow. Tiona. Well, I let the Vouver escape and I don't regret it, I feel angry about what happened to Finn, Riveria and Gareth, but I can't blame anyone, lowering her head. Loki? They hurt us, looking at her. Tiona. After we attacked them. Loki. Tiona. I don't think I can hurt the Vouver, not after what I saw, I'm sorry Loki, I won't be part of this, standing up. Tiona left silently but firmly, she had no regrets and would not change her decision. Loki. Curious, opening his eyes slightly. The church. After using the invisibility cloaks that Fels gave them, they had managed to arrive unnoticed towards the destroyed area of Arerio, the place where Bellin and Hestia lived before, in an abandoned church. Hestia. It's bigger than the abandoned church where we lived before, looking at the big church, and more beautiful. Bell approached the church and calmly knocked on the door. I'm coming. Bellin, Astria and Haruhime narrowed their eyes upon hearing the young voice of an unknown woman. The door opened, revealing a black-haired woman with grey eyes wearing a caretaker's outfit. Maria Bell. Surprised. Bell raised his hand to shake hands, but two delicate arms quickly caught him in a warm embrace that left him immobile. Maria smiled in relief, she had also heard about the recent home invasions by adventurers seeking justice for the Hestia family and had worried about Bell. Maria put her hand right above Bell's right hand, which was holding the hilt of the champion's sword, preventing him from unsheathing it. She knew that Bell didn't like hugs, but she couldn't help but hug her savior every time she saw him, he had given them so much for so little, and she literally owed him her life. Bell sighed internally and released the hilt of his sword, reluctantly accepting Maria's embrace and completely ignoring Bellin's questioning look. Astria sighed, knowing that Bell had something she called charmed Cranel. Tenma. She knows things. Maria. Come in quickly, before someone sees you, letting them pass. Everyone quickly entered the church, noticing how well kept it was inside. They saw a large room with a large green carpet, some armchairs and a tea table, as well as a skylight in the ceiling that illuminated the room. Maria went to the kitchen while she let the others sit down to discuss what they would do. Bell. What happened to the Xenos? Looking at everyone. Haruhime. They returned to the dungeon safely. Bell-sama, looking at him. Bell. Okay, nodding, and. Bellin, welcome. Looking at Bell, where is he? Excited. Before Bell could answer, a door was suddenly opened by a brown-haired boy who seemed to be running for his life. The boy stopped in front of them, looking at them in surprise. Boy. Who are you? Looking at them, Bell-san. Looking at him. Again before Bell spoke, from the door where the boy came out a monster growl sounded that alerted everyone except Bell. Boy. No, no, no. About to run. The black shadow shot out of the door and went towards the child, trapping him. Bellin was going to help him until he realized something. Bellin. Who? Surprised. Wiene was there hugging the child, who seemed upset. Wiene. Got you. Smiling. Kid. Hey. Using your wings doesn't count. Annoyed. The small Gienthrop and a genderless elf also came out of the door. Gienthrop. I told you to follow the Rai plan, crossing his arms. Blah blah, those plans never work, Fina, frowning. Fina. We always get closer to beating Wiene, if we follow the plan we'll win next time, confident, right Ryuu? Ryuu. Turning around. The elf whose gender no one knows stared blankly at the ground. Ryuu. The wings are not fair. Wiene. Huh. Bellin. Wiene. Going to hug him. Who? Bell. Surprised. Bellin caught Wiene in a loving hug while smiling. Bellin. I'm glad to see you well, smiling. Wiene smiled and hugged Bellin tightly. Wiene. Let's play. Happy. Bellin nodded and went to play with Wiene and the other children in the other room. Hestia. A touching reunion, but why is she on the surface? Looking at Bell, this is something extremely dangerous if someone else finds out about this. Lily. We must take her to the other Xenos quickly, with the invisibility cloaks it shouldn't be so difficult. Bell. No, expressionless. Everyone. Huh. Bell. She'll stay on the surface, seriously. Haruhime. But. Bell. It's not up for discussion, seriously. Bell sharpened his gaze, silencing everyone. He had said something and that was what would be done. Lily thought about telling Belle that this would put Belle in great danger so that he would reconsider and open her mouth to speak, but she remained completely motionless when she saw that Belle's gaze was fixed on her. She began to sweat when she felt Belle's intense gaze. Something told her that he already knew what she was going to try and had not changed his answer. With each passing second, Lily felt the intensity of Belle's gaze increase. She couldn't help but lower her head to hide the fact that her eyes were trembling with fear. She felt intimidated by Belle's threatening gaze. She had already been bullied in the past by many adventurers because she was only a support, but this it was different. It wasn't the bullying of just any adventurers, no, it was that of a king, that of an emperor who would do anything to get what he wanted. Bell continued to look at her menacingly until he grew tired and shifted his gaze towards the kitchen, watching Maria come out with several cups of tea. Maria. Here, smiling. Bell calmly sipped his tea before looking at Maria questioningly. Maria. She has 4 tablespoons of sugar, smiling. Bell nodded pleased and took a sip of tea. Astria. Now what are we going to do? Sitting next to Bell. Maria had a twitch in her eye and Haruhime made a little pavoro. Astria. Are we going to stay here and wait for the problem to pass? Looking at him. Bell. Yes and no, looking at her, if we don't act the problem could take a long time to solve. It would be best to go out and meet with the Ganesha family and the guild so that this can be fixed and they can avoid possible attacks against us. Thoughtful, but we must be careful. Even with the capes there are high-ranking adventurers capable of noticing us like the first classes. Serious. Lily. And the Loki family. Lily lowered her head when she felt Bell's gaze on her. Bell. I'll explain, seriously. Lily. I defeated their top executives, that could be considered a declaration of war, and considering that there are several first classes in the Loki family, it is not impossible that they will come to attack us, or at least that is what Lily thinks, looking at him nervously. Bell thought about what Lily said, it was true, it was very likely that the Loki family would try to attack him, and that represented a lot of problems. The good thing is that he already defeated the 3 strongest, and it would probably take them a few days if not weeks to recover. Bell will have to plan things more thoroughly, thoughtfully. Astria. We'll be here for a while planning our next move. Astria rested her head on Bell's shoulder, who ignored her to focus on thinking of a plan. Astria smiled and ignored Haruhime and Maria's looks. In the other room Bellin observed with surprise how the place was much bigger than it appeared. The building to which the church was attached was actually a giant room that appeared to be an abandoned building. There were 3 floors in the building, each one different. On one there was a big dining room and showers for boys and girls, on the second there was a playground for the children, and on the last one was where all the children's rooms were. It was amazing how much everyone's life there had improved thanks to Bell. Fina. You catch. Touching Bellin. The children ran away and were helped by Wiene to escape. Bellin smiled and went to look for them. She didn't run at full speed because she was level 3 and she was playing against children so she didn't need to go very fast. Of course, while running through the halls of the place, he saw several children in the halls talking and running happily. None of them were over 10 years old, except for Ryuu and Fina, who were 11 and 10 respectively. Here it comes. Bellin's keen senses were able to hear Fina's soft whisper and walked to a closed wooden door, where he could hear the small footsteps of 8 people. Bellin opened the door slowly and found a dark room with a single bed. She entered the room and examined it. Bellin. It doesn't seem like anyone, confused, heard them. How did they escape so quickly? Bellin opened her eyes as she felt herself wrapped in a thread out of nowhere. A thin but strong thread was wrapped around her several times, preventing her from escaping or moving her arms. He didn't know what it was, but when he tried to free himself, he felt as if he were trying to move an entire building. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break the strange threads. It's useless, only a first class is capable of breaking my web. Bellin stopped struggling and turned around cautiously, expecting to see an enemy. I don't know, I hope to see Rain, Azino Rachn that Bell had saved, after taking her to the fireplace mansion and having her there. One day Bell took her without saying anything, and to who knows where. She wondered if he had returned her to the dungeon or had hidden her. She thought he had taken her back to the dungeon, because it was impossible to find a place to hide her, but it seems she was wrong. The little light entered through the window of the dark room, allowing Bellin to see Rain perfectly. She had white-purple hair and yellow eyes with slanted pupils. She wore a black sleeveless shirt with some violet details, as well as a sharp gaze that seemed to look at her with annoyance. On top of her shoulders was Ryuu, the genderless elf sitting on Rain's shoulders looking at her expressionlessly. Ryuu? I told you my plans were better, fine. Fina? Bellin looked at the ceiling, finding Ryuu and Fina sitting in a hammock made of cobwebs. Bellin. And they complained about Wiene's wings. Hey, where is she? Looking around. Boo. Bellin was excited when she felt a soft grip on her leg. Looking down, he saw a blue hand coming out from under the bed and grabbing his foot. Ellen. Ah, for a moment you scared me, Wiene, holding her chest. Bri. From now on, let's follow Ryuu's plans, crossing arms. Fina. Looking away. Wiene came out from under the bed and looked at Bellen. Wiene. It's my turn to find them. Smiling. Bellen. I would like to, but first I have to go to the living room to see if everything is okay, smiling nervously. Wiene pouted but accepted. Brain. Who else is here? It would be. Bellen. Technically my whole family. Brain clicked her tongue in disgust and looked away. Brain. And him too. Without looking at her. Bellen L. Curious. Brain. That annoying white-haired guy, crossing his arms. Bellen. My brother. Confused, yes, he is here. Brain. Snorting. Brain left the room expressing annoyance, but not before putting Ryuu down, who watched her leave expressionless. Brute Sundeer, Chibi. Ryuu and Wiene were the closest to Rain and who understood her the most. They knew perfectly well that she pretended to hate Bell, although she would love to see him. Sometimes they saw her impatiently looking out the window to check if Bell was around to visit. Bellen. Come on, Wiene, smiling. Wiene nodded happily and they went to the church hall along with the other 3 children. Bell blinked in puzzlement before looking to his left and finding Astria with her head resting on his shoulder. Then he looked to his right and saw Haruhime with her head resting on his shoulder just like Astria. Bell had a twitch in his eye and darkened his gaze when he felt 2 soft lumps on the back of his neck. He turned his gaze and glanced at Maria standing behind him and gently hugging his neck. Bell cough. Bell coughed loud enough for everyone to notice and looked at the 3 in annoyance. Haruhime. I am sorry, still, I'm sorry. Despite her apology she stayed there, it was quite comfortable according to Haruhime. Maria. Oh. I'm sorry if it bothers you, smiling. Just like Haruhime did not move from her place. Astria. I don't care if you punish me, blush. And Astria started with her fetishes. Bell sighed and settled down. If they were going to harass him at least he would make sure to enjoy it too. He laid his head between Maria's breasts and settled down on the couch to rest. He was exhausted. Bellen. Brother. Slamming the door with a smile. Bell sighed and opened his eyes tiredly. Bell. It's going to be a long few days. And. Educating the black kitten, extra scenes. Bell. Listen, Michi Negro, you better not reveal that I was the one who left you in that state, expressive. Bellen. Ah. And why not, huh? Growling. Bell. Your sister is a good friend of my sister and I wouldn't like my sister to get sad if Anya finds out that I left you like that and blames me, so Bellen, so you better shut up or I'll make you shut your mouth with blows, expressionless. Bellen. Make sure Oliver Ario knows about this, mocking. Bell. Sure. It would be a disappointment, don't you think? Bellen. What the hell are you talking about? Growling. Bell. What would happen if people found out that the vice captain of the Freya family, Freya, was brutally beaten by a level 2? You'd be a joke, smiling mockingly. Alan said nothing, just gritted his teeth and glared at Bell. Bell. And worse yet, what would happen if Freya found out about this? Staring at him. At that comment Alan's world froze. What would happen if his goddess discovered who beat him up? He wasn't even sure what would happen, but Bell helped him get an idea. Bell. Can you imagine Freya's disappointed face when she finds out who defeated you? When she finds out that her vice captain was defeated by a level 2. She'd see you as trash and discard you. She'd probably be able to find someone better in a while, whispering. Despite Bell's whispers, Alan could clearly hear each and every one of his words and he was terrified at the thought. In his head appeared the image of Freya looking at him like simple garbage while she said something to him. Freya. So, a level 2 defeated my vice captain. What a shame. This is an embarrassment to the Freya family, it's unacceptable, looking at him coldly. Alan. Freya-sama, I can fix it. Begging. Freya. No, you've already shown me that's not the case, turning her back on him, take care of him, I can't allow a stain on the family, leaving. Alan could see the other members of his family approaching him and holding him tightly to take him to a guillotine. He didn't even put up a fight, he had disappointed his goddess, the greatest sin for any member of the Freya family. Alan was placed on the guillotine and finally the blade fell. Slash. Slap. Alan opened his eyes in surprise when a slap that had hurt woke him from his nightmare. Bell. It seems you understand what will happen. Good, I'm glad. Turning around, I'm leaving, walking towards the door. Alan gritted his teeth in fury, maybe he would never tell anyone about what happened, but he could still get revenge. At great speed Alan got out of bed and rushed towards Bell, ready to strangle him and break his neck with all his strength, but Alan had forgotten something important, he was still in recovery. Boom. Alan ugh. Spitting saliva. Alan fell to the ground clutching his stomach in pain. He had forgotten that his stomach was one of the most affected areas and that he should rest the most after the Helpissa. Bell. Oh poor child, you're still so stubborn, turning to look at him, let me educate you, dark voice. Ah. And. Brahma Hera's insults, extra scenes. Hera's frequent insults equals. Hera. Stupid ape. Hera. Disrespectful vagrant. Hera. Unreasoning vermin. Hera. Inferior being. Hera. Low-class being. Hera. Old pervert. Hera. Unfaithful pervert. Hera. Street scum. Hera. Easy slut. Hera. Unpaid bore. Hera. Horny young woman. Hera. Dirty bootlicker. Few insults add to Bellin equals. Hera. Naive, watching Bellin read books about heroes. Bellin. Heroes are real. Hera. So naive, leaving. Hera. Silly girl, looking at Bellin chasing a bunny. Hera. You have so little class, Bellin, indignant. Bellin was sitting in the armchair with her head down and her white dress dirty with dust and dirt. The only insult said to Bell equals. Bell. I think we should help people in need. Hera. Bell, don't be silly, looking at him as if he were silly. Bell. Sniff. Hera. I'm sorry. Hugging him, I didn't mean to insult you. What kind of grandmother insults her own grandson? How stupid am I? Scolding herself. While Hera was pampering Bell, she was seen but Zeus. Zeus. If I had sniffled, Hera would be laughing and mocking me at how pathetic I looked. And. Under the stones, extra scenes. Finn looked at everyone around him, he had ordered them to search for the Xenos everywhere, even under stones if necessary. Although one person took that very seriously. Fiona. Hello. Lifting a rock, there's no one down here. Tyan. What are you doing, blockhead? Fiona. Well, looking under the stones, looking at her. Tyan. That's not what the captain meant, Fassipum, how long have you been doing this? Sighing. Fiona. 2 hours. Tyan. Ah. And how many stones have you lifted? Excited. Fiona. About 230 and something, but look. Showing a ring, I found this under a rock, it's very pretty, smiling. Tyan was shocked looking at Tyan, not only because of the beautiful ring, but also because of the number of stones she had turned over by taking Finn's orders too literally. Finn. What's going on? Approaching. Tyan. Captain, blushing, and nothing, it's just that my sister, you know, is a little silly. Fiona. Look. Smiling. Finn. Looking at the ring, it's a very precious ring, you could sell it for a good price to pay for part of your urga, well done. Rubbing Fiona's head. Fiona smiled, embarrassed by the compliment, all before Tyan's gaze, which looked in shock as Finn pampered Fiona. Fiona and Finn were confused as they watched Tyan search under the stones with a blank look. Tyan. I'll find one too. And. Miracle of the Fox, extra scenes. Bell noticed a glass jar with metal details of a 9-tailed fox on it, the jar contained a shiny golden liquid that he had used before. It was Haruhime's condensed magic. Bell ordered Fels to create a potion condensing Haruhime's magic so that he could use it in his fight without the need for her to be there or having to perform a chant. At first Fels refused to create something like that, claiming it was impossible. But after something Bell called small touches of love and the Hestia Familia Satan's reign, Varian Fels kindly reconsidered and created the potion without a murmur. Obviously Bell had to name the potion, since it was his idea, and according to him, its creation was thanks to him. Fels didn't say anything, he didn't want to provoke the little boss Chul to Bell, and the name of the potion was Miracle of the Fox. And. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching, if you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day, bye.